Chapter 1. The Great Voyage. An unremarkable island. A shocking and heinous event is unfolding, one that could astonish the world. Major General Mufon, how dare you commit such an atrocity? The naval lieutenant's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. He beheld the dismembered and grotesquely slain celestial dragon, trembling in terror. The celestial dragons, revered as divine entities across these seas. How could Major General Mufon have brutally slaughtered such a being? Soon after, a multitude of elite Navy forces arrived, encircling a young man, exuding confidence and grace, draped in the righteous cloak of a Navy Major General. A Navy colonel with pink hair, clad in a rosered uniform, approached the young man. Mufon, is it truly worth it? Colonel Janae glanced at the lifeless celestial dragon, then at the pitiful body of a girl nearby. As she turned her gaze back to Mufon, her beautiful eyes shimmered with concern. Mufon, like her, was a disciple of Zifa and the youngest major general in the history of the Navy. He was regarded as the most formidable contender for the next admiral of the Navy. What should have been a promising future as a representative of justice had now dissipated into mere illusions. To kill a celestial dragon was an act the world government would never condone. Even the Navy headquarters would not dare to offer any protection. Even if that celestial dragon had tormented the innocent girl Mufon had fought so hard to rescue from pirates. Not worth it. Mufon remained unfazed throughout. Then why did you do it? Janae is genuinely worried about you. Colonel Janae's emotions surged. Why sacrifice your future, even your life, when you could have turned a blind eye? Senior Janae, the girl who was tormented by the celestial dragon, is not worth it. If I had discovered it sooner, I would have killed this scoundrel earlier. Mufin's tone was calm, yet no one dared to doubt his words. Because he was Mufon, the youngest and strongest major general in the history of the Navy. Mufon, do you understand what this means? Killing a celestial dragon will label you a traitor, and you will face relentless pursuit from both the Navy and the world government. If it were you, they might even dispatch more than one admiral. Colonel Janae's beautiful face was filled with regret, urgency, and concern. Senior Janae, enough. If the Navy's justice is merely a joke in the face of the celestial dragons, then I shall renounce my title as a major general. With a swift motion, Mufon cast aside his cloak emblazoned with justice and drew his blade, a glint of cold light piercing the heavens. Senior Janae, I do not wish to engage you. As Mufon unsheathed the black sword, Tianming, all the Navy personnel present were instantly gripped by fear. That blade was one of the 12 supreme blades. It had severed the heads of numerous pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, and now it had claimed a celestial dragon's life. Among those present, aside from Mufon, the strongest was Colonel Janae. Yet despite being Janae's senior by a few years, her strength could not compare. After all, Janae was several years older than Mufon and was merely a colonel, while Mufon stood as the youngest major general in Navy history. Moreover, he had earned his rank through undeniable achievements as a battle-hardened warrior. Though Mufon was not a devil fruit user, his strength far surpassed Janae's. Janae, you are a member of the Navy. Fulfill your duty. Just as the tension escalated between Colonel Janae and himself, an imposing figure with short purple hair and a colossal mechanical arm rushed in. It was none other than the former Admiral, Black Arm Zifa. Zephyr Sensei? Colonel Janae's expression shifted to shock upon seeing him. It appeared the world government and the Navy headquarters were already aware of the unfolding events. Mufon was in grave danger. Mufon, come with me. We shall go to Impel Down for a few years. I will find a way to ensure your early release. Zifa regarded Mufon with a complex gaze, one of his most promising students. Previously, he had been pursuing pirates in the nearby waters when he received orders from the Navy headquarters to intercept the Navy trader responsible for this heinous act, Mufon. Zephyr Sensei, I am not like you. I have become utterly disillusioned with the world government and the Navy headquarters, and I believe you will eventually feel the same. Therefore, I appreciate your good intentions, but I will decline going to Impel Down. Mufon replied earnestly. Having traversed into this pirate world alone, he had received considerable assistance from Zifa, a kindness he would forever remember. However, Zifa had yet to fully abandon his faith in the Navy headquarters and the world government. For an old sailor, relinquishing a belief held for a lifetime was no easy feat. Having already resolved to sever ties with the world government, he had no intention of surrendering. Sigh, you remain as stubborn as ever, Mufon. Allow me to impart another lesson. Zifa sighed and then enveloped himself in a powerful armament hockey, his aura surging. Killing a celestial dragon was nearly an unforgivable crime. Yet, if he could confine Mufon and impel down, there might still be a glimmer of hope. This was also why Sengoku had first informed him to intercept Mufon. Time was of the essence, for stronger admirals were already en route. Forgive me, Zephyr Sensei. Mufon unleashed a formidable armament hockey of his own, subtly contesting against the former admiral, Black Arm Zifa. Having traversed for 18 years and spent 10 years in the Navy, he had long harbored disdain for the world government's filth and the Navy headquarters in action. While the marauding pirates were indeed detestable, the world government, which profited at the expense of the celestial dragons and even bestowed legal plunder rights upon pirates, was far more egregious. And at this moment, the Navy had become nothing more than puppets of the world government. Mufon was done playing their game. Ding! Detecting the host's defection from the Navy, embarking on the path to becoming the supreme emperor of the pirate world, successfully activating the supreme choice system. Ding! Detecting that the host is under siege by the Navy, triggering choices. Choice 1. Defeat the former Admiral Black Arm Zifa. Increase reputation, and upon victory, agree to Zifa's proposal to enter Impel Down and lie low for an opportunity. Reward. Perfect level 6 powers entry, proficient, mastery, perfect, 1 universal key capable of unlocking all doors. The host has mastered all 6 powers except Iron Block to proficiency, and Shave is at half perfect. Choice 2. Defeat the former Admiral Black Arm Zifa, increase reputation, and escape alive during the subsequent Navy siege. Reward. Perfect recovery potion X1 can restore to original peak strength in any state, with a slight enhancement, skill, immunity to petrification. The sudden voice resonating in his mind made Mufon chuckle softly. This system certainly arrived a tad late. However, Mufon paid no heed to the system. He had already forged himself into a strong warrior through relentless training. The emergence of the system was undeniably a fortuitous event. But the system belonged to him, he was not beholden to it. Since it was his system, his will would dictate the system's will. Mufon, come to your senses, you are not my match. Go to Impel Down. Boom! As Mufon clashed with the former Admiral Black Arm Zifa, the entire island was shaken. 2 powerful armament hockey collided with tremendous force. Mountains were leveled to the ground by the confrontation of the master and disciple. The witnessing Navy personnel were left in awe of Mufin's displayed strength. It was important to note that Zifa was not only the teacher of Mufon and many other young naval officers, but also a former admiral of the Navy. Such an existence was a top-tier powerhouse across the vast seas. Though Zifa appeared slightly aged now, his strength was certainly not to be underestimated, far surpassing that of an average vice admiral. While Mufon was heralded as the youngest and strongest major general in Navy history, he was still young and, logically speaking, could not be Zifa's opponent. This was the consensus among the majority of the Navy, including Colonel Janae. With Zephyr arrival, the Major General Mufon, who had committed such a heinous act, would surely be subdued. Yet reality left everyone stunned. Faced with Zifa, Mufon showed no signs of faltering, even appearing to be in complete control. This guy is truly a monster. In the midst of battle, Zifa felt increasingly challenged and could not help but laugh and scold in disbelief. There was simply no denying Mufin's exceptional talent. Having graduated merely 3 years prior and already ascended to the rank of Major General, his strength had reached such an astonishing level. 5 years. At most 5 years. Zifa concluded that if given 5 more years, Mufon would undoubtedly become an admiral. He shall also become the youngest admiral in the annals of naval history. Alas, fate can be cruel. Mufon, Cease your stubbornness and accompany me to impel down. Zephyr, his fist cloaked in the armament hockey, struck the ground with such force that it shattered, a manifestation of his pent-up frustration. Mufan deftly evaded the fissure, gracefully hovering in midair as if walking on the moon. Teacher Zephyr, I appreciate your goodwill, but today I must take my leave. At present, Mufan's mastery of the armament hockey only allowed him to contend with Teacher Zephyr, yet he was still unable to overcome him. However, as the youngest rear admiral in the Navy and a time traveler, the armament hockey was merely one of the tools at his disposal. In terms of physique, swordsmanship, and even the six forms, he had already surpassed the gradually aging Zephyr. With a flash of cold light illuminating the sky, a strike akin to the moon obscuring the stars erupted from the black blade, Tianming. A vast expanse of forest and small hills was effortlessly cleaved, and even the earth was rent asunder, creating a chasm 1,000 meters deep. Confronted with the strike from his proud disciple, Zephyr's expression turned wild, for he realized that the speed and range of this strike were so formidable that he could not evade it with his current swiftness. Was this the pinnacle of swordsmanship worthy of a grandmaster? Mufan had only graduated from the Naval Academy a few years ago, and his swordsmanship had already become this terrifying? A monster. An absolute monster. I, Zephyr, would call him his strongest. Come on. With a thunderous roar, Zephyr unleashed his armament hockey, surging outward in a frenzy as he swung his mechanical arm, the Crusher, to meet the strike heat-in. In truth, the stronger Mufan became, the more conflicted and troubled Zephyr felt. He had to ensure Mufan's passage to impel down and then exert every effort to negotiate with the world government to exonerate him. With that monumental strike, Mufan did not hold back. He was acutely aware that admirals and CP0 were already on their way. Thus, he needed to depart swiftly. Withstanding a cataclysmic strike, black-armed Zephyr's legs sank 1/2 meter into the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet that towering figure remained unwavering. Mufan narrowed his eyes. From any standpoint, the so-called non-lethal Admiral Zephyr was a man worthy of respect. Although Zephyr withstood Mufan's strike, it left the sailors, including Hinai, utterly astonished. Wasn't it supposed to be Zephyr teaching Mufan a lesson? What was the situation now? It appeared that it was Zephyr who was being overwhelmed. As a senior sister, Hinai's intelligent and beautiful face bore not only shock but also a glimmer of hope. Go for it. Mufan, my junior. Defeat Teacher Zephyr and pursue your own sense of justice upon the seas. Before the sailors could fully recover from their astonishment, Mufan had already launched another assault. He understood that to swiftly defeat the current Zephyr, he needed to increase his speed. The shave had been perfected to near perfection, and the full might of the Navy's six-form shave was unleashed. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching a barrage of varied attacks at Zephyr. At this moment, although Mufan's speed could not yet rival the light speed of Kizaru, it was certainly no slouch. Once in full motion, even a typical observation hockey could barely perceive him. Mufan, do you truly intend to betray the Navy? Zephyr demanded, his voice laced with fury, as he sensed Mufan's resolve amidst the fierce battle. As Mufan's mentor, he too had to make a decisive choice today. Because he is an old Marine. Teacher Zephyr, words are of no use. Perhaps one day in the future, you too will find yourself in my position. That as for me now, I am a defector of the Navy. Stripped of the power to choose, the justice of the Navy no longer belongs to me. Come on, Teacher Zephyr. With a furious roar, Mufan raised his formidable black blade, Destiny, which crackled with overwhelming hockey, poised for battle. Just as he stated, the justice of the Navy has ceased to be his, and on the vast ocean ahead, there will be no more Rear Admiral Mufan. Awaken, Mufan. Zephyr faced Mufan head-on, the mechanical arm crusher brimming with chaotic energy. Once teacher and student, now adversaries, they stood ready to determine the victor. Teacher Zephyr, victory is assured. Rear Admiral Mufan. As the powerful auras of the two clashed, the assembled Marines erupted in fervent cheers. Most of the Navy still believed that Zephyr would triumph. After all, he was the legendary non-killing Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. The young Mufan was younger than most of the Marines present, How could he possibly match Zephyr? Of course, there were also quite a few who secretly supported Mufon. However, due to their positions, they dared not openly voice their allegiance, for Mufon was now a traitor to the Navy. Boom. Boom. As Mufon and Zephyr engaged in their ultimate confrontation, the entire island trembled as if ravaged by a storm, nearly sweeping the Marines along with it. When the smoke of battle finally cleared, a shocking scene unfolded before the eyes of all present. There stood the two former allies, separated by distance. Mufon remained composed, his attire merely dusted in stark contrast. The former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr appeared disheveled, blood trickling from his lips, his mechanical arm cleaved in two, and multiple wounds marred his body, his breath now weak. The former Admiral has been defeated? Mufon has bested Teacher Zephyr. At that moment, the assembled Marines, even Jinai, were left utterly astounded. Who could have imagined that Mufon would so decisively vanquish Zephyr? Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. In contrast to the shock of the Marines, Mufon appeared remarkably calm. While he had the opportunity to defeat Teacher Zephyr, it was no easy feat, suggesting that Zephyr had intentionally allowed him to prevail. Damn it, to be bested by my own disciple. Get lost, and if I see you again, I'll toss you into impel down. Zephyr clutched his chest, wiping the blood from his lips as he cursed. Mufon nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart. Just then, a flash of golden light streaked across the horizon. In the next moment, the golden light coalesced into a tall, slender-figured Doe, the youngest rear admiral in the history of the Navy. How terrifying indeed! The Grand Line in the waters surrounding the island where Mufon was located, a pirate ship, drawn by two enormous serpents, returned from a plundering voyage, passing through the area. Sister Snake Princess, the battle on that island has come to light. It is the Navy pursuing a traitor, Sandersonia, one of the Amazon Lily sisters, reported to her queen. Boring, let us steer clear of those smelly men's island. Prepare, I wish to bathe. The sudden appearance of Admiral Kizuru shattered Mufon's plan for a swift escape. As the undisputed champion of speed across the seas, Kizuru's presence made Mufon's escape exponentially more difficult. Of course, if Kizuru were merely slacking off, that would be another matter entirely. Mufon had interacted with Kizuru before and understood that the latter's methods were notoriously unpredictable, seemingly dependent on his whims. Teacher Zephyr, look at your well-taught student, so earnest in facing you. Admiral Kizuru, noticing Zephyr's defeat, teasingly remarked, Polysolino, spare me your sardonic remarks. Are you here alone? Zephyr replied, somewhat displeased. What do you mean by that? You scoundrel Polysolino, are you not a student of mine, Zephyr? Zephyr harbored significant disdain for Kizuru's over-reliance on his devil fruit abilities. Day in and day out, all he does is slack off. But I'm here too. Teacher Zephyr, that moment. A bicycle, gliding across the icy ground, approached slowly. Another admiral of the Navy, the assembled Marines were nearly driven to madness. It should be noted that the admirals represent the pinnacle of the Navy's power. Even as Marines, they might not have the fortune to meet an admiral in years. Yet now, two admirals appeared simultaneously. Coupled with the former Admiral Zephyr, this lineup could easily take down a Yonko in the New World. This clearly illustrated the intense animosity the world government and celestial dragons harbored towards Rear Admiral Mufon. It has been a long time, Mufon. Admiral Akiji did not forget to greet Mufon. He had a good relationship with Mufon and held high hopes for him. It was truly unfortunate. The world government had tasked him and Kizuru with taking Mufon's head. Long time no see, Admiral Kazan, Mufon replied, though his body appeared somewhat tense. Faced with two admirals, even without Teacher Zephyr's intervention, he had no hope of victory. Fortunately, he had prepared contingencies. Moreover, he had bet correctly. It was Kizuru and Akiji who had come. Had it been Akainu, he would have been in dire straits, as their ideological clash rendered their relationship anything but friendly. Teacher Zephyr, Sister Jinai, please lead the troops aboard the ship. The ensuing battle will affect everyone. Mufon addressed the assembled Marines earnestly. After all, he had served in the Navy for 10 years, and many present were once his subordinates. This was perhaps the last shred of goodwill he could extend to the Navy. Teacher Zephyr, leave this to us. Admiral Akiji encased the celestial dragon's corpse in ice and handed it to a Marine. Then spoke, Kazan, Polysolino, remember, Mufon is also my disciple, and I was once the non-killing admiral. Zephyr's expression reflected a mix of emotions before he left with the assembled Marines to board their ship. "Oh Mufon, you are highly regarded by the old geezers." After everyone departed, Mufon stood facing the two admirals. Kizaru began with a teasing remark. Mufon did not respond to Kizaru's jibe at such a moment. Battle sufficed. Further words were unnecessary. With a buzz, Mufon was the first to unleash a slash, marking the commencement of the battle. No one expected that, in the face of two admirals, Mufon would dare to initiate the offensive. Meanwhile, the Marines who had already boarded the ship continued to observe the battle on the island, all eager to discover just how powerful Mufon, the youngest and strongest rear admiral in Navy history, truly was. This was likely to be Mufon's final battle. After today, this ocean would probably no longer have a rear Admiral Mufon. Boom! Boom! To everyone's astonishment, the battle between Mufon and the two admirals did not last long. Even fewer than a handful of exchanges, the island, for reasons unknown, suddenly began to collapse. An enormous surge of magma erupted violently, and the resultant shockwave sent Mufon and the two others flying. Ha ha ha. No wonder Mufon kept striking at the ground. At this moment, Zephyr laughed heartily. He felt joy in having cultivated such a brave and clever disciple. Yet, his expression soon turned somber. Alas, Mufon is no longer a member of the Navy. Kizaru and Pagliusolino will not let him escape easily. Ice Age, as expected, despite the magma spewing everywhere, it was mercilessly encased in ice by Admiral Akiji. A colossal wall of ice loomed in the sky, seizing the opportunity presented by the erupting magma to escape. Mufon swung his black blade with all his might, shattering the icy wall. However, several icebergs soon swooped down upon him. Realizing it was not the time for a prolonged fight, he executed a moonwalk to evade. Yet, though he dodged the icebergs, he was still enveloped by a cascade of golden light. Shaku Kg. Admiral Kizaru unleashed his ultimate move from midair. Countless dazzling light bullets cascaded down upon Mufon, bombarding his body from all angles, the tremendous force continuously propelling him away. When the golden light faded, Mufon vanished into the distant sky like a shooting star. If he can still survive like this, "There's nothing we can do about it," murmured Borsellino, the admiral of the Navy, as he gazed into the distance. This time, he didn't slack off. Under the relentless bombardment of the Yada no Kagami, even if Mufon had a strong physique and was blessed with haki, if he didn't die, he would surely be crippled. This is a bit strange. Why would Mufon choose such a method? Even if he managed to escape, the price is too high, isn't it? Akiji, the admiral of the Navy, held Mufon's black sword, Heaven's Destiny, in his hand. This moment, this famous sword, one of the 12 supreme grade great swords, was constantly humming. It seemed to know that the one holding it at this time was not its master. "This is so troublesome. Let's go, Borsellino, and report back. From now on, there will be no such person as Mufon on the sea anymore. It's a pity that a terrifying monster will be missing from the future sea." Boom! A loud noise threw the entire scented swallowing snake ship into chaos. Because the place where the sound came from was Hancock's bathroom, someone saw that the object that fell seemed to be a man. A man actually fell into Hancock's bathroom. Mufon's consciousness was a bit hazy. In order to successfully escape and make the Navy and the world government temporarily give up the pursuit, he deliberately endured a full blow from the Yada no Kagami. It hurts so much. That damned Borsellino, didn't he slack off this time? Mufon felt that the surroundings were a bit damp and hot. He struggled to open his eyes in the water mist. So white, such long legs. This pattern is the celestial dragon's hoof? The exclusive badge of the celestial dragons? Who is this graceful figure with a charming back? Mufon had been severely battered by the Yada no Kagami. Not only was he seriously injured, but his consciousness hadn't recovered this moment. He actually mistook this enchanting and naked figure in front of him for that poor girl who had been tortured by the celestial dragons. Mufon struggled to get up and gently patted the fragrant shoulder of the figure. He could feel the other person's body trembling. Was she afraid? Still trapped in the shadow of being abused by the celestial dragons? Don't be afraid. That celestial dragon has already been killed. From now on, I will make them atone for their sins. Mufon comforted with difficulty this moment. He could feel the other person's trembling becoming even more intense. Bang! Bang! The sudden knocking on the door made Mufon feel puzzled, but he immediately took off his tattered outer garment and draped it over the figure, covering the celestial dragon's hoof for her. Then, a huge force sent him flying, and he promptly fainted in the last second before losing consciousness. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward: Perfect Recovery Potion X1. Skill: Petrification Immunity. When Mu Fan woke up again, he found that he was actually handcuffed, and what came into view was actually a group of women. Two of them he had some impression of. Sonia and Marigold, the two imperial sisters of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. So this pirate ship is the Kuja Pirates of Amazon Lily? Then could the woman in his previous dream be? Mu Fan suddenly realized. No wonder the woman in the dream had such an enchanting and charming figure. Could it be the world's most beautiful woman, the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock? He didn't expect that just after escaping the Navy's pursuit, he actually ended up on the Pirate Empress's ship. Fortunately, there was petrification immunity in the system rewards in his severely injured and almost crippled state. If he encountered the Pirate Empress's petrification ability at this time, he would probably be in a very dangerous situation. Hey, man, you're dead. How dare you peek at Hancock while she's taking a bath? Sonia of the Kuja Pirates said hatefully when she saw Mu Fan wake up. They had already found out Mu Fan's identity, the former Rear Admiral of the Navy, now a deserter of the Navy. But no matter who it was, anyone who peeked at the Pirate Empress taking a bath would surely die. What's more, all of Mu Fan's body joints had been severely injured that it was obvious that he had been crippled. Now, probably even the most ordinary warrior of the Kuja tribe could kill Mu Fan. Could you give me some water to drink? Mu Fan smiled and didn't argue with Sonia. He was no longer in the Navy as long as the Kuja pirates didn't massacre and plunder civilians wantonly. He wouldn't meddle. He didn't mind having an in-depth conversation with the Pirate Empress, making friends in a way. Hancock will come out soon. Just wait to turn into a stone. A female warrior of the Kuja pirates shouted resentfully. In the eyes of all the Kuja pirates, Mu Fan was already doomed. Hancock would never let a man who had entered her bathroom go. Petrification was already the best way to die. Maybe he would be chopped into 8 pieces and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Tap, tap, tap. At this time, the sound of high-heeled shoes stepping came. The sound was regular, melodious, and elegant. Mu Fan raised his head and looked at the tall and graceful figure walking slowly. His first reaction was, yes, it's these legs. The Pirate Empress walked slowly on black high heels, wearing a purple cheongsam. Her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her peerless face, star-like beautiful eyes, fair and delicate skin, and an extremely proud, devilish figure. Mu Fan knew quite a few beauties in the Navy. But except for a few who were slightly inferior to the Pirate Empress, the others were like fireflies compared to the bright moon when compared with the Empress. Perhaps it was because of the power of the Mero no Mi. Mu Fan, who wasn't particularly interested in women originally, was somewhat attracted when he saw the Pirate Empress. The world's most beautiful woman truly lives up to her reputation. If he could marry such a woman, it wouldn't be in vain to come to this world. The Pirate Empress walked up to Mu Fan, looking down at him with an extremely haughty expression. Hancock, kill him. Turn him into a stone. Hancock. The female warriors of the Kuja pirates started to stir up trouble. This was the usual practice. No man had ever been able to remain unharmed after provoking Hancock. Most of them had been turned into stones. Give him some water to drink. Just when everyone thought that the Empress was going to execute Mu Fan, her words surprised everyone. Hancock, aren't you going to turn him into a stone? Does my order need to be repeated a second time? Everything I do is right. The Empress's haughty response left everyone speechless. The female warrior brought Mu Fan a glass of water and unlocked his handcuffs. That Mu Fan was in a severely injured state and looked very weak. The Kuja tribe had always respected martial prowess and disdained to guard against the weak. That what's more, Hancock was there. Most people thought that Hancock was just in a good mood today. After that man finished drinking water, he would surely be petrified. Mu Fan didn't care too much. The top priority now was to restore his strength. Otherwise, even if he could be immune to petrification, with his current state, the Pirate Empress could easily kill him. That damn Borsellino really struck hard. After drinking the water, Mu Fan took out the perfect recovery potion rewarded by the system and drank it in one gulp. After drinking the perfect recovery potion, Mu Fan immediately felt a warm current flowing through his body. The lost strength quickly regenerated in his body, even a little stronger than before. Although the external injuries hadn't healed yet, it no longer affected his combat power. After restoring his strength, Mu Fan stood up, looked at the sky, then at the distant sea, and took a deep breath. From this moment on, his identity on this sea was no longer that of a navy. The Pirate Empress didn't notice Mu Fan's change at this moment. The world's most beautiful woman looked at Mu Fan with a haughty expression and said coldly, "You finished drinking the water. Then take what you saw and enter the grave together." The Pirate Empress didn't intend to give Mu Fan any chance to speak. Although Mu Fan had covered the mark of shame on her back for her, this also proved that Mu Fan had seen that mark. Since he saw it and was a man, he had to die. Sweet merry-go-round. The Pirate Empress made a heart shape with her jade, like hands, and pink-colored heart-shaped wind gusts attacked Mu Fan. "Hancock has made a move. Humph, turn into a stone, you stinky man." The members of the Nine-Snake Pirates seemed to have foreseen the fate of Mu Fan, which was petrification. However, the events that transpired next left the entire crew, particularly the Pirate Empress, utterly astonished and taken aback. The sea breeze gently caressed the air as Mu Fan stood calmly in place, seemingly untouched by the impending stone curse. The soft wind tousled his dark, tousled hair, and on his handsome face lay a trace of ironclad resolve, a testament to a decade of justice. The female warriors of the Nine-Snake Pirates stared in disbelief for several seconds, their shock momentarily eclipsing all other thoughts. Who would have imagined that amidst such foul men, one could exist who was so strikingly handsome? What a perfect match for Lady Snake. But wait, why was he not petrified? How could Lady Snake's sweet, gentle aura have no effect on a man who was nearly incapacitated by injury? Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Mu Fan. Mu Fan disregarded the astonishment of the female warriors and took the initiative to greet the Empress. He was accustomed to conversing while gripping the hilt of his sword, yet when he reached for it, he found nothing but emptiness. His sword, Destiny, had presumably been taken by Akiji and Kazara to report back to the world government. Damn it, that sword had been his companion for 6 years, aiding him in vanquishing countless foes. "Come with me to the cabin." The Pirate Empress did not share the same shock as her comrades. However, this world-renowned beauty clearly harbored many questions about Mu Fan. Before she finished speaking, she arrogantly turned and strode back to the cabin. "Foul man, prepare to be cleaved into 8 pieces." Such remarks echoed among the female warriors of the Nine-Snake Pirates. Clearly, in the eyes of the majority, even though Mu Fan had unexpectedly escaped petrification, he was still doomed to meet a grim fate. For Lady Snake harbored an intense aversion to men. Mu Fan could not help but smile wryly. He then donned an expression of restrained pain as he slowly made his way toward the cabin. Indeed, he still felt some discomfort, but it was nothing serious. However, the female warriors of the Nine Snakes had likely concluded that he was gravely injured and incapacitated. Otherwise, they would have surely launched an attack against him by now. It was understandable. Having been struck by Kizuru's merciless Ama no Murakumo, he would be lucky to escape with his life. He chuckled softly. It seemed that the world government and the Navy were now convinced that he was either dead or utterly broken. Former Rear Admiral Mu Fan, reputed to be the youngest and strongest Rear Admiral in naval history, had indeed suffered grave injuries. Otherwise, dealing with Lady Snake would surely prove troublesome. Sandersonia watched as Mu Fan entered the cabin, slightly sighing. According to the intelligence they had gathered, Mu Fan was quite formidable. The previous battle on that small island had been so intense that the Navy headquarters supposedly dispatched admirals, showcasing Mu Fan's original strength. However, that was all in the past. Lady Snake would never let a man who had witnessed the mark of disgrace go unpunished. Why is the Navy pursuing this man? Sandersonia pondered. It's strange. If the intelligence is correct, the Navy should place significant importance on him. Did he commit some unforgivable sin? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. He is destined to die anyway. As Mu Fan entered the interior of the Snake Princess, he found himself in the deepest part of the cabin, where the Empress resided. What the Empress intended to do was beyond his guess, for this world's most beautiful woman was incredibly proud. Nevertheless, now that Mu Fan had regained his strength, he need not worry excessively. He too was curious as to why the Pirate Empress wished to be alone with him. Do you know of the Flying Dragon's Claw? The Pirate Empress's unparalleled beauty was as frigid as ice. The Flying Dragon's Claw represented her deepest pain. This Mu Fan seemed to possess a familiarity with the Flying Dragon's Claw and the Celestial Dragons. The exclusive emblem of the Celestial Dragons, the Flying Dragon's Claw, was no secret. Your tone is rather indifferent. As a former Navy officer, are you not afraid of the Celestial Dragons? The Pirate Empress furrowed her brow slightly. her breathtaking beauty captivating. She was perplexed. The Navy, in a certain sense, was merely a tool for the celestial dragons. This young naval defector appeared unconcerned about the celestial dragons. Huh? Mufon laughed heartily. What a joke. Would he fear the celestial dragons? Just half a day ago, he had wielded destiny, methodically severing the heads of those celestial dragons who had tormented innocent girls. Would he fear the celestial dragons? What are you laughing at? I am asking you a question. Man, speak. Are you afraid of the celestial dragons? Or does the mark upon my back instill fear and disgust in you? A trace of urgency flashed across the Empress's flawless visage. Do you know why I am so severely injured? Mufon did not directly answer the Empress's question, but instead reclined comfortably on the nearby bed. Ah, how soft. The world government had commanded the Navy headquarters to dispatch 2 admirals to pursue me, along with thousands of elite Navy troops and my former teacher from Navy school, Black Arm Zephyr. What have you done? The Pirate Empress was deeply shocked. She did not doubt Mufon's words. After all, they had been relatively close to the island where the Navy had engaged in infighting, and she had indeed sensed several powerful presences. Moreover, the commotion from that island had been tremendous, and it had now been utterly destroyed. In summary, it seemed that Mufon's claims were not unfounded. 2 admirals, a former admiral, and thousands of elite Navy troops. Such a formidable assembly. Even with the Empress's pride, she had to admit that this was an incredibly terrifying force. So what on earth had Mufon done to provoke such a massive mobilization by the world government and Navy headquarters to hunt down a naval defector? Could it be that he had crossed the celestial dragons? Indeed, this was the only plausible explanation. With this thought in mind, the Pirate Empress cast a glance at Mufon, her eyes now tinged with a hint of admiration. To dare provoke the celestial dragons as a Navy officer. This man was indeed audacious. I killed a celestial dragon. The Pirate Empress was struck as if by lightning. Her exquisitely beautiful lips parted slightly, conveying her astonishment. You claim you killed a celestial dragon? The Empress's voice trembled slightly. She had begun to suspect the truth of his statement. After all, Mufon had no reason to lie. Even if one were to offend the celestial dragons verbally, it would become a troublesome matter once the world government's intelligence apparatus caught wind of it. Given Mufon's current identity as a naval defector, there was no need for him to fabricate such a lie. Coupled with the terrifying force pursuing him, could it be that this man truly killed a celestial dragon? Even though the Pirate Empress was now powerful and held a prestigious position, she was still deeply shocked. At the same time, she found herself increasingly intrigued by this remarkably handsome man. Do you not already have your answer? Mufon had anticipated the Empress's reaction. After all, in this world, killing a celestial dragon was a monumental event capable of shaking the very foundations of society, especially for those who had previously suffered at the hands of the celestial dragons. That I can roughly surmise the experiences you and your 2 royal sisters have endured, but the fault does not lie with you. It lies with those damned celestial dragons. That it is they who should be despised and feared. Boa Hancock, you are an empress of a nation, and simultaneously a powerful pirate empress. What right do the celestial dragons have to inflict pain upon you? Those wretches do not deserve it. These words struck the pirate empress Boa Hancock like a thunderbolt once more. Mufon's declaration had barely left his lips when the world's most beautiful woman, the pirate empress, was filled with astonishment in her starry eyes. A blush, unprecedented and profound, emerged upon her stunning visage. This man before her had uttered words she had never encountered, stirring something deep within her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for initially captivating the heart of the Pirate Empress. Choose to trigger. Option 1. Immediately defeat and capture the Pirate Empress and her sisters, delivering them to the Celestial Dragon's residence in Mariawa to seek their forgiveness and gain a chance to return to the Navy. Reward. Human fruit. Mythical beast type. Dark god form. This fruit, bearing the name of a god, can devour all things and unleash endless darkness. Option 2. Accompany the Pirate Empress to Amazon Lily and shortly thereafter head to the Navy headquarters in Marineford to reclaim the Sword Destiny. Reward. Hito Hito no Mi. Mythical Zoan. Elemental deity form. A fruit bearing the name of a god, commanding the powers of the 7 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. The sudden sound of the system made Mufon stunned for a moment. The first moment was due to his surprise at the Pirate Empress. The world's most beautiful woman, just like that, had her heart captured. Was it really that simple? The second moment was a bit of surprise at the reward of the system mission. There were actually two divine fruits, the dark deity form and the elemental deity form. To be honest, facing these two fruits, Mufan couldn't help but feel tempted, the darkness that could devour everything. And the command over the 7 great elements. What terrifying fruits these two were. As the youngest rear admiral in the history of the Navy, Mufan had come across quite a few devil fruits. Naturally, there were Logia-type devil fruits among them. However, Mufan didn't take any of them because his goal was not just to become an admiral of the Navy, so he was very cautious in choosing devil fruits. He would rather have none than settle for less. Originally, Mufan was rather fond of the Goro Goro no Mi, but unfortunately, it had been eaten by Enel, who also lost to Monkey D. Luffy.it was really a disgrace to the Goro Goro no Mi therefore. A powerful and suitable devil fruit was exactly what Mufan needed at the moment, and the reward of this system mission was rather opportune. As for the choice, Mufan didn't hesitate at all that he and the world government had different paths and couldn't work together. Moreover, those despicable celestial dragons, did they deserve to have the world's most beautiful woman? Mufan, you're getting too close that I'm feeling a bit hot. The space in the cabin wasn't very spacious. Both Mufan and the Pirate Empress were quite tall. Thus, the space seemed a bit cramped. And the distance between them was less than half a meter, and Mufan could even see the fine beads of fragrant sweat emerging on the Empress's jade-like neck. The world's most beautiful woman had a curvaceous and extremely alluring figure. At such a close distance, even Mufan found it a bit hard to control himself. Mufan, I'm quite fond of you. At this moment, the Pirate Empress somehow summoned up a surge of courage. And her peerless face was filled with shyness. Mufan was well aware of the principle of playing hard to get, especially when dealing with an arrogant queen like the Empress. However, it was really difficult to handle the world's most beautiful woman, perhaps have a slightly deeper conversation, so as to have a multi-angled and in-depth understanding, as Mufan and the Empress involuntarily moved closer to each other. The atmosphere became tense. The Pirate Empress's peerless face was blushing even more deeply. Her fair and delicate cheeks seemed as if they could drip water. Bang! Just as Mufan and the Empress were about to experience the intense passion. The cabin door was suddenly smashed open violently. Sister Hancock, why is there no sound at all? Are you okay? It turned out that Sonia and Marigold, seeing that there was no movement in the cabin for a long time, burst in with several elite female warriors out of worried as a result. As soon as the door opened, they saw an extremely hot scene at this moment. The eyes of all the Kuja female warriors present almost simultaneously turned into hearts. And they spurted out nosebleeds, because at this time, the Empress was really too beautiful, extremely sexy. All of you get out of here this instant. The Pirate Empress's blushing face instantly turned as cold as ice. In a hurry, she raised her jade-like finger, and the Empress was extremely angry. Sonia and her sister were almost stunned. What the hell was going on? Why was Sister Hancock hugging and being so intimate with a naval traitor? What a joke. That scoundrel should have been chopped into 8 pieces and thrown into the sea to feed the fish by now. So what was the deal with him lying on Sister Hancock's dragon bed? They felt as if the sky they believed in had collapsed. Hancock, calm down. They're just worried about you. Mufan composed himself, suppressed the surging passion, and then tried to persuade the Empress as soon as these words were spoken. The Kuja female warriors were all startled and quickly retreated as a whole. This guy must be courting death. How dare he lecture Lady Hancock? Lady Hancock is high above everyone else. How could she listen to others? All right, is this a request to me? I will surely do well. This is the tempestuous storm of love? Everyone, including Sonia and her sister, stared blankly at the Empress, who was as docile as a kitten in front of Mufan. Their worldviews were almost shattered. If they weren't certain that the woman in front of them was indeed Lady Hancock, they would never have believed this scene. How could the world-renowned, most beautiful woman, the Amazon Lily Empress, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the arrogant Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, be so gentle to a man? It was simply unbelievable, but the fact was right in front of their eyes. And they had no choice but to believe it. The tempestuous storm of love? Mufan murmured, then got up and was about to leave the cabin. Mufan, where are you going? The Pirate Empress asked anxiously. Going out to get some air. You should tidy up your clothes first. Mufan didn't turn back. Habitually, he reached for the hilt of his sword again, but grabbed nothing once more. He sighed and walked out of the cabin. The Battle of Marineford. The famous sword, Tianming, the devil fruit. Marine headquarters, just wait. When I, Mu Fan, set foot on Marineford again, what kind of reaction will you, the world government, and the entire Navy have? Marine headquarters. Marineford. In the Marshal's office, fleet, Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha was holding his head, looking a bit unwell. Today, not only did the Navy lose a promising future, but he was also under a great deal of pressure. Opposite Sengoku stood a naval vice, admiral standing with a sword across her body. To be precise, she was a candidate for admiral, vice, Admiral Mamoto Shiomi. At this moment, this candidate for admiral was menacing, and her delicate hand never left her sword. Kingyo, Marshal Sengoku, did Mu Fan really court death? Mamoto's voice was a bit tremulous. Mu Fan was the junior she had recommended to enter the Naval Academy. Was the future of a naval officer really ruined for the sake of a celestial dragon who had harmed civilians? Mu Fan took a full force Yada no Kagami head on. Even if he was still alive, his strength must have been completely destroyed. Sengoku didn't conceal the truth that in fact, he also felt regret for Mu Fan's possible death. After all, that was the youngest rear admiral in the history of the Navy. Originally, Sengoku thought that within 5 or 6 years, Mu Fan would surely reach the strength of an admiral. Damn Kazu. Mamoto, Shiomi's beautiful eyes couldn't help but shed tears, like crystal raindrops. Shiomi, we are the Navy. And Mu Fan was once one of us. Some things are inevitable. This is his fate. Go and guard your post. The Navy is going to face an unprecedented war soon. Fleet. Admiral Sengoku comforted her. After Mamoto left, Sengoku's gaze became even more complicated. Whether Mu Fan was alive or dead was unknown. The famous sword, Tianming, had been retrieved, so he could temporarily give an account to the celestial dragons. But for the Navy, losing Mu Fan was a huge blow to morale, and this also meant that the upcoming Great War would be even more difficult for the Navy. After all, the Navy's opponent was the man the world's strongest. On the Perfume, Yuda's ship. Ever since what happened in the cabin spread throughout the ship, no Kuja female warrior dared to disturb Mu Fan anymore. Even the way quite a number of female warriors looked at Mu Fan had changed. It was full of awe. After all, this was the first time they had seen someone who could make Lady Hancock gentle. Moreover, Mu Fan was so handsome and had such an extraordinary temperament. Although the Kuja tribe was known as a martial race, as women, they couldn't help but have a gossipy side. Now, quite a few female warriors had gathered together to discuss the names of the future children of the Empress and Mu Fan. After promising the Empress that he would return to Amazon Lily with her, Mu Fan walked to the top of the Sea King's serpent and sat cross-legged, as his external injuries didn't seem to have healed yet. The Empress was very considerate and bandaged him up. That Mu Fan didn't refuse and rather enjoyed it this moment. He faced the sea breeze and gazed at the boundless ocean. The last time he stood on the bow of a ship to enjoy the scenery was on a Navy warship. At that time, he was still a rear admiral of the Navy, and Tianming was still hanging from his waist. Unfortunately, now everything has changed. He would surely retrieve Tianming, but he would never be a Navy again. In fact, Mu Fan didn't harbor hatred towards the Navy. After all, it was where he had lived for nearly a decade. Moreover, there were many elders and companions of Mu Fan in the Navy. For instance, Aunt Peach Rabbit, who had always been kind to him, taught him swordsmanship, and recommended him to the Navy Academy. There were also elders like Teacher Zifa and Lieutenant General Crane, who treated him well. Among the young Navy personnel, there were quite a few of his contemporaries and friends, such as Hina, Smoker, Tashiji, and so on. However, all these were in the past. Mu Fan's friendship with these elders and friends still remained. But their stances had completely changed. Perhaps they would meet each other on the battlefield in the future. Mu Fan had already made arrangements for what was to come. Firstly, he had to go to Marineford to retrieve Tianming and obtain that god-like devil fruit. As for how much he would participate in the Battle of Marineford, that would depend on the circumstances. But since Mu Fan was no longer a Navy and had formed a deadly feud with the Celestial Dragons, it was necessary for him to build his own power. Since the world government was heartless and the Navy was like a puppet, then he would rule the sea and establish his own order of justice. The lofty celestial dragons would one day fall from their divine thrones and atone for the heinous crimes they had committed over the past 800 years. Of course, all these were future matters. Mu Fan just wanted to rest for 2 days to heal his external injuries. Going to Amazon Lily was a good choice. This secluded country wouldn't be disturbed. Of course, the crucial thing was that the Empress was there. Bang! Just as Mu Fan was pondering over life, suddenly a pitch-black cannonball came hurtling towards the Sea King Serpent. Mu Fan slightly furrowed his brows. This was the first half of the Grand Line. How dare someone provoke a Shichibukai? Boom! The cannonball was detonated in mid-air, 10 meters away from the Sea King Serpent, by Long Dan, the sniper of the Kuja pirates. But a volley of over a dozen cannonballs came crashing down. After all, the Kuja pirates were a Shichibukai crew and easily destroyed the dozen or so cannonballs. However, soon a pirate ship twice as large as the Sea King Serpent came speeding towards them. On the Jolly Roger of the pirate ship was engraved a hand and a withered flower. The pirate, flower, destroying Discermi, with a bounty of 150 million berries. Such a mediocre fellow dared to provoke the Pirate Empress? Seeing the approaching pirate ship, Mu Fan sneered disdainfully. This pirate had been on his must-kill list, but he defected from the Navy before it was his turn. Unexpectedly, they would meet here. However, Mu Fan was really speechless. Even if this Discermi was a madman who took pleasure in plundering and women, he shouldn't have dared to provoke the Pirate Empress. Was he out of his mind? With the enemy ship approaching, the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, instantly appeared out of the cabin and came to Mu Fan's side. My dear, don't worry, I won't let anyone harm you. Whoever dares to touch you, I'll cut him into 8 pieces and feed him to the fish. The peerless face of the world's most beautiful woman was full of determination and coldness, but it turned crimson again when she looked at Mu Fan. She didn't care whether Mu Fan had lost all his strength. The man she fell in love with, as long as she loved him, that was enough. This tempest of love was truly hard to resist. But it's okay, he's just a reckless nobody. Mu Fan was taken aback. The Empress's affectionate my dear had really caught him off guard. Even though the world's most beautiful woman was love-struck. This progress was a bit too fast, but it was exactly to his taste. Lulalala, worthy of being the world's most beautiful woman. You're so beautiful. Boa Hancock, come into my embrace that I'll cherish you well. On the enemy pirate ship, a burly and ugly pirate was shouting wildly. Flower, destroying Discermi, with a bounty of 150 million berries, was a fairly strong pirate in the first half of the Grand Line, but he lacked brains. He actually dared to set his sights on Sister Hancock. Sister Hancock, let us go and wipe out these villains. Sonia and Marigold, the 2 sisters, angrily volunteered. No need that I'll turn these detestable men into stone myself. Then cut them into 8 pieces and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. The Pirate Empress's gaze left Mu Fan and became cold and haughty again. For the proud Empress, men who dared to provoke her must pay the price. Except for Mu Fan, no one could control her. Let me do it. Can you give me a knife, Hancock? Mu Fan suddenly said he thought that he shouldn't harm the poor fish. What kind of fish could swallow stone chunks? Of course, mainly he wanted to test how much his strength had recovered. Mu Fan you. The peerless face of the Pirate Empress showed a look of shock. The next moment, she covered her lips with her jade-like hand, and her beautiful eyes were full of emotion. Mu Fan was protecting her, wasn't he? Just like a husband protecting his wife. Was this love? Mu Fan surely loved her. The Pirate Empress almost lost her footing and fell, but fortunately, Marigold caught her in time. Mu Fan, don't overdo it. The opponent is a pirate with a bounty of 150 million berries. You're so seriously injured that it's better not to take risks. Sonia persuaded Mu Fan. Obviously, she didn't believe that Mu Fan could defeat Discermi. However, even so, she still drew a knife and handed it to Mu Fan. She thought that perhaps Mu Fan's incompetent and show-off behavior could make Sister Hancock regain some sense. After all, the Pirate Empress was acting really strangely today, especially in front of Mu Fan. Thanks that Mu Fan took the knife and didn't pay attention to Sonia's little thoughts, that he knew that although the Empress was love-struck, the Kuja tribe was known as a fighting nation and naturally worshipped the strong. If he didn't show absolute strength, even if he was with the Empress, there would be no peace. There would definitely be a lot of petty actions. When Mu Fan took the knife and walked towards the bow, facing the enemy, the female warriors of the Kuja pirates present all clenched their hands and prayed. They prayed that Mu Fan could defeat the enemy. Of course, although they prayed, at least except for the Empress. No one thought Mu Fan would win. After all, Mu Fan looked seriously injured, and it seemed that all his major joints were damaged. His strength must have been reduced to less than 1/10. And the opponent, no matter what, was a fierce pirate with a bounty of 150 million berries. Hey, who are you? Why is there a man on the Pirate Empress's ship? I remember. You seem to be a Navy. How could you be in such a down and out state and get together with the Pirate Empress? Could you be a gigolo living off the Empress, Navy brat? Lalalala, at this time. The pirate Discermi laughed wildly that in fact, he knew Mu Fan's identity. After all, Mu Fan was quite famous in the Navy. If he had met Mu Fan yesterday, he would definitely have turned around and run away. But now, things were different. It had spread throughout this sea area that the strongest and youngest rear admiral in the history of the Navy had committed an extremely evil act, was defeated by an admiral dispatched by the Navy, and went missing that he was either dead or disabled. What good luck he had. He actually ran into such an unlucky guy that if he could cut off the head of the strongest rear admiral in the history of the Navy and send it to the Navy, he might even be able to become a Shichibukai. Then, as a Shichibukai, he could hold the Pirate Empress in his arms and plunder and play with women legally. Wouldn't that be extremely enjoyable? At this thought, Discermi laughed maniacally. Lalalala, buzz. Just as Discermi was envisioning the future, an extremely powerful spiritual pressure oscillated out with Mu Fan as the core. When that powerful spiritual coercion rippled out, everyone in the entire area, except for the Pirate Empress, was stunned into a daze. Even all the crew members of the pirate Dasami fainted on the deck due to their inability to withstand the intense spiritual impact. And Dasami himself, at this moment, was like a puppet with dilated pupils, cold sweat streaming down his face, and not moving an inch. Such formidable conqueror's hockey, a kingly aptitude found in 1 out of a million. Truly worthy of being the man I've taken a fancy to. My judgment is truly exceptional. The Pirate Empress held her blushing pretty face with her delicate hand, getting lost in self-indulgent reverie. When Sandersonia and the others finally came to their senses, the scenes unfolding before their eyes left them dumbfounded. Behold, a slash as dazzling as a rainbow, piercing the sun, flashed across the sky. The pirate Dasami, with a bounty of 150 million berries, had his head severed in an instant, and blood gushed out profusely. Even that huge pirate ship, which was more than twice the size of the perfume snake, was split in two and was rapidly sinking. Everyone, including the 2 imperial sisters, was deeply shocked. Just one slash, completely wiped out a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Coupled with that rare, kingly aptitude. Is this the strength of the youngest and most powerful rear admiral in the history of the Navy, Mu Fan? What kind of man exactly is he? But shouldn't Mu Fan be severely injured and his strength completely drained? How could he still possess such formidable power? The female warriors of the Kuja pirates were stunned for a long time, but then they erupted into cheers. They were celebrating Mu Fan's victory. After the battle, before the ship sank, Mu Fan rescued all the civilians imprisoned on Dasami's pirate ship. The vast majority of them were pitiful young women. The Dasami pirate crew had committed numerous atrocities, and being buried at the bottom of the sea was their just deserts. But the civilians plundered and imprisoned by the Dasami pirate crew were innocent. Mu Fan left intact lifeboats for these civilians. During this process, Mu Fan let out a slight sigh. Although he was no longer in the Navy, his occupational habits remained. At least, there was still a sense of justice within him when encountering those heinous pirates. He couldn't help but step in and annihilate them. Mu Fan's action this time almost won the favor of all the members of the Kuja pirates. Even the 2 imperial sisters' views of Mu Fan had improved significantly. Sandersonia even apologized to Mu Fan for her previous petty thoughts. Mu Fan naturally didn't care about these things. He was thinking about one matter. During this period, among the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, the ones causing the most commotion were the so-called supernovas led by Straw Hat Luffy, Captain Kidd, and Trafalgar Law. That's right. The current timeline is on the eve of the Marineford War. Before he furiously killed a celestial dragon, the Navy had already released the news of the impending execution of Fire Fist Ace to lure the Whitebeard pirates into a trap, and a day ago, that guy Kizuru led the science force to Sabaody Archipelago on a mission. Presumably, it was to deal with the supernovas one by one. Mu Fan didn't have too many opinions about the so-called supernova pirates and Straw Hat Luffy's group. It's just a pity that Mu Fan was a rear admiral of the Navy. If they were in his jurisdiction, none of these supernovas would be able to rise to prominence. Especially that Captain Eustace Kidd, in order to obtain a high bounty, he wantonly destroyed towns, burned, killed, and looted. Such pirates didn't deserve to live. As for Straw Hat Luffy, this chosen one was indeed a bit special. Mu Fan had been in the Navy for 10 years, rising from an ordinary seaman to the youngest rear admiral in history, he knew that this world was extremely complex. Take Straw Hat Luffy, for example. His background was so formidable that ordinary Navy wouldn't dare to touch him easily. After all, among the young Navy officers, who hadn't received some favor from the hero garb, initially, thinking that he was chasing the position of the king with just a rubber fruit was quite a passionate story. But who would have thought that even after the rubber fruit awakened, it turned out to be the mythical Zoan-type god fruit in the Nika form. Therefore, Mufan maintained a neutral attitude towards these top-tier second-generation figures in the pirate world. He didn't have much favor towards them, as long as there was no conflict between them. There wouldn't be any hostility either, but presumably, he would be meeting Straw Hat Luffy soon, judging from the timeline. Straw Hat Luffy should be on Amazon Lily right now. According to the original plot development, Luffy accidentally won the heart of the Pirate Empress on Amazon Lily and almost gained the support of the entire Amazon Lily kingdom. Unfortunately, this time it was intercepted by Mufan. What? Worried that the Pirate Empress would be snatched away by Luffy. If Mufan didn't have that much confidence and strength, what kind of Navy traitor would he be? He even dared to kill a celestial dragon, let alone others, during the return journey of Mufan, the Pirate Empress, and the others to Amazon Lily. A Navy battleship had already stopped on the route of the Perfume Snake. And the commander of this Navy battleship was Vice Admiral Mamanga of the Navy. Half a day ago, Vice Admiral Mamanga received another temporary mission besides summoning the Pirate Empress. To search for the Navy traitor Mufan, whose life or death was unknown. Regarding this temporary mission, Vice Admiral Mamanga didn't take it seriously. He wasn't familiar with Mufan and wasn't in the same faction. So, he didn't feel any pity. Since Mufan's life or death was uncertain, and even if he survived, he was likely to be a useless person. There was no need to waste energy on the search. After all, there were more important things to do. The Navy was about to face an unprecedented war. In comparison, Mufan was insignificant in the eyes of truly top-tier powerhouses. Experts like him and Mufan couldn't be decisive forces. That's why the Navy needed to summon all the Shichibukai. Vice Admiral Mamanga, the ship of the Kuja pirates has appeared. Mufan, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking of me? Inside the cabin of the Perfume Snake. After fantasizing about the entire process of falling in love, getting married, and having children, the Pirate Empress finally couldn't resist coming close to Mufan. That time, Mufan was studying the system. Unexpectedly, he was startled by the Pirate Empress and almost fell. However, due to losing his balance, he fell towards the Pirate Empress with affectionate eyes. Coincidentally, two passionate breaths began their first touch. Then they intertwined. The atmosphere gradually heated up. The Mufan's feeling at this moment could only be described with one word. Wonderful. Just as the atmosphere was getting more intense, and Mufan was about to get to know the world's most beautiful woman in his arms better. Suddenly, the cabin door was knocked again. The world's most beautiful woman, a Shichibukai, the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock's blushing, peerless face was filled with uncontrollable anger. Lady Snake, a Navy battleship has been discovered ahead. A Navy Vice Admiral wants to see you, coughed the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. At this moment on the Navy battleship, Vice Admiral Mamanga of the Navy was lying on the deck, looking at the Pirate Empress with resentful eyes, and on his left hand, there were actually 5 daggers stuck in it. Blood was flowing continuously, and it was estimated that his entire left hand was almost useless. But he had no choice. If he didn't take this method, even he couldn't resist the Pirate Empress's petrification ability. Most of his subordinate sailors had already been turned into stone. What a disaster. He just came to summon a Shichibukai. He didn't know what had gotten into this Pirate Empress. When she boarded the ship, before he could finish a single sentence, the Pirate Empress started large-scale petrification. Then, without saying a word, she directly led people to plunder the Navy battleship and took away all the valuable things. Vice Admiral Mamanga still hadn't figured it out why ETASA Shichibukai. Why did Boa Hancock act so harshly towards the Navy? Did he offend this woman? Damn it. Encountering Mamanga on the way to Amazon Lily was something Mufan had anticipated. He just didn't expect this guy to arrive so coincidentally. If the Pirate Empress didn't have some scruples, Mamanga might have been chopped into pieces today. Mufan and Mamanga had an ordinary relationship and were not in the same faction within the Navy. Vice Admiral Mamanga of the belonged to the faction of Admiral Akainu, and Mufan didn't have an obvious faction. If anything, he was extremely close to the candidate Admiral Momoa. Therefore, it can be considered that they belonged to the same faction as Taudu. And the relationship between Tautu and Akainu is not very amicable. After all, the justice that Akainu espouses is far too extreme. Although there are quite a number of Marines following him, there are equally a fair number who oppose him. Thus, in order not to expose his whereabouts, Mufon did not show himself. If he were to be discovered by Flying Squirrel, it would surely be rather troublesome. Moreover, he intended to give the world government and the entire Marine a pleasant surprise. After plundering Flying Squirrel's Marine battleship, the Perfumed Serpent sailed into the calm belt. Amazon Lily was within sight. Mufon unleashed his observation haki and discovered that there were indeed quite a number of giant sea kings beneath the sea surface. And this stretch of sea truly had not even a wisp of wind. The calm belt lived up to its reputation. One couldn't help but wonder that if Straw Hat Luffy were given a small boat, with his luck as the chosen one of fate, whether he could successfully leave the calm belt and appear at Marineford. However, it should still be possible. After all, that guy managed to survive even inside a wine barrel. Just thinking about how in the future, when Straw Hat Luffy was fighting Kaido of the Beasts, he withstood the flames and shouted that because I have perseverance. Mufon couldn't help but want to laugh. It really seems like the author of One Piece has run out of ideas. Unfortunately, for Mufon, this world is real, not virtual. Does Straw Hat Luffy want to become the Pirate King? Then he truly has to fight with all his might. If one day they become enemies, Mufon will show no mercy. Not even a bit. When the Perfumed Serpent entered the port of Amazon Lily, thousands of Amazon Lily citizens had already been waiting at the port to welcome the return of the Empress. To the great surprise of all the citizens, their Empress had actually brought back a man. Men were prohibited from entering Amazon Lily, which was an ironclad rule of the kingdom. However, the Pirate Empress didn't seem to have any intention of explaining to the citizens. With just a whatever I do is right, she conquered all the citizens. Regarding this, Mufon could only say that the world's most beautiful woman is not merely a beauty, is it possible that she is also a powerful weapon? Mufon and Hancock sat together in the dragon carriage, and the muscular women of the Kuja tribe escorted them to the palace, looking at the uniformly valiant Kuja female warriors all around. Mufon enjoyed the present comfort. During his tenure in the Marines, he either trained every day or went on missions to kill enemies. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed some leisurely time. And looking at the Pirate Empress who protected him everywhere and was extremely kind to him, Mufon was also deeply touched. It's not easy to find a woman who, once in love, loves permanently and passionately. He cherished this very much. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would help the Empress avenge those celestial dragons who had once enslaved her and her two sisters. He would give the Empress true pride. After arriving at the palace of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, under Mufon's deliberate reminder, the members of the Kuja pirates quickly discovered Straw Hat Luffy, who was running around on the island, and brought him before Mufon and the Pirate Empress. Regarding Luffy, the Pirate Empress didn't even glance at him. If it weren't for Mufon's presence, she probably would have already cut him into 8 pieces. Hey, I know you, Shui-fan. The moment Luffy saw Mufon, he was as excited as if he had seen a relative. Mufon was speechless. You're the one called Shui. Your whole family is called Shui. Huh, did I remember wrongly? Jin-fan. Huofan. Tu-fan. It can't be Tai-fan, right? Strange. Grandpa mentions you to me every time we meet. Strange. What was it exactly? Straw Hat Luffy grabbed his hair, trying hard to remember Mufon's name. Before setting sail, every time they met, Grandpa would show him photos of the person in front of him getting promoted or receiving awards to tempt him to become a Marine. Over time, although he was blind, he still remembered the general appearance of this person. Only the name was a bit uncertain. My name is Mufon, Mufon replied with a dark face, holding down Hancock's jade-like hand because the latter couldn't help but want to split the straw hat into 8 pieces. Huh. That's right. That's the name. My grandpa often mentions you to me. Hello, Shui-fan. I'm Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy grinned widely. Mufon was truly speechless at this point. This Luffy had better be really stupid if he was deliberately trying to get closer to others in this way. It would be a bit terrifying. Hey, right. You're a Marine. And a Marine my grandpa thinks highly of. So, are you here to arrest me? All of a sudden, Straw Hat Luffy's expression became serious, and he assumed a stance ready to fight. In Luffy's opinion, a Marine recognized by his grandpa must not be an ordinary person. That he and his companions had already paid the price for their arrogance in Sabaody Archipelago. There were numerous powerful people in the Marines. The guy in front of him must also be an outstanding one in the Marines. He still had to find his companions and couldn't be arrested. I'm no longer a Marine, Straw Hat Luffy. I have a piece of news that I believe you really want to know. I'll tell you this news as a way to thank Vice Admiral Garp for his favorable opinion over the years, Mufon said calmly. But his tone was unshakable. He didn't know if Luffy could understand what he said. In any case, the next time he met Luffy, if there was a conflict, he wouldn't show Garp any face. What news? Do you know where my companions are? Luffy asked eagerly. The most urgent thing for him now was to reunite with his companions. If he could know where they were now, it would save a lot of trouble. It's not about that. Only Bartholomew Kuma himself can control the locations where he sent people flying with his palm strike. Mufon shook his head. Of course he knew where Robin, Zoro, and other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were. But he had no obligation to tell Luffy, right? The news I want to tell you concerns another person, your brother, Portgas Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates in the New World. Fire Fist Ace is about to be publicly executed at Marineford, the headquarters of the Marines. Ding. A choice is triggered. Option 1. Persuade the Pirate Empress to help Straw Hat Luffy go to Impel Down with the host. Reward. Wazamono Grade Famous Sword, Orochi. Option 2. Don't interfere in Straw Hat Luffy's affairs and send him out of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Reward. Wazamono Grade Famous Sword. Shura. Just as Straw Hat Luffy showed an expression of disbelief and shock, Mufon's system also triggered a choice. The rewards for these two tasks this time were both Wazamono Grade Famous Swords. Before Mufon went to the Marine headquarters to retrieve the Heavenly Mandate, they could serve as a transition. Ace, this can't be true. How could Ace be caught by the Marines? Straw Hat Luffy murmured almost in a daze. In his opinion, Ace was very powerful. How could he be caught by the Marines? However, when he took out Ace's Burning Fever card, he believed it. His brother, Fire Fist Ace, had really been caught by the Marines and was about to be executed. Where is Ace being held now? Mufon. Straw Hat Luffy's expression became uncharacteristically serious as he looked at the composed Mufon and asked, since Mufon knew this news, he must also know where Ace was being held, right? He had to go and save Ace. For now, he should be held in Impel Down. Mufon glanced at Luffy and said, where is Impel Down? I'm going to save Ace. Quickly, Straw Hat Luffy regained his fighting spirit with a wave of his fist. He was about to go and rescue Ace. Mufon couldn't help but smile wryly upon seeing this. Admittedly, this fellow was truly optimistic. He was also quite loyal. However, Mufon didn't wish to get involved with Straw Hat for the time being. After all, given Luffy's knack for getting into trouble, he was bound to stir up trouble wherever he went, especially in Impel Down.as for Mufon, before ascending to Marineford and reclaiming his destiny. It was best not to expose his identity and strength. Otherwise, once the intelligence department of the world government discovered that he was not only alive but also had his strength intact, there was no doubt that he would be pursued with all the might of the world government. At the very least, numerous troublesome CP0 agents would be dispatched to continuously investigate and hunt him down. In that case, all his operations would surely become extremely troublesome. As for how to get to Marineford, Mufon already had his own plans. After all, he was, once a young rear admiral in the history of the Navy. 10 years in the Navy was not spent in vain. After obtaining the approximate location of Impel Down, Straw Hat Luffy started clamoring to leave, saying that he had to rescue Fire Fist Ace immediately. Mufon, regardless of whether this fellow had any other ideas, simply took the opportunity. He asked Sandersonia to prepare a small boat for Luffy and sent the latter out of the comm belt. This was only out of respect for Vice Admiral Garp that Mufon did so. After all, before this, he and Luffy had never met, let alone had any sort of friendship. They asked for whether Luffy could successfully reach Marineford in the end. That would depend on his own luck. During the entire process of Mufon's interaction with Luffy, the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock didn't even glance at Luffy. Her peerless, beautiful eyes were filled with Mufon's figure. Regarding this, Mufon expressed that it was within his expectations. After seeing Straw Hat Luffy off, Hancock announced and ordered a national banquet was to be held to welcome Mufon's arrival. All of a sudden, all the citizens of the Amazon Lily Kingdom became extremely interested in this man, who was rumored to have conquered the Empress, and even made Lady Snake Princess break the kingdom's ironclad rules and enter the Daughter Island. After all, according to the news spread from the palace, the mysterious man beside Lady Snake Princess was extremely handsome. regarding the kind of sensation that would be caused by the sudden appearance of a legendary handsome man in a country populated entirely by women. One could perhaps refer to the scene when Tang Sung arrived in the women's kingdom at the banquet on Daughter Island. Mu Fan was eating the dazzling array of delicious food, but his expression was somewhat constrained. He was indeed the strongest rear admiral in the history of the Navy, and he had indeed slain countless pirates and commanded thousands of sailors. However, facing tens of thousands of nine-snake female warriors with hot figures and beautiful looks, as well as their burning gazes, this was truly the first time for Mu Fan that Mu Fan was even certain that if the Empress hadn't been by his side all the time, these tens of thousands of female warriors might have swarmed up and devoured him alive. That scene, was simply unthinkable. The banquet lasted until evening. After it ended, Mu Fan and the Pirate Empress returned to the palace together. The Empress didn't mention the Navy's conscription of the Shichibukai, and Mu Fan didn't ask either, as this was related to the national affairs of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. However, even if Mu Fan didn't ask, someone would surely bring up this matter. Not long after the Empress and Mu Fan returned to the palace, the two were admiring the 5 stars in the sky. Yes, 5 bright stars, just as the atmosphere was gradually heating up. An old woman, a snake-headed staff, burst into the palace with 2 newspapers. Granny Nyan, Gloriosa. At this moment, the Pirate Empress's peerless face darkened to the extreme. Why was she always interrupted when she was being intimate with Mu Fan? With a kick, the Empress kicked Granny Nyan out of the window. Bang! Mu Fan didn't even have time to stop her. Yes, really didn't have time. Although Granny Nyan was old, she was quite sturdy. She soon appeared in front of the Empress and Mu Fan again. She stared at Mu Fan, then looked at the news in her hand. Suddenly, she was stunned. This former Empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom now showed an expression of extreme horror. You are Rear Admiral. No, former Rear Admiral Mu Fan, Granny Nyan asked, her voice trembling. Yes, hello, Granny. I'm Mu Fan. Mu Fan smiled. He wasn't the least bit surprised by Granny Nyan's reaction, because on the front page of the news in Granny Nyan's hand was Mu Fan's wanted poster. This Granny Nyan had made mistakes when she was young and abandoned her kingdom. In her old age, she had always wanted to protect the Amazon Lily. Plus, she had wide knowledge, so naturally, she was terrified by Mu Fan's arrival. Snake Princess, quickly, kill him. This man will bring great trouble to the kingdom, and may even cause the Amazon Lily to perish. Granny Nyan jumped to the side of the Empress, looking at Mu Fan with ill intent and anxiously urging. Gloriosa, know your place. I am the Empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Mu Fan is the man I've fallen in love with. You want me to kill my fiancé, the royal son-in-law of the kingdom? Granny Nyan? Granny Nyan was stunned. Her pupils dilated as if struck by lightning. She never expected that the Snake Princess, who had always been extremely disgusted with men, would one day fall in love with a man. That was not enough. She even fell in love with a naval traitor who had just committed an extremely evil act. What extraordinary qualities did this man named Mu Fan possess? The youngest and strongest Rear Admiral in the history of the Navy, hailed as the most promising candidate for the future Admiral of the Navy, committed an extremely evil act, defected from the Navy, and abandoned a bright future, conquered the heart of the Snake Princess. Such incidents all concentrated on one man. It was incredible, but these were not reasons for the Snake Princess to act willfully. This man named Mu Fan was surely a huge disaster for the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Even if the Snake Princess was one of the Shichibukai, Snake Princess, this is not the time for you to be willful. That I still regret the mistakes I made back then, that I hope you won't go down the wrong path. This man is not your good match. Granny Nyan was determined to persuade the Empress, not even caring if she would anger this proud Snake Princess. As soon as she finished speaking, before the Empress completely lost her temper, Mu Fan stepped forward and asked, Granny Nyan, can you show me the newspapers in your hand? Although I don't know how you bewitched the Snake Princess, the Amazon Lily doesn't welcome you. Granny Nyan looked at Mu Fan coldly, her tone harsh, but still handed the 2 newspapers in her hand to Mu Fan. Mu Fan stopped the Empress, who was about to fly into a rage and beat Granny Nyan, and then opened the newspapers. The Snake Princess would actually listen to such a man. This man. Granny Nyan's eyes kept flickering, her expression full of confusion and shock. Mu Fan flipped through the newspapers. The first one was the news earlier released by the Navy headquarters about the execution of Fire Fist Ace. It seemed that Granny Nine's original intention should have been to persuade the Empress to answer the conscription and go to Marineford, but coincidentally, there was news about him in today's paper. Soon, Mu Fan saw the emergency wanted poster published by the world government in the latest newspaper. Emergency wanted poster, reward target, naval trader, Mu Fan, reward, 1 billion or 100 million berries for capturing, killing him, or providing reliable clues. Remarks, dead or alive. Special reminder, a naval trader who has committed an extremely evil act. According to reliable information, this person is seriously injured and disabled, with his strength weakened. Anyone can capture or kill him or provide reliable information to the world government and the Navy to obtain the reward. Additionally, no pirate organization or country shall shelter this person. Otherwise, the Buster Call will be launched to annihilate them. After reading this special wanted poster, Mu Fan became a bit more vigilant. It seemed that he had underestimated the degree of resentment the world government had towards him. Could the celestial dragon he killed have some special identity? Otherwise, it would be somewhat excessive, wouldn't it? Given this, is it possible that numerous members of CP organizations are currently searching for him? Although no abnormalities have been detected so far, Mu Fan remains on high alert. Fortunately, the reward from his previous mission, the renowned blade, Xiao Luo, has already been credited to him, resting within the confines of the system space. The world government is truly laughable. How dare they claim to possess reliable information? They are nothing but a bunch of trash. Anyone who dares to harm my beloved shall face a gruesome fate. Upon seeing Mu Fan's bounty notice, the Pirate Empress exhibited little confusion, instead wearing a hint of mockery upon her unparalleled visage. Firstly, this bounty precisely validates that Mu Fan did indeed slay a celestial dragon. Secondly, how absurd that the world government and marine headquarters genuinely believe Mu Fan to be gravely injured and incapacitated. How ridiculous. The prowess he displayed when dispatching the pirate Desami, with his exceptional swordsmanship and formidable aura, was enough to make even her feel challenged. The man she has set her sights on is remarkably strong. If the world government and marine headquarters trust such so-called intelligence, they shall undoubtedly pay the price. Snake Princess, the fate of the kingdom hangs in the balance. You cannot act recklessly. Moreover, as for that boy Mu Fan, it seems he has only sustained minor injuries. Granny Nyo maintained a serious demeanor. However, in her view, Mu Fan did appear to be wounded. Yet, judging by his mental and physical state, it did not seem to be a serious injury. Certainly not the so-called grievously injured and incapacitated condition stated in the bounty. Could it be an act? Or perhaps the intelligence from the world government and marine headquarters is flawed? How peculiar. Rest assured, dear Granny, I shall not bring trouble to Daughter Island, of course, unless you intend to capture me and deliver me to the world government. Mu Fan replied with a smile, though his words carried an undertone of testing. Being new here, even though the Empress is infatuated with him, he is not well versed in the customs and conditions of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Given the unusual circumstances, he must tread carefully until he possesses enough strength to instill fear in the world government. Humph. Granny Nyo snorted coldly, disregarding Mu Fan. Who could tell whether the lad spoke truth or falsehood? As a former marine-turned-trader, his identity alone warrants utmost caution. It is baffling how Snake Princess could fall in love with such a man. Gloriosa, I shall reiterate, mind your words. He, Mu Fan, is the man I have fallen for. At this point, the Pirate Empress was on the verge of losing her temper. Were it not for Mu Fan's constant intervention, she would have kicked this old hag miles away long ago. Granny Nyo, you must have other matters to discuss with Hancock. I shall take my leave, Mu Fan stated. Wherever you go, I shall accompany you. The Pirate Empress was taken aback at Mu Fan's intent to leave. Instinctively grasping the hem of his garment, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. Witnessing this scene, Granny Nyo's face darkened with annoyance. Look at that. Where has the dignity and authority of the Pirate Empress gone? I am injured and require rest. We have plenty of time ahead, so do not rush. I shall return to the room arranged by Sandersonia, Mu Fan replied, gently removing the Empress's hand. The Empress nodded, her expression resembling that of a child forbidden from playing with a toy. However, she soon grasped the crux of the matter. Plenty of time ahead. Yes, plenty of time ahead. The moment Mu Fan departed from the palace of the Pirate Empress and Granny Nyo, he fully unleashed his observation haki. Indeed, he had mastered the 3 types of haki, though he had yet to reach the pinnacle of perfection. Nevertheless, at this moment, it was more than sufficient. For instance, he quickly detected two intriguing individuals. Upon returning to the room arranged by Sandersonia, Mu Fan changed the medicine for his external wounds and then quietly fell asleep. Time swiftly advanced to midnight, although there were still female guards stationed within the palace of Amazon Lily. An overwhelming silence enveloped the atmosphere. Suddenly, clash, two black blades shattered through the window from outside, piercing Mu Fan's wooden bed with great force. Haha, truly deserving of the title of the strongest young rear admiral in marine history. Even while gravely injured, he can still engage romantically with the Pirate Empress. Alas, you are about to meet your demise. The midnight sea breeze wafted through the wooden window. Under the moonlight, the air was thick with murderous intent. Two tall, slender figures, adorned with peculiar masks and cloaked in white, crouched before Mu Fan's bed, coldly observing the bed pierced by the twin blades. Much like night hawks stalking their prey, one of them spoke in a hoarse voice. Laced with mockery, this mission has turned out to be rather tedious. The supposedly incapacitated Marine Rear Admiral warrants such a massive deployment of CP0, traversing thousands of nautical miles in search. What of the youngest and strongest Rear Admiral in marine history? In front of CP0, he is but a trifling matter. Number 6, do not celebrate too soon. We have let our guard down. At that moment, the other mysterious figure suddenly chimed in with a warning. Oh, it seems we have underestimated this former Marine. The figure designated as 6 smirked coldly, then, in a flash, hurled 3 flying daggers into the shadows. Clash, clash, the 3 daggers embedded themselves in the wall, producing a crisp metallic sound. The 2 mysterious figures were finally startled. The bed, pierced by the 2 blades, was devoid of any occupant, save for a ruptured water pouch. Clearly, 6's attack had once again missed its target. This could not possibly be the work of someone who had suffered a complete blow from an 8-foot-long Chongoyu. CP0, your reactions are far too slowed. This moment, a figure emerged slowly from the darkness. Bathed in moonlight, the silhouette stood tall and robust. Beneath the tousled hair lay a resolute and handsome face. At this moment, Mu Fan appeared calm, gripping the blade Xiao Luo at his waist with an extraordinary presence, utterly devoid of any semblance of being grievously injured. The former marine trader, Mu Fan, the CP0 members designated as 6 and 7 felt their bodies tense up. Paralyzed with fear, unable to move a muscle, for surrounding them were dozens of formidable sword energies, akin to sharp blades, poised to claim their lives at any moment. To be frank, the 2 CP0 members were genuinely taken aback. Despite their rigorous training and countless missions, they had never encountered such swordsmanship. It was evident that these sword energies had been laid out long before they entered the room. This also indicated that their target, the former Marine trader Mu Fan, had long since detected their presence. This something achievable by someone who is gravely injured and incapacitated. Moreover, how does this fellow not appear to be severely wounded? Could it be that the intelligence provided to the world government by the Marine headquarters is fabricated? Why are you not grievously injured after being struck by Admiral Kazara's 8-foot-long Chongoyu? How could you still possess such strength? Number 6 questioned hoarsely, his tone filled with confusion. Yet, in the next moment, he disregarded the surrounding sword energies, severed one of his arms, and hurled it out the window, the arm clutching a signal flare device. Whoosh! To the astonishment of the 2 CP0 members, as 6 flung his arm, the sword energy surrounding them began to swirl violently as if alive. In an instant, they reduced 6's arm to mere fragments. Damn it, numbers 6 and 7 exchanged glances, then prepared to unleash their armament hockey simultaneously to break through the sword energy blockade. That moment, Mu Fan finally sprang into action, to avoid causing too much of a commotion that would alert the inhabitants of Daughter Island and incite panic. He had deliberately set up a sword energy purgatory in advance, intending to eliminate the 2 CP0 members who had discovered him. As the 2 CP0 members activated their armament hockey, a powerful mental shockwave descended upon them, rendering them momentarily dazed. That brief moment was enough to be fatal. Number 6, with his severed arm, was met with Mu Fan's unarmed strike, shattering his skull and ending his life. In his final moments, 6's eyes brimmed with disbelief and unending resentment. Meanwhile, the other CP0 member, designated as 7, met a similar fate as Mu Fan shattered his spine, leaving behind an intact corpse. Without lingering, Mu Fan left behind a letter for the Empress before departing the palace with the 2 CP0 corpses in tow. Thanks to Mu Fan's careful arrangements, coupled with the distance between his quarters and the Empress's chamber, he managed to evade detection. Therefore, the Empress, who was sound asleep at this moment, was unaware of the battle taking place in the Imperial Palace. For Mu Fan, naturally, he couldn't bring trouble to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Moreover, given the current situation, he couldn't rely on the Empress's assistance to reach the Navy headquarters. After all, he was not that little fellow Luffy. On the contrary, he was tall, large, and sturdy, and the Empress couldn't endure it. Thus, in fact, even before the system mission was issued, he had already formulated a strategy to go to Marineford. After all, even without the mission, he would go to retrieve his saber, Tianming, on Daughter Island, at Granny Nine's residence. Tonight, Granny Nine Guriwosa, who had once served as the kingdom's empress, suffered from insomnia. And no matter how much she pleaded, she couldn't persuade Hancock to accept the Navy's summons. Coupled with the presence of that Navy deserter, the current situation of the Amazon Lily Kingdom was precarious. Once Hancock didn't respond to the Navy's mandatory summons, she would surely be deprived of the title of Shichibukai. By then, the Amazon Lily Kingdom would be reduced to a pirate country, constantly under attack from the Navy and targeted by the world government. On the other hand, if the world government discovered that Hancock was sheltering the Navy deserter Mu Fan, the fate of Daughter Island would be even more tragic. The Buster Call, the destruction of O'Hara, the archaeological island, by the Buster Call at the beginning of the year shocked the world. These two huge crises that could lead to the kingdom's downfall deeply troubled Granny Nine. However, for now, the top priority was to make Hancock accept the summons and go to Marineford. It would be best if Mu Fan could also leave Daughter Island. But even if that guy refused to leave, Daughter Island was a secluded country surrounded by the Calm Belt, so the news shouldn't spread so easily. Of course, even persuading Hancock to agree to the summons had exhausted Granny Nine's brain cells and ended in failure. That girl Hancock seemed to be infatuated with love and determined to stay on Daughter Island to accompany Mu Fan. Could it be that she had to ask that young man named Mu Fan to help persuade Hancock? Granny Nine was quite hesitant at the moment. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, a rapid knocking on the door sounded. Granny Nine's expression turned solemn. It was the early hours of the morning. Why would someone knock on the door of an old woman like her? Granny Nine, it's me, Mu Fan. Don't worry. Open the door. I mean no harm. Otherwise this door couldn't stop me. A warm and firm voice of a young man came from outside the door. Granny Nine hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to open the door. She thought, this old woman, am going to see what tricks this young man is up to. However, when the door was opened, Granny Nine was so startled that she jumped 3 meters high. This Mu Fan was actually carrying 2 corpses. And looking at the attire of the corpses, they were clearly members of the world government's espionage organization, CP0. They were definitely CP0, otherwise they couldn't have easily entered Daughter Island. Had the world government's espionage organization infiltrated? Had the news of Mu Fan being on Daughter Island been transmitted to the world government? At this thought, Granny Nine was so frightened that she slumped to the ground. Granny Nine, don't worry. The news of my being on Daughter Island hasn't been spread by these 2 guys. Also, I need you to do me a favor. Oh, you want to leave Daughter Island immediately? No, not now at least. At this time, Granny Nine shook her head, her tone very firm. Mu Fan asked her to completely dispose of one of the CP0 corpses. This wasn't difficult for her. Even if the world government sent another 100 CP0 members to search, they wouldn't find any trace. But then Mu Fan actually told her that he was going to carry the other CP0 corpse and leave Daughter Island immediately. In fact, she could understand why Mu Fan wanted to do this. The CP0 corpse could be destroyed, but the fact that CP0 had come to Daughter Island but left no trace of departure was hard to erase, as the world government's top intelligence organization. CP0 surely had a way to identify the movement tracks of its members. So Mu Fan should be trying to create an illusion that CP0 had come to Daughter Island but left without discovering anything. This changed her view of Mu Fan a lot. He should be a man with justice in his heart. However, Mu Fan couldn't leave now, because in the entire Daughter Island, the only one who might be able to persuade Hancock to accept the summons and go to the Navy headquarters was probably Mu Fan. And this was related to the future of the kingdom. I know what you're worried about. Granny Nine. Don't worry. Hancock will agree to the Navy summons and go to Marineford tomorrow. As for this corpse, I'll leave it to you to handle. Mu Fan didn't say much. He pointed to the cold and stiff corpse with the code name 6 on the ground, then picked up the one with the code name 7 and disappeared in a flash. Hey, You, you're really an unreasonable man, just like Hancock, not knowing how to respect the elderly. Granny Nine wanted to say something more, but Mu Fan had already vanished without a trace, so she could only complain. Then, she turned her gaze to the corpse of the CP0 member, and her expression gradually became solemn that it seemed that there had indeed been a major intelligence failure in the world government and the Navy headquarters. Mu Fan, known as the strongest rear admiral in the history of the Navy, hadn't been severely injured, and his strength hadn't been crippled. Otherwise, he couldn't have easily killed two CP0 members. Moreover, the world government and the Navy headquarters seemed to firmly believe the intelligence that Mu Fan was severely injured and disabled. Otherwise, these two CP0 members wouldn't have easily revealed themselves to capture Mu Fan. They must have been certain that Mu Fan was severely injured and thus took action to claim the credit for themselves. World government and Navy headquarters, it seems you'll pay a heavy price for this intelligence failure. Even, could it affect that upcoming great battle? This old woman is quite looking forward to it. Granny Nine's gaze was profound. Decades ago, she had traveled the seas and seen many outstanding men. Looking at it from a perspective other than that of the kingdom, this young man named Mu Fan was an extremely outstanding existence in all aspects. The youngest and strongest rear admiral in the history of the Navy truly deserved the title. Navy Point one day, you will surely regret losing Mu Fan. Ah! A shrill scream shattered the morning quietness of the Imperial Palace. Boa Hancock, the world's most beautiful woman and the Pirate Empress, collapsed on the dragon bed. She looked extremely weak, listless, and depressed, as if she were ill, and this situation occurred when the Empress learned that Mu Fan had left Daughter Island. Her younger sister Sandersonia and others were extremely worried, thinking that the Empress had contracted some strange disease, but none of the kingdom's doctors could diagnose or treat it. They didn't even know what disease the Empress had. Helplessly, Sandersonia and others could only drag the most knowledgeable Granny Nine in the kingdom over. Granny Nine, seeing the Empress's listless and depressed appearance, quickly made a diagnosis. Hancock had fallen lovesick. Granny Nine's tone was a mix of speechless and a bit of shock. She didn't expect that Hancock was so deeply in love with Mu Fan. The tempest of love was quite cruel to the Empress of the Kuja tribe. Once one contracted lovesickness, it could even be life-threatening. Fortunately, Mu Fan didn't seem to be a heartless man. Just as everyone was asking how to treat lovesickness, Margaret, a warrior of the kingdom's guard, rushed in anxiously with a letter. Empress Hancock, I found a letter left by Lord Mu Fan in his room. Huh? Mu Fan? Is it a letter from Mu Fan to me? As soon as the Empress heard Mu Fan's name, she stood up suddenly, snatched the letter with her jade-like hand. Her spirit was no longer dispirited, and her temperament was no longer melancholic. There wasn't much written in the letter Mu Fan left for the Empress. It simply said one sentence. Hancock, see you at Marineford. Mu Fan didn't abandon me. See you at Marineford. Good. Inform those stinky Navy and the comm belt that I agree to the summons of the Navy headquarters. Tell them to get ready that we'll set off for Marineford immediately. The Pirate Empress waved her jade finger, and her peerless pretty face regained its haughtiness. Granny Nine looked at the Empress, who was full of fighting spirit, and lowered her head with a sigh. That young man Mu Fan really got it right. Hancock actually agreed to the Navy's summons. But was Hancock completely under his control? Mu Fan carried the body of the one with the code name 7 and left Daughter Island. Along the way, he left traces of the actions of two people. After successively landing on 3 islands, he finally stopped on the 4th one. That when Mu Fan was still in the Navy, he had dealt with CP0 during missions and had some understanding of the operational methods of this organization. For him, forging some action tracks was not a difficult task. Subsequently, Mu Fan left the mask of the one with the code name 7, cut off some of the epidermal tissue of 7, and carried out a disguise on himself. Roughly, he just changed the outline of his face and created a few hideous scars, so that even acquaintances couldn't recognize him easily. In fact, if he just wanted to sneak into Marineford, it wouldn't be difficult for Mu Fan. However, the problem was that he didn't know who was holding his saber, Tianming, at the moment. Moreover, even if he could successfully sneak in, there were many powerful people in the Navy headquarters that it wouldn't be an easy thing to retrieve Tianming smoothly. Therefore, Mu Fan needed an identity, a disguise identity that could allow him to enter the Navy headquarters smoothly and retrieve Tianming by surprise. There was only one kind of identity that could meet these two conditions: the Navy. The thought that he, the most powerful rear admiral in the history of the Navy, now had to disguise himself as a Navy to achieve his goal made Mu Fan feel a bit helpless. However, this was the safest way. After all, his current strength hadn't reached the level where he could ignore everything that I asked for how to disguise as a navy and which branch of the navy to disguise as. Mufon hadn't made a final decision yet. The closest one was naturally Vice Admiral Mole's troops. But this didn't seem feasible as a rear admiral of the headquarters. Vice Admiral Mole didn't have the power to recruit new sailors. It was even more impossible to sneak in, because the Empress had petrified all the sailors on Vice Admiral Mole's ship except Vice Admiral Mole himself. Moreover, there weren't many sailors on this warship. So it was very difficult to sneak in. This wasn't a novel where one could ignore passer-by characters. So, Mufon needed to find a suitable navy team that not only had the qualification to participate in the battle on the summit, but also allowed him to sneak in. For example, the sea had been bustling recently. First, the pirates known as the new generation of supernovas were defeated one by the Navy on Sabaody Archipelago and fled in all directions. Two pieces of news shocked the world one after another. The world government announced that it would publicly execute the pirate Fire Fist Ace at the Navy headquarters. An unprecedented huge storm was brewing on this sea. Against this backdrop, Mufon, the representative of the new generation of the Navy, known as the youngest and most powerful rear admiral in the history of the Navy, committed extremely evil deeds and was highly rewarded for his capture. Becoming a traitor of the Navy, the ambitious people on the entire sea could smell the flavor of a new era and began to stir restlessly. And the Navy headquarters, in order to prepare for the peak battle 2 days later, began to massively summon elite sailors from all over the world to gather in Marineford. Smoker, who was successfully promoted to Commodore after the incident in Alabasta, was on the way to gather in Marineford at this time. Smoker's mood had been fluctuating in these 2 days. That on the one hand, the upcoming peak battle was exactly the stage he wanted. As a Navy officer with a heart of justice, he longed for a battlefield of this level to gain military achievements and thus get promoted. After all, even his target, the Straw Hat Pirates, had all been offered bounties. On the other hand, Mufon's rebellion took him by surprise. That guy, although he was also a disciple of Teacher Zephyr and even a few years younger than him, had always been the one he tried hard to catch up with, and Mufon had justice in his heart. How could he rebel? Could it really be like the rumors said that he had killed a celestial dragon? The world government would indeed cover up such an incident and prohibit its spread. However, it really seemed like something Mufon would do. Now Smoker only hoped that Mufon wouldn't die or be caught by CP0. In this way, he would have the opportunity to catch Mufon with his own hands in the future and ask that guy in person what was going on. Of course, the premise was that if Mufon was really, as the wanted poster said, that his strength had been completely drained. After all, even Teacher Zephyr had been defeated by that guy. Commodore Smoker, there is an order from the Navy headquarters. This time, the door of the office in the best viewed position on the warship was pushed open. A naval sub, lieutenant with a straight posture and wearing a white mask came in to report. I see. I'll go right away, Smoker replied, puffing on his smoking cigar and glancing at the naval sub. Lieutenant. Gee, why do you always wear a mask? Scars are a glory for the Navy. Commodore Smoker, it's my habit. The order from the headquarters seems to be urgent. The din mushy hasn't been hung up yet. The naval sub, lieutenant named Chi replied calmly. Smoker nodded without thinking much and got up to head to the communication room. The naval sub, lieutenant followed behind Smoker. This naval sub, lieutenant named Chi was naturally Mufon. He used the epidermal tissue of the one with the code name 7 to disguise his face and also changed the color of the mask of the code name 7 and put it on. Therefore, he named his disguise identity. He originally wanted to be called Miyuki, but he was afraid that if he met very familiar friends, it might arouse their associations, so he directly took the alias T. And all of this was for the purpose of successfully sneaking into the Navy headquarters, Marineford. As for why Mufon joined Smoker's team, it was a decision he made after careful consideration. First of all, Smoker wasn't a general of the headquarters and had the power to recruit new soldiers on a small scale to replenish his troops. Secondly, Smoker's troops would definitely head to the Navy headquarters to gather. And because they weren't in the same period, Mufon had little interaction with Smoker at least. Compared to Annie Momotu and senior sister Hina, Smoker knew little about him and wouldn't suspect his identity from some small details. Coupled with the fact that Mufon happened to encounter a pirate remnant who had escaped from Smoker's hands, he then killed him and successfully got into Smoker's team. That pirate had a bounty of 500,000 berries. It wasn't high, but it wasn't something an ordinary sailor could kill. Therefore, Smoker directly promoted Mufon to sub-lieutenant. This military rank was naturally ordinary. but it was also the limit that Smoker, as a Commodore, could achieve. Generally, for a sailor to become an official sub-lieutenant, it required direct approval from the Navy headquarters, and unless they had a background, their achievements would be strictly investigated. The promotion conditions were very harsh, and this was also the reason why Mufon was both envied and jealous by countless people within the Navy. Since graduating from the Navy Academy, his promotion had been too fast. Commodore were not convinced. Just as Smoker and Mufon were on their way to the communication room, 5 old petty officers under Smoker blocked their way and shouted grievances to him. Smoker glanced at the 5 people blocking the way, puffing on his cigar, and then turned his gaze to Mufon. "You two handle it yourselves, that don't go too far." Then he continued to head to the communication room, and Mufon was surrounded by the 5 petty officers. "Gee, we don't have anything else. Now that you've become a sub-lieutenant, let us beat you up to vent our anger," said the leader of the 5 petty officers resentfully. These 5 people all wanted to become sub-lieutenants, and their achievements were all just a little short. Currently, there was only one vacant sub-lieutenant position in the team, and they had been competing with each other. But who would have thought that a newcomer would steal the chance? Wasn't it just killing a pirate with a bounty of 500,000 berries? Given the chance, they could do it too. Therefore, they were very unhappy. They had to vent this anger. Mufon looked at the 5 guys in front of him, feeling somewhat helpless, as expected of Smoker's subordinates. They all had a strange kind of courage, but Mufon also understood. After all, who would like an airborne leader who took their position? The commotion here quickly attracted a lot of attention. Sailing on the sea was very boring. Who wouldn't love to watch a commotion? Even Dasky, who has now attained the rank of 2nd lieutenant, has come to observe the spectacle. Mufon had once imparted some swordsmanship to Dasky. Thus they were somewhat acquainted. However, at this moment, the latter would certainly fail to recognize him. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't think we fear you just because you're a warrant officer. Either let us give you a good beating to vent our frustrations, or go resign to Brigadier Smoker and vacate the warrant officer position." The 5 chief petty officers continued to shout. Among the onlooking Navy personnel, many expressed their support for the 5 seasoned veterans. Naturally, they favored these 5 battle-hardened soldiers over the newcomer. Moreover, the strength of these 5 chief petty officers was formidable, certainly not inferior to that of an average warrant officer. They merely lacked the commendations required for promotion. At this juncture, Dasky was increasingly inclined to believe that the 5 chief petty officers would emerge victorious. Considering it was 5 against 1, she adjusted her glasses, intending to observe how Mufon would respond. In truth, a flicker of anticipation lingered within her, for the scabbard dangling from Mufon's side appeared rather impressive. The newcomer is a swordsman, after all. One could only wonder about his swordsmanship, whether it qualifies for a sparring session with her. No blade style, whirlwind slash. Mufon disregarded the taunts from the 5 chief petty officers. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed a slashing whirlwind. For Mufon, the challenge did not lie in dealing with the 5 chief petty officers. Rather, it was in controlling his strength to avoid inflicting fatal harm upon them. After all, they were exceedingly weak. The 5 chief petty officers had no means of countering the slashing whirlwind and were simultaneously sent flying, plummeting off the warship and into the sea. The onlooking Navy personnel were clearly taken aback by this unexpected outcome. Some of the more capable sailors displayed expressions of shocked. To effortlessly execute a formidable attack, using no blade-style swordsmanship, had evidently reached the caliber of a sword master. This newcomer warrant officer is actually a sword master? At that moment, Dasky's delicate features were filled with astonishment and a hint of embarrassment. A sword master. The recent no blade style / undoubtedly reached the level of a sword master. Moreover, it seemed he had intentionally controlled his strength to avoid severely wounding the 5 chief petty officers. Such control surpasses that of an ordinary sword master. She had been pondering whether he had the qualifications to spar with her. In terms of swordsmanship, this masked newcomer likely surpassed her by a margin. Mufon paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. After all, their strengths were not even on the same tier. His current focus was on the latest orders relayed to Smoker from the Navy headquarters. During this period, the Navy's full attention should be devoted to preparing for the upcoming Marineford War. Meanwhile, Smoker was en route to impel down. Generally, the Navy headquarters would not issue any urgent commands unless a dire situation arose that required Smoker's intervention. As it ended so quickly, those 5 shameful fellows. Just as the 5 chief petty officers were being retrieved from the sea, Brigadier Smoker finally emerged from the communications room. He appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, his expression tinged with excitement. This piqued Mu Fan's curiosity. What order had the Navy headquarters conveyed to Smoker that elicited such enthusiasm from the man known as the Mad Dog of the Navy? Dasky, relay the orders to change course towards Impel Down. Smoker declared, cigar clenched between his teeth, radiating vigor. Upon hearing this, Mu Fan felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, it was Impel Down. Undoubtedly concerning Luffy, he had not anticipated that, without Hancock's assistance, Straw Hat Luffy had managed to infiltrate Impel Down. Furthermore, the timeline had advanced considerably. Otherwise, the Navy headquarters would not have redirected Smoker to Impel Down. The Son of Destiny truly is formidable. No, wait. Given Luffy's capabilities, whether he could even locate Impel Down was a significant question. Let alone cause a commotion within. Someone must be aiding him, at least covertly. Who could it be? The Revolutionary Army? Or perhaps, the former Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh? Mu Fan pondered various possibilities in his mind. This world appeared far more complex than it seemed on the surface. The internal and external power struggles among various factions were intensely fierce. Yet, it remained uncertain who was propelling Luffy towards Impel Down and ultimately to Marineford. Everything, including the reason Luffy was propelled to Sabeti Archipelago, was undoubtedly preordained. Of course, for Mu Fan, these matters were not of immediate concern. In the world of pirates, strength reigns supreme. To establish his own order of justice, he must first possess formidable power. However, he had not anticipated that he would indeed have to visit Impel Down. On the bright side, he had a splendid idea. If Luffy were also captured and brought to Marineford. 7. What are you thinking about? You truly are fortunate. Having just joined the Navy, you encounter such an opportunity, Smoker remarked, noticing Mu Fan standing there, unmoving. Opportunity? Brigadier, has a war broken out at Impel Down. Mu Fan seized the chance to extract information. No war has erupted. Merely a few despicable pirates causing a ruckus. Be prepared. The enemies to come will be formidable. Yes, Brigadier, Mu Fan nodded. Observing that Smoker had no intention of elaborating further, he refrained from asking more questions. Until he reclaimed destiny and received his task rewards, his identity could not be revealed. At that time, he would present a grand surprise to the world government and the Navy headquarters, as well as to the entire ocean. At this moment, in the office of the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp were engaged in conversation. Sengoku, are you truly going to make that matter public? The usually stern expression of the Marine hero Garp was remarkably grave. He had just returned from visiting Ace at Impel Down. Garp, this is all your fault. Don't forget you are an old sailor. In this war, do not do anything foolish, Fleet Admiral Sengoku admonished. Exasperated. One fool has already emerged. I truly do not understand what that guy Mu Fan is thinking. How could he dare to kill a celestial dragon? Ha ha ha. I think that guy did quite well. Better than us old geezers. Garp laughed heartily, expressing his admiration for Mu Fan's actions, which irked Sengoku to no end. By the way, Sengoku, have you received any news about Mu Fan? None. The world government dispatched CP0 for the search. But they found no trace. Perhaps, Sengoku trailed off. He had once held high hopes for Mu Fan, believing he would be the absolute representative of the next generation of the Navy, only to find himself in a situation where Mu Fan's fate remained uncertain. A traitor to the Navy. This term is a tremendous blow and humiliation for a man who once believed in the justice of the Navy. Has Guion not come to stir up trouble? Garp inquired next. The individual who had recommended Mu Fan to the Navy Academy and held the highest expectations for him. Vice Admiral Tsuru would undoubtedly be the greatest victim in the Mu Fan incident. The uncertainty surrounding Mu Fan's life or death would surely cause her immense sorrow. She came and nearly turned my office upside down. Even Borsellino received a thorough scolding from her. Fleet Admiral Sengoku replied with a wry smile. What about Mu Fan's sword, Destiny? Upon Mu Fan's arrival at Impel Down with Smoker's team, reports indicated that this so-called world's most formidable underwater prison had descended into chaos. The culprits were two, Straw Hat Luffy and Clown Buggy. As of now, the first 2 levels of the underwater prison were in complete upheaval, with countless criminals set free. After reviewing the briefing from Smoker, Mu Fan couldn't help but sigh. Straw Hat Luffy and Clown Buggy. These 2 characters together at Impel Down are certainly a recipe for chaos. Ding, selection triggered. Option 1. Based on the justice believed in one's heart, attempt to prevent the mass escape of the vicious criminals within Impel Down, establishing the host's order of justice. Reward, skill, poison immunity, can immunize all kinds of deadly poisons in the world from invading. Option 2. While a serious riot breaks out in Impel Down, recruit powerful allies among the extremely evil criminals and form the foundation for dominating the sea and claiming the throne. Reward, King, level Conqueror's Haki. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, King, level, God level. Currently, the host's Conqueror's Haki is detected to be at the peak of the Advanced level. When Mufan landed on Impel Down along with the Marines, the system triggered the selection again. In fact, by the time the system triggered, Mufan already had his own plans. Of course, since there is a reward, it is still quite nice. Additionally, although Mufan is now a traitor to the Marines, it doesn't mean he has abandoned the justice he believes in. His justice still exists, but it is no longer the narrow justice restricted by the Marines, and his killing of the celestial dragons and defecting from the Marines doesn't mean he will associate with those pirates who have committed countless sins. The world government and the celestial dragons are indeed extremely detestable. However, the vast majority of pirates on this sea are equally unforgivable. Among the criminals imprisoned in Impel Down, the vast majority have heinous blood debts on their hands. Some even take pleasure in killing and hold so-called killing games. For these perverted criminals, there is undoubtedly only one outcome in front of Mufan, death. As for the reward of this mission, since Mufan defected from the Marines, he has noticed that his boldness and spirit have been increasing day by day, and his Conqueror's Haki has also been continuously strengthening. Although Conqueror's Haki cannot be strengthened through cultivation, Mufan knows that for him, the day when his Conqueror's Haki advances to the King level is not far off. Perhaps it will be the moment when he retrieves Tianming, because only when he holds Tianming is he the truly complete defector from the Marines. Mufan, Tashigi, I'll go assist Magellan in hunting down that troublesome group led by Straw Hat. Luffy, you lead the others to help stop the criminals from escaping. After communicating with Magellan, the Warden of Impel Down, Vice Admiral Smoker, issued the combat order. Mufan's disguised identity was merely a sub-lieutenant, so naturally, he was assigned to Tashigi's command to assist Magellan. Mufan didn't hear the conversation between Smoker and Magellan, so he couldn't judge the specific situation of Impel Down at present. Moreover, up to now, he still couldn't figure out how Straw Hat, Luffy managed to sneak into Impel Down. This is not something that an ordinary person or strength can achieve, especially during this period. Undoubtedly, there must be someone behind the scenes, and this person must have very powerful influence. Of course, at least for now. These have little to do with Mufan. The most important thing now is not to expose his identity. Linchi, be more careful later. Stay by my side. Although your swordsmanship is a bit stronger than mine. There are all kinds of ferocious criminals in Impel Down. As the team leader, Tashigi earnestly reminded Mufan in the eyes of this female sub-lieutenant who has a dream and will grow and become great one day. This newcomer, whose voice seems to be about the same age as hers, has even more talent in swordsmanship than her. Perhaps this newcomer will one day completely leave her behind and follow in the footsteps of Rear Admiral Mufan. Speaking of which, Rear Admiral Mufan is really a pity. He was her idol. I understand, Sub-Lieutenant Tashigi. Mufan nodded in response while wearing a mask. In fact, even if he took off the mask now, after disguising his voice and appearance, Tashigi would most likely not notice anything unusual, but it's still better to be more cautious. After all, he still remembers that when he coincidentally met her and gave her swordsmanship guidance, her pretty face was as red as an apple at that time. Impel Down. This moment, this undersea prison known as the world's first prison has completely descended into chaos. Ever since Straw Hat, Luffy and Buggy the Clown joined forces to cause trouble, the situation has completely spiraled out of control. After a large number of ferocious criminals were released, and Straw Hat, Luffy successively broke into the 4th and 5th underground floors. The Warden of Impel Down had no choice but to request assistance from the Navy headquarters. There is still one day until the public execution of the pirate Fire Fist Ace. But to ensure everything goes smoothly, Magellan still asked the Navy headquarters to take Fire Fist away in advance. Subsequently, when the team led by Vice Admiral Smoker arrived, the Warden of this world, First Prison launched an operation to stop the criminals from escaping. Because the strength of the criminals imprisoned on each floor of Impelled Down varies. For example, the criminals imprisoned on the first underground floor, the Red Lotus Hell, can't even defeat the Blue Gorillas. And the lower the floor, the stronger the criminals. The fifth underground floor houses all ferocious criminals with a bounty of over 100 million berries. As for the last floor, the Infinite Hell, the criminals imprisoned, there are some monstrous pirates who have been erased from history due to their extreme ferocity. The criminals on this floor are all near legendary figures, and their fates are either death or life imprisonment. Since the criminals on this floor have committed heinous crimes and done some extremely cruel things that have been covered up by the government. Even the newspapers deliberately conceal them. Of course, for Mufan, even the powerful pirates imprisoned in the Infinite Hell are all former losers. Some of those with heinous blood debts should have been completely eliminated long ago. Because Smoker had almost formed an obsession with capturing Luffy, he couldn't help but attack as soon as he arrived at Impelled Down. And soon, Mufan followed Dashiji to the third underground floor, the Hunger Hell, to assist the prison guards legion of Impelled Down in fighting against the rioting criminals. Straw Hat. Luffy had already penetrated deep into the fifth underground floor, this time. The leaders of the riot in the third underground floor, the Hunger Hell, were Buggy the Clown and Mr. 3 from the former Baroque works. Regarding Buggy the Clown, Mufan couldn't make a judgment. After all, he didn't know much about this former crew member of the Pirate King. Whether he is a coward or hiding his strength, it's hard to tell if Buggy the Clown's chop fruit ability has really awakened. It would indeed be a very troublesome ability. However, Buggy is a smart guy. Even if he is really hiding his strength, he won't reveal it during a special period like the Marineford War. In contrast, Mufan recognized the official of Impelled Down who was commanding the prison guards legion to fight against the criminal riot on the third underground floor. It was Shachi, the assistant warden of Impelled Down. Both this assistant warden and Domino, the deputy warden of Impelled Down, were Mufan's classmates at the Navy Academy. Compared to Domino's calm and serious personality, Shachi's personality was undoubtedly a bit more peculiar. Back at the Navy Academy, she was a well-known madwoman. She would often whip her classmates with a leather whip, making them scream. But once she provoked Mufan, her buttocks swelled half a meter high, and the leather whip broke. Ever since then, Shachi has been as obedient as a kitten whenever she saw Mufan. These past events are still vivid in Mufan's mind. Unfortunately, when they met this time, he had already become a defector from the Marines, and he couldn't even reveal his identity. Navy Headquarters, Marineford, the exclusive lounge for the 7 warlords of the sea. After leaving Amazon Lily, the Pirate Empress, who embarked on a journey to the Navy Headquarters, was standing in front of the window of the 7 warlords exclusive lounge at this moment, observing the various Marines in the Navy Headquarters. Mufan said that they would meet in Marineford. Then, how will the youngest and most powerful rear admiral in the history of the Marines, the man she, the Pirate Empress, has fallen in love with, reappear in the Navy Headquarters in a way that will shock the world? Mufan, where are you? Have you already arrived at the Navy Headquarters? I'm so worried about you. Boa Hancock looked a bit worried. She naturally knew that Mufan was not as severely injured and incapacitated as reported in the news. But now Mufan's identity was special. He was a defector from the Marines. The current situation was very tense. If he accidentally exposed his strength, Mufan would be in great danger. In short, if anything happened to Mufan, she wouldn't be able to live either. Alas, this tempestuous love. Excuse me, esteemed sirs and madams, may I inquire if any of you happen to know the whereabouts of Marshal D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? We are currently searching for him. Should any of you have information, we would be most grateful if you, the honored 7 warlords, could inform us at this moment. At the entrance to the exclusive lounge for the 7 warlords, a Navy major opened the door with a somewhat flustered expression. However, there were 5 people in this room, and it seemed that none of them were inclined to pay him any heed. The Navy major swallowed hard. Although his rank was not low, these individuals before him were all fearsome and renowned pirates. Even vice admirals of the main navy would be quite wary when facing these 7 warlords. An awkward atmosphere lingered for a few seconds. The Navy major took a deep breath. He had once been under the command of Rear Admiral Mufan. Now, with the matter being of great significance, he could not retreat. Even though Rear Admiral Mufan was no longer in the Navy, he could not bring shame. Hey, listen up, Dracula Myhawk, the Hawk. I, Boa Hancock, the Pirate Empress, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Heavenly Yikshaw, Bartholomew Kuma, the Tyrant, and Gecko Moria. You are, after all, the 7 warlords of the sea. and currently on the same side as the Navy, are you not? This kind of attitude. Isn't it rather inappropriate? The Navy major summoned up his courage and shouted what he wanted to say with his eyes closed. Fu. A Navy major? A worthless piece of trash. Hey, oh, you think you know who you're talking to? At this time, Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with blonde hair, wearing a pink feather coat, red sunglasses, and a wild smile, sneered coldly. This so-called heavenly Yaksha, the pirate, had an extremely gloomy voice that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon hearing this, the Navy major was not initially afraid, but the next second, he felt a tinge of fear, because he found that he was like a puppet, losing control over his own actions. A huge sense of terror welled up in the Navy major's heart. Fu. Trash is just trashed, eye in the face of the strong. You're nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, Doflamingo sneered. Then, with a slight flick of his finger in the air, the Navy major started to move erratically like a puppet. He saw the major draw the saber from his waist, the blade pointing towards himself. Stop, Don Quixote, he is merely fulfilling his duty. There's no need to take his life. Oh, Dracule Mihawk, a guy like you actually pleading for the Navy? Doflamingo tilted his head and glanced at the world's greatest swordsman beside him, but his hand showed no sign of stopping. Hawk, save me. Rear Admiral Mufon said that you're a man of justice. The Navy major seemed to have found a life-saving straw and cried out for help with the only part of his body he could still control. His mouth, and this one sentence of his caused a huge commotion in the entire 7 Warlords lounge. Whoosh, boom, 2 powerful attacks burst out simultaneously. Doflamingo clearly did not expect that 2 people would attack him. After barely withstanding the 2 attacks, veins popped out on his forehead, and the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears as he stared intently at the 2 who had attacked him. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracule Mihawk, the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, the Pirate Empress. These 2 7 warlords with the title of world's first actually attacked him simultaneously for a Navy major? Mihawk could be understood. But what was the reason for the Pirate Empress? However, it was getting more and more interesting. You know, Mufon. The Pirate Empress kicked off the silk thread controlling the Navy major and then coldly asked the latter. The Pirate Empress? I was once under the command of Rear Admiral Mufon, that he treated us very well. The Navy major was clearly surprised that 2 7 warlords had come to his rescue and replied excitedly. The Empress nodded and did not say more. Just a former subordinate. Even if Mufon was now at Marineford, this guy couldn't possibly know. After regaining his life, the Navy major quickly left. Fu. Hawk. Pirate Empress, what do you mean by this? Doflamingo's facial veins bulged, and he said in a sinister tone that I'm not here for a fight, but I wouldn't mind having a battle with you, Don Quixote. The Empress completely ignored Doflamingo. It was Mihawk who responded to Doflamingo to AT this moment. He held the black sword in one hand. Without making a strike, his momentum had already sliced through the surrounding air, but clearly, Mihawk was also a bit puzzled. He noticed something in particular. The reason the Pirate Empress had made a move seemed to be because the Navy major had mentioned Mufon's name. And Mufon, wasn't he the Navy trader who was rumored to be severely injured and reduced to a cash cow for bounty hunters? Could there be some connection between the Pirate Empress and that Navy trader? Not interested, facing the confrontation from the world's greatest swordsman, Doflamingo finally chose to back down. Fighting Mihawk would bring him no benefits. He never did anything meaningless. At the Navy headquarters, the Marshal's office, report to Marshal Sengoku. We've searched the entire island, but couldn't find Blackbeard and his crew. However, at a crucial moment, just a few hours before the execution of Port Gasti, Ace, a warship left Marineford without permission and headed in the direction of Impel Down. We have reason to suspect that Blackbeard, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, has defected at this moment. After hearing the latest report, Sengoku, the fist of the Navy Marshal, pressed his temples, feeling an intense headache. There were simply too many incidents. The world's strongest man was about to arrive. An unprecedented war was about to break out. There was also an unprecedented riot in Impel Down. And at this time, there were problems with the 7 warlords of the sea. Troubled times, truly troubled times. Even though the Navy had strong combat power. At this moment, it still felt short-handed at AT this moment. Sengoku really missed Mufon, that if this strongest rear admiral in Navy history were still around, at least the Blackbeard pirates would not be able to cause much trouble. With Magellan's strength, if Mufon were added, all the rioting criminals in Impel Down would have absolutely no chance of turning the situation around. However, what Marshal Sengoku of the Navy did not know was that at this moment, Mufon had already entered Impel Down, along with Tashigi, and met with Hannibal. "Hey, you annoying Navy, we don't need your help here, go to other floors." At this moment, Hannibal, the warden of Impel Down, was a long leather whip, lashing at the rioting criminals, and upon seeing the Navy support team led by Tashigi, Hannibal showed no respect at all. Instead, there was a hint of disgust in her tone. "Warden Hannibal, Commodore Smoker sent us here to help." Tashigi clearly did not expect Hannibal's attitude, but still took the initiative to explain. "Humph, Smoker, that old man who's always trailing behind Mufon and eating his dust. Even Mufon was forced to become a traitor. It seems the Navy really needs to be reorganized. You should be made to feel the taste of pain and scream properly." Hannibal snorted coldly, then swung her long whip and sent a fugitive flying. Ever since she heard a couple of days ago that Mufon had been as a Navy traitor, she had been in a bad mood. A classmate of Mufon's from the Navy Academy. Although she was not currently in the Navy system, she knew that Mufon would never betray the justice in his heart, unless the Navy's justice had become a joke. Otherwise, what reason could the youngest and strongest rear admiral in Navy history have to defect from the Navy? Actually, strictly speaking, Hannibal and Mufon had a little grudge. After all, she had been beaten by Mufon in public until she screamed. But even so, she couldn't help but feel indignant for Mufon, facing the aggressive warden of Impel Down. Tashigi was clearly very aggrieved, but then she thought that this time, the Navy headquarters and the world government had issued a bounty order for Rear Admiral Mufon without clearly explaining the specific incident. It was said that 2 admirals from the main headquarters had been dispatched and severely injured Rear Admiral Mufon. Thinking of this, Tashigi no longer felt wronged. Instead, she began to have a slight doubt about the Navy's justice. But soon, she shook her head, strengthened her resolve, and rushed towards the rioting fugitives brandishing her sword. Is the justice of the Navy in need of rectification? She dare not make presumptuous remarks, but at least these rioting escaped prisoners in front of her eyes are no good people. If these fellows were to escape, surely many innocent civilians would be mercilessly persecuted. Be careful. These escaped prisoners were all ferocious pirates before, with countless blood on their hands. As she entered the enemy formation, Tashigi did not forget to remind the newcomer Mufan beside her. After all, although Mufan had demonstrated remarkable swordsmanship on the warship before and even killed a pirate with a bounty of 500,000 berries, in Tashigi's view, a newcomer was still a newcomer after all. Duels and such were simply incomparable to a real battlefield. This group of ferocious criminals would not show mercy to a marine. "Don't worry," Mufan nodded, holding Xiao Luo in one hand. Although Xiao Luo was a famous sword of the 21 great grade swords level, compared to Tianming, it still felt a bit uncomfortable when held. As for Tashigi's reminder, this girl was indeed nice, kind, hearted, and upholding justice. As for little Suddy, Mufan really didn't expect that she would be dissatisfied with the Navy because of his matter. After all, although Impel Down and the Undersea Great Prison were not strictly of the same system, they both ultimately belonged to organizations under the world government. For little Suddy to mock the Navy in front of them showed that she really thought so. "Ha die, Marines." Just as Mufan was about to take action, one of the escaped prisoners seized the opportunity, laughing maniacally as he brandished his sword and slashed towards the top of Mufan's head. Today was definitely a day worthy of celebration for these escaped prisoners, because freedom was within reach. As long as they escaped from this abominable undersea great prison, they could burn, kill, loot again, and indulge freely on the sea. Swish! Bang! Before the pirate could strike Mufan, a long whip as fast as lightning lashed the pirate flying out. This lash actually severed the pirate's thigh completely that he lay on the ground, howling in pain. "Hey, Marine sub, Lieutenant, don't you know to concentrate during a battle? The Marines these days are really getting more and more incompetent. If you're scared, go over there and scream that it would be a good addition to the fun." Little Suddy, with a devilishly hot figure, twisted her slender waist, not even glancing at Mufan. The Marines these days are really getting more and more incompetent. They are simply no match for Mufan. Every time Mufan escorted criminals to Impel Down before, his imposing manner was more powerful than the last, and Mufan was rather helpless at this moment. Goodness, he was actually looked down upon by these 2 women. Although he was in a disguised identity now, this feeling was still somewhat unpleasant. After all, one of these 2 had been spanked by him in public until she almost fainted from screaming, and the other would blush and ask him for swordsmanship advice whenever she saw him. Truly, Times had changed. Revealing his identity was out of the question. But he had to do something after all. And if he always stayed by Tashiji's side, it would be difficult for him to do anything. Lieutenant Tashiji, Warden Little Suddy, it seems there are traces of Straw Hat back there, under the mask. The corners of Mufan's mouth curled slightly. As the prime culprit who caused chaos and impelled down. The name Straw Hat would undoubtedly draw the attention of most people. Sure enough, as soon as the words were spoken, Little Suddy, Tashiji, and a group of prison guards and marines, while resisting the criminals, all turned their heads to check the situation. And at this moment, a cold light flashed as a sword was drawn. One sword-style slash. Upholding the principle of quickness, Mufan directly unleashed a slash, and Mufan didn't hold back too much with this slash. After all, the opponents were all criminals with heinous crimes. And keeping them alive would only be a disaster. When the slash whipped up a hurricane and cut down a group of escaped prisoners, Mufan also made preparations in advance. He activated Shurgan of the Six Styles at full speed and instantly disappeared from this floor. Damn it! What's going on? When Little Suddy, Tashiji, and the others came to their senses, the scene in front of them shocked everyone. It was seen that the escaped prisoners who had been extremely ferocious before, each with a bounty of over 10 million berries, were now all hacked to the ground. Blood flowed profusely. This scene was as cruel as the evil deeds these criminals had committed. Sub-Lieutenant. Where's the sub-lieutenant? When Tashiji came to her senses, she found that Mufan had disappeared, combining this with the fact that these criminals were obviously hacked down by a slash. Could it be the new sub-lieutenant? How could it be possible? Each of these criminals once had a bounty of over 10 million berries. There were dozens of them. Report, Lieutenant, I seem to see a white figure carry the sub-lieutenant away. The speed was very fast. It seemed to be Shurgan of the Six Styles. A regular marine replied. He had indeed seen a white figure carry a marine and quickly disappear. Little did he know that it was Mufan in disguise. At that time, Mufan put on the white robe of CP0, changed his mask, and randomly draped the marine uniform over a corpse, then grabbed the corpse and flashed away. That's why this marine saw what he described. Carried away, Tashiji was very surprised, but it seemed that this was the only explanation. That it couldn't be that a newly arrived marine sub-lieutenant could really instantly defeat a group of criminals with bounties over 10 million. Could it? Unless it was a famous great swordsman, it was impossible to do so. Never mind. This place is taken care of. Let's go to the next floor to assist Vice Warden Hannibal. Little Suddy didn't hesitate much and quickly gave the order. And at this time, Mufan had already entered the next floor in advance. The scorching hell. Phew, that was close. There really are hidden talents in the Navy. A sub-lieutenant actually has such powerful swordsmanship. However, it's still my master who is smart. Those difficult to deal with guys have all gone after Straw Hat. That I hope they don't interfere with my prison break plan. After Little Suddy and Tashiji led their subordinates to leave the hunger hell, a red nose emerged from among the corpses of the criminals. It was the pirate, Buggy the Clown, and when Buggy got up, Mr. Point 3, a former officer under the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, a thin man with hair in the shape of a 3, also got up right after. However, before Mr. 3 could exclaim anything, Buggy the Clown pushed him back into the pile of dead bodies. Shoo! As Buggy the Clown's expression gradually turned solemn, a darkness descended. It was seen that a group of pirates who had clearly broken in from the outside appeared. Is this guy Teach from Whitebeard's crew? Buggy the Clown looked at the menacing Blackbeard and his crew. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his expression was obviously a bit nervous. Back then, he and Shanks really looked down on this Teach. A subordinate of Whitebeard, Buggy cautiously shrank further into the corpses. This scene is really a bit ugly. Seeing the scene in front of him, Blackbeard couldn't help but sigh. Were these guys who once claimed to be great pirates on the sea really so vulnerable? Indeed, in the face of true powerhouses, small fries were always trash. Captain, it seems these guys were all killed by the same slash. Could there be such a powerful swordsman among the guards of Impel Down? During the process of going to the next floor, Lafitte, the devil sheriff of the Blackbeard pirates, sighed. Although those killed pirates might not be extremely strong, they were at least pirates imprisoned on the third underground floor of Impel Down and wouldn't be too weak. Judging from the traces of the battlefield, the swordsman who made the move obviously only made one move. The swordsman who could do this was at least a great swordsman. Shiryu of the Ring. The Warden of Impel Down is said to be a very powerful great swordsman. However, no one can stop us. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach laughed maniacally and sinisterly. In his opinion, his plan that he had been plotting for years was on the verge of success. All parties had been drawn into the game, and it was by no means something that could be stopped by an individual's power. Even his father, Edward Newgate, the man hailed as the world's strongest, known as Whitebeard, would not be able to stop him. He, Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, is destined to inaugurate the new era with his own hands. The moment the Blackbeard pirates intruded into Impel Down, Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, received the news that this time, Magellan, the Poison Man, had just handed over Port Gas D. Ace, the Fire Fist, to the naval vice admiral who came to take over. The next step was to quell this unprecedented riot in Impel Down. For Magellan and the vast majority of Impel Down's staff, today was an extremely dark day in their lives. Originally, they served as the just gatekeepers tasked with guarding criminals. Now, however, they had to face the risk of numerous criminals escaping from prison. Originally, Commodore Smoker led his troops to support, and the pressure on Impel Down had been somewhat alleviated. But who could have imagined that at this crucial moment, the Blackbeard pirates, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, suddenly defected and broke into Impel Down. The public execution of Port Gas D. Ace, the pirate Fire Fist, was already in the countdown stage. The Navy could no longer dispatch extra elites to support Impel Down. Therefore, Magellan had to make a difficult decision that he decided to release Shilyu of the Rain, the chief warden of Impel Down, who was in seclusion in the prison reflecting on his mistakes. Shilyu, an unprecedented riot has occurred in the prison. The situation is extremely severe, and the warden needs your help. In the 6th floor of Impel Down, in front of a cell deep in the infinite hell, the prison guards, following Magellan's orders, came to release Shilyu of the Rain. The chief warden of Impel Down, facing Shilyu, who was imprisoned in the cell, these guards couldn't help but tremble. Eventually, one guard respectfully handed a din mushi to Shilyu. Shilyu, a major riot has broken out in the prison. Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat, and Buggy the Clown have joined hands to release many criminals. Now, 2 pirates of the former 7 warlords level have been set free. What's more troublesome is that the Blackbeard pirates, who recently became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, have invaded Impel Down. Impel Down needs your help. After getting connected, Magellan's firm voice came from the din mushi to the Blackbeard pirates. At the prison entrance, Shilyu of the Rain, wearing the chief warden's uniform and with a smoking cigar in his mouth, walked out of the prison, but he glanced sideways at the din mushi. His expression pensive. It seems this time the trouble is quite big for you to remember me, Magellan. Shilyu, the situation is tense. Everything must be considered in the overall situation. Otherwise, the reputation of Impel Down will be ruined. Currently, Commodore Smoker of the Navy is assisting me in dealing with the mob led by the Straw Hat for the Blackbeard pirates. I have to entrust them to you for now. Magellan continued speaking on the other side of the din mushi. A naval commodore. What effect can a naval force led by just a commodore have? Magellan, you've been fooled by the Navy headquarters. But killing people is my old trade. I say, Magellan, I won't have to return to this abhorrent cell after this, right? The current situation of the Navy headquarters is also not optimistic, and you committed a capital crime. This time it's considered a commutation of sentence. If there's a next time, there will be no mercy. Magellan's righteous voice came from the other side of the din mushi. Obviously, the warden had a great deal of dissatisfaction with Shilyu's actions. Understood. Shilyu exhaled a puff of smoke and replied calmly. However, no one noticed the cold light that flashed in his eyes. It was a bloodthirsty gaze. After the call was hung up, the prison guards quickly brought a long sword. A sword, but it's been a long time indeed. Shilyu took the long, lost saber and gently wiped his palm along the blade. This time, the surrounding guards finally heaved a sigh of relief. With Warden Magellan and Chief Warden Shilyu, plus the support of Commodore Smoker of the Navy, this crisis must be resolved, right? Impel Down is also an important part of justice. Unfortunately, these few guards did not get to see the moment when Impel Down quelled the riot. As a cold light flashed, the heads of several guards were severed simultaneously. Blood gushed out. This comfortable pleasure. It seems I'm still suited for killing. Shilyu of the Rain indulged in the pleasure of killing for a short while. Then he intended to leave the 6th floor, but unexpectedly, before he could move, an extremely powerful slash came crashing down. It's really pitiful for these prison guards to have a scumbag superior like you. What do you think? Shilyu of the Rain. Clang. Shilyu of the Rain, the chief warden of Impel Down and a great swordsman, forcefully blocked the incoming slash. The huge impact force made him retreat several steps. His already somewhat expressionless face now looked even more gloomy. His eyes were filled with bloodlust. He looked at the mysterious person not far away, wearing a white cloak and a mask, and coldly asked, "Who are you?" "An intelligence agent of CP0. It has nothing to do with a despicable person like you." Mu Fan had no intention of wasting words with Shilyu of the Rain. Originally, he planned to first figure out the current situation of Impel Down. For example, whether Port Gas D. Ace had been transported to the Navy headquarters, which powerful pirates Monkey D. Luffy had released, whether there were hidden powerhouses in the dark. These were all things Mu Fan wanted to find out. But he never expected to run into Shilyu of the Rain's evil deeds. Mu Fan looked down upon Shilyu of the Rain. When he was still in the Navy, he had heard many times that Shilyu killed criminals wantonly and took pleasure in torturing and killing others. For this reason, after being defeated by Magellan, he was imprisoned in the prison to reflect. But obviously, this guy not only didn't repent, but became even worse. Presumably, he had already made up his mind to defect from Impel Down and become a pirate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brutally killed several innocent prison guards. Such trashed, and no wonder he chose to collude with Blackbeard. Oh, this is really laughable. Are you looking down on me? Do you think your swordsmanship is better than mine? I am Shilyu of the Rain. Shilyu of the Rain drew his saber, Thunderstorm, his voice extremely low. No matter who the opponent was, since they dared to speak so arrogantly, then they must die. Whoosh. The moment Shilyu drew his saber Thunderstorm, a lightning-like slash burst out instantly, aiming straight for Mu Fan. This great swordsman, once called by Warden Magellan of Impel Down as having astonishing swordsmanship, launched a killing move as soon as he made a move. In fact, he indeed took pleasure in killing people. Did the guy on the other side, who might or might not be from CP0, think his swordsmanship was very powerful? Then today, let him die by the sword. Facing Shilyu of the Rain's powerful slash, Mu Fan didn't choose to confront it head-on. Instead, he used the Rokushiki, shave to dodge, and then counterattacked with several finger pistols, whether Shilyu of the Rain was just or not. His strength was indeed formidable. As the only man in Impel Down who could be compared with Magellan, the Poison Man, Shilyu's swordsmanship was undoubtedly powerful, even among the great swordsmen of the current era. He was definitely one of the top ones. Therefore, if only considering swordsmanship, Mu Fan and Shilyu were currently at the same level that if he wanted to quickly defeat the opponent, he could only find another way. And Mu Fan's advantage lay in his more powerful overall strength. His swordsmanship, hockey, and physical skills could all compete with top-tier powerhouses. He also had richer combat experience. During his 10-year tenure in the Navy, Mu Fan had experienced too many battles. Those pirates who were desperate criminals had put him through life and death tests many times. As for the current disadvantage, for Mu Fan, the biggest drawback at present was that he couldn't expose his identity. And not being able to expose his identity meant that he couldn't fight recklessly against two strong opponents, like an opponent like Shilyu of the Rain. Even if Mu Fan defeated him, he would surely have to pay a certain price, and most likely his disguise would be exposed. This was something he couldn't afford at present. Therefore, it was enough to teach Shilyu a lesson for now. After all, there would still be plenty of opportunities in the future. What? Are you scared now? Then I'll kill you. After all, who would be troubled by killing a little scumbag? Seeing that Mu Fan only dared to dodge around and occasionally counterattack with a few harmless Rokushiki moves, Shilyu of the Rain immediately thought that Mu Fan had just been bluffing before. He was just a slightly stronger little scumbag after all. Before my demise, let you witness what true swordsmanship is. At this moment, Shiryu of the Rain grasped his saber, Thunderstorm, with both hands and raised it high. Swordsmanship, Thunderquake and Rainstop, Rumble, behold, a bolt of lightning flashed across the blade of the famous saber Thunderstorm, condensing into an overbearingly invincible slash that fiercely cleaved towards Mu Fan not far away. The corner of Shiryu of the Rain's mouth, with a cigar held between his teeth, curved slightly. This was not his most powerful slash, but it was sufficient to severely wound this wretch, whose identity as a possible CP0 he wasn't even sure of. Next, he merely needed to wave his saber slightly, and he could sever this wretch's head. That slash, containing a hint of thunder, was domineering and swift, striking Mu Fan's body solidly, at least, in Shiryu of the Rain's view. This slash of his had taken effect. However, he didn't notice that at the moment the slash was approaching, Mu Fan's figure shifted abruptly within half a second. It was a pseudo-elementalized form created by fully deploying the semi-perfect 6 styles, Soru, within a small area of space to construct illusory afterimages. It was also one of Mu Fan's self-created martial arts, Dong, Dong. After the slash, Mu Fan heavily retreated several steps, seemingly severely injured. Helplessly, he drew his saber and leaned on it against the ground. But even so, due to the severe injury, he was still crouching on the ground, unable to stand up again. This saber of yours is quite remarkable that a wretch like you doesn't deserve to use it. Since that's the case, after you die, I'll take it. Shiryu immediately noticed Mu Fan's saber. Shura, as one of the 21 great grade swords rewarded by the system, it held considerable allure even for a great swordsman. At this moment, Mu Fan, who was giving full play to his combat experience, heard the system's notification sound in his mind. Ding, a choice is triggered. Option 1. Slay Shiryu of the Rain within impel down. Reward. Great Swordsman. 2. Sword-style swordsmanship. Possible negative impact. There is a 50% chance that the host's identity will be exposed. The life or death battle with Shiryu of the Rain is likely to shatter all the host's disguises. Option 2. Kill Shiryu of the Rain during the Marineford War in the future. Reward. Great Swordsman. 3. Sword-style swordsmanship. Although the system notification sounded, Mu Fan had no time to pay attention at this moment, because Shiryu of the Rain was already right in front of him. Die, little brat. Shiryu of the Rain raised his saber, intending to deliver a fatal blow to this guy who dared to offend him. However, Shua, my hand. In the blink of an eye, within just half a second when Shiryu of the Rain didn't even have time to react, Mu Fan, who had seemingly been severely injured, suddenly launched an attack. An ultimate slash pursuing only speed surged forth. Even though Shiryu of the Rain reacted extremely quickly, his left hand was still mostly sliced off, causing excruciating pain, and the next moment, the opponent attacked again with the saber. Shiryu of the Rain, true to his reputation as a powerful fighter, endured the piercing pain and engaged in a fierce battle with the opponent single-handedly. Shiryu of the Rain, your life I will surely claim sooner or later. Mu Fan knew that it wasn't easy to quickly defeat Shiryu. Moreover, many prison guards had heard the commotion and were approaching this way to avoid complications. It was better to quit while ahead. If he could really encounter Shiryu again during the Marineford War in the future, he would surely take his life. Before the words even faded, Mu Fan quickly disengaged from the battle and headed towards the 4th floor underground. That was currently the center of the battlefield and impelled down. Straw Hat, Luffy, and the others were all there. Ding. Currently, the host has 3 optional tasks awaiting completion that if the host can complete the 3 tasks that have been triggered within 48 hours, a hidden reward can be obtained. After Mu Fan disengaged from the battle with Shiryu, the warden of Impel Down, he quickly rushed to the 4th floor underground. The scorching hell. On the way, the system issued another reminder. For Mu Fan, completing the current 3 tasks within 48 hours wasn't difficult. After all, there was less than a day left until the Marineford War began. As for what the hidden reward was, Mu Fan didn't pay too much attention. The system was merely an aid. It would be great if it could bring him, like assistance. But Mu Fan wouldn't change his decisions just because of the reward. When Mu Fan entered the 4th floor underground of Impel Down, this scorching hell had become the main central battlefield of the Impel Down riot. Straw Hat, Luffy. 2 former warlords of the sea, Crocodile, and Jinbe, the Knight of the SEA, as well as the revolutionary cadre, Ivankov, the Kamabaka Queen, and many other important figures were all on this floor. This time, they were charging at the prison guard corps led by Hannibal, the vice warden of Impel Down. Commodore Smoker of the Navy was rampaging among the criminals at the rear, desperately advancing towards the position where Straw Hat, Luffy was. Mu Fan observed the situation. He didn't find Magellan, the poison man known as the strongest man in the prison, here. Had he gone to relieve himself? Or was he on his way here? However, even though the strongest man in the prison wasn't present, the situation of the criminal escape army led by Straw Hat, Luffy, and the others was still not optimistic. Therefore, with Straw Hat, Luffy, Crocodile, and Jinbe as the vanguard, the escape army was striving to quickly break through and rush out of Impel Down. Presumably, these people all understood that once Magellan arrived, it would be much more difficult for them to leave. After all, the title of the strongest man in the prison wasn't just for show. Apart from the drawback of filling a toilet every day, Magellan's strength was beyond doubt. However, Magellan hadn't arrived yet. Currently, the greatest pressure was on Hannibal, the vice warden of Impel Down. Hannibal, you must hold back those criminal thugs together with Commodore Smoker. I'll arrive immediately. At the exit of the 4th floor scorching hell, Hannibal, the vice warden of Impel Down, put away the din mushy. This vice warden of Impel Down, who had been entrusted with the important task of leading the guard corps in this critical situation, held the weapon in his hand, and his somewhat terrifying face gradually became firm. I wonder if I can replace the warden after making a great contribution this time. I said the wrong thing. My ambition is exposed. But I will go all out. Are the enemies terrifying? Of course they are. As one of the most timid guys in the prison, Hannibal had always known his own limitations. But now, as the vice warden of Impel Down, before Warden Magellan arrived, he couldn't retreat, because this retreat would not only be the most disgraceful event in the history of Impel Down, but it would also allow many heinous criminals to return to the sea and run amok. As a member of the world's #1 prison, the vice warden of Impel Down, he must hold his ground. You rioting criminals, I, Hannibal, the vice warden of Impel Down, will never let you escape from here. Prepare yourselves, Hannibal shouted, cheering on the Impel Down guard corps while also cheering himself up. After all, across from him was a group of cold-blooded pirate criminals. Mu Fan, who was observing this scene in the dark, felt quite touched. Leaving other things aside, the sense of justice in Hannibal, the vice warden of Impel Down, was worthy of respect. Sandstorm. Amidst the howling, a sandstorm sent a group of prison guards flying. Having achieved quite good results, Crocodile, the king of the desert and one of the former warlords of the sea, frowned slightly, just after breaking through a group of guards and opening a gap. Countless guards immediately filled in. Had the morale of the Impel Down guard corps risen because of Hannibal's will? That guy Hannibal actually became so serious all of a sudden. How strange. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, felt slightly puzzled, but then he immediately joined the battle again. With the appearance of the Straw Hat Kid, he finally found a chance to escape from this prison, so he naturally had to go all out. This damned prison! I don't want to stay here for a single moment longer. As the morale of the Impel Down guard corps increased, conversely, the fighting spirit of the pirates on the escape side gradually weakened, especially under the double-pronged attack of the Impel Down guards and the Navy. Fortunately, however, the man who had long become the spiritual leader of this group of escaping criminals stepped forward. Straw Hat, Luffy, leaping over numerous obstacles, he landed in front of Hannibal, the assistant warden of Impel Down. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I'm going to Marineford to save Ace. Ace is about to be executed, you bastard. Move aside quickly. At this moment, Luffy, who had been maintaining the high-intensity gear second state, was surrounded by billowing steam. His momentum was menacing. However, Hannibal opposite him clearly showed no sign of retreating. Even though he was facing the super new pirate who had risen to fame on the sea recently, Straw Hat Luffy, I'll knock you out, and then go save Ace. At this very moment, Straw Hat Luffy's gaze was resolute. He looked at Hannibal, who was already badly wounded, and felt a bit of admiration in his heart. This peculiarly looking man had a powerful will, but he, Luffy, had an even stronger will. Now he was going to save Ace. No one could stop him. On the other side, opposite Straw Hat, Hannibal, the assistant warden of Impel Down, was propping himself up with his weapon. Standing with great difficulty, he was obviously severely injured, but as long as he hadn't fallen, he would stop these detestable criminals from escaping from the prison. You rioting criminals, you're nothing but notorious pirates and criminals. If we let you blood-ridden guys return to the sea, the common people will lose their families and loved ones out of fear and stay awake all night, being enveloped by pain. So, for the sake of reassuring the weak, we, the just jailers of Impel Down, as long as we still have a breath left, will never allow a single criminal to successfully escape. This is Impel Down, the world's largest prison. If it's destroyed, people across the entire sea will be plunged into boundless panic. I, Hannibal, the assistant warden of Impel Down, absolutely won't let you pass. Hannibal roared and stood up again. Facing pirates and escaped prisoners, he would rather die than retreat. At this moment, justice burst forth. Both the Impel Down Guard Corps and the Navy were inspired by these words. Their morale soared. Even Mu Fan in the shadows was deeply touched. If the Navy could have the same awareness as Hannibal when facing the world government and the celestial dragons, the world would surely be a better place. Gum, Jet Bazooka. At this time, Straw Hat Luffy knew that if he didn't defeat the enemy in front of him as soon as possible, the prison break operation would become extremely difficult. Therefore, even though he also felt a bit of admiration for Hannibal in his heart, he had to defeat the latter as soon as possible. This attack held nothing back, using the power second only to his Gear 3rd ultimate move at present. Boom! The huge impact caused dust to rise everywhere, and even the stone gate at the entrance was shaken and shattered. However, Hannibal, the assistant warden of Impel Down, stared wide-eyed, full of shock. Such a powerful attack didn't hit him, because a figure in a white robe blocked the attack with one hand for him. Hannibal, you've done well. Maintaining the bottom line of justice, Mu Fan, who was shrouded in the white cloak and mask of CP0, after blocking Straw Hat Luffy's attack, turned his head and slightly nodded to Hannibal. The performance of Hannibal, the assistant warden of Impel Down, at least made Mu Fan see that justice still existed. On the other hand, although Hannibal didn't bear the final blow from Luffy, due to his serious injuries before, seeing someone come to his rescue, he could no longer hold on by willpower. Before Mu Fan finished speaking, Hannibal collapsed to the ground and fainted at the same time. When the pirate escaped prisoners of the prison, Break Legion saw that Straw Hat Luffy's powerful attack was actually blocked by someone with one hand. The whole scene was shocked. Although there were some powerful individuals among these pirate escaped prisoners, at least the vast majority were no match for Straw Hat Luffy. Moreover, along the way, Straw Hat Luffy had always been the vanguard. Although he was very young, his strength was obvious to all. Therefore, these escaped prisoners felt somewhat shocked. After all, on the surface, Straw Hat Luffy seemed to be far inferior to the person in the white robe who had just appeared. Hey, who are you? Are you also going to stop me from saving Ace? Luffy seemed to sense that the person in front of him was very difficult to deal with, and then asked. In fact, he also felt that the person shrouded in the white robe and mask had a faint sense of familiarity, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out where he was familiar. Straw Hat Luffy.Mu Fan looked coldly at Luffy.I. In fact, he should have reasoned with this guy Luffy on behalf of Vice Admiral Garp, but thinking about it, it would probably be useless. Luffy had heard about justice since he was a child, right? So, there was no need to waste words. Boom! Mu Fan didn't say anything more and directly launched a Rokushiki, Renkyaku, and Mu Fan's Rokushiki of the Navy was not something that the group of CP9 could compare with. Just a casually executed Renkyaku caused great damage. Although Straw Hat Luffy managed to dodge it barely, several escaped prisoners behind him were severely injured. Who on earth are you? Get out of the way quickly. Straw Hat Luffy was anxious at this time. His brother's execution was imminent, and he had to rush to Marine headquarters, Marineford, as soon as possible. Straw Hat Luffy, don't you want to go to Marineford? I can help you. Facing Luffy's imposing appearance, Mu Fan just wanted to smile. Although Luffy's background was terrifying, he didn't care. Didn't he want to go to Marineford? Then he would grant his wish. However, it would be in the form of being escorted there. Swish! A cold light flashed, and the entire blazing hell trembled at the moment when Mu Fan swung his sword strike. The expressions of several powerhouses present, such as Crocodile, Jinbe the Sea Knight, Ivankov the Kamabaka Queen, and Commodore Smoker, changed instantly. A powerhouse, a real powerhouse. To be able to swing such a sword strike with an ordinary sword, he must be a great swordsman, level swordsman. Even Smoker fell into a momentary confusion. I haven't heard that there is a great swordsman in CP0. As for Rear Admiral Tashigi, her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, a bit puzzled. This sword strike had a faint sense of familiarity. But the sword was wrong. With one strike, Mu Fan sent Straw Hat Luffy flying over 100 meters away. Then he retracted the Navy sword that was still trembling in order not to let Tashigi and others discover even the slightest clue. Mu Fan deliberately put away Shura and casually picked up a Navy sword to use. But obviously, an ordinary sword could hardly withstand the sword strikes Mu Fan swung. It might shatter completely with the slightest carelessness. However, to deal with Luffy, Mu Fan didn't need much swordsmanship. Swish! After sending Straw Hat Luffy flying, Mu Fan then flashed and rushed towards Luffy again, striving to capture him as soon as possible. But someone blocked in front of Straw Hat Luffy one step ahead of Mu Fan. The former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, this great pirate, who was smoking a cigar and had a golden hook on one hand, saw Mu Fan attacking Straw Hat again at an incredibly fast speed and quickly flashed to rescue him. Fortunately, he was very close to Straw Hat Luffy. Now, we can't let you take out the Straw Hat Kid. Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly. Then his entire body quickly turned into flowing sand. And at the same time, he swung out 2 sand whirlwinds, trying to block the opponent's attack with this. There was no other way. The strength shown by this person in the white robe made him feel quite difficult to deal with. Crocodile.mu fan, who was moving at high speed, sneered when he saw this scene. The former warlord of the sea who was once defeated by Straw Hat Luffy was now going to save his former enemy. Was it to bury the hatchet, or did he have other plans? But no matter which one it was destined to be in vain. Facing the 2 sand whirlwind attacks, Mufan stepped on Jeppo and used Saru, easily dodging them, and then quickly punched towards Crocodile. Elementalization. Then let's see if your Crocodile's elementalization can withstand the armament haki that can rival that of Zephyr. The black wrist. Bang. There was an explosive loud noise. Crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying out like a cannonball. In his eyes, there was full of shock. So powerful armament haki. I was careless, shattered by a heavy blow. Crocodile managed to steady his form, then pressed his hand to his chest and said that it seems he has lingered in the first half of the Grand Line for far too long. Losing the heart of a true, having previously been defeated by the Straw Hat Boy, he was now careless in this battle once more. Mufan didn't continue his assault on Crocodile, but instead turned his attention to Luffy. As far as Mufan was concerned, he owed nothing to Vice Admiral Garp, and had no connection with Luffy either. Naturally, there was no need for him to play the game of showing mercy, as Akiji did. And dealing with Luffy at this stage wasn't difficult. In fact, it could be said to be quite straightforward, for the Straw Hat at this moment was simply too weak, with a single punch. A fist enveloped in armament haki was enough to send Straw Hat Luffy into a state of unconsciousness. Perhaps it was because the Straw Hat had already suffered severe injuries beforehand. Or perhaps, in the face of Mufan, the Straw Hat was inherently so vulnerable. At the very least, Mufan couldn't be said to have held back, yet neither did he exert his full strength. Come to think of it, Luffy should be grateful to Mufan. After all, Mufan would help him reach Marineford, albeit under coercion. There was just one thing that struck Mufan as rather strange. Luffy had been knocked unconscious, yet no one came to his rescue. Could it be that Luffy's entry into Impel Down really had no mastermind behind it? Was it merely by luck, or had they already left? Straw Hat Boy, Mr. Luffy. Damn it. Witnessing Luffy being knocked out, Jinbe the Sea Knight, Ivankov the Revolutionary Dragon, and Crocodile were greatly shocked and rushed forward to offer assistance. In fact, it wasn't just these powerful individuals. At this moment, the morale of all the escaped criminals who had participated in the prison break had plummeted to rock bottom. There was no help for it. The performance of that man in white was simply too astonishing. Even Straw Hat Luffy, who had led them on a victorious spree, had been instantly defeated. What hope did these insignificant characters, have? Jinbe and the others attempted to save Luffy, but Mufan didn't give them the chance. Instead, he directly grabbed the unconscious Luffy and teleported to Commodore Smoker. Commodore Smoker of the Navy, by the latest order of the world government, you are to escort the pirate Straw Hat Luffy to the Navy and publicly execute him alongside Ace the Fire Fist. At this moment, in the 4th floor, level 4, hell of blazing heat and Impel Down, the atmosphere grew somewhat strange. Commodore Smoker of the Navy stared at the white-robed CP0 before him, then looked at Straw Hat Luffy, who was lying unconscious at his feet. His eyes were filled with obvious shock and astonishment. Indeed, he had long desired to capture Straw Hat Luffy and his crew one day, but given the current situation, ever since the Enies Lobby incident, it had spread throughout the Navy. During this period, Straw Hat Luffy, one of the most renowned pirates on the sea, was the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Navy, and the son of Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world's most dangerous criminal. And at this crucial moment, the world government intended to publicly execute Straw Hat Luffy and Ace the Fire Fist together at the Navy. Wasn't this a bit too overconfident? The order has been delivered. Commodore Smoker of the Navy, please carry it out. Mufan didn't waste too many words with Smoker, this well-known problem child in the Navy. Though somewhat brave but lacking in strategy, could cause trouble if he talked too much. Once Smoker had a moment of madness and questioned his CP0 identity, it would be difficult to get away with it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, subduing Straw Hat Luffy, and preventing most of the criminals from successfully escaping from prison. Reward: the skill poison immunity has been received. The voice of the system rang out. Mufan instantly felt some changes in his physique. From now on, arsenic would be like a drink to him. Lord CP0, I have a question to ask you. just as Mu Fan was about to leave the scene. A female voice suddenly interrupted him. Mu Fan's body tensed up immediately, and his gaze slowly turned towards Ensign Tashigi of the Navy. Could it be that she had discovered something? On the surface, Mu Fan remained calm, but in his heart, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. If Tashigi really sensed something that might expose his identity, then neither Smoker nor Tashigi and the other Navy members would be able to wake up until after the Battle of Marineford. May I ask, my lord, did you abduct an ensign of the Navy not long ago? Ensign Tashigi of the Navy summoned up her courage and asked in a very firm tone. Mu Fan secretly let out a sigh of relief. An ensign of the Navy? There was indeed one that I took him away to learn about the situation in Impel Down previously, but that fellow didn't know anything. Where is he now? Tashigi continued to press. I let him go. He should be on some other floor, or perhaps back on the Navy battleship. I've answered your question. Commodore Smoker of the Navy, I'll leave the rest to you. Mu Fan's words left him an escape route. Then he teleported out of everyone's sight. As for the remaining escaped criminals, Ivankov the Revolutionary Dragon, Jinbe the Sea Knight, and others would undoubtedly fight tooth and nail to rescue Straw Hat Luffy. But clearly, it wouldn't be that simple. Leaving aside the prison guards of Impel Down and Smoker's Navy, don't forget the strongest man in the prison who hadn't appeared yet, once Magellan the Poison Man arrived. If Ivankov, Jinbe, Crocodile, and others persisted in their attempt to rescue Luffy, the probability of them escaping from this world-renowned prison would be almost zero. The title of the strongest man in the prison wasn't just for show. Even Mu Fan in the past would have given Magellan a wide berth. Of course, things were different now. Besides, there was another thing that puzzled Mu Fan. Teach, this ambitious schemer, according to the original timeline. Shouldn't he have appeared in Impel Down right about now? Strange, Mu Fan didn't stay in the hell of blazing heat to watch the show any longer. He had done pretty much all he could. What happened next would depend on Impel Down itself. He wanted to take advantage of the remaining time to visit Level 6. Infinite Hell in the depths of the prison. Pay a visit to those legendary figures who had been erased from history. Having just encountered Shiryu of the Rain, he couldn't continue deeper. At the same time that Mu Fan left the 4th floor, a strange darkness slowly dispersed at the junction of the 4th floor. Level 4. Hell of blazing heat in the 3rd floor, revealing several menacing figures. It was the Blackbeard Pirates. Captain, why did we hide just now? A CP0. We could just crush him. He. Burgess of the Blackbeard Pirates asked, quite puzzled. With the strength of their Blackbeard Pirates at this moment, they could do as they pleased. What was there to be afraid of? Be patient. I have a feeling that guy is no ordinary person, but the Straw Hat Boy is really too weak. He doesn't even have the qualifications to participate in this grand feast. Come on, let's go achieve our goal. The new era belongs to us, the Blackbeard Pirates. Teach, the Blackbeard, laughed maniacally. It was coming. It was coming. His long, planned scheme was about to bear fruit. This great sea trembled before the Blackbeard Pirates, Straw Hat Boy. At this moment, Ivankov the Revolutionary Dragon, Jinbe, and others were fiercely charging at the Navy, trying to rescue Straw Hat Luffy from the hands of Commodore Smoker. And Crocodile was smoking a cigar, his face looking ugly as he continued to try to break through the prison guards of Impel Down. In Impel Down, he had helped the Straw Hat Boy several times. But that was mostly to escape from this underwater prison successfully. But now, damn it, why did a CP0 suddenly appear? Could it be that he was destined never to escape this underwater prison? Speaking of which, wasn't that Straw Hat guy supposed to be full of willpower? Why was he defeated so easily this time? And what's more, he had lost to the Straw Hat Boy before. Does that mean he is far inferior to that CP0? It's really exasperating. After leaving the 4th underground floor, Mu Fan continued to delve deeper. Time is running short. Presumably, Smoker will soon escort Straw Hat Luffy to the Navy headquarters. After all, there isn't much time left until the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Therefore, Mu Fan has to return to the naval warship before Smoker departs. Strangely, Mu Fan didn't find even a trace of Shiryu of the Rain along the way. This great swordsman, who had almost his left hand crippled, should hate him deeply at this moment, right? Damn it. Mu Fan was dashing forward at high speed using Sora when he suddenly found himself facing a burly man head-on. And apparently, the other party had also spotted him. A vast expanse of purple droplets surged dozens of meters, enveloping all of Mu Fan's escape routes, and Mu Fan stopped, feeling slightly helpless, truly worthy of being the strongest man in the prison. He moves incredibly slowly, But his attack is fast enough? CP0. There's no notice of CP0 being allowed to enter impel down. Who are you? Mufan never expected that he had just acquired the skill, poison immunity. Right after that, he encountered Magellan, the poison man. It's hard to tell whose luck is bad. Anyway, this warden of impel down, the strongest man in the prison, became suspicious of his identity as soon as they met. But this was also within Mufan's expectations. As the warden of impel down, if the world government or the Navy headquarters sent someone to impel down, no matter what the purpose was, they would surely inform him first. Moreover, when Mufan entered impel down, he posed as a Navy. After pretending to be CP0, he avoided all the surveillance din mushy that survived the riot. Magellan had never received a report of CP0 entering impel down, nor had he received any notice from the world government or the Navy headquarters, so it was natural for him to be suspicious. Warden Magellan of impel down. Hello, I'm CP0. Mission code 7. I entered impel down this time to search for the whereabouts of Mufan, a naval deserter. Mufan tried his best to keep his voice calm. Recently, apart from the news of the upcoming public execution of the pirate Fire Fist Ace being the most sensational, the news of him, the youngest and strongest rear admiral in history, deserting the Navy, has also caused a great stir, and as the warden of impel down, Magellan is likely to know some inside information. For example, Mufan was wanted by the world government for killing a celestial dragon, a fact that the world government would never make public before catching him. A person of Magellan's level might be aware of this. A naval deserter, Mufan. Magellan clearly didn't believe it. His round eyes rolled around as he continued to ask. Wasn't the naval deserter Mufan already crippled by Admiral Kazaru, and impel down is so far from the location of the worst-case scenario? How could a disabled person like Mufan come to impel down? Even if the world government asks the CP organization to expand the search area, it's impossible to send CP0 to impel down at this crucial time. You're lying to me. Poison dragon. After a brief analysis, Warden Magellan of impel down immediately made a judgment, and he directly launched an attack. A poison dragon. At this crucial time, impel down had experienced the most disgraceful riot in history. As the warden, he couldn't shirk his responsibility. The only thing he could do was to try his best to make up for it. Boom. The poison dragon, composed of purple venom, lunged at Mufan mercilessly. Every drop of the mucus on the poison dragon could corrode a deep pit when it landed on the ground. Although Mufan had obtained the poison immunity skill, his years of combat experience had become instinct. With a flash and using Jeppo, he dodged the attack of the poison dragon. 6 powers of the Navy. Seeing that the poison dragon was easily dodged, Magellan, the poison man, had a deep look in his eyes. Such powerful and magnificent 6 powers of the Navy were rare to see. Could this person really be CP0? Magellan, you've got the wrong person. I'm not your enemy. If I'm not mistaken, the Blackbeard pirates should have already broken into impel down by now. Right, Magellan? Shouldn't you be doing something more important? Mufan drew his naval sword and fought while retreating. He didn't want to confront Magellan head on. There was no need for that. Instead, it would waste time. Humph, you've revealed yourself that you're definitely not CP0. At this moment, Magellan, the poison man, suddenly sneered and then increased his offensive. Mufan also thought it was bad. Sure enough, talking too much led to mistakes. If it was a CP0 on a mission, they couldn't have known that the Blackbeard pirates had broken into impel down, unless they saw it with their own eyes. But he said should. This should indicated that he didn't see it with his own eyes. And the world government probably didn't know about the Blackbeard pirates at this time either, and wouldn't inform a CP0 on a mission, because this piece of news was first conveyed to impel down by the Navy headquarters. For whatever reason, Mufan, currently posing as CP0, shouldn't have known about Blackbeard. Presumably, Magellan had already regarded him as part of Blackbeard's gang by now. At this moment, 3 poison dragons simultaneously appeared in the narrow passage, almost blocking all of Mufan's escape routes. Warden Magellan of impel down coldly looked at Mufan in a white robe, as if looking at a pile of bones corroded by poison. No one could withstand his venom. After all, even he, Magellan, couldn't bear his own venom. Did he endure the daily diarrhea for nothing? The 3 poison dragons pressed down on Mufan overwhelmingly. What puzzled Magellan was that his opponent, who had been very brisk and agile before, didn't resist at all at this moment. He just stood there. Could it be that under the terrifying venom, he had resigned himself to death? Magellan, the strongest man in the prison, stared at Mufan with a hint of doubt. Without a doubt, He was very confident in his venom, but the opponent didn't seem like someone who would wait to die either. Puff! The 3 poison dragons poured down like a flood. Every drop of the venom on the poison dragon was enough to corrode refined iron. At this moment, several tons of venom all pressed towards Mu Fan, forming a terrifying prison of venom. The naval sword in Mu Fan's hand was instantly corroded into scrap iron, making a hissing sound. The surrounding ground was also corroded full of holes that it was enough to show the terrifying power of the venom. Fortunately, Mu Fan's clothes weren't corroded, otherwise it would have been really troublesome. Outside the prison of venom, Warden Magellan of Impel Down watched coldly at it this time. The venom in the prison was constantly churning. Every drop of the venom was deadly. I endure the daily harassment of venom and have to bear inhumane pain no matter who you are. Being wrapped in my venom means only death. Magellan said coldly, in his opinion, the enemy in the prison had no chance of survival without the special antidote. And next, he had more criminals to execute. Originally, I intended to swallow my anger. But, Magellan, what are you pretending for? Your poison really can't do anything to me. Just as Magellan was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from the prison of venom. His huge body suddenly froze. Then he raised his head with great difficulty. And his terrifying face was full of an expression of disbelief. In the prison of venom weighing several tons, several rays of light suddenly appeared. As the light grew stronger, several slashing hurricanes suddenly burst out from the prison of venom, directly shattering the prison of venom. And the man whom Magellan had determined would surely die, holding the famous sword Shulaw in reverse, slowly walked out of the venom. He was full of energy and imposing, showing no signs of being poisoned. How? How is this possible? Why weren't you poisoned to death? Could it be that my poison has lost its effect? At this moment, the mightiest man in the prison, Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, harbored profound doubts about himself at that time. The already fearsome devil, like face of Magellan, the mightiest man in the prison and the warden of Impel Down, took on an even more peculiar expression. He simply couldn't believe it. How could there possibly be someone on this sea who remained unscathed under his deadly poison? Could it be that this person was a devil fruit user with an ability that counteracted toxins? Impossible, Magellan. I've said that I'm merely carrying out a mission. For you, the vice warden of Impel Down, shouldn't the most crucial thing right now be to prevent the situation from deteriorating further? Mu Fan stepped towards Magellan that he could somewhat understand the shock experienced by this mightiest man in the prison. After all, the sudden failure of one's proud and super powerful ability was a heavy blow to any powerful being. Of course, this could also be attributed to Magellan's over-reliance on his devil fruit ability to some extent. Who on earth are you? Magellan asked coldly, enunciating each word. He could almost be certain that the fellow in the CP0 white robe in front of him was most likely an imposter. However, the other party didn't seem to bear any ill will towards Impel Down that he probably wasn't a pirate. Could he be from the Revolutionary Army? That didn't seem right either. No comment, Mu Fan replied icily. Since he was no longer a rear admiral of the Navy, there was naturally no need for him to show any respect to Magellan, who was under the jurisdiction of the world government. After all, this guy wasn't Shanks, nor was he a user of the face, giving fruit ability. If Magellan could consider the overall situation, he wouldn't pester him any further. But if he was stubborn, then there would be a battle. Anyway, with his poison immunity skill, Mu Fan really wasn't afraid of him at all. In fact, for Magellan, Mu Fan was definitely the most difficult enemy he had ever faced. In short, the choice was left to this mightiest man in the prison. If you dare pose the slightest threat to Impel Down, I will hunt you down with all my might. After pondering for a moment, Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, said coldly. His expression was also extremely solemn that he knew the other party was right. He really should consider the overall situation now. But letting a powerful man of unknown identity run amok and Impel Down made him feel somewhat uneasy. At least he had to issue a threat. Ha ha ha. In the face of Magellan's threat, Mu Fan suddenly burst out laughing, and Magellan, who had issued the threat, tightened his body instead. At this moment, this mightiest man in the prison was actually somewhat distracted, because in the other party's laughter, he seemed to hear the sounds of endless battles on the battlefield. It was tragic, heroic, passionate, and also fierce. Before Mu Fan finished speaking, he directly passed through Magellan's poisonous defense. His fist, infused with powerful armament hockey, directly struck the latter's abdomen. Boom! With a loud noise, Magellan, known as the mightiest man in the prison, was sent flying. His burly body crashed into the wall, creating a deep pit. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of Magellan's mouth. "You, who are under the jurisdiction of the world government, have no right to threaten me." Without saying more, Mu Fan left after leaving this sentence. Time was running out, and he didn't have time to entangle with Magellan that he was no longer a member of the Navy. Instead, he was a defector wanted by the world government and the Navy headquarters. Since that was the case, he would act as he pleased, as for new and old grudges. When he dominated the sea and claimed the title of emperor in the future, he would surely settle accounts with the celestial dragons and the world government. Who on earth is this guy? Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, covered his abdomen and slowly stood up. He looked in the direction where Mu Fan had left, lost in thought, judging from every aspect. This imposter of CP0 was definitely no ordinary person. However, on this sea, there were too many powerful and legendary figures that it was hard to guess who he was. Perhaps, one day in the future, he would have the chance to find out. Anyway, for now, the riot in Impel Down should be dealt with first. While the conflict between Mu Fan and Magellan was taking place, the Blackbeard pirates and Shiryu of the Rain, the chief jailer of Impel Down, also met by chance, but obviously neither side intended to start a fight. Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, and Shiryu of the Rain were attracted to each other as soon as they met, knowing that the other was the partner they were looking for. Therefore, Shiryu of the Rain directly joined the Blackbeard pirates. Shiryu, how could a great swordsman like you be so seriously injured? Who did this? Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, asked curiously as he looked at Shiryu of the Rain's left hand, which was half gone. The wound on Shiryu's left hand was very neat. Obviously, it was caused by a sword. Precisely because of this, the Blackbeard felt a bit strange that Impel Down. Was there actually someone who could wound the great swordsman Shiryu of the Rain like this with swordsmanship? Although Shiryu was a right-handed swordsman, it was still rather embarrassing for a great swordsman to have half of his palm cut off. Sure enough, when this matter was mentioned, the expression of Shiryu of the Rain instantly turned gloomy. A CP0 I was careless. Next time we meet, I will personally cut off his head, Shiryu said coldly and resentfully. He had now added Mu Fan to his must-kill list of course, if he knew Mu Fan's true identity. He might not think so up until now. Shiryu of the Rain only thought that he had lost and gotten injured due to momentary carelessness. As long as he was serious, the other party would surely die. As long as you wait, opportunities will always come. The important thing is whether you can seize them. So it was that CPO? That guy is really not simple. Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, sneered. He also had a deep impression of that white-robed CP0. After all, the Straw Hat Kid had fallen into the hands of that CP0. Speaking of which, even he felt rather headache when he thought about the chain reactions that would occur after Monkey D. Luffy's arrest. Even the Navy and the world government wouldn't take such a risk lightly, right? But fortunately, this didn't affect his plans. Instead, the more lively this feast became, the crazier the upcoming new era would be. In Impel Down, on the 6th underground floor, the Infinite Hell. As soon as he entered this prison that held many legendary figures, Mu Fan felt many powerful auras. Many gazes also focused on him. Another CP0. Impel Down is really lively today. Make a ruckus. Make a ruckus. Better not let me escape, or I'll kill 10,000 people to have my fill of fun. In the dark passage, all kinds of sinister and venomous voices continuously resounded. However, most of them were mere trifles. Those legendary powerful individuals, having been imprisoned for so many years, naturally wouldn't engage in idle chatter casually. Mu Fan unleashed his observation hockey. He precisely located the prison cell of the criminal who had boasted about killing 10,000 people to vent his anger. A flash of sword light appeared in the next instant. The criminal in the cell, who had been spouting wild words and showing his ferocious features just now, had his head drop directly to the ground and roll into the corner. Thus, the dark passage finally became a bit quieter, and those true powerful beings also cast their gazes towards Mu Fan at this moment. Mu Fan held the handle of the Azura sword in one hand and walked forward slowly. He had merely come to take a look at these losers from the previous era. There was no need to pay attention to these extremely vicious criminals. The experiences of being reborn as a time traveler and the 10-year killing career in the Navy had long made Mu Fan understand a truth. Reasoning with truly bad people was completely useless, unless the other party had some unspeakable hardships. Otherwise, reasoning with those who took pleasure in killing and committing crimes was nothing but courting humiliation. For example, the guy who had just been spouting wild words, claiming that he would kill 10,000 people for fun once he got out of Impel Down. Mu-fan believed that guy would definitely do what he said. So, he died. Mu-fan gradually delved deeper into the infinite hell. The distance between the surrounding prison cells gradually increased, and the auras of the prisoners held in the cells became even more terrifying. Some legendary powerful beings erased from history were imprisoned in different ways from ordinary criminals. Some were frozen, some had seawater injected into their cages, and some were chained up with numerous sea prism stone chains. The methods were all kinds of strange. This was also for the sake of safety in Impel Down. After all, some people were just too powerful. For instance, before this, in the previous era, the Golden Lion Shiki, a great pirate who once rivaled Gold. Roger, the Pirate King, and Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, had successfully escaped from Impel Down and remained at large. Therefore, Impel Down further strengthened the restraint and restriction on these powerful criminals. Hey, lackey of the world government, what are you doing here? Courting death. Mu-fan was walking when suddenly a mocking and irritable voice came from the darkness. That voice was also tinged with a trace of madness. Mu-fan paused in his steps. With a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of a prison cell. This prison cell was quite spacious. Although the vision was a bit blurred, Mu-fan could still see that the burly criminal inside was being bound by several extremely thick sea prism stone chains and couldn't move. Barrett, better not go too far, or be careful of getting taken care of by that Magellan again. That a reminder came from another prison cell not far away. Hearing this, Mu-fan's heart couldn't help but stir. One of the former crew members of the Pirate King Roger, Douglas Barrett, the demon's progeny, Magellan, I'll break the horns on his head sooner or later. Barrett's deep voice came from the darkness again. Hey, CP0, what's the situation on the Grand Line now? Are those naive pirates still chasing after it because of Roger's words? Yes, Mu-fan replied calmly. He vaguely remembered that Barrett's obsession was to defeat his former Captain Roger and establish his theory of being the strongest. But he had never had the chance and ability. After Roger died, this guy was almost like a madman. He was a man with a deep obsession. Moreover, although Barrett was imprisoned at this time, his aura was not weak. Presumably, during the 20-odd years of being imprisoned in Impel Down, this demon's progeny had been constantly cultivating, achieving the ultimate power. Roger has been dead for many years. The brats on this Grand Line probably don't know what a powerful being is anymore, right? Douglas Barrett's laughter continued to come from the darkness. Barrett, don't act rashly. The prison cell not far away suddenly shouted again. At this moment, Mu-fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his body tensed up slightly. Sure enough, the next second, a powerful mental shock suddenly erupted, rushing towards Mu-fan like a surging flood. With his body completely bound and his abilities sealed by the sea prism stone, Barrett, who should have been completely weak and paralyzed, still unleashed an extremely powerful conqueror's hockey shock at this time. This was the strength of Douglas Barrett, the former crew member of the Pirate King and the demon's progeny. At this moment, a hint of fanaticism also emerged in Mu-fan's eyes. Then, a conqueror's hockey not weaker than the opponent's burst out. The two tangible conqueror's hockeys clashed violently, and the entire infinite hell was thrown into turmoil. Barrett's conqueror's hockey was in the form of a black, purple whirlwind, with a majestic momentum as if it could destroy everything and reign supreme. And Mu-fan's conqueror's hockey was golden red. Filled with domineering and an unparalleled strong will, the two conquerors' hockeys were evenly matched and at a stalemate. Even the entire sixth floor infinite hell became the battlefield of their conquerors' hockey confrontation. The powerful beings imprisoned in other prison cells opened their eyes one after another at this time, sensing the confrontation of the two extremely powerful conquerors' hockeys. This level of conquerors' hockey confrontation was definitely rare, even on the Grand Line in their era. And some criminals with slightly weaker strength felt their scalps go numb. The criminal who had been worried that Barrett would severely wound Mu-fan and attract the punishment of Impel Down also completely shut up. Because the mysterious CP0 who appeared in the infinite hell, his conqueror's hockey was not in the least bit weaker than the powerful Barrett. Even, it faintly had an extra bit of domineering. Kid, you're not bad. If one day I can get out of here, I'll definitely find you and defeat you severely. Having suffered a small setback in the confrontation of conqueror's hockey, this made Douglas Barrett extremely angry. He had cultivated painstakingly for more than 20 years and was on the verge of reaching the ultimate of power, but now, he couldn't even overpower a mere CP0. It was really hard for him to accept. In addition, he was a bit puzzled. Given the narrow-mindedness of the world government and the celestial dragons, How could they let a person with the king's qualification become a CP0? Strange. Mu Fan and Barrett simultaneously retracted their conqueror's hakis and ended the confrontation, because they both knew that continuing such a confrontation would only lead to consumption, and neither could do anything to the other in a short time. Mu Fan could have taken the opportunity to severely wound or even kill Barrett while he was imprisoned, but doing so wouldn't be that easy either to injure a powerful being like Barrett. It would be inevitable to break the sea prism stone chains. By then, not to mention whether he could injure the other party, it was highly likely to turn into a fierce battle. Mu Fan had originally planned to find and deal with those criminals who would join Blackbeard's gang in advance, such as the King of Bad Governance, the Hunter of the Dark Moon. These notorious criminals, but unfortunately, the Infinite Hell held numerous criminals, and most of them were in absolute darkness. It wasn't easy to find a specific person. Moreover, calculating the time, Vice Admiral Smoker of the Navy should almost be escorting Monkey D. Luffy onto the warship and preparing to head to Marineford, the Navy headquarters. Mu Fan didn't have time to waste. It was also strange that he hadn't encountered Blackbeard's gang from beginning to end. But that was for the better. After all, if Mu Fan were to face the entire Blackbeard pirates alone now, it would probably be a bit strenuous. Wait until he retrieves his destiny. I wonder how Hancock is doing now. Does she miss him very much? Mu Fan thought of the shy look of the Pirate Empress when she was by his side, and his heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. There was no way. She was the most beautiful woman in the world, on the Grand Line, off the coast of Impel Down to in front of the Gates of Justice. The naval battleship belonging to the unit of Commodore Smoker was at this moment berthed in front of this colossal gate, symbolizing justice. Mu Fan stood on the ship's deck, his hand gently resting on the hilt of Shura, facing the sea breeze that blew slowly, gazing at the immensely huge gate of justice before him. A tinge of sentiment welled up within his heart. The last time he had passed through this gate, he was the most renowned and glorious rear admiral in the history of the Navy. Now, as he stood once again in front of this gate, there was a sense of how things had changed and people remained the same. However, for Mu Fan, this instead presented a greater challenge. His acquaintances in the Navy headquarters, upon seeing him again soon, would surely be extremely astonished. After all, in the eyes of the world government and the Navy headquarters, he, Mu Fan, was severely injured and rendered useless. As Mu Fan had anticipated, that fellow Smoker was deathly afraid that Straw Hat Luffy would be rescued by Ivankov and the others. Thus, during the subsequent battles, he directly chose to fully withdraw from Impel Down. After all, Emporio Ivankov, Jinbe the Knight of the Sea, and Sir Crocodile were by no means weaklings. Having captured Straw Hat Luffy, even if he didn't catch him single-handedly, Smoker wouldn't easily allow him to be rescued. And the arrival of Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, further gave the prison legion an overwhelming advantage. So, Smoker took the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield in a logical manner, leading his subordinates to escort Straw Hat Luffy back to the naval battleship. Preparing to continue their journey to the Navy headquarters at that time, Mu Fan had long since changed back into the uniform of a naval sub-lieutenant and was already waiting on the naval battleship. Smoker and Tashigi asked a few questions regarding CP0, yet there was no sign of anything amiss. However, what surprised Mu Fan somewhat was that Smoker, who was renowned for his impulsive and brash nature, hesitated when they were about to pass through the Gate of Justice. And then, he made a prompt decision to contact the Navy headquarters, demanding to speak directly with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. However, the response from the Navy headquarters was that Fleet Admiral Sengoku had no time at the moment, and they could only wait. This was well within Mu Fan's expectations. Now, the time left until the public execution of Ace, the Fire Fist Pirate, was running out. As the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku of the Buddha, must be engaged in the final round of defense arrangements. Moreover, Mu Fan could almost be certain that, apart from Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha, the busiest person in the Navy headquarters at this time should be Admiral Akanu. For the other two admirals, one should be either sleeping or dozing off, and the other, God knows where he is slacking. Although Mu Fan didn't have a good relationship with Admiral Akainu, and in some respects, they were rather incompatible, it had to be admitted that Akainu's professionalism was beyond reproach. He was definitely the most responsible and radical among the three admirals. However, the problem was that Akainu was far too radical, under the control of the world government and the celestial dragons. To what extent could this so-called absolute justice be absolute? Absolute obedience to the celestial dragons? Ridiculous. Hey sub, Lieutenant. What's your opinion of that CP0 who hijacked you? Having been unable to get through to Fleet Admiral Sengoku for a long time. Commodore Smoker was visibly impatient. For him, missing or being late for the upcoming unprecedented battle was unacceptable. But now there was a problem. That was Straw Hat Luffy. After getting out of the battle and calming down, Smoker realized something was amiss. This Straw Hat Luffy was not only the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Navy, but also the son of Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The world's most dangerous criminal. The Navy capturing and even executing pirates was unproblematic. But the issue was that Straw Hat had a rather powerful backer, coupled with the fact that a great battle between the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors in the New World, was on the verge of breaking out if they were to bring Straw Hat to Marineford for a public execution. Both the world government and the Navy headquarters would have to think twice. That's why Smoker was in a dilemma. What was strange was that ever since he handed Straw Hat Luffy to that CP0, he couldn't find that CP0 anywhere. Sub, Lieutenant, I'm just a newbie. What can I think? Before today, I didn't even know there was such a thing as CP0 in the world. Mufan feigned ignorance nonchalantly. He wasn't worried about any accidents at the moment because Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha wouldn't have the time to respond to Smoker in a short time. And given Smoker's character, he would never allow himself to join the battlefield after the war started. So, this guy would soon make up his mind to pass through the Gate of Justice and head to the Navy headquarters. Oh, I must have lost my mind. I forgot you're a newbie. Well, it's just Straw Hat. Even if the Revolutionary Army takes any action, it's too late. Pass the order to the gatekeepers to open the Gate of Justice and head back to the headquarters immediately. As expected, Smoker didn't hesitate any longer, because he needed to arrive at Marineford before the war broke out, so as to set up defenses with the main force. Soon, the towering Gate of Justice swung open. Mufan, along with the naval battleship, passed through the Gate of Justice and officially set off towards the Navy headquarters. The last time Mufan left the Navy headquarters, he was a rear admiral. But this time, he had become a naval trader. After passing through the Gate of Justice and entering the Whirlpool Sea, the battleship could no longer turn back and could only head towards the Navy headquarters. Marineford. As for the subsequent development of Impel Down, Mufan couldn't care less. He wasn't here to do charity. He had done his best. Next up was the main event, the Summit War. He just didn't know where his Tianming was. Was it put away or taken by some vice admiral or admiral to wear? However, Tianming was master. Recognizing, the naval battleship passed through the Gate of Justice and sailed for about half an hour. Finally, news came from the Navy headquarters. When Sengoku of the Buddha learned that Smoker had brought Straw Hat Luffy to the Navy headquarters without permission, he flew into a rage. He not only berated Smoker severely, but even threatened to demote him. However, what was done could not be undone. In the end, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha could only order Smoker to speed up and reach the Navy headquarters first, after hanging up the Den Mushi. Smoker gave a very cordial greeting to the ancestors of CP0. Fan, on the side, said, "Well said, CP0, are all no good." At this point, Mufan had successfully infiltrated the Navy headquarters. All that was left was to wait. Before long, he would set foot in the Navy headquarters, Marineford, once again, and before long, he would finally return to the world's attention in his own identity as Mufan, the naval trader, returning to the Navy headquarters and causing a great stir. Just thinking about it made Mufan a little excited. Perhaps he could hold a simple engagement ceremony with the Empress at Marineford. With the Summit War as the backdrop, it seemed worthy of the title of the world's most beautiful woman. Mufan thought freely, but his joy didn't last long, because a top-grade naval battleship sailed alongside. Scared, he immediately withdrew his hand from the hilt of Shura and took a few steps back. Hiding behind Smoker, Mufan never expected that. With only the last leg of the journey to the Navy headquarters remaining, he would meet her here. Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, candidate for Admiral Momotu Yuan. That was Aunt Momotu, who had recommended Mufan to enter the Naval Academy. She was the person Mufan had the best relationship and the deepest affection for in the Navy, even more so than anyone else. Precisely for this reason, Mufan put away his habitual stance and put his hands behind his back, standing behind Smoker like a guard. After all, others might not pay much attention to his stance. But if it was Momotu, she might very well notice something fishy. Is that Smoker's team? On the other side, among the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, Tokikake Gion, a candidate for admiral, a trace of doubt emerged on her intelligent and peerlessly beautiful face. Just now, she seemed to have seen a very familiar figure. Could it be? Bring the ship closer. I want to meet Smoker. Soon, Tokukake Gion issued the order. Two naval battleships began to advance side by side. With a leap, Tokukake Gion jumped from her own battleship to the adjacent one. As one of the candidates for Admiral of the Navy, although her official rank is Vice Admiral, in terms of both strength and her position within the Navy headquarters. She far surpasses an ordinary Vice Admiral, being quite remarkable. One could even say that she forms her own faction. So when Mu Fan was still a rear Admiral in the Navy, he was regarded by most of the Navy as belonging to the same faction as Tokukake Gion. Such an important figure, Smoker naturally dared not be negligent. He immediately stepped forward to greet her. After all, if he wanted to be promoted in the future, he couldn't do without the support of veteran generals like Tokukake Gion. Vice Admiral Gion, I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you also returning to the headquarters for the upcoming big battle? Smoker, a Commodore of the Navy, asked, facing Tokukake Gion. He naturally didn't ask casually. As far as he knew, the branch base under the responsibility of Vice Admiral Tokukake Gion was in the New World. And at this crucial time, the two candidates for Admiral should be stationed in the New World to prevent the pirates there from taking advantage of the situation. Mu Fan also had some doubts about this. But fortunately, Smoker asked for him. I'm looking for the traces of Mu Fan. Oh, you have any news about Mu Fan, Smoker? The mature and sexy Tokukake Gion didn't answer Smoker's question, but asked directly. Strangely, as soon as Gion boarded the ship, her gaze locked onto Mu Fan. This made Mu Fan extremely nervous. Could it be? He had carefully disguised even his figure and temperament. Could Annie Tokukake recognize him like this? Mu Fan was already prepared to jump into the sea and swim to the Navy headquarters. But had Annie Tokukake been searching for his traces during this period? Mu Fan, I've never heard any news about him. After being seriously injured by Admiral Kazuru, he should have hidden somewhere to recover from his injuries. Smoker thought for a while, and then replied at the same time. He was secretly astonished in his heart. He didn't expect that this candidate for Admiral would go to such lengths to search for Mu Fan. Leaving her post at this time would probably be resented by the world government. One could imagine how important Mu Fan was in Tokukake Gion's heart. That ensign, you, come here. Tokukake Gion didn't continue talking to Smoker, but directly targeted Mu Fan. Yes, the familiar figure just now was this naval commodore in front of her. He wore a famous sword at his waist and had a mask on. There was something strange. What's wrong? Vice Admiral? This is a new recruit who came a couple of days ago. Smoker said when he saw Tokukake Gion looking at Mu Fan. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with you. Tokukake Gion bypassed Smoker directly and took 2 steps in the direction where Mu Fan was. At this time, Tashiji and other naval officers didn't even dare to breathe. After all, this mature and sexy Vice Admiral was still a candidate for Admiral, facing someone who was very likely to become an Admiral in the future. Ordinary sailors and lower-level officers were naturally extremely nervous. Hello, Vice Admiral. I'm an ensign of the Navy. Mu Fan knew that it was useless to hide at this time and could only face it bravely. Moreover, his voice had been skillfully disguised. By taking the initiative like this, he should be able to dispel some of Auntie Tokukake's doubts in advance. Sure enough, after Mu Fan introduced himself actively, Tokukake Gion's steps obviously paused, and then she stopped. Can you take off your mask? Although there is no clear regulation, there are few people in the Navy who wear masks. Tokukake Gion asked. Now the distance between Tokukake Gion and Mu Fan was very close. So close that Tokukake Gion could reach out and take off Mu Fan's mask herself. So she wasn't afraid that Mu Fan would play tricks. Mu Fan knew that he couldn't avoid it. So he simply didn't try to hide. Although he was quite familiar with Tokukake Gion, he had also made the most elaborate disguise on his face. Unless someone tried to destroy it, it wasn't that easy to find out. At most, people might think he looked a bit similar. Mu Fan took off his mask readily. What came into Tokukake Gion's view was a hideous scar that ran from the forehead to the corner of the mouth. Coupled with a pair of small eyes, his appearance could be said to be rather hideous. Although the outline of the face did bear some resemblance to Mu Fan's, it was obvious that they were not the same person. After all, Mu Fan was a handsome young man with sword-shaped eyebrows and star-like eyes, with an elegant and handsome appearance, who had charmed countless girls in the Naval Academy. Mu Fan quickly put the mask back on after taking it off for only 3 or 4 seconds. The disguise was indeed very elaborate, but one couldn't stare at it carefully to study. Otherwise there would eventually be loopholes. Vice Admiral, when I was a child, I I was looted by pirates and got a long scar on my face, so I'm used to wearing a mask. Mu Fan explained immediately. After this series of actions, he should at least be able to deceive Tokukake Gion for a short time. It's okay. Scars are the glory of the Navy. Tokukake Gion didn't say anything more. But there was obviously a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She had searched all the surrounding waters where Mu Fan had disappeared, but found nothing. Where on earth had that brat gone? Did he really become a traitor to the Navy and no longer regard her, Tokukake Gion, as family? Tokukake Gion, the candidate for Admiral of the Navy, quickly returned to her exclusive warship. She had previously received a notice from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, asking her to return to the Navy headquarters as soon as possible to participate in the upcoming battle. And the position she left vacant in the New World had already been filled by someone. In order to search for Mu Fan, she had indeed left her post without permission for a while. She naturally couldn't refuse the order from the headquarters this time, but she didn't know where Mu Fan was. He should still be alive, right? Mu Fan watched Tokukake Gion's departing back. He was deeply touched. He had expected that Annie Tokukake would be worried when she learned the news that he was wanted. But he didn't expect that Tokukake Gion would go to sea to search for his traces. Lying to Tokukake Gion made Mu Fan feel very guilty, but there was nothing he could do now. If Tokukake Gion knew his identity now, whether to take action to control Mu Fan or not would be a huge test for Tokukake Gion. And once Tokukake Gion let Mu Fan go, another traitor to the Navy would be born. Annie Tokukake, don't worry. Soon, we'll be able to meet in an open and above board manner. Navy headquarters, Marine Fort. At this time, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha, who had just completed the final round of defense deployment of the Navy headquarters, pressed his palm against his temple, his brows tightly knitted. That guy Smoker actually caused trouble again at this crucial time. Didn't that guy know the identity of Straw Hat Luffy? Was he really forcing that old guy Garp to make a choice, to choose the justice he had believed in for most of his life? Or his two beloved grandsons? It was really a headache, but actually, Sengoku didn't really blame Smoker. According to Smoker, the pirate Straw Hat Luffy was defeated by a mysterious CP0 and handed over to Smoker. And it was said that the world government ordered the latter to Straw Hat to Marineford for execution. But this was simply impossible. Even the world government would probably not risk publicly executing Straw Hat and Fire Fist Ace together. Therefore, Sengoku immediately verified with the world government. The response he got was not beyond his expectation. The world government had never issued that so-called ordered T the same time. No CP0 had been sent to Impel Down to carry out a mission. It was only said that two CP0s who were on a mission to hunt down Mu Fan were missing. That is to say, the CP0 who infiltrated Impel Down, contacted Smoker, and even issued a false order from the world government was fake. However, even though Sengoku, known as the Wisdom General of the Marines, could not fathom exactly who it was that impersonated the CP0 agents, had Mu Fan not been struck by Kizaru's Yada no Kagami, there was a high likelihood that it could have been that young man. But now, it is certain that Mu Fan no longer possesses such an ability. In fact, whether he is still alive remains uncertain. At present, for Sengoku and the entire Marine Force, there is no time for lamentation, for an unprecedented and epic battle is on the verge of breaking out at the Marine headquarters, has the forces of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Momotu, and Smoker not yet returned? Just as Sengoku was deep in thought, Akainu Sakazuki, an admiral of the Marines, pushed open the door and entered. His weather-beaten face was filled with displeasure as the deputy commander of the front-line forces. He was responsible for the deployment of the first-line troops. However, Momotu, who was a candidate for admiral, and Smoker, the newly promoted commodore, had not yet led their troops back. Smoker could be excused as he was temporarily dispatched to Impel Down for support. But what about Momotu? For the sake of a mere traitor, she deserted the branch base in the New World. With a great battle about to erupt at the headquarters, she still did not return promptly. What on earth does justice mean to this woman? Momotu and Smoker will arrive soon. Sakazuki, is everything ready? The four Emperor Whitebeard could launch an attack at any moment. Sengoku, the Wisdom General of the Marines, said with a profound gaze. As an old rival for decades, he was well aware of the terrifying power of this man, the strongest in the world. This war poses a formidable challenge to the Marine headquarters. Everything is ready. Edward Newgate, the four Emperor Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. In the face of absolute justice, any pirate is destined to be executed. Akainu Sakazuki, the Admiral of the Marines, said coldly. Then, with a flick of his justice-inscribed cape. He left Sengoku's office. Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Marines, looked at Akainu's departing back, feeling somewhat helpless. Sakazuki was indeed a dedicated Marine, compared to Borsalino and Kazan. Sakazuki's workability was more outstanding. However, the justice he believed in was too extreme. Originally, Sengoku thought that Mu Fan would be the ideal candidate to succeed him as the fleet admiral in the future. The new generation of the Marines would become extremely powerful and better safeguard justice on the sea. But who could have expected that Mu Fan would slay a celestial dragon, a member of the world nobles? He was really too impulsive and young-blooded, not even understanding the principle that what is too rigid is easily broken. And Garp thought if that old man were to learn that Monkey D. Luffy has been brought to the Marine headquarters, would he do something outrageous? Just as Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Marines, was filled with anxiety, and the entire Marine headquarters was enveloped in the pre-war gloom. Mu Fan finally landed on Marine Ford, the Marine headquarters, aboard Smoker's warship that I'll go report to Admiral Akainu first. Tashigi, you lead everyone to get some supplies. After disembarking, Smoker received an order and immediately instructed Tashigi. Yes, Commodore Smoker. Tashigi saluted and then watched Smoker leave. She looked at the current situation of the Marine headquarters and felt a bit excited, yet also a bit scared. As a Marine, having the opportunity to participate in such an unprecedented war was undoubtedly an opportunity and an honor. However, at the same time, this war would inevitably result in a large number of casualties. Of course, casualties are inevitable in any war. It's just a pity that Rear Admiral Mu Fan won't be able to participate in this unprecedented battle. Tashigi had consulted Rear Admiral Mu Fan about swordsmanship many times, and the latter had given her a great deal of inspiration. Therefore, although the age difference between them was not significant, Tashigi had always regarded Mu Fan as an idol. So, Mu Fan's inability to take part in the upcoming great battle and show his prowess was a pity for Tashigi. At this moment, Mu Fan naturally had no idea what the young lady in front of him was thinking. Now that he had set foot on the land of Marine Ford again, there was no need for him to stay by the side of Smoker and Tashigi. Otherwise, if his identity were to be revealed later, these two might be punished. Ensign, this is your first time at the Marine headquarters, right? It's quite large here. Unfortunately, there's no chance to show you around now, but there's likely to be a big battle soon. Be careful this time that don't get abducted again. Tashigi remembered that Mu Fan behind her was a newcomer and wanted to remind him. But when she turned around, she found that he had disappeared. Hey, where's the ensign? Tashigi suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly asked the Marines behind her. I don't know. It seemed like a gust of wind blew, and then the ensign disappeared. Lieutenant Tashigi, wouldn't the ensign have been abducted again? A few slightly sarcastic voices came from among the Marines. Clearly, in the eyes of some, a Marine being abducted was a disgrace. You guys go get the supplies, and then come back here to form up. I'll go find Commodore Smoker. Tashigi ignored those Marines. She had a hunch that things were not that simple. She had to inform Commodore Smoker as soon as possible. Tashigi, carrying a famous sword, quickly left the team and headed towards the location where Commodore Smoker and others were. But unexpectedly, after walking halfway, she suddenly felt a chill on the back of her neck, and then her vision became blurred. Finally, she heard a familiar voice in her ears. Tashigi, take a nap. Wake up when the war starts. Wait, what's wrong with this lieutenant? In front of the main building of the Marine headquarters, Mu Fan carried the unconscious Tashigi to the restroom but was stopped by two Marines on guard. Lieutenant Tashigi is exhausted and fainted. She needs to rest. The Commodore ordered me to bring her here to rest. Mu Fan made up a random excuse and felt a bit sad inside. In the past, when he came here, the guards on both sides couldn't salute fast enough. How dared they stop him? But then again, after all, he was in a disguised identity now, and he, Mu Fan, was already a traitor to the Marines. I see. Then go in. The war is about to start. After sending this lieutenant in, please come out immediately, ensign. The Marine guard on the left reminded him. Mu Fan nodded and was about to help Tashigi enter the main building. He didn't know where the Mandate of Heaven was at the moment. There were Marines from various deployed troops outside, which was not convenient for him to act. The headquarters building was relatively empty now, making it easier to search, and if he guessed correctly, the Pirate Empress should be in the exclusive restroom for the 7 warlords of the sea inside. Wait, is Lieutenant Tashigi a subordinate of Smoker? Just as Mu Fan was about to enter the main building with the unconscious Tashigi, a frivolous and annoying voice suddenly came over. Mu Fan tensed up and looked coldly at the approaching man. a rear admiral of the Marine headquarters, named Hyena. This was an old rival of Mu Fan. No. It was this guy who thought of himself as Mu Fan's rival. Hyena, a rear admiral under Admiral Akainu, was not friendly to Mu Fan and was filled with a pathological hostility. However, he had never even had the qualification to provoke Mu Fan. After all, a man in his 30s who was still just an ordinary rear admiral was far inferior to the strongest rear admiral in history. Especially after it was rumored that Mu Fan had defeated the former Admiral Zephyr before his defection. Apparently, in terms of strength, he had already completely surpassed all rear admirals and even vice admirals of the Marines, except for 3 exceptions. But that was all in the past. In the eyes of most rear admirals and vice admirals of the Marines, Mu Fan had become the biggest laughingstock, the youngest and strongest rear admiral in the history of the Marines. Defeating the former Admiral Black Wrist Zephyr? So what? He was just a Marine traitor crippled by Admiral Kazuru. With the great battle impending, there is no time for rest. Wake her up by force. Smoker really lacks sense. It's bad enough that he arrived at the headquarters for assembly so late, and now his subordinates are causing so much trouble. Rear Admiral Hyena of the Navy clearly has no intention of showing Smoker any respect. He immediately said in a cold voice, "But, Admiral." The 2 Marine guards at the gate looked hesitant. One side was Rear Admiral Hyena, and the other was a trusted subordinate of Rear Admiral Smoker. Naturally, they didn't want to offend either. Do you have any objections?" Hyena glared angrily at the 2 guards, scaring the latter into shaking their heads repeatedly. Then his gaze turned to Mu Fan and said, "Hey, that sub, Lieutenant, didn't you hear what I said? What are you doing wearing a mask for no reason? Are all of Smoker's subordinates this casual?" Listening to the other party's incessant barking, an unnamed anger welled up in Mu Fan's heart that he really wanted to cut this trash hyena down with a single sword at this moment. But the most important thing now was to stay calm. Once a conflict occurred at this time and his identity was exposed, all would be in vain. Currently, almost all of the Navy's high-end combat power was gathered at the Navy headquarters. Even every single Marine was an elite transferred from the 4 seas in the New World. Even Mu Fan, if his identity was exposed at this time, there would be only one outcome: defeat, and it might even implicate the Pirate Empress and Aunt Taudu and others. That it's just that this hyena is really detestable. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Or do you want to be executed as a spy?" Seeing that a mere sub-lieutenant dared to ignore his words, Rear Admiral Hyena of the Navy flew into a rage. He drew his saber and made a move as if to attack. With a clear metallic humming sound of clang, the 2 Marine guards had already been scared to the ground. Even Rear Admiral Hyena, who had taken the initiative to attack, was now shocked and forced to retreat several steps. And a tall, mature, and sexy figure was standing in front of Mu Fan and Tashigi. After retrieving the famous sword, King Viro, Taudagion, the candidate for Admiral of the Navy, said in a cold voice, "With the great battle impending, you're attacking your own people. Hyena, what are you trying to do?" Lieutenant General Taudu, Hyena covered his already cracked tiger's mouth, with cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He was naturally arrogant in front of his subordinates. But in the face of a candidate for Admiral of the Navy, he didn't dare to act rashly even if he was given 100 guts, especially this Lieutenant General Taudu, who didn't have a good relationship with Admiral Akainu. Scram, Taudu had no patience to waste words with Hyena and directly said coldly, "Yes." Rear Admiral Hyena of the Navy lowered his head and quickly left. Before leaving, he gave Mu Fan a fierce glare. It seemed that he was blaming Mu Fan for causing him to provoke Lieutenant General Taudu. "Are you two all right?" What's wrong with Tashigi?" Taudu glanced at Mu Fan, noticed something wrong with Tashigi, and asked replied to the Lieutenant General. Ensign Tashigi was so tired that she fainted. "I'm helping her to rest for a while. After all, the great battle is about to start." Mu Fan adjusted his voice and then said cautiously. He never expected that he would run into Aunt Taudu again before the Battle of Marineford began. Is that so? Taudu looked at Mu Fan suspiciously. She always felt that this masked sub-lieutenant had a familiar feeling, but she couldn't tell where it came from. Forget it. She still had to go find Fleet Admiral Sengoku to ask about the destiny matter. "Let them in," Taudu ordered the 2 guards at the gate. Then she left, listening to the sound of high-heeled shoes fading away. Mu Fan finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he helped Tashigi enter the headquarters building. Entering the headquarters building again, Mu Fan felt a bit like it was a lifetime ago. However, he had been a Rear Admiral of the Navy for a long time, so he was quite familiar with this place. Since he had made Tashigi faint, He naturally had to take responsibility. Mu Fan planned to find a medical room first and let Tashiji sleep for a while. But unexpectedly, before he could take Tashiji to the medical room, he ran into Hyena again. Mu Fan was a bit speechless. Was this guy really so narrow-minded? With the Battle of Marineford impending, instead of sticking to his position, he was getting angry with two sub-lieutenants. Is this the so-called warrior under absolute justice? Hee, brat, didn't expect to see this admiral again. Did you? You really made me suffer a great deal. Rear Admiral Hyena of the Navy looked at his newly bandaged tiger's mouth, staring at Mu Fan with eyes like looking at an enemy. What do you want? Mu Fan sneered. There were no guards here. If Hyena was courting death, he wouldn't mind giving him a hand. Facing the reckless behavior of Rear Admiral Hyena of the Navy, Mu Fan clearly didn't have much patience. The top priority now was to retrieve his saber destiny first, complete the system's mission, and obtain the reward of the God's Fruit, the God's Fruit that could control the 7 natural elements. Even Mu Fan couldn't contain his anticipation in his heart. Therefore, Mu Fan was quite annoyed by Hyena's constant provocation. At such a crucial time when the Battle of Marineford was about to start, he was still competing with a mere sub-lieutenant. This Hyena was really despicable. What? Scared? Sub-lieutenant? Weren't you so arrogant before? This time, let's see if anyone can save you. A mere sub-lieutenant dares to provoke this admiral? Rear Admiral Hyena of the Navy continued to laugh maniacally and sinisterly. Originally, he didn't have any conflict with this mere sub-lieutenant in front of him. But because of this sub-lieutenant, he was taught a lesson by Lieutenant General Taudu, which was very embarrassing. Moreover, this strange sub-lieutenant was really too arrogant. It felt like he didn't take a rear admiral like him seriously at all. Even that it reminded him of the feeling of being despised when he faced Mu Fan back then. This made him extremely unhappy. Mu Fan in the past was understandable. Although he was annoying, he was indeed the strongest rear admiral in the history of the Navy. But you, a mere Navy sub-lieutenant, what are you pretending for? Do you think that just because you're undersmoker, you can look down on this Rear Admiral Hyena? The more he thought about it, the angrier Hyena became. He directly used armament hockey to wrap around his fist, wanting to teach this fearless sub-lieutenant a good lesson. At this time, on the other side, Mu Fan looked at Hyena, who was talking to himself like a clown. The eyes under the mask were full of coldness. Did this Hyena really think of himself as something important? Clearly, he was a trash who couldn't even withstand Mu Fan's Conqueror's hockey shock. Mu Fan originally planned to use Conqueror's hockey to finish off Hyena and try not to cause too much noise. But who would have thought, before he could make a move, behind Rear Admiral Hyena, suddenly a figure as fast as the wind quickly rushed over. Bang! With a loud noise, accompanied by a shrill scream, the dignified Rear Admiral Hyena of the Navy was actually kicked out like a heap of garbage. He hit the wall, leaving a huge human-shaped pit, and Mu Fan clearly saw that the part of Hyena's body where his 2 kidneys were located was now completely petrified. Sweet, scent kick, perfect kidney stones? So ruthless. Soon, the gust of wind dissipated. The peerlessly beautiful figure stopped in front of Mu Fan. Her posture was as graceful as a flower, and her peerless face was unparalleled in the world. It was the world's most beautiful woman, the Empress of Pirates, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Mu Fan never expected that he could reunite with the Empress so soon. Even more unexpectedly, the Empress actually helped him solve the trouble of Hyena. However, could this world's most beautiful woman have recognized him? Impossible. After the Empress arrived, she didn't even glance at Hyena. In fact, she didn't even know who she had kicked. Of course, it didn't matter. Anyway, she didn't care. She only cared about one person now. That was Mu Fan. Just now, she caught sight of a familiar figure in the exclusive lounge of the 7 warlords of the sea. So she rushed out directly to look for it. However, when the Pirate Empress saw Mu Fan at this moment, she visibly paused. There was a sense of familiarity. But overall, the naval sub-lieutenant in front of her seemed to have nothing to do with Mu Fan at all. Hancock. Mu Fan gave a calm smile and called out the Pirate Empress's name from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the Pirate Empress was on the verge of tears, as if she had been hit. And she stepped back several paces. Her peerless, beautiful eyes were filled with excitement, love, and disbelief. It had been several days. She hadn't seen Mu Fan for a full several days, these past few days. She didn't even know how she had gotten through. Hancock, calm down. You're a warlord of the sea now. Hold on a little longer. Seeing that the Pirate Empress was about to break down and rush over, Mu Fan couldn't help but be touched and hurriedly reminded her. After all, This was the naval headquarters building that in case their identities were exposed at this time. With this situation, neither he nor the Pirate Empress would probably be able to escape. The Pirate Empress nodded seriously upon hearing Mu Fan's reminder, indicating that she understood. But then, her gaze finally landed on the female Marine that Mu Fan was supporting. That is Mu Fan cheating. Does he not love me anymore? What did I do wrong? All of a sudden, the Pirate Empress, who had been full of domineering presence and had kicked a naval rear admiral flying just a few seconds ago, was plunged into an unprecedented depression. She even gave Mu Fan a wronged look. Mu Fan was shocked in his heart. He looked at Tashiji, who had fainted on his shoulder, and then understood what had happened. This was a misunderstanding, but Mu Fan didn't have the time or energy to explain these things at this moment. And then, the naval rear Admiral Hyena finally regained some consciousness. My kidneys. The first thing Hyena did after regaining consciousness was to shout in shock. After all, being completely petrified, this was no small matter. Pirate Empress, you're a warlord of the sea. Why did you attack me? The naval rear Admiral Hyena looked at the Pirate Empress in grief and accusation that he really couldn't figure it out. Why was he so unlucky today? First, he was beaten up by Vice Admiral Momoto. And now he was directly kicked, and his kidneys were ruined by the Pirate Empress, one of the warlords of the sea. Damn it. Who did he offend? And why was that naval lieutenant so lucky? What I do is none of your business. If you really have to ask why, it's because I'm too beautiful. The Pirate Empress regained her haughtiness, and her world-renowned peerless face was full of coldness. But even so, even with his kidneys ruined, at this moment, the naval rear Admiral Hyena was completely conquered by the Empress's beauty, wagging his tail like a lapdog, and Mu Fan took this opportunity. Two powerful finger pistols shot out. One completely disabled Hyena's martial arts, and the other knocked him unconscious before the latter could let out a more intense scream. Mu. After completely getting rid of the trouble of Hyena. The Pirate Empress was about to say something, but was stopped by Mu Fan's outstretched hand at the same time. Mu Fan's expression under the mask became extremely serious. Hyena was just a small fry. Mu Fan didn't take him seriously in the first place. Since he had successfully sneaked back into the naval headquarters, Mu Fan was naturally confident. The probability of this mere Hyena causing him to be exposed in advance was not high. But the person who was quickly rushing here might be different. The Fleet Admiral of the Navy, the tactician, Sengoku the Buddha. At this moment, this Fleet Admiral of the Navy was leading a group of Marines and quickly approaching. Mu Fan took a couple of steps back slightly, but didn't choose to leave. If he wasn't mistaken, Sengoku the Buddha should have received a report that the Pirate Empress had left the Seven Warlords Lounge without permission and rushed over. Although it was highly likely that Sengoku wouldn't choose to offend the Pirate Empress during this period, Mu Fan was still a bit worried. After all, the Empress was just one uncompleted ceremony away from completely becoming his woman. Pirate Empress. In the naval headquarters building, Sengoku the Buddha looked at the Pirate Empress, who was a warlord of the sea, with blazing anger. His expression was full of anger and a hint of fatigue. Being the Fleet Admiral of the Navy was really too difficult for him. With the Whitebeard pirates likely to attack at any time, incidents kept happening. When he had just received the report that the Pirate Empress had suddenly and forcefully left the exclusive lounge of the Warlords of the Sea, Sengoku directly smashed the office desk. After all, Blackbeard, one of the Warlords of the Sea, had defected not long ago. If something went wrong with the Pirate Empress again, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Navy. Even the morale, which had already been hit because of the Mu Fan incident, would collapse further. Fortunately, nothing major had happened. Fleet Admiral, what does your Navy mean by this? I've traveled all the way to the naval headquarters to help you fight. Do I have to be restricted by you in everything I want to do? In order to cover for Mu Fan as much as possible, the Pirate Empress took the initiative to attack when talking to Sengoku the Buddha. She seemed to be acting as if it was all the Navy's fault, and this despicable guy actually dared to speak rudely to me. What? Does your Navy's so-called justice not even tolerate a woman like me? Hyena? Only then did Sengoku the Buddha, the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, notice Hyena, who was lying motionless and on the verge of death not far away, that he immediately frowned tightly. Did this guy Hyena really have the guts to provoke the Pirate Empress? Or was this woman making things up? While thinking, Sengoku finally noticed Mu Fan's presence. That Lieutenant, have you been here the whole time? What exactly happened here? Sengoku the Buddha, the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, asked at the same time. He saw Mu Fan wearing a mask and his brows furrowed slightly. He didn't know why. Not long ago, he had suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Report, Admiral. Rear. Admiral Hyena offended the Pirate Empress. He also said that as a naval rear admiral, he wouldn't take a pirate seriously. So Mufan deliberately stammered out the truth. Anyway, Hyena wouldn't be able to wake up in a short time. Now, whatever he said, Sengoku would have to believe. Sure enough, Sengoku the Buddha, the fleet admiral of the Navy, was furious. He immediately ordered the Marines to carry away the unsightly Hyena so that others wouldn't see him and the morale wouldn't be affected. Warlord of the Sea, Pirate Empress, please return to the lounge and wait. If you need anything, please tell the guards. This is a critical period. Please don't walk around casually. It won't be long before we ask you Warlords of the Sea to go to the port for defense. Pirate Empress, this war is related to the future of the entire sea. Please take it seriously. After dealing with Hyena, Sengoku the Buddha, the fleet admiral of the Navy, said to the Pirate Empress in a serious tone. The defection of the pirate Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, had caught him off guard. Although the Navy needed the power of these warlords of the sea this time, from another perspective, these notorious pirates, except for Bartholomew Kuma, were all unstable time bombs. Therefore, they had to be cautious with the warlords of the sea. Old Sengoku, are you telling me what to do? The Pirate Empress's beautiful face turned a bit gloomy. She had finally reunited with Mufan. Before they could even say a few words, this old man was asking her to go back to that damn lounge. Boa Hancock, the situation is special now. The Yonko Whitebeard may attack at any time. I hope you can prioritize the overall situation. The veins on Sengoku of the Buddha's forehead bulged prominently, and his expression was rather agitated. During this period of time, ever since Mufan caused an extremely heinous incident, right up until the impending public execution of the pirate ace, the Fire Fist, he had scarcely had any rest. However, all these were within the scope of his duties. But now, facing the arrogant Pirate Empress, he truly felt a bit uneasy, especially at this crucial juncture. He couldn't use force against the Pirate Empress, who was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. But if this woman really made a scene, it would definitely be a disaster for the war that was about to commence. Damn it. Why on earth did that scoundrel Hyena have to provoke this woman? The world's most beautiful woman. The more beautiful a woman is, the more terrifying she can be. Lady Warlord, you'd better listen to the Marshal that a war is about to break out, and you should have a good rest and await the unprecedented battle that lies ahead. Seeing that a conflict was about to occur between the two sides, Mufan could only step forward and persuade the Empress. He could understand the Empress's feelings because he also longed to meet the Empress openly. But now was not the time. Hey, who told you to speak up? Sengoku of the Buddha, the Marshal of the Navy, immediately reprimanded Mufan when he suddenly spoke up. At the same time, his body tensed slightly, ready to step in and rescue at any moment. Based on his understanding of the Pirate Empress, this woman was extremely arrogant and would never easily let go of any man who dared to offend her. And a mere naval sub-lieutenant might very well incur the Empress's. However, an astonishing scene that left Sengoku of the Buddha in utter disbelief occurred. Not only did the Pirate Empress show no intention of taking action, but she instead nodded gently. That's right, gently. And it was a very gentle gesture. The extremely arrogant Pirate Empress was actually being so gentle just because of a single sentence from this sub-lieutenant. Could a mere sub-lieutenant be more persuasive than he, the Marshal of the Navy? While Sengoku was in a state of shock, the Pirate Empress had already turned around and returned to the exclusive lounge for the 7 warlords of the sea. Gazing at the back of the world's most beautiful woman, Sengoku of the Buddha finally shifted his gaze to Mufan and to Shiji. That is, in his eyes, a strange naval sub-lieutenant wearing a mask whom he had never seen before. As for Tashiji, since she had already fainted, Sengoku didn't pay much attention to her. With a great war imminent, it was inevitable that the Marines were overly tense, and the possibility of fainting from fatigue was quite likely. Sub-lieutenant, do you know the Pirate Empress, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Report, Marshal. I don't. Mufan replied calmly. He knew that Sengoku didn't have much time to waste on him, and the more straightforward his answer, the less likely it was to arouse suspicion. Then why did she listen to you? Sengoku asked the question he most wanted to know, because it was really strange. That was the Pirate Empress. She had dared to confront him just now, yet she chose to back down because of a sub-lieutenant's words. Report, Marshal. I think the Pirate Empress didn't listen to me so much as her arrogance wouldn't allow her to bow her head in front of you. So she used me as a stepping Stoned, Mu Fan slowly revealed the reason he had come up with. Sengoku of the Buddha, the Marshal of the Navy, nodded and didn't pursue the matter further. After all, upon reflection, this seemed to be the only possibility. Surely, the Pirate Empress couldn't really have any connection with the sub-lieutenant. Sub-lieutenant. Immediately carry this lieutenant to the lounge, and then come to the Marshal's office to see me. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. This island that symbolized justice was now completely enveloped by the dark clouds of an impending war. Even the powerful Navy, when faced with the challenge from the strongest 4 Emperor's crews in the New World, couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, war is cruel. The celestial dragons can sit securely in the Holy Land, watching the battlefield battles from a distance as entertainment, but the Marines on the front line have to constantly face the threat of death. Akainu Sakazuki, the Admiral of the Navy, stood on the high platform at the port. After the teams of Vice Admiral Momotu and Commodore Smoker had taken their positions, the Navy's defenses were all in place. Next, once those few warlords of the sea were in position, the line of defense against Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, would be fully prepared. The 4 emperors? Wait, the judgment of absolute justice is coming. Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, muttered to himself with a cigar in his mouth. His eyes squinted. He firmly believed that the absolute justice he adhered to would reach its peak today. All the pirates in the entire sea would tremble under the Navy's absolute justice. Mu Fan, you short-lived brat. What a pity. This war will be exciting, but you'll no longer have the qualification to participate. Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, said gloomily once again. Regarding Mu Fan, the so-called future admiral, bound and the strongest rear admiral in history. Akainu had always held a radical and negative attitude. That guy had great strength and potential, and also had his own unique sense of justice. Unfortunately, he was too difficult to control, acting as he pleased. And the Navy was destined not to be the right stage for his development. If that guy hadn't joined the Navy, but had become a pirate or a member of the Revolutionary Army, etc., he would surely become a powerful enemy of the Navy and the world government in the future. However, this was destined to be impossible. Being severely injured and incapacitated was the heaviest blow to a former super rookie. Mu Fan had already fallen. Achoo, which bastard is talking about me? Mu Fan couldn't help but complain after sneezing 3 times in a row. He placed Tashigi on the bed properly and then exited the female Marine's lounge. He hadn't used too much force, and by the time the war started, Tashigi should wake up. This way, it wouldn't affect Mu Fan's actions. And now, the situation was a mixed bag for Mu Fan. He hadn't expected to encounter Sengoku of the Buddha, the Marshal of the Navy, in advance. Even more unexpectedly, this old man had actually asked him to report to the Marshal's office. The original plan was that Mu Fan wanted to wait until the war was about to start, when the headquarters building was empty, and then quickly search for the location of Tianming and then reemerge quietly. But he didn't expect such a change. However, this wasn't without its advantages, because there was a high probability that Tianming was in the Marshal's office. Being able to check it out in advance could save some time. Of course, there were also risks. In case Sengoku of the Buddha really became suspicious, given the Marshal's style and the current situation, Mu Fan would definitely be controlled immediately. But despite that, Mu Fan still had to go to the Marshal's office. In the Navy, generally, rank and status are proportional to strength at least. Exceptions are made for Garp, the hero of the Navy, and Mu Fan, the strongest rear admiral in history. So, since Sengoku of the Buddha could become the Marshal of the Navy, his strength was undoubtedly remarkable. In the Marine headquarters, the Marshal's office and the offices of the 3 admirals didn't have many guards. For the reason, naturally, it was unnecessary. Soon, Mu Fan arrived at the Marshal's office and knocked on the door. Come in. The voice of Sengoku of the Buddha came from inside. It could be heard at this moment, the Marshal of the Navy was already highly nervous. Moreover, he was about to head to the front line to notify the 7 warlords of the sea and the 3 admirals to initiate the final assembly and prepare for battle. And what Mu Fan didn't expect was that in the Marshal's office at this time, not only was there Sengoku of the Buddha, the Marshal of the Navy, but also Garp, the hero of the Navy with the iron fist. And CP0. Seeing this scene, Mu Fan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly scanned the area but didn't find the whereabouts of Tianming. At this time, Sengoku, Garp, and that CP0 member had all turned their gazes towards him. Among them, Garp, the hero of the Navy with the iron fist, had the most peculiar and intense expression. Mu Fan had never seen Garp like this before, but it seemed that Garp's main emotions were directed at the CP0 member. Sub-Lieutenant, Come in. According to Smoker's report, you were once taken away for questioning by a CP0 member and impelled down. And Straw Hat Luffy, is he the one that CP0 is capturing? The fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy, rubbing his temples, inquired in a low voice. He could barely keep that old fellow Garp in check any longer. Sure enough, upon hearing that Straw Hat Luffy had been captured, his old comrade's emotions had become somewhat unruly. Navy Ensign, are you certain that the person who abducted you and interrogated you was CP0? That member of CP0 looked towards Mufan, his voice hoarse and tinged with a hint of suspicion. Why does the mask this Navy Ensign is wearing seem so familiar? Young man, don't be afraid. Tell the truth, the Navy hero Garp interrupted. Although on the surface everything seemed normal, Mufan could sense that Vice Admiral Garp harbored a great deal of hostility towards CP0. However, it was understandable. After all, both of his grandsons had been captured. I wonder how Straw Hat Luffy is doing now. He should have regained consciousness by now. Things are not that straightforward. Smoker didn't notice. But Mufan saw everything clearly. All the way during the escort of Straw Hat Luffy to the battleship of the Navy headquarters, it wasn't just Straw Hat, the pirate. Of course, for now, this has little to do with Mufan. The reason he didn't intervene further was that he wanted to make Marineford even more chaotic. But the current situation is somewhat unexpected. This CP0 in front of him is coming menacingly. Could it be that they've obtained some intelligence? Report, Fleet Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp. The time has come. Before Mufan could answer CP0's question, a Navy captain interrupted the conversation. The final moment of assembly for the Navy side in the Summit War had finally arrived. Garp, let's go outside first. CP0, do as you please. Ensign, cooperate with CP0's interrogation. After leaving this order, Fleet Admiral Sengoku pushed and shoved Garp out. Sengoku, if we leave, what if the CP0 people take action? That Ensign will be in trouble. On the way to the port battlefield, the Navy hero Garp with the nickname Iron Fist complained discontentedly. Garp, you must see the current situation clearly. The enemy we're about to face is none other than Newgate. Regarding the matter of CP0, we can't interfere, and that Ensign is rather strange. In short, all our energy now must be focused on the upcoming war. Garp, don't forget, you're an old sailor, and we bear the responsibility of justice. Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy said sternly, at this moment, he could no longer concern himself with the matter of CP0, because the Navy's enemy, one of the maritime overlords of this era. In the New World, one of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, was about to arrive. Navy Ensign, if I'm not mistaken, you're lying. Inside the office of the Fleet Admiral, after Sengoku and Garp left, only Mufan and that CP0 remained in this office belonging to the highest authority of the Navy. And that CP0 clearly had little patience that he directly demanded in a hoarse voice tinged with a bit of harshness that, oh, what do you mean, CP0? In contrast, Mufan had completely relaxed at this moment. And his tone was also very calm that he knew that the Navy's final moment of assembly had arrived. All the high-in-combat forces would focus their attention on the battlefield, waiting for the appearance of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the four emperors. In this way, Mufan, who was in the rear at the headquarters building, would be safe, because the attention of the Fleet Admiral, the Navy hero, and the three admirals of the Navy would all be drawn to the battlefield, and no one would notice his actions. So, what could a mere CP0 do? In the past few days, 2 of our members have gone missing, and we're currently making all-out efforts to search for their whereabouts, but to no avail. And during this period, no CP0 has been ordered to go to impel down. So, Ensign, you're lying. Who exactly are you? Or are you keeping a secret for someone? CP0 continued to question. At this moment, in the eyes of this CP0 team leader, the person in front of him didn't pose much of a threat. At least, under his perception, he hadn't detected any danger. But one thing was certain, this Navy ensign definitely had something amiss, and after this war, he was also going to get in touch with the Pirate Empress, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. According to the latest intelligence, the 2 missing CP0 members had entered the Amazon Lily Kingdom, and there were signs that one of them had died on the island. Lying. Who am I lying to? You. Come on, how many words have I spoken to you? Mufan sneered, and then, under the gaze of CP0, he wandered around the office of the Fleet Admiral. He rummaged through this cabinet and searched that one. Eventually, he even sat in the Fleet Admiral's chair of Sengoku, and this action directly left CP0 in a state of utter shock. Absolutely abnormal. How could a mere ensign dare to sit in the Admiral's seat? Moreover, He actually suddenly felt a rather terrifying pressure from the ensign in front of him. That feeling was just like when he had faced the Navy hero Garp with the nickname Iron Fist. But that was Garp with the nickname Iron Fist, the Navy's hero, a naval legend who had once pushed the Pirate King to a corner. Now, how could this mere Navy ensign give him such a feeling? Just a second ago, he had thought that even if there was something wrong with an ensign, he could easily handle him. But now it seemed that he might have been overconfident. This guy in front of him was definitely not just an ordinary ensign. Could he be a spy sent by the Emperor Whitebeard? Who exactly are you? CP0 was a bit flustered at this moment. He had intended to dodge and escape, but he was locked by a powerful aura, which made him dare not act rashly at this moment. Facing this ensign who dared to sit in the fleet admiral's seat, he felt as if he was facing a gigantic beast covering the sky. Careless, the two missing CP0 members were very likely killed by this person. Hey, CP0, are you new to the Navy headquarters? Have you ever heard of the famous sword Tianming? Do you know where that sword is? Mu Fan sat in the admiral's seat, rummaging around again, but still found nothing. Where on earth has Tianming gone? Could it be that one of the three admirals has forcefully taken control of it for use? Otherwise, he should have felt something. Although he hadn't found Tianming for the time being, the position of the fleet admiral didn't seem that appealing either. It wasn't soft or comfortable. It couldn't compare to Hancock's embrace. Tianming, one of the 12 supreme grade great swords, the famous sword Tianming. At this moment, CP0 seemed to have heard something unbelievable, and his voice trembled slightly. The expression under the mask was one of shock and horror. One of the 12 supreme grade great swords, Tianming. The previous owner was precisely the mission target of CP0 at this stage. The bounty condition, dead or alive. Could it be that this Navy ensign in front of him? Is he, in the history of the Navy, the youngest, the strongest, the former rear admiral of the Navy who killed a world noble, the Celestial Dragon, and caused an extremely evil incident, the naval traitor Mu Fan? The more this CP0 thought about it, the more he felt it was correct. But the only flaw was that the naval traitor Mu Fan was supposed to have been disabled by two Navy admirals in collaboration with Zephyr. The blacklist. Guessed it? Mu Fan sneered. The summit war was about to kick off. Since there was no trace of Tianming here, there was no need for him to waste time here any longer. And this CP0 had no reason to exist either. You. How is it possible? How could you be standing here perfectly fine and have even infiltrated the Navy headquarters? CP0 seemed to have seen a ghost. To be able to become the team leader of CP0, his strength was naturally not weak, but he didn't have the confidence to escape unscathed from the hands of the so-called strongest rear admiral in the history of the Navy. After all, the person in front of him was someone who could even engage in a battle with the highest level combat forces of the Navy admirals. Consequently, the moment CP0 reacted, he chose to retreat rapidly, intending to draw the attention of the Navy. However, before he could rush out of the door, a tall and robust figure had already blocked his way, and a powerful mental shock immediately caused CP0 to lose his senses for a moment. Mu Fan's speculation was correct. Ever since he re-entered Marineford, his conqueror's hockey had been growing at a high speed. After being stunned, CP0 witnessed a terrifying scene. Mu Fan removed his mask and took off all the flesh, like tissues used for facial and body disguise. He regained the appearance of the most outstanding rear admiral of the Navy, with extraordinary temperament, handsome features, and an iron-willed and resolute bearing. Congratulations, you guessed right. I am Mu Fan, the traitor of the Navy. Such an ordinary statement, yet it triggered the greatest fear in CP0 under another intense mental shock of the conqueror's hockey. Accompanied by fear, a sure sword pierced through CP0's chest, instantly shattering all his vitality. After dealing with CP0, Mu Fan took off the Navy ensign's uniform and retrieved his own clothes from the system space. That it was a naval general's combat uniform without a rank insignia and with a changed color. The original naval uniform was white, while Mu Fan's was jet black. Subsequently, Mu Fan looked out through the marshal's office at the port, Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy, and Akainu, one of the Navy's most powerful combatants, had already taken their positions. Next should be the gathering of the 7 warlords of the sea and the other 2 admirals, the 3 admirals of the Navy, 100,000 elite Navy soldiers, and the 7 warlords of the sea. With such strength, no wonder Whitebeard lost his life here. The world's strongest Mu Fan had never actually seen him before. However, all the rest was yet to come. The most urgent matter was, where on earth was his destiny? After Mu Fan dealt with CP0, under the dispatch of Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters finally began the ultimate grand gathering. An unprecedented war was about to kick off. In the Navy headquarters building, in the exclusive lounge for the Seven Warlords of the Sea, Lords of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, Fleet Admiral Sengoku commands that you gather at the port immediately. Outside the lounge, a Navy major came nervously to convey Fleet Admiral Sengoku's gathering order. This time, 5 notorious pirates in the lounge all stood up, with different expressions. Fufufu, it's finally about to start. Let the war begin quickly. The new era where only the truly strong can survive is coming. Fufufu. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the king of Dressrosa, and the heavenly Yiksha, seemed the most excited. The veins on his forehead bulged, as if he could already see the new era beckoning to him. The sea has remained unchanged for far too long that it's time for a change. Fan, you must be careful. I'm waiting for your glorious return that you'll surely be incredibly charming. I almost faint. The peerless beauty, Hancock, the Pirate Empress, murmured to herself. Her face was frosty, but her heart was filled with excitement. She believed that the man she had fallen in love with would soon return triumphantly. The Navy headquarters and the world government would be shocked and terrified by the return of a Navy traitor. Somewhere in the Navy headquarters building, a Navy lieutenant rushed here anxiously. However, the scene in front of him left the lieutenant astonished. Admiral Kazan, the war is about to start. How can you still have the mood to sleep? Fleet Admiral Sengoku asks you to gather quickly. Oh, is it already lunchtime? Kazan, one of the Navy's most powerful combatants, yawned, lifted his eye patch, and asked in a very lazy tone. At this critical moment, Kazan's unusual calmness also reassured the Navy ensign opposite him. With the Admiral here, the Navy would surely win this war. However, the most urgent thing was to get Admiral Kazan to gather first. Lunch. What are you talking about? Admiral Kazan, the execution of Port Gas D.Ace is about to begin. I know that. Don't be so rigid. Calm down. Kazan slowly stood up and then walked out. La, it's such a hassle. If that guy Fan were still here, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble, right? Somewhere else in the Navy headquarters, Borsellino, the admiral who had defeated the Navy traitor Fan in a recent incident of great evil, was strolling towards the gathering place. The war is about to start. Please hurry up. Admiral Borsellino, a Navy officer beside him, couldn't help but remind. There was no help for it. Their admiral had always been easy going. Gathering at noon like this, they really knew how to order people around. But if it was the 4 Emperor's white-beard pirates, there was nothing to be done. With the successive arrival of the 3 admirals and the 7 warlords of the sea, the Navy headquarters completed an unprecedented grand gathering. They were just waiting for the enemy to attack. 100,000 elite Navy soldiers gathered from all the major oceans in the world and the New World. There were over 50 top-tier Navy battleships surrounding the crescent-shaped harbor. The shore of Marineford Port was also filled with countless heavy cannons and many other installations. At this time, Fan observed everything inside the headquarters building. Since the battle hadn't started yet, he couldn't act rashly. When the Whitebeard pirates arrived, even if he had to turn the entire Navy headquarters upside down, he would find his destiny. However, with the current formation of the Navy, it was already quite terrifying. In the original plot, the aged 4 Emperor Whitebeard didn't lose unjustly. After all, apart from Akainu, the other 2 admirals either slacked off or missed their targets. At the forefront of the astonishing formation in Marineford were 5 powerful pirates, the 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye, Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Mariah, Hancock, and Don Quixote da Flamingo, right below the execution platform of Fire Fist Ace. 3 golden thrones were prominently placed, the 3 most powerful combatants of the Navy headquarters, Akainu Sakazuki, Kazan, Borsellino. At this time, the 3 admirals sat majestically, like the anchors of the Navy, personally guarding the execution platform. Soon, Ace, the Fire Fist, regarded by the Navy soldiers and countless people across the sea as the fuse of the war, an extremely evil pirate, was finally brought to the execution platform. It was not beyond Fan's expectation. The person the execution platform was only Ace, the Fire Fist, and there was no sign of Monkey D. Luffy. As expected, having a background really counted. It was just unknown what tricks that guy Luffy was preparing at this time. When everything was ready, Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy, stepped onto the execution platform. Then, through the microphone, he announced a piece of news that was enough to shock the world. The pirate, Port D.Ace, the Fire Fist, is the posthumous son of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, The moment Fleet Admiral Sengoku's voice fell, the entire Navy headquarters, hundreds of thousands of people, fell into a death-like silence. Everyone, including the 7 warlords of the sea, showed expressions of disbelief. Just Marines. Today, no one can rescue Ace, the Fire Fist, at the Navy headquarters. The justice of the Navy will be guarded by us. Sengoku's words reignited the morale of the Navy soldiers. This period of time had definitely been eventful, and the upcoming unprecedented war was enough to affect the future of the entire world. At this time, Marineford was extremely quiet. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the strongest 4 Emperor pirates from the New World. Finally, under the strange silence, the shout of an observation soldier broke the silence of the Navy headquarters and kicked off the Battle of Marineford. Report, all attention, they're coming. The Whitebeard Grand Fleet has appeared. All prepare for battle. Before the words were even finished, in the next instant, in front of everyone's eyes, a large number of ships appeared in the outer sea area of Marineford, dozens of pirate ships in total. At the same time, the inner bay at the port suddenly started to stir, gurgling. Mufan watched the inner bay constantly bubbling with water, and a sense of excitement welled up in his heart. It's finally going to start. Although he had long anticipated the manner in which the Whitebeard pirates would make their appearance, he was no longer a rear admiral of the Navy. Instead, he was a naval defector. And naturally, there was no need to alert the Navy. However, hypothetically speaking, if Mufan were still the most formidable rear admiral in the history of the Navy at this moment, then the Whitebeard pirates would have met with an even swifter and more thorough defeat. But in reality, there are no ifs. The reality is that the Moby Dick, belonging to the world's strongest man and the most powerful Yonko crew in the New World, has emerged at Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. A vast amount of seawater was sent soaring, and a water mist obscured half of the sky. When the water droplets finally subsided, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates came to rest steadily in the inner bay of the Navy headquarters. Mufan witnessed all of this and promptly began to take action. With the war on the verge of breaking out, he needed to hasten his pace, since the office of the Fleet Admiral did not yield any results. His next target would be to search among the 3 admirals of the Navy. Although the 3 admirals are all Logia Devil Fruit users, it does not imply that they are weak in other aspects. For instance, Kizaru possesses quite formidable swordsmanship. Therefore, it cannot be ruled out that Tianming, one of the 12 supreme-grade great swords, might be in the control of the 3 admirals. After all, Tianming is an extraordinary weapon. Akiji is likely not the one in possession, but Kizaru and Akainu are not to be dismissed. Nevertheless, Tianming is extremely difficult to master, and even the admirals might not be able to wield it easily within a short period. Thus, during a battle of the scale of the Marineford War, even if they had Tianming, Kizaru and Akainu would not carry it on their persons, taking advantage of the moment when all the high-end combat forces of the Navy headquarters were drawn by Whitebeard. It was an opportune time for him to act. Outside the headquarters building, the imposing manner of the Navy side had somewhat waned. There was no help for it, even though the Navy had set up an unprecedentedly powerful formation at the headquarters. Their opponent was none other than Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man, one of the Yonko in the New World. As time ticked by, there finally came a commotion from the Moby Dick of the Yonko Whitebeard. Clang, clang, clang. The powerful metallic sound of impacts hitting the ground resounded rhythmically, each one piercing the hearts of the Marines present at this moment. The naval combat troops, including the admirals and the 7 warlords of the sea, stared intently at the massive pirate ship with solemn expressions. They were awaiting the appearance of a man, the world's strongest man, Yonko Edward Newgate. When the man hailed as the world's strongest emerged, the very atmosphere of Marineford underwent an abrupt transformation. One man against 10,000 troops, facing 100,000 elite Marines, the 3 admirals, and the 7 warlords of the sea. Whitebeard, leaning on the supreme-grade great sword Song Yun-che, stood proudly at the bow of the ship, his imposing manner in no way inferior. Gora, it's been decades since we last met. Sengoku. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, addressed Sengoku, the fleet admiral, first. TSK, Whitebeard. At this moment, Sengoku, the fleet admiral known as the Buddha, had his forehead beaded with sweat. As figures of the same era, he, along with Garp, Roger, Newgate, and Shiki, had been adversaries and engaged in battles countless times. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, this man hailed as the world's strongest. The very words world's strongest were sufficient to attest to the terrifying power he possessed. He was a true powerhouse with the power of destruction. Even a powerful force like the Navy could not afford the slightest negligence. Gurara, Is my dear son all right, Sengoku? You Marines really are detestable. Confronting the terrifying formation of Marineford, Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man, showed no fear whatsoever. The next moment, he shouted towards the execution platform, "We're here to rescue you. Hold on a little longer, Ace, father." With this exchange of shouts between the father-son pair from afar, the battle finally commenced. The world's strongest man personally drew the curtain on this Marineford war when Whitebeard, who possessed the Gura no Mi ability, made his move. Dong, Zitsizi. Whitebeard merely exerted a little strength. Then his fists blasted out horizontally. Wherever his fists passed, the atmosphere seemed to crack inch by inch, as clearly visible as shattered glass. When the atmosphere was torn asunder, the vast majority of the Navy soldiers were left in shock. For, on the two sides of Marineford, the sea suddenly underwent a tremendous tremor. Such a scene was akin to a natural disaster. All personnel, be on high alert. We might be the ones to lose this battle. This man possesses the power to destroy the world. Everyone, brace yourselves. The justice of the Navy cannot be defeated. At this moment, Sengoku, the fleet admiral, roared, and scarcely had his voice faded when, simultaneously on both sides of Marineford, tsunamis that blotted out the sky and covered the earth emerged. The tsunamis on both sides were so fierce that they threatened to engulf the entire island. This is quite troublesome at this critical moment. Akiji, one of the admirals of the Navy, finally made a move. Behold, one of the highest level combat forces of the Navy headquarters. With a flash of his figure, the next instant he appeared high in the sky, right in the middle of the terrifying tsunamis. Ice Age, Akiji, the admiral, activated his devil fruit ability in the sky, and the next moment, yet another astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The tsunamis that could have engulfed Marineford were sealed by ice. Akiji, you brat. Whitebeard looked up at Akiji in the sky with a smile. These admirals are truly difficult to deal with. Sengoku and Garp were like this in the past, and now these young fellows are the same. No, Garp doesn't seem to be an admiral. Two-pronged spear. Akiji, the admiral, was singled out by Whitebeard. He immediately swung his arm and launched two attacks towards the Moby Dick, but the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, remained perfectly calm. With just a punch into the air, he once again ripped through space, and the ice-formed attacks were directly shattered. Moreover, the shock wave did not diminish in the slightest, and once again hurtled towards Akiji in the sky. The admiral was ultimately struck down and fell into the water, transforming into a mass of ice. And in the next instant, the ice on the water surface once again transformed into Akiji's form. And the seawater in the harbor began to freeze rapidly. In an instant, all the seawater in the harbor was frozen over. This, in turn, provided a convenient battlefield for both sides. Thus, the peak confrontation between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates began. At the moment when the battle between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates erupted in full force, Mufan had ransacked the offices of the three admirals. Given the special circumstances, there was almost no defense within the headquarters building. However, Mufan failed to find any trace of Tianming. The only discovery was some minor secrets of Kazu. The search of the headquarters building was more or less complete. On the battlefield, Mufan also did not notice anyone wielding Tianming. Now, it seemed that he had reached an impasse. Without successfully retrieving Tianming, Mufan could not proceed with his next move. Could it be there? Finally, Mufan muttered to himself hesitantly. Apart from the female Marine's bathroom in the headquarters building, there was only one place he hadn't had the chance to check yet, his own office when he was still a rear admiral. But Tianming should not be there. After a moment of hesitation, Mufan decided to take a look. Although the probability was slim, it could be considered a sort of exploration. With the deafening sounds of explosions and battles outside, Mufan was eager to go out and experience it. And when Mufan once again stood in front of his former office door, his heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Tianming might very well be inside, because, at this critical moment, there were actually two Navy majors guarding the door. This was a treatment even the fleet admiral and the three admirals did not receive. Halt, petty officer. Who are you? What are you doing here? This area is off limits. A continuous stream of explosions and the sounds of battle filled this Navy headquarters, which symbolized justice. With the battle between 100,000 elite Marines and the Whitebeard pirates of the New World fully underway, both sides engaged in an extremely intense battle. The severity of the battle and the number of powerful individuals were unprecedented. Every moment, Marines and pirates were dying in mutual slaughter, with the world's strongest man, Yonko Edward Newgate, and the three admirals and other top tier combat forces taking action one after another. The Marineford War had entered a stalemate. On one side, there is a vow to rescue the pirate ace, who inherits the extremely evil bloodline of the former pirate king. On the other side, under the instigation of the world government, they vow to defend the justice they believe in to the death. They are as incompatible as fire and water, and one side is doomed to suffer a crushing defeat here. And all these have nothing to do with MuFan.at this moment. MuFan has once again come to the door of his own office, although it is just the office of a rear admiral. Its specifications are in no way inferior to those of an ordinary vice admiral in the Navy. After all, if it hadn't been for the Celestial Dragon incident, he would undoubtedly be the well-deserved next leader of the Navy. Cassie, is he, at this moment, a naval major who had stopped MuFan just a second ago, looking at the tall and extremely familiar figure in front of him. His eyes were full of astonishment. Although this naval major was wearing the cloak of justice, he was wearing a green training suit inside. With big eyes, a watermelon-shaped hairstyle, and a few scattered stubbles, his appearance was really a bit comical. Kai, this is a critical moment. Can you just calm down? At this moment, another young naval major who was taking a nap leaning against the door and wearing a black mask slowly opened one eye and criticized his companion beside him. But the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the tall man in front of him in disbelief. Although he was wearing a mask, although his aura was even more powerful, and although his temperament had also changed a bit, but it was definitely him, the youngest and most powerful Rear Admiral MuFan in the history of the Navy. At this moment, the two naval majors who had been directly subordinate to MuFan simultaneously had their eyes red in an instant. Cassie, Kai, you two have worked hard. MuFan looked at the two naval majors in front of him, his two brothers in life and death, the subordinates he trusted the most. A touch of guilt and excitement couldn't help flashing through his heart. Kai and Cassie, the two most important companions of his in the Navy, who had experienced countless battles together. Of course, these two were not characters who had from the Naruto world next door. Although their appearances and personalities were indeed somewhat similar, they were completely different independent individuals. It is worth mentioning that Kai is extremely proficient in physical arts, mastering armament hockey and various powerful physical techniques. And Cassie is good at intelligence, assassination, and large-scale battles. These two were also MuFan's right-hand men before, but now it seems, because MuFan became a deserter of the Navy, Kai and Cassie were also implicated. Their strength had actually reached the level of an ordinary Rear Admiral. At least that hyena was definitely no match for either of them. The reason why their military ranks were still majors was that the two joined the Navy relatively late. And not everyone could become a Rear Admiral at such a young age like MuFan. Considering Kai and Cassie's ages, being majors was already quite good. Fleet, Admiral Sengoku, and other high-ranking officers in the Navy knew the strength of Kai and Cassie. A battle of the scale of the Marineford War most needed a large number of combat forces, but Kai and Cassie were here guarding the door, obviously. They were being targeted. It was also possible that the two had done something rebellious after hearing that MuFan was offered a bounty. Whoa, where have you been, Rear Admiral MuFan? The two of us thought. Whoa. After confirming MuFan's identity, Kai burst into tears directly, pounced on MuFan's arm, and hugged it tightly. Before, he and Cassie hadn't been able to catch up with the incident of MuFan furiously killing the Celestial Dragon. Later, when they wanted to leave the Navy headquarters to search for MuFan's whereabouts, they were discovered in advance by Admiral Akainu and ordered to be detained. Helplessly, the two of them could only guard Tianming here for Rear Admiral MuFan, preventing others from getting their hands on it. Kai, this is not the time for us to reminisce. The major named Cassie was also very excited at this moment, but obviously he was calmer than Kai. Soon, he stepped forward and said to MuFan, Rear Admiral, Tianming is sealed in your office. It was Vice Admiral Mamanga, who fought hard to retrieve Tianming from Admiral Kazu. Okay, Cassie, Kai, you two wait for me outside the door. But I'm no longer a Rear Admiral in the Navy. Just call me MuFan. MuFan nodded seriously. At this moment, even he could hardly conceal the excitement in his heart. Finally, this moment was finally approaching. The world government and the Celestial Dragons, who regarded themselves as gods high above, since they had offered a bounty for him dead or alive, then they should be ready to bear the consequences. The strongest Rear Admiral in the history of the Navy, now a deserter of the Navy, was about to reappear on the sea creek as MuFan entered the long sealed office. The two naval majors, Kai and Cassie, resumed their posts. Their expressions were full of solemnity and anticipation. They knew that this would be the last shift of their duty as Navy officers inside the office. As soon as Mu Fan stepped in, he felt a thick chill. No wonder he didn't feel the slightest bit of the aura of Tianming. It had turned out to be frozen by Aokiji. Tianming, one of the supreme grade great swords. Although it doesn't have a self-consciousness, it is very picky about its master. As long as it is not the master it recognizes, it is generally impossible to use it normally. And it will even produce a strong tremor. It's not surprising that Aokiji froze Tianming, and it was most likely requested by Aunt Mamanga. Facing the soaring cold air. Mu Fan finally found where Tianming was. At this moment, Tianming finally returned to his hands. When Mu Fan picked up Tianming, one of the 12 supreme grade great swords, this frozen famous sword suddenly trembled violently. Crack the hard ice was instantly shattered. Tianming reappeared in the world, humming continuously, as if cheering for the return of its master. Tianming, I'm back. Mu Fan stroked the blade shining with a cold light and smiled slightly. Then he sheathed the famous sword and hung it around his waist. What a long, lost feeling. Mu Fan held the handle of Tianming with his left hand, feeling the familiar patterns, standing proudly at this moment. The whole room was shaking non-stop. The powerful pressure could no longer be stopped and spread out centered on Mu Fan. In an instant, Mu Fan retracted his momentum, and a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, when Tianming returned, his conqueror's haki had broken through. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding, mission reward. Human fruit, mythical zoan type, elemental god form, has been deposited in the system space, with 2 mechanical sounds ringing in his mind. The next moment, a strange fruit composed of 7 colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, already appeared in Mu Fan's hand. Human fruit, mythical zoan type, elemental god form, a fruit with the name of a god. It controls the power of the 7 elements of gold: wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. He had been looking forward to it for a long time, but when it was really in front of him, Mu Fan felt a little hesitant. Instead, it is said that ordinary devil fruits are already very. And generally, a devil fruit has only 1 color. Then wouldn't the 7-colored devil fruit in his hand be even more? Of course. Mu Fan only hesitated for a moment. Compared with the ability of the god-like fruit, being was nothing. The world's most beautiful pirate, the Pirate Empress, and Aunt Mamanga, the candidate for admiral in the Navy, were still waiting for him. It was indeed a-bit. Mu Fan took a bite of the 7-colored devil fruit and swallowed it with his eyes closed. And the pulp in his hand quickly withered and soon disappeared. But at this moment, Mu Fan didn't have the mind to care about these details. When he swallowed that bite of the devil fruit, he soon felt a huge change in his body. That was the power of the 7 elements. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the user of the human fruit, mythical zoan type, elemental god form. This fruit controls the power of 7 elements. The powers of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder are all the highest level fruit abilities of the same attribute. The 7 elemental abilities each form an independent system. Each ability will become stronger continuously as the host understands, comprehends, and develops it. When the host develops all 7 abilities to the extreme and integrates them, he can control all things in the world. At the same time, when the system prompt sounded, Mu Fan's eyes suddenly turned into bright golden eyes, then green eyes, fire-colored eyes, until thunder-colored eyes. Among them, the thunder-colored eyes were the deepest and most dazzling. Also representing that Mu Fan's initial understanding of this ability was the most profound. After all, Mu Fan had carefully studied Annals Goro Goro no Mi before. Consequently, the comprehension ability of the thunder ability is relatively profound. Moreover, if we follow the system's statement, the 7 elemental abilities that Mu Fan has obtained at this time are all at the highest position of the same attribute. That is to say, for the thunder element, compared to Mu Fan, Annal is either a junior or a subordinate. Similarly, when Mu Fan's fire elemental ability is developed to a certain extent, the Mera Mera no Mi and the Magu Magu no Mi will be overshadowed. Thus, it can be seen that this god's fruit obtained by Mu Fan is truly terrifying. Soon, after the initial comprehension, Mu Fan's eyes returned to their normal deep and starry appearance. Subsequently, he extended his finger and gently pointed at the office desk in front of him. Swish! A dazzling golden light flashed. The wooden office desk, which was half a person's height, was now directly transformed into shiny gold, and it was pure gold. Indeed, the gold elemental ability can probably only turn inanimate objects into gold for now. However, in the future, There will be no lack of money. Mu Fan smiled. With his current comprehension of the gold elemental ability, he can only perform basic operations like turning stones into gold for the time being. Other functions and transformations still need to be developed, but this is not bad either. After all, money is also needed in the One Piece world. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many pirates going to sea to plunder. In addition, he remembered that the financial situation of Amazon Lily was not so good. Now, it's just right. He can give Daughter Island a bride price that will shock the whole country. Let's see what that old woman Nine has to say. Moreover, with the condition of almost having infinite berries, it will surely provide strong assistance to Mu Fan's subsequent path of dominating the sea and claiming the throne. Even offering a high bounty of several billion, or even tens of billions for the heads of celestial dragons or hostile navy admirals might not be an uninteresting thing. Offering a high bounty for celestial dragons. Just thinking about it makes Mu Fan feel it has style, but what's more, this is just one of the elemental powers he has mastered. Ding! It is detected that the host is about to appear in the Battle of Marineford with his true identity. And a choice is triggered. Option 1. The glory of the Navy. Considering the sentiment towards the Navy in his heart, help the Navy achieve a complete victory in the Battle of Marineford. Barry Edward Newgate, Ace, Marco, Monkey D. Luffy, and most of the Whitebeard Pirates cadres at Marine Headquarters, and prevent Marshal D. Teach conspiracy. Reward: Zoan Type Tori Tori no Mi, Mythical Zoan Model, Vermilion Bird. Demon's Blessing X1, allows eating another devil fruit. Infinite System Space, can store and retrieve any non-living item at will. Possible consequences: positive, there is a certain probability that the world government will pardon the host for killing celestial dragons, and the host can return to the Navy's star ranking. Negative, the world government still the host, and the Navy that achieves a complete victory will further expand and develop. The world government and Marine Headquarters will gain an absolute advantage over the pirates in the New World, and the celestial dragons' control over the world will be strengthened. Option 2. The collapse of Marine Headquarters. Ally with Whitebeard, the Emperor of the New World, as a traitor of the Navy, help the Whitebeard pirates win the battle against the Navy, and completely destroy Marine Headquarters. Marineford. Reward: Zoan Type Tori Tori no Mi, Mythical Zoan Model, Phoenix, Perfect Navy 6 Styles, Infinite System Space. Possible consequences: positive. The host's reputation will increase significantly, and he will become a great pirate at the level of the Four Emperors. Negative. The world government may send troops to support at a critical moment, resulting in the failure of the mission, and even the host may be arrested. Option 3. Enter the battlefield of the Battle of Marineford as a traitor of the Navy, and act according to his own will, ultimately achieving the effect of increasing his reputation and shocking the world, taking the first step towards dominating the sea and claiming the throne. Reward: Zoan Type Devil Fruit. Mythical Zoan Model, Kuinping, Infinite System Space. Possible consequences: positive. The host's reputation will increase significantly, a large number of followers will appear, and a new force that is neither a pirate, nor the Navy, nor the Revolutionary Army, nor affiliated with the world government will be initially established. Negative. It will arouse the hostility of both Marine Headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates, and be attacked from both sides. Just as Mu Fan was about to leave the headquarters building and head to the battlefield, the system was triggered again, and it gave 3 completely different options at once. However, Mu Fan didn't pay too much attention, because he had already planned everything. Kai, Cassie, if you come with me, in the future, we will be the #1 enemies of the world government, Marine Headquarters, and even the pirates. We may die at any time. If you choose to stay in the Navy or develop on your own, I've left you gifts inside. At the door of the office, Mu Fan said to his 2 former subordinates, and Kai and Cassie almost didn't hesitate at all. They looked at each other and smiled, and had already made a decision. All right, let's go. Let the world government, Marine Headquarters, and all the pirates in the world know that we're back. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, at this moment. On this island symbolizing justice, the peak battle is taking place, on the battlefield formed by ice. The sounds of slaughter and bloodshed fill the air, although the Navy has gathered 100,000 elites, in the face of the pirates of the Whitebeard Grand Fleet from the New World. They can't gain much advantage in a short time, and those who are relatively calm on the initial battlefield are all powerful individuals. Several of the 7 warlords of the sea also took action one after another. Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, unleashed the world's most powerful slash, aiming at Whitebeard. But Whitebeard, known as the world's strongest man, didn't even take action himself. That world's most powerful slash was blocked by Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. And Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, performed even more outstandingly. He actually fought against Admiral Kizaru and didn't lose, for a while. The Whitebeard Pirates of the 4 Emperors in the New World were extremely powerful. Subsequently, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy raised several iron gates in the inner bay of the port, intending to prevent the pirates from further advancing to ensure that Ace, the Fire Fist, would not be rescued. And then, Oz Jr., the giant of the Whitebeard Grand Fleet, although he successfully broke through the iron gates, was successively attacked by Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Gecko Moria, the 7 warlords of the sea. Eventually, the giant Oz Jr. had his cut off and fell within Marine headquarters. He was still some distance away from Ace. Lads, go! Rescue Ace! As Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, the 4 Emperor on the Moby Dick, took action again, unleashing an attack that shattered space. The war escalated further. Both sides engaged in an even more intense battle, this time. Many vice admirals of the Navy, the captains of the Whitebeard Grand Fleet, and even the 7 warlords of the sea were completely drawn into the battlefield. Among them, there was Momotu, the candidate for Admiral of the Navy, and the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, the 7 warlord of the sea. At this time, Momotu could still fully engage in the battle, although she was still worried about Mu Fan's whereabouts and had quite a few opinions about the world government and Marine headquarters. Now, she was a member of the Navy. She was a vice admiral of the Navy and a candidate for admiral. She naturally had to fight seriously in this war as a member of the Navy. However, on the other side, the Pirate Empress couldn't be said to be not serious in the battle. She could only be said to be completely slacking off. After all, she knew that Mu Fan was in Marine headquarters. So she was full of anticipation. As for the war, what did it matter to her, the Pirate Empress, whether the 4 Emperor Whitebeard or the Navy won or lost? Hey, I say, Kai, can you stop embarrassing us? At this moment, on the periphery of the battlefield, at the high ground of the port, with Mu Fan at the head, the 3-person group overlooked the battlefield. Among them, Cassie really couldn't help it and taunted Kai on the other side. Embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. This guy actually came out carrying an office desk, although it was a pure gold desk, but this is too ostentatious. Ahahaha, Cassie, you don't understand. This is the whip from the rear admiral to me. And Kai, holding a large golden table, bared his gleaming teeth, completely unperturbed. He even lifted the golden table a few times as if it were a dumbbell. Mu Fan had long been accustomed to the ways of these two and paid it no heed. At this moment, he was observing the battlefield. The Iron Gate had been breached. The Whitebeard had not yet been attacked by his own subordinates. Even Straw Hat Luffy had not made an appearance. Regarding Straw Hat Luffy, although Mu Fan had captured him and handed him over to Smoker to be escorted here, it was highly probable that Straw Hat Luffy had already broken free from his restraints. After all, several stowaways had arrived here on the Navy's battleship. According to Mu Fan's speculation, it was highly likely to be Clown Buggy. Therefore, Straw Hat Luffy had probably been rescued by the clown and was waiting for an opportunity to rescue Fire Fist Ace. However, Mu Fan did not concern himself with these matters for the time being. That he soon spotted the positions of Hancock and Anti-Taru to ensure that the two were in no danger. Hey, you 3, are you lying here like corpses? Hurry up and fight. And you, the major in the green shirt, what are you doing holding a golden table? Just as Mu Fan was observing the battlefield, a Navy captain who had just disengaged from the battle noticed the 3 of them. When this Commodore saw Kai holding the golden table, he was truly startled. After all, on this intense battlefield filled with slaughter and bloodshed, this scene was truly out of place. However, before the 3 of them could notice this Navy captain, a flash of sword light appeared behind the ladder, and he fell into a pool of blood. When Mu Fan looked over, the Navy captain had already been trampled underfoot by a pirate. Dare to be careless while fighting us. You're courting death. The pirate from the New World, having sneak, attacked and killed a Navy major, was extremely proud. He licked the blood on the tip of his knife and then looked at the 3 of them not far away. Then, he was shocked that Navy major was actually holding a huge golden table. Judging by its texture, it was made of pure gold. Damn it, that's worth hundreds of millions of berries. A glint of blood. Red flashed in the pirate's eyes. He had set his mind on seizing the golden table. 2 mere Navy majors and a sub-lieutenant were not difficult opponents for him. After all, he was an officer of the Whitebeard Grand Fleet. Those who seek death, let me deal with them. Kai bared his teeth, his expression furious. Although he had decided to leave the Navy, seeing the Navy captain being sneak, attacked and killed by the pirates still made him a bit angry. Kai, wait a moment. Let me handle this. Mu Fan's lips curved into a cold smile that sent a shiver down the spines of Kai and Cassie beside him. Then he slowly walked towards the pirate. Ha ha ha, a mere Navy sub, Lieutenant dares to boast about dealing with me? I'm an officer of the Whitebeard Grand Fleet, a pirate from the New World with a bounty of 80 million berries. The pirate, seeing a sub, lieutenant like Mu Fan charging towards him, burst into laughter at the same time. He raised the knife in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. However, before the pirate could make the slightest move, Mu Fan gently twitched his finger. In an instant, the entire lower leg of the pirate sank into the ground, unable to move at all. A tiny sapling suddenly emerged from between the pirate's legs. In just half a second, the sapling grew rapidly, piercing through the pirate's entire body. All the life essence of his body was absorbed and then fed back. At this moment, the pirate had not yet reacted from his shock and was left with only a faint breath. Finally, Mu Fan took a deep breath, raised his palm, and brought it down. Boom! With a dazzling and thick column of thunder crashing down suddenly. The rumbling sound of thunder resounded throughout Marineford. Mu Fan stepped out from among the countless electric awns. Behind him was the sunken ground and a pile of ashes. Such a huge commotion instantly attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. Top-tier powerhouses such as the Fleet Admiral of the Navy and Whitebeard also looked over one after another. Among them, the Pirate Empress, seeing the familiar figure slowly emerging from the electric awns, had a look of excitement all over her peerless face. Boom! When the rumbling sound of thunder resounded throughout Marineford. The whole audience was shocked, and the two people not far behind Mu Fan, Kai and Cassie, had expressions of utter shock at this moment. Then it turned into fanaticism. They were the closest and felt it most vividly. So they were even more astonished. Was this the current strength of Rear Admiral Mu Fan? The several terrifying abilities displayed in an instant, especially that thunder that resounded throughout the Navy headquarters. What kind of terrifying ability was this? That brat, on the Moby Dick, Edward Newgate, the Emperor of the New World, looked at the young figure in the distance with a slightly serious expression. That brat is a Navy sub, Lieutenant. How could a mere Navy sub, Lieutenant possess such abilities? That thunder just now, although it couldn't pose a threat to the top-tier powerhouses present, was still terrifying enough. Such strength, even some vice admirals of the Navy headquarters couldn't possess. How could he be just a sub, Lieutenant? Could it be a trump card left by Sengoku? That guy, compared with Whitebeard's doubts, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy at this moment, aside from shock, also had a thick layer of confusion and surprise, because although Mu Fan was still wearing a mask at this time, he had removed all his disguises, the aura belonging to the strongest Rear Admiral in the history of the Navy soared into the sky. So even though Sengoku only saw the back, he thought of Mu Fan immediately. But how could this be possible? How could Mu Fan be here? Shouldn't he have been crippled by Kizaru? And Mu Fan wasn't a devil fruit user either. Sengoku denied his own thoughts in his heart that in fact, not only Sengoku, but all the admirals and above in the Navy camp were denying their speculations at this moment. After all, this was simply an impossible thing. A naval traitor who had committed an extremely evil act. The Navy had dispatched 2 admirals and a former admiral to surround and kill him, and according to the world government's intelligence, he was seriously injured and disabled. How could he appear at the Navy headquarters at this moment? And in the identity of a Navy sub, Lieutenant, with Mu Fan's personality, if he returned to Marineford, he would definitely do something to shock the world. Of course, there were also people in the Navy camp who recognized Mu Fan's identity with just one glance. That was Taudu, at this moment. This mature and intellectual vice admiral of the Navy, upon seeing Mu Fan, slightly raised her red lips and spat out brat, then continued to fight against the pirates. Besides Taudu, there were actually others who were already certain of Mu Fan's identity in their hearts. However, both reason and irrationality told them that this was false, absolutely false. The thunder resounding across the battlefield attracted the attention of the whole audience for a short time. Soon, both sides engaged in an even more intense battle. After all, in this war, powerhouses were as numerous as dogs. Even in the entire sea, there were several top-tier powerhouses. That column of thunder was indeed astonishing, but it could not affect the progress of the war. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. At this moment, she was completely in a love-struck state, looking at Mu Fan's figure in the distance. Her peerless, beautiful eyes were filled with hearts. She had clearly withdrawn from the battle on her own. However, there were always some short-sighted people who wanted to take advantage. Hancock, with the identity of the world's most beautiful woman and a warlord of the sea, was a famous pirate even in the whole SEA. At this moment, a captain of the Whitebeard Grand Fleet had his eyes on Hancock, who was in a daze. Kukuku, A warlord of the sea? Dare to be distracted while fighting us. What a pity for this world's most beautiful woman. The captain of the pirate group from the New World, holding two swords, leaped up with blood, thirsty eyes, and slashed straight at the Pirate Empress from behind. He held nothing back in this strike. After all, his opponent was one of the warlords of the sea. Even though he was a pirate from the New World, he had to be extremely cautious. And on the battlefield, showing mercy to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Even if the target was the legendary world's most beautiful woman, the Pirate Empress who had just charmed a large number of pirates with her beauty alone. Instead of seizing the moment when this fairy was distracted and launching a sneak attack from behind, when else would be a better time? Pirate Empress, be careful. Seeing that Hancock was in danger, Vice Admiral Mole, who was fighting nearby, hastily warned. However, that pirate belonging to the Whitebeard Grand Fleet was clearly no weakling, and he simply couldn't reach her in time. And what on earth was the Pirate Empress doing? The world's #1 beauty. How could she act like a lovesick fool? Was she courting death? Rumble, just as the sneak, attacking pirate, Vice Admiral Mole, and the others thought that the Pirate Empress was about to be severely injured. Suddenly, a thunderbolt roared in front of the pirate who had launched the sneak attack. Countless electric arcs burst. The powerful lightning directly forced the pirate back to the ground, in a sorry state. Hey, my woman. How dare you touch her? When the countless electric arcs dissipated in the cyan, blue electric glow, the body of a young man quickly solidified into reality. What a speed, including the New World pirate who had launched the sneak attack. Vice Admiral Mole and other powerful individuals, the Marines and pirates on the surrounding battlefield all had such an exclamation flash through their minds, because no one had noticed when Mufan had appeared. As if at the speed of light, and the next second, these people were even more shocked. Some even dug their ears, fearing that they had misheard. That tall and straight-bodied ensign who looked imposing even with a mask on actually said that the world's #1 beauty, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, was his woman. Everyone within earshot was stunned, especially Vice Admiral Mole, who truly believed this guy was boasting. Previously, when he escorted the Pirate Empress to Marineford, along the way, the Pirate Empress, known as the world's #1 beauty, had shown extreme disgust and indifference towards men. How could there possibly be a man in this world who could conquer the Pirate Empress? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Myself. At this moment, the Pirate Empress finally snapped out of her daze. Looking at the familiar figure that had finally appeared before her eyes, her peerless face slightly lowered, and she strode to stand behind Mufan. He's going to reap what he sows. That guy is in trouble. Vice Admiral Mole looked at the scene not far away and said with a serious and certain expression, Myself, I miss you so much. At this moment, a scene that shocked all the men within a few hundred meters around occurred. The world's #1 beauty actually gently hugged that ensign from behind, her hot body pressed tightly against his. Vice Admiral Mole, all the men around who saw this scene, brother, you're amazing. You must have a beauty by your side. Regarding the shocked and envious gazes of those wolves around, Mufan didn't bother to pay attention. He slightly turned his head and whispered in the Pirate Empress's ear, Hancock, I'm here. Wait a moment. Let me deal with this trash in front of me first. This moment. The New World pirate who had attacked the Pirate Empress had cold sweat all over his forehead. His expression was as if facing a formidable enemy. There was no way. Confronting one of the 7 warlords of the sea head on was already a challenge for him. What's more, there was now an ensign whose situation was unknown but whose strength was definitely not weak. One person alone can't hold out. Fortunately, at this time, 2 of his companions finished off their opponents and came to his side to support him. So annoying. Let me cut these detestable men into 8 pieces and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. She had waited so long for their official reunion, and she hadn't even said a few words to Mufan yet. These detestable guys really deserve to die. Hancock. Mufan didn't say much, just called out calmly. Immediately afterwards, Hancock, the noble Pirate Empress, nodded seriously and obediently took 2 steps back, leaving the battlefield. This scene once again stunned Vice Admiral Mole and the others around. What on earth is going on? That's one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Pirate Empress. Among them, Mole's expression gradually became serious in addition to his shock. This ensign was obviously no ordinary person. Could he really be? Don't be too complacent. Marine. We're all well-known pirates in the New World, captains of pirate crews under the Whitebeard Grand Fleet, even though the 3 of them were facing Mufan at this moment. The New World pirate clearly lacked confidence. After all, even a fool knew that the thunderbolt that had resounded through Marineford, the headquarters of the Marines, was created by this ensign in front of them. But oh, are New World pirates really that strong? Mufan sneered. He had once slain quite a few known pirates in the New World, let alone now. In fact, the reason Mu Fan had let these 3 mediocre pirates live for 2 more minutes was just because he was still getting familiar with his abilities. At this time, the battlefield beneath his feet was the ice created by Aokiji to freeze the sea. Aokiji had developed his devil fruit ability to such an extent, he truly deserved the title of Admiral. And when Mu Fan tried to activate his water element ability to control the ice, he couldn't establish any connection with the ice. He didn't know whether it was because his development of the water element ability was too shallow or because in the rules of the pirate world. Aokiji's devil fruit ability had nothing to do with the water element. Of course, eventually, answers to all these questions would be found one by one in the future. The matter at hand was the most urgent. Seeing that Mu Fan didn't make the first move, the 3 pirates on the opposite side couldn't hold back to in the blink of an eye. They simultaneously attacked, coming at Mu Fan from 3 directions. At this time, the pirates and marines within a 100-meter radius around all slowed down the intensity of their respective battles and turned their gazes towards Mu Fan. After all, Mu Fan's appearance had been too spectacular. Everyone wanted to know what kind of existence this mysterious ensign was. Only Hancock stared at Mu Fan with stars in her eyes, never doubting him for a moment. And to everyone's surprise, this time, there was no thunder roaring. Facing the attacks from the 3 cadres of the Whitebeard Grand Fleet coming from different directions, that instant seemed calm and composed. Just as the attacks of the 3 pirates were about to reach him simultaneously, a marine uniform was flung into the air. 2 famous swords suddenly appeared at the ensign's waist. The next instant, a black-bladed sword was drawn. Its cold light shot straight into the sky, when the slash like a rainbow piercing the moon shone across the sky. After the slash, 3 heads fell neatly onto the ice surface. Until the moment of their death, these 3 pirates from the New World didn't know what kind of existence they were facing. Even without using his fruit ability, the young man in front of them could kill them as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. At this time, with Mu Fan and the Pirate Empress as the core, the marines and pirates within a few 100-meter radius around were shocked again. Compared to the pirates being shocked by Mu Fan's terrifying strength, the shock of the marines was even more intense and complex. Because that famous sword, that figure, had both once belonged to the marines. Mu Fan is Rear Admiral Mu Fan. Rear Admiral Mu Fan has returned. I don't know who couldn't hold back and exclaimed, and half of the battlefield was instantly in chaos. Just a name, but it made the vast majority of the marines present feel shocked, just because that young man had been the youngest and strongest Rear Admiral in the history of the Marines. If it hadn't been for some secret events, he might even have become the youngest admiral in the history of the Marines. At this time, Mu Fan slowly took off his mask, truly reappearing at the Marine headquarters, reappearing in the world, and at this moment, the Marine camp was completely shaken by Mu Fan's appearance. How could it be? It's actually him. What's going on with that terrifying ability? The Marshal of the Navy, Sengoku of the Buddha, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld the young figure on the battlefield. According to the speculations and judgments of the Navy and the world government, even if Mu Fan were still alive, his strength would have been reduced to less than 1/10. It was deemed impossible for him to pose a threat to the world government and the celestial dragons any longer. The reason why the world government issued a bounty was merely to torture and kill him to vent the anger of the celestial dragons. So, how could Mu Fan appear in Marineford at this moment? Moreover, this young man seemed to have become even stronger. He had even managed to subdue the Pirate Empress. Not only Sengoku, but all the other Navy admirals were also extremely shocked. Only Garp picked his nose. He knew that Mu Fan wouldn't perish just like that. That kid was really something. If Luffy and Ace had taken Mu Fan as their goal back then, they would have become outstanding Marines by now. Humph, that damned Borsellino, Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy who was launching the next strategic move, snorted coldly. In his opinion, there was only one reason why Mu Fan was still alive and had the strength to reappear here. Kizaru had been slacking off again. Oh, what a terrifying fellow. At this moment, Kizaru was even more shocked than Akainu and Sengoku. After all, he had witnessed Mu Fan being hit by a complete set of his Yada no Kagami with his own eyes. He hadn't held back or slacked off that time. But the current situation was simply unbelievable. Even he couldn't quite understand it. R.A. As expected, and no wonder he chose such an escape method. But I wonder, Mu Fan, whether there is still justice in your heart. Mu Fan saw the shock of all the Navy personnel. This was all within his expectations. However, he was eager to know what the Navy would do next. Charge forward and capture the Navy traitor, Mu Fan. At this moment, Inazuma, the senior Navy officer closest to Mu Fan, issued an order to attack Mu Fan. This was his duty. As one of the most hated criminals of the world government today, Mu Fan, the Navy traitor who had committed extremely evil acts, was second only to Ace, the Fire Fist, and Whitebeard, the Four Emperor, in importance on the entire battlefield. The Navy couldn't turn a blind eye. Most of the Marines around here were direct subordinates of Inazuma. This time. They didn't dare to disobey the order and rushed towards Mu Fan to surround him, and Inazuma, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, quickly killed the enemies in front of him and prepared to deal with Mu Fan personally. But the next second, a flash of thunder, rumble, rumble, just as Inazuma, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, was about to take action. A surge of thunder light emerged half a foot in front of him. Thousands of bright blue electric arcs condensed. A young, tall, handsome, and imposing figure emerged from the thunderlight. Facing Inazuma directly, Mu Fan, what do you want to do? At this moment, Inazuma, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, felt as if he was being locked on by a giant monster. His expression was extremely tense, and cold sweat instantly covered his whole body. Even though not long ago, Mu Fan had only been the youngest rear admiral in the history of the Navy. While he was a Vice Admiral of the Navy, even though Mu Fan hadn't made a move yet and was just standing there, casually leaning on destiny and looking at him indifferently. But for some unknown reason, Inazuma felt a sense of panic, even fear, from the bottom of his heart. It felt as if what he was facing was not Mu Fan, but an admiral or a Four Emperor. Inazuma, you said you're going to arrest me? Mu Fan sneered. In fact, a Vice Admiral of the Navy was no weakling on the sea. But in front of him, it was not enough. Even looking at the entire Battle of Marineford, only a handful of people could be regarded as Mu Fan's formidable enemies at this time. One of the Four Emperors, the three admirals, and two veteran Marines. The mere Inazuma obviously didn't belong to this list. What made Mu Fan a bit annoyed was that Inazuma actually claimed to arrest him. The Marshal of the Navy hadn't issued such an order. Who gave you, Inazuma, the courage? The order given by Inazuma just now was extremely harsh to Mu Fan's ears. Mu Fan, the Navy traitor who caused extremely evil events. You are now just a CR. Suddenly, a powerful mental might strong enough to cover the entire Marineford oscillated out, and Inazuma, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, was shocked into a daze in an instant. Conqueror's Haki, the golden, red Conqueror's Haki belonging to Mu Fan. What a powerful Haki. Who was that kid? Whitebeard couldn't help but glance over slightly as he felt Mu Fan's powerful Conqueror's Haki. Because this Conqueror's Haki was very strong. Ever since Roger's death, among the young people he had seen over the years, only Shanks, that kid, had a Conqueror's Haki that could slightly surpass this young man on the battlefield by half a notch. And it seemed that this young man was much younger than Shanks. Judging from the commotion of the Navy, that young man seemed to have been a member of the Navy before. Could he be the Navy traitor who was highly rewarded by the world government in recent days and was said to have caused the so-called extremely evil events? While everyone on the field was shocked by Mu Fan's Conqueror's Haki, Inazuma, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, and his subordinates could no longer move. Except for Inazuma himself, all the other Marines around him who belonged to him fainted on the ground. And Inazuma was also in a state of extreme trance, on the verge of fainting, and could no longer continue to fight. Bang! When Mu Fan punched out again, flames shot out with a howl. The flaming fist shattered the ice all the way and severely blasted Inazuma, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, who was almost unconscious. Flying out, he fell to the ground, severely injured and on the verge of death. Even though most of the powerful people present could guess that Inazuma was no match for Mu Fan's such a dominant performance still shocked everyone, especially the powerful people in the Navy. At this time, their expressions were filled with extreme disbelief and shock. This brat made me worry for nothing for several days, but he has really become stronger. Momonga, who was still engaged in a fierce battle with the pirates, slightly opened her sexy red lips and smiled with relief. After worrying for several days, she could finally rest assured. Mu Fan, that kid, already had the ability to protect himself. Besides Momonga, the three admirals of the Navy and the Marshal of the Navy were also shocked again. Akiji and Kizaru were the most incredulous. Some time ago, it was the two of them who, along with Teacher Zephyr, chased and attacked Mu Fan. He had clearly been severely injured, even if his strength hadn't been completely abolished. He shouldn't have recovered so quickly and so much, but now it seemed that not only had he recovered, but he had become much stronger. Damn, Mu Fan, did you come back to Marineford to trample on justice? You can't run wild on this island. Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, was enraged when he saw Inazuma being brutally crushed by Mu Fan to an unknown state of life or death. After he completed the next step of the tactic, he would deal with Mu Fan. Hey, Pirate Enigmo, on the execution platform, Ace looked at Mu Fan's figure on the battlefield. Besides being shocked, he was also a bit puzzled. That punch just now was extremely similar to his fire fist, but it seemed that the intensity of the flame was even more terrifying than his Mera Nomi ability. Could the other party also master a Logia fruit ability related to the fire element? But what about that thunder? Besides Portgasti.ace, other top-notch powerful people also noticed this, but they were just curious. After all, almost no one could master two fruit abilities. After pounding Inazuma for a while, Mufan returned to the side of the Pirate Empress. Then Kai, carrying a metal table, and Cassie also fought their way through the pirates, pounding them along the way. Kai, Cassie, go and seize a top-grade Navy battleship and wait for me in the outer Mufan glanced at the still, intense battlefield, and then turned around and said, the Navy wouldn't let him go easily, even if he didn't attack Inazuma, because the Navy had to follow the orders of the world government, and he and the world government were already in a life or death situation. Kai and Cassie were not weak, but they weren't strong enough to fight against top-notch powerful people. In case they were targeted by someone like Akainu, they would surely die. Yes, Kai and Cassie didn't hesitate. For them, Mufan's order was above everything. It was so in the past, is so now, and will be so in the future. Boss, do you want the table? It's quite handy as a weapon. Kai generously handed the golden table to Mufan, but was dragged away by Cassie by the ear. With the presence of this great master Mufan, neither the surrounding navy nor the pirates dared to stop the two from leaving. After all, within just 2 or 3 minutes, 3 captain-level cadres of the Whitebeard Grand Fleet, along with Vice Admiral Mole of the Navy and his troops, were successively defeated and crushed. Such strength is clearly beyond the reach of ordinary people. In the eyes of most of the Navy and pirates, at this moment, only a handful of people are estimated to be able to steadily defeat Mufan. For example, the 3 admirals of the Navy. Hancock, I'm back, Mufan said gently. My. Hancock was obviously incoherent, and her peerless face was full of blush. There was no way. Every time she faced Mufan, her legs would go weak and she couldn't stand steadily. Humph, that Granny Nyan, who spoiled her good time with Mufan last time. Don't worry, after the Battle of Marineford, I'll marry you, Mufan said with a smile to Hancock, and the next second, the world's most beautiful woman was so excited that she fainted. Fortunately, she fell into Mufan's arms. Sensing Mufan's scorching breath, the slightly dazed Empress slightly raised her delicate face. Mufan smiled softly and kissed her deeply. The intense moment of the Battle of Marineford. This beautiful scene shocked the whole audience. Even the Marines and pirates within 100 meters around were instantly petrified. Good times are always short-lived. After watching enviously and jealously as Mufan kissed the world's most beautiful woman, the killing on both sides became even more intense. After Mufan's powerful appearance, for both the Navy and the Whitebeard side, Mufan was an uncontrollable factor. As a result, both sides took actions to deal with Mufan. Especially the Navy side. This time, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha had issued an order as long as the Navy traitor Mufan showed signs of favoring the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy would immediately surround and kill him. This was also the result of Sengoku, known as the Wise General, after careful consideration, from the perspective of the world government, as the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku should now issue 2 orders. One is to immediately surround and kill Mufan. The second is to announce the revocation of the title of Warlord of the Sea of Boa Hancock, the Pirate Empress, and designate the Amazon Lily Kingdom as a pirate country. But this is from the perspective of the world government, not the Navy, nor the battlefield. Dealing with the Whitebeard Grand Fleet of the 4 Emperors is already quite strenuous for the Navy. If at this time, Mufan, who is even stronger than before, and Hancock, one of the warlords of the sea, are both pushed to the opposite side, it is clearly not a wise choice. Of course, if the world government issues an order, he, Sengoku, must also comply. And Sengoku estimated that the world government should have received the news of Mufan's reappearance in the world by now. He believed that the next order would soon reach him. Regardless of the outcome of the battle with Whitebeard, there was bound to be another battle between the Navy and Mufan. Thinking of this, Sengoku felt a splitting headache. Why did things develop to this extent? Why did Mufan become a Navy traitor? If Mufan were still in the Navy and still the strongest rear admiral in history, then the Navy's chance of winning against the Whitebeard pirates of the 4 Emperors would be further increased. The Navy wouldn't have to sacrifice so many Marines either. Of course, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Since the moment Mufan appeared, Sengoku could no longer fully control the progress of the war. At this time, after showing a bit of affection, Mufan turned his attention back to the battlefield. The Empress stood beside Mufan like a shy bride, looking at Mufon with tender eyes. For Mufon, he had just accomplished one of his goals in the Battle of Marineford. He had retrieved the destiny and eaten the god, like fruit. Next, he needed to be more cautious. The 3 tasks assigned by the system seemed complicated, but were actually easy to understand. Task 1. Help the Navy deal with Whitebeard. The bad situation is that even if he wins, he may still be hunted down by the world government and the Navy. Task 2. Help Whitebeard deal with the Navy. The bad situation is that there is a possibility of failure. Task 3. Act as he pleases. But after the war, he needs to shock the world and increase his reputation. The bad situation is that he may not please either side. In fact, none of these 3 tasks are easy, and it's no wonder the rewards are good. Task 3, which seems the simplest, is not easy to achieve the effect of shocking the world. Vague rules are the hardest to cross. What counts as shocking the world? Killing Whitebeard, killing Sengoku, killing an admiral, none of them are easy. Mufon had just swallowed the fruit. Even with the god, like fruit that controls the power of 7 elements. It is impossible for him to be sure of defeating the 4 emperors or admirals, let alone killing them. Among the 7 abilities, the only one related to the thunder element, because he had studied Annals Garo no Mi. He could get a basic grasp of it, but top-tier powerhouses like Whitebeard and the 3 admirals of the Navy have probably developed their fruit abilities to the extreme. Their strength is not that simple. Among them, even though Whitebeard is old, if he has a final battle, he will be extremely terrifying. As for helping the Navy or Whitebeard, Mufon had already made a decision. However, he would not choose Task 1 or Task 2. Task 1 is too despicable. Mufon didn't have such a kind heart to help the world government, unless they could kill 1,000 celestial dragons for entertainment. As for Task 2, it's a bit difficult, completely destroying the Navy. The difficulty of this task is really not simple. After a 10-year Navy career, Mufon had a relatively deep understanding of the strength of the Navy. The overall strength of the Navy is terrifying, not to mention that there is an even more terrifying world government as its backing. And don't forget that Yami no Mi user will also interfere later. In short, Mufon wanted to develop rapidly during the Battle of Marineford. Isn't Teach trying to stir up the waters of the New World? Then come on, let's see who will be the one to dominate the sea and become the king in the end. Hancock, if anyone approaches you, whether they are pirates or marines, kill them. Also, be careful of sneak attacks by powerful people. Mufon scanned the battlefield and then said to the Empress. The latter nodded seriously in response. With a flash of thunder light, Mufon's figure instantly turned into a bolt of lightning, shuttling through the battlefield, and as Mufon took action, it immediately attracted the attention of the powerful people on both sides of the battlefield. After Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, learned about Mufon's news from a division commander in charge of intelligence among his subordinates, he sent Marco the Phoenix to negotiate. Fleet. Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha stared closely at Mufon's movement trajectory, ready to issue targeted orders at any time. However, Mufon shuttled through half of the battlefield without attacking either side, until, when Mufon arrived at the battlefield where Momotori, the candidate for admiral, was, the situation above the Navy changed suddenly. Boom! A thick bolt of thunder crashed down from the sky. It was like the punishment of the gods. At this time, Aizu, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, who was fighting with Momotori, was terrified when he saw this scene. He could only retreat rapidly before the thunder struck, but his body was still paralyzed by the electric arc, and he looked at the young figure that had just appeared with fear. Clutching his ARM.AS for the other pirates and marines around, they were shaken back by the thunder. Only Momotori, the candidate for admiral, remained unharmed. Aunt Momotori, long time no see. Finally, we meet, Mufon greeted happily. However, Momotori, who was the candidate for admiral, had an extremely gloomy expression at this time. Wearing red high-heeled shoes and being much taller than the Pirate Empress, Momotori slowly walked up to Mufon, with a crisp slap and the shocked eyes of everyone around. The candidate for admiral actually slapped Mufon's head hard. You rascal, you even dared to keep it from me. The candidate for admiral of the Navy, the mature and intelligent Aunt Tautu, could no longer hold back at this moment. She embraced Mufon tightly. This naughty boy, clearly, he had seen her on Smoker's ship before. Yet, he pretended not to recognize her. Naughty boy. Aunt Tautu, there were reasons for that before. I am a defector of the Navy now. You should be careful not to give others a handle. Mufon left Tautu's embrace, thinking thankfully that the Empress didn't see this scene. Otherwise, there might be a fight. However, Aunt Tautu was just his aunt and a senior who treated him very well. You rascal, what are you going to do next? Mufon didn't chat with Tautu for too long. After all, he was a defector of the Navy now, a heinous criminal with a high bounty from the world government. If he showed too deep a friendship with Tautu in public, After the Battle of Marineford ended, Tatu was likely to be targeted or even punished by the world government. This was something Mufan didn't want to see. As for whether Aunt Tautu would be disheartened with the justice of the Navy and come to help him develop in the future, that was another matter. Tautu, as the candidate for Admiral of the Navy, naturally understood Mufan's thoughts very well. Up to now, she was still a Marine. She couldn't do such a thing as deserting in battle. Even if she had any plans, she would have to wait until this unprecedented war completely ended. Soon, Tautu threw herself back into the battlefield and continued to fight against the cadres of the Whitebeard pirates, and Mufan also waited for the emissary of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco the Phoenix, breaking through the obstruction of several top Marines. Brother Marco waved his blue flaming wings and landed steadily in front of Mufan. Marco the Phoenix, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates, Mufan looked calmly at the pirate in front of him. In fact, compared with most pirates on this sea, he had a slightly better impression of the Whitebeard pirates. After all, Whitebeard, as a legendary pirate and one of the overlords of the sea in the last era, had his own set of principles. Since the establishment of the Whitebeard pirates, they had almost never burned, killed, or looted civilian towns, even in the territories in the New World protected by the Whitebeard pirates. People lived normal and stable lives. This was a rare situation under the rule of other great pirates or even the Navy. The times were like this, against the backdrop of the world nobles collecting the heavenly tribute. The Navy, which was under the jurisdiction of the world government everywhere, simply couldn't implement the so-called justice. Of course, the Whitebeard pirates themselves must have had stains, but compared with other pirate groups, they were relatively better. It was just a pity. After the Battle of Marineford, whether Whitebeard died or not, the Whitebeard pirates could no longer be the strongest force in the New World, and the remnants of the last era. The aged Whitebeard simply couldn't stop the rise of the so-called worst generation. So, instead of letting the large-scale territory of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World fall into the hands of people like Blackbeard, it would be better to snatch it for himself as the foundation for conquering the entire New World. That's right, since Mufan wanted to dominate the sea and become the king, and promote his own order, the New World was naturally a place that couldn't be bypassed. Mufan, the defector of the Navy, Dad asked you to come over and talk about a deal. Brother Marco didn't waste any time. However, when facing Mufan just now, he somehow felt a trace of fear. After realizing it, he quickly said, "The current situation is very serious. Dad's physical condition is unknown. The war is gradually developing in a direction unfavorable to the Whitebeard pirates, and Mufan's appearance is obviously a top-notch combat power that can be recruited. In order to save Ace. Dad really went all out. In the past, how could the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, take the initiative to invite others to talk about a deal? Oh, ask me to go over. The 4 Emperor Whitebeard has quite a lot of heirs. Sorry, I won't go." Mufan sneered in response. He's almost dead, yet he asks others for help, and still acts so arrogant. Are the 4 emperors really that impressive? Hearing Mufan's answer, Marco the Phoenix was obviously stunned. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, and his expression turned angry. For all the members of the Whitebeard pirates, Dad was like a god in their hearts. However, at this moment, Marco still held back the urge to beat up this defector of the Navy in front of him, because judging from the strength Mufan had shown, as well as the position he once held in the Navy, coupled with the help of the Empress, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, it wasn't difficult for Mufan to leave Marineford and protect himself. Even Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy, most hoped that Mufan would leave quickly. As the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates, the veritable vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates. He, Marco, must have a sufficient overall perspective at this time. Sorry, please. Before Brother Marco could finish a sentence, a dazzling cyan slash that split the sky came crashing down. Even though Marco was the user of the mythical Zoan Phoenix, type Devil Fruit, but he was still forced to retreat continuously by the slash. Mihawk the Hawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Marco covered his chest and tried his best to calm his breath. He looked at Mihawk the Hawk, the world's greatest swordsman who had just attacked, with a hint of fear in his eyes, and his mind was racing. What kind of choice would this man named Mufan make? You go back and protect your dad first. Marco the Phoenix. Don't let him die too soon. I'll go and talk to him later. Mufan replied to Marco, then turned his gaze to another direction of the battlefield. At this time, Mihawk the Hawk, known as the world's greatest swordsman, was holding Yuru, the black sword, and walking slowly towards Mufan, and Bista the flower swordsman, who had fought against Mihawk before, had obviously been repelled. Your swordsmanship contains an extremely powerful spirit, which is the most I've ever seen in my life. Tianming, the supreme great sword, You must be cheering all the time for finding the master of destiny. Right, Mihawk the Hawk. I walked closer and said such mysterious words. Although he didn't hear clearly, Fan knew that this world-famous swordsman should be praising him. However, it was obvious that Mihawk didn't come just to praise. Sure enough, the man of few words, Mihawk, immediately launched a normal attack. This was the normal attack of the world's greatest swordsman. Its power even exceeded the full power slash of an ordinary great swordsman. Moreover, the power of the slash was even stronger than the one Mihawk had slashed at Whitebeard before. Such a commotion also attracted the attention of many powerful people on the battlefield. Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy, and other powerful Marines were hoping that Mihawk could defeat Fan at this time. In this way, the Navy wouldn't have to deal with Fan later. After all, Fan was once the strongest rear admiral in the history of the Navy. Even during the Battle of Marineford, there were many of his contemporaries and subordinates. Of course, the key was that Mihawk really had the possibility of defeating Fan. Although Fan reappeared in Marineford and showed even stronger strength, instantly killing Vice Admiral Mole of the Navy. But Mihawk was the world's greatest swordsman and the strongest combat power among the 7 warlords of the sea. Therefore, for Mihawk to take the initiative to find Fan. Both the fleet admiral and the 3 admirals were happy to see it, even if Mihawk and Fan ended up both defeated. However, obviously, they still underestimated Fan at this time. Tianming, also ranked among the supreme great grade swords, was drawn out. Fan held Tianming in his hand, and a powerful haki surged out, entwining around Tianming, facing the world's greatest normal attack. Facing the world class slash. Fan didn't hesitate at all. He drew his sword and charged forward. He directly slashed towards the dazzling slash. With a huge impact sound. Fan held Tianming upside down, standing safely in place, with only the corners of his clothes fluttering in the impact. In this scene, once again surprised many powerful people on the battlefield. They certainly knew that with Fan's strength, a slash from Mihawk couldn't cause much substantial damage, but the key was Fan didn't dodge. Instead, he directly faced the world class slash head on and directly extinguished the slash. The degree of ease presented a stark contrast to the sword strike previously blocked by Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. In comparison, Jozu, who inherently possessed formidable defensive capabilities, evidently exerted a great deal of effort to fend off Mihawk's sword strike. However, Fan's performance could only be described as effortless and artistic. Mihawk, the Hawk. Do you wish to engage in a battle with me now? After breaking through Mihawk's attack, Fan raised Tianming, the tip of the blade directly pointing at the world's greatest swordsman. He, too, was a swordsman. When facing Mihawk's sword strike just now, he merely utilized haki and swordsmanship. After all, if one lacks such resolve, how can one even speak of growing to, or even surpassing, Mihawk's level in the path of swordsmanship? Of course, this is excluding system rewards. Nevertheless, if Mihawk insists on a duel with him at this moment, then he cannot be blamed for being unsportsmanlike. At this time, Fan's somewhat provocative words caused the brows of the world's greatest swordsman across from him to furrow tightly. Now, some in the Navy began to smile. As long as Fan and Mihawk clashed, it would, to some extent, alleviate the burden on the Navy. However, before their smiles could fully form, Mihawk's response dealt a harsh blow. Indeed, this is not the right time yet. When your swordsmanship has advanced further, between you and me, between ye and Tianming, there shall be a battle. Very well. Fan replied simply. He had long anticipated that Mihawk would not choose to engage in a genuine duel with him at this time. This world-renowned greatest swordsman had always been free-spirited and disliked being disturbed by too many people. Presumably, the reason for choosing to become a warlord of the sea was to avoid being pestered by the Navy. Mihawk nodded seriously at Fan, essentially acknowledging the duel agreement. Subsequently, Mihawk returned to his own battlefield and continued his intense battle with Vista, the flower sword. As for Fan, under the constant watch of the fleet admiral of the Navy, he initiated his next move. Fan knew that once he approached Whitebeard, the Navy would surely intervene to stop him, perhaps even directly attracting an admiral of the Navy. Now is not the time to engage in a battle with an admiral. To avoid directly attracting the troublesome Kizaru, instead of directly using his lightning element ability to transform into lightning, Fan utilized the 6 powers of the Navy, Jeppo and Saru, to swiftly shuttle through the battlefield. Making a beeline for the Moby Dick at the bay, Kazan, Borsalino, stopped Fan. As expected, when Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy saw Fan heading towards Whitebeard, he immediately issued an order to the 2 admirals. Because based on his understanding of Fan, since this fellow had killed a celestial dragon and defected from the Navy, He must have been fully prepared to have an unrelenting confrontation with the world government. And during this war, Mu Fan would definitely not choose to assist the Navy out of any sentiment. After all, the Navy had not provided him with any protection back then. Instead, they had dispatched 2 admirals to hunt him down. Therefore, when Sengoku saw Mu Fan instantly defeat Wusong upon his appearance, he already understood. The once strongest rear admiral had now become a stranger to the Navy. Thus, when Sengoku noticed that Mu Fan showed signs of wanting to help Whitebeard, he became nervous. Given Mu Fan's current strength and his former influence within the Navy, if Mu Fan were to cooperate with Whitebeard and jointly oppose the Navy, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the Navy. Ah, how troublesome. Mu Fan, Fleet Admiral Akiji of the Navy, took action immediately upon receiving Sengoku's order. He, too, was aware of the gravity of the situation. Moreover, he did not wish to see Mu Fan continue down this path of no return. Swish! When Mu Fan was dashing towards the Moby Dick, stepping on Jeppo, and using Soru, a figure made of ice instantly appeared. This time, Mu Fan was moving at high speed, and his Soru was comparable in speed to that of Fleet Admiral Akiji of the Navy. However, Akiji's position happened to be in front of Mu Fan, so with a flash, he blocked Mu Fan's way. Admiral Kazan, Mu Fan greeted slightly. Among the 3 admirals of the Navy, his relationship with Akiji was relatively amicable, and he had always respected the justice that the latter believed in. After all, apart from his occasional penchant for tailing little girls, Akiji was quite decent in other aspects. Therefore, he and Akiji were not enemies. They merely held different stances at this moment. If Akiji were to leave the Navy in the near future, he would extend an invitation to him. Mu Fan, stop being so obstinate. Leave Marineford, Fleet Admiral Akiji of the Navy said to Mu Fan with a cold face, in a tone of an elder admonishing a younger generation. However, Mu Fan did not pay heed to Akiji's words. He looked up at the Moby Dick not far away in the bay. At this distance, even Kizaru wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Mu Fan, be prepared, you're facing me. Don't continue this. Seeing that Mu Fan remained unmoved, a glint of anger emerged in Akiji's eyes. Overwhelming cold air rushed towards Mu Fan. Fleet Admiral Akiji of the Navy spread his arms, clearly intending to stop Mu Fan here, and he had the confidence to do so. After all, he was an admiral of the Navy. Zzz. Just as Akiji was about to directly attack and freeze Mu Fan, a large number of bright blue electric arcs suddenly began to surge around Mu Fan. Subsequently, Mu Fan, who had transformed into lightning, instantly disappeared from Akiji's sight. The speed was so fast that even Akiji had no time to react. This was not the end. After Mu Fan's figure disappeared, a flaming thunderbird, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, charged towards Akiji. Oh, that brat Mu Fan. At this moment, Fleet Admiral Akiji of the Navy widened his eyes, his gaze filled with shock. It was simply unbelievable. How could the speed Mu Fan had just demonstrated be so fast? It was not much inferior to that of Kizaru, and he had even left behind such a powerful attack before leaving. Such abilities, such combat intelligence. Even though Akiji was a seasoned warrior, he still felt shocked at this moment. In just a few days, had Mu Fan actually grown to the extent that he could truly compete with them head-on. After Mu Fan transformed into lightning and effortlessly shook off Akiji with his lightning-like speed, another admiral of the Navy, Kizaru, who was standing slightly further back, immediately launched an attack, transforming into a golden light to intercept Mu Fan. Clang. Zzz. Unfortunately, Kizaru was a step too late. When Mu Fan landed on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, the Emperor of the Sea, directly punched out, shattering the space. Fleet Admiral Kizaru of the Navy was also sent flying by, crashing into a cluster of buildings like a flash of light. Oh, Mu Fan, Whitebeard, you two are truly monsters. Damn you, Newgate. At this moment, seeing Kizaru being repelled by Whitebeard's punch and Mu Fan having successfully stood on the Moby Dick, side by side with Whitebeard, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy tensed up. It seemed that some things were ultimately inevitable. Ever since Mu Fan furiously killed a celestial dragon, the once highly anticipated strongest rear admiral in history had been destined to part ways with the Navy. Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, all Navy personnel. At the same time, Sengoku, who had received the latest order from the world government, finally began to issue new combat instructions to the Navy, even though, in his heart, he did not wish to do so. The highest order of the world government: capture and kill Mu Fan, the defector of the Navy. The order of Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy resounded throughout Marineford. At this time, most of the Navy personnel on the battlefield were shocked, because this meant that the Navy had completely taken an opposing stance against the once strongest rear admiral in history. On the other hand, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates seemed very happy. After all, everyone had witnessed Mufan's several powerful displays just now. Even Akiji, one of the highest-level combat forces of the Navy headquarters, had been toyed with. Such a powerful fighter, as long as he engaged in battle with the Navy, would be of great help to them. Sengoku, are you really going to do this? Mufan has made significant progress in strength since his return. The order issued now will leave him with no scruples. The naval hero, Garp of the Iron Fist, with a gloomy countenance, walked up to Sengoku and reminded him. In fact, Garp's mood at the moment was extremely complex. On one hand, as an old naval soldier who had believed in justice for most of his life, he naturally did not wish for the Navy to lose this crucial war at the headquarters. If they were to truly lose, it would be a most severe blow to the Navy. The justice of the Navy would be greatly disgraced. But on the other hand, Ace was the grandson he had raised since childhood, just like that brat Luffy, watching his grandson being publicly executed. It was naturally unbearable for him. Thus, he was in a state of great indecision, and the appearance of Mufan somehow gave him a different kind of expectation. He had a premonition. Mufan at this moment was very powerful. There was even a certain possibility that he could single-handedly change the course and outcome of the summit war. Garp, do your duty. This is an order from the world government. And I can't change it. Mufan is no longer a member of the Navy. If he consorts with pirates as members of the Navy, we naturally must purge our own ranks. Hearing the order that resounded throughout Marineford, Mufan coldly smiled. This was not beyond his expectations. For such an important war, the world government must be paying close attention at all times, and his appearance would surely be known to the world government. The fleet admiral received the highest order from the world government and then issued a combat directive against him to all the Navy. Although Sengoku must have been hesitant in his heart, he would not defy the order of the world government, even though the world government didn't care about the lives of ordinary naval soldiers at all. Gururara, Kid Mufan, what have you done to make the world government hate you so much? Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, the world's strongest man and one of the 4 emperors of the New World, leaned on Song Yunxia and glanced sideways at Mufan, asking with a smile, from Whitebeard's laughter. Mufan could sense a tinge of weakness. Presumably, the body of this world, strongest man had been severely damaged by old injuries, coupled with Whitebeard's advanced age. If he were to be stabbed in a sneak attack, it wouldn't be strange for him to die in Marineford. Nothing much, just killed a wicked celestial dragon. Mufan said this with the most indifferent tone, words that shocked even Whitebeard. The killing of a world noble, a celestial dragon, was an unbearable humiliation for the world government, especially since the culprit had not yet been brought to justice. The world government would naturally keep it strictly confidential and forbid any spreading of the news. Presumably, only a handful of people in the Navy knew about it. Outside, people only knew that Mufan had committed an extremely evil act. Therefore, even Whitebeard was greatly shocked upon learning the truth. Originally, he thought this kid in front of him had merely offended or injured a celestial dragon. He never expected that he had actually killed one. Such an incident was indeed an extremely evil act that the world government could hardly bear. After all, not just anyone dared to commit such a deed. Kid, you have quite some courage. Are you interested in joining me, Whitebeard, in destroying this Navy headquarters and rescuing Ace? At this moment, the 4 Emperor Whitebeard looked directly at Mufan, asking with a hint of appreciation in his tone that it could be seen that this man at the pinnacle of piracy had great confidence in his reputation. However, Mufan always felt something was amiss. The look in this old fellow Whitebeard's eyes, why did it seem like he was looking at his son? Not good. Whitebeard, what do you mean? Mufan had a face full of black lines but still asked tentatively. Whitebeard didn't answer directly. Instead, he swung Song Yunxia, also one of the 12 supreme grade greatswords, and launched a slashing attack towards the battlefield. Boom, the slashing attack, infused with haki and devil fruit power, instantly sent a sheet of ice flying, and countless naval soldiers suffered. Whitebeard spread his arms wide, his imposing manner terrifying. Gururara, Kid Mufan, I appreciate you. Be my son. Ding. A boarding invitation from the 4 Emperor Whitebeard has been detected, and a choice has been triggered. Option 1. Readily accept the invitation from the 4 Emperor Whitebeard and do your utmost to help the Whitebeard pirates rescue Fire Fist Ace. Reward. Perfect Recovery Potion X1. Can restore to peak condition in case of serious injury or overexertion. Option 2. Refuse the invitation from the 4 Emperor Whitebeard. Decline to be his son and launch a sneak attack on Whitebeard, trying to take the head of the world's strongest man as much as possible. Reward. King, level armament haki. Option 3. Refuse the invitation from the 4 Emperor Whitebeard. Propose a cooperation intention and force Whitebeard to cede territory in the New World. Reward. Intermediate observation killing, beginner, intermediate, advanced, king, level, god, level, can suppress the opponent's observation haki, making it impossible for them to detect and anticipate the next move. Fan really didn't expect it. He didn't expect that Whitebeard would want to adopt the sun right before the battle, and he even less expected that the system would trigger a choice at this moment. However, it was still a good thing. Special abilities like observation killing were generally beyond the reach of top-tier powerhouses, and in a 1v1 duel between powerhouses, observation killing would undoubtedly play a huge role, especially when combined with Fan's lightning. Like speed, observation killing would be an extremely terrifying ability. Sorry, Whitebeard, I'm not interested in joining any pirate crew. Fan faced the Emperor Whitebeard directly, not losing an imposing manner at all. After Whitebeard's smile visibly froze, Fan continued, "Let's talk about something practical. Whitebeard, if this war continues like this, Fire Fist Ace won't be rescued, and you remnants of the old era will surely die here. Whitebeard, you should have already had that realization. Right? Now, I can cooperate with you, but there are conditions." At this moment, the Emperor Whitebeard's face was gloomy, and the clouds above Marineford, the Navy headquarters, were churning, and several division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates who were guarding Whitebeard around the Moby Dick all looked fiercely at the naval traitor named Fan. Just a naval traitor, even though his strength was indeed formidable, there was no need to be so arrogant, was there? Didn't he know that he was facing a man at the pinnacle of piracy? A mere naval traitor actually claimed not to join any pirate crew? Did he really think he could build his own power to resist the pursuit of the Navy headquarters and the world government? What a joke. For a moment, these division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates regarded Fan as an arrogant and ignorant figure. After all, the old man Whitebeard was an absolutely supreme existence in the hearts of the members of the Whitebeard pirate ship. Even someone as wild as Ace didn't dare to be so disrespectful to the old man back then. Did this guy consider himself an equal to the world's strongest man? The commotion on the Moby Dick also successfully attracted the attention of the fleet Admiral Sengoku and the Admiral Akainu. Both of them narrowed their eyes at this moment, looking forward to a fight between Whitebeard and Fan. If so, the Navy's chances of winning would surely increase greatly, and if Whitebeard were injured by Fan, the tactics he had just arranged would surely achieve even better results. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? I'm the pirate Whitebeard." Whitebeard sneered. His pair of aged but fierce eyes stared at Fan, as if questioning an arrogant junior. "Whitebeard, you know the current situation better than I do. The Navy headquarters and the world government are beyond what you, in your old age, can contend with. The only result of this war is that you will die here. And those guys hiding in the dark will reap the benefits. If you want to protect your crew to the greatest extent, you might as well listen to my conditions at this moment." Facing the Emperor Whitebeard directly, Fan also responded with a sneer. He had no special relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. Since they were going to cooperate, they had to show their determination. There was no way he was going to let them get a free ride. "Arrogant kid, let me see if you have the qualifications to negotiate terms with me." At this moment, Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, was enraged. He brandished the kanjianki and swung it towards Fan. Amid the gazes of numerous powerful individuals, some in shock, some worried, and some gloating, Fan did not evade. He directly drew out Tianming and forcefully collided it with the kanjianki. Clang! As the two supreme-grade great swords clashed, two tangible waves of Conqueror's haki madly clashed against each other. Whitebeard's purple, black Conqueror's haki was extremely powerful, yet Fan's golden, red Conqueror's haki was by no means inferior. The collision of these two formidable forces actually split a gully in the clouds in the sky. The wind and clouds churned, and the momentum was terrifying. This fellow Fan, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and other top-tier Navy powerhouses were deeply shocked as they watched the scene before them. No one had expected that Fan could contend with Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, without being at a disadvantage. Although Whitebeard was old and would not exhaust his strength by crazily activating his haki for the upcoming fierce battle, Fan was equally at ease, not being at a significant disadvantage in both the confrontation of Conqueror's haki and swordsmanship. "Ah, is this the man I've fallen in love with? I'm so excited." Hancock, the Pirate Empress, on the other side of the battlefield, looked at the torn, apart sky, her jade, like hand supporting her peerlessly beautiful face, blushing profusely. At this time, Momotu, a candidate for Admiral of the Navy, also had her red lips slightly parted, her eyes filled with shock. She knew that with Fan's talent and efforts, it was normal for him to become stronger, but this was really a bit outrageous. He instantly defeated Rear Admiral Mole of the Navy headquarters upon appearance, casually blocked the slash of the world's strongest swordsman, toyed with Admiral Akiji, and now was in a fierce confrontation with Whitebeard. the so-called world's strongest, without being at a disadvantage. Even though Momotu was Mufan's senior, at this moment, she had to admit that Mufan's strength was probably already greater than hers. This kid is really tough. Even with the dispatch of 2 admirals and teacher Zifa, they couldn't make him perish. Gura. The confrontation between Whitebeard and Mufan didn't last long this time. Whitebeard withdrew the kanjianki and burst out laughing. Sengoku, you Navy really have blind eyes. A brat like Mufan was actually made a traitor of the Navy by you. Gura. Whitebeard shouted loudly towards the execution platform. This sentence was his mockery of the Navy. Because this young man, Mufan, really exceeded his expectations. If this young man continued to stay in the Navy, then in the next few decades, probably no pirate on the sea would be able to contend with the Navy. Although it was just a test, Whitebeard was still greatly shocked at such a young age. With such strength, as long as this Mufan brat didn't perish halfway, perhaps there would be a hegemon even more terrifying than rocks in the future on the sea. Mufan brat, state your terms. Whitebeard the pirate, need your help. As the wind and clouds in the high sky gradually returned to calm, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, finally put aside his arrogance and made a request to Mufan. And Mufan didn't stand on ceremony at all. He stood holding the hilt of Tianming with one hand and said, Great pirate Whitebeard, I believe in your code of conduct. Therefore, for now, I only need one promise. Gura, just say it. Once Whitebeard the pirate promises something, he will never go back on his word. Even if I die, my sons will continue to carry it out. Whitebeard replied with a smile. Obviously, this great pirate was rather pleased with Mufan's trust. All right, I want half of the territory occupied by the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. And I will choose which specific part. It must include the island connecting the first half of the Grand Line in the New World. That is, Fish Man Island. Mufan didn't mince his words at all. He directly asked for half of the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. This immediately left Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, stunned speechless. The members of the Whitebeard pirates around the Moby Dick opened their mouths wide, their faces full of disbelief. What, Whitebeard, is it hard to accept? If you lose this war, the Whitebeard pirates will cease to exist. What's the point of the territory then? Mufan continued in a cold voice. This was the result of his careful consideration, and he believed that Whitebeard would most likely agree. After all, this legendary great pirate must have been prepared for this long ago. After testing his strength, Whitebeard must be eager to get assistance. Even though this great pirate was proud, at the same time, Whitebeard the pirate would make any sacrifice for his family. So Mufan wasn't asking for too much. However, he must get Fish Man Island. After all, the Sea King was quite alluring. He wanted to obtain it. Gura, you brat Mufan. The powerful laughter of Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, spread throughout the surrounding battlefield. Several division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates guarding the Moby Dick immediately tensed up. According to past experience, when Dad laughed like this, he was about to start a big fight, but the strength shown by the Navy trader Mufan just now was not weak. In case Dad was engaged in a fierce battle with him and the Navy admirals launched a sneak attack, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. However, Mufan's request was really too excessive. He actually asked for half of the territory of their Whitebeard pirates. The territory of the Whitebeard pirates was all fought for by Dad and them, to be so bold as to make excessive demands of one of the 4 emperors in the New World. He was really brave, and according to Dad's personality, he would definitely not agree to such an excessive condition, right? Just as several division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates around were secretly speculating, Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, had apparently made his decision. At this moment, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, brandished the kanjianki, looked intently at Mufan, and slowly said, Mufan brat, I know your future plans. To be an enemy of the world government and the Navy headquarters. You have great courage. Perhaps, in the future on the sea, there will be a hegemon capable of overthrowing the world government. However, the Whitebeard pirates also have their own principles. Half of the territory in the New World can be given to you. But you must do your best to assist me in this war. And please help me rescue Ace. The island connecting the New World and the first half of the Grand Line will also be given to you. If you have enough ability, that legendary weapon will also be yours. The reply from Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, shocked the members of the Whitebeard pirates around, and some even felt a bit resentful. But they naturally couldn't interfere with the decision made by Dad. And those division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates who knew the inside story had somewhat desolate expressions, because such a Whitebeard the pirate was no longer the world's strongest man who once galloped across the sea. Old age and old injuries were constantly tormenting this legendary pirate at the peak of piracy. Dad of all the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates. Deal. Don't worry, since I've agreed to cooperate. I naturally won't be procrastinating. As for Fire Fist Ace, I will also do my best. Mufan nodded. He had actually expected Whitebeard's final reaction. After all, the love of this legendary pirate for his sons was an extremely sincere and touching existence in the pirate world. So since he had promised, Mufan would naturally do his best. Moreover, actually allowing the Whitebeard pirates to retain a certain amount of strength was also a good thing for Mufan, especially the Whitebeard pirates with Edward Newgate. Whitebeard, personally in charge, even if they lost half of their territory, as long as Whitebeard was still alive, the Whitebeard pirates would be a force that could not be ignored in the New World. In the future, they could also share some of the firepower from the Navy headquarters and the world government from Mufan. Of course, whether they would become enemies was also uncertain, but that wasn't what he should consider now. His top priority now was to build a powerful force. After the Summit War, the world government and the Navy headquarters would surely be at odds with him until death, although he was very powerful now. But by himself. Even if the Empress and the entire Amazon Lily are added, they are far from being a match for the world government and the Navy. Glorara. Then let's go, Mufan brat. However, don't let the Navy kill you. Don't blame me, Whitebeard, for not acknowledging it later. The 4 Emperor Whitebeard laughed again. Although the cooperation with Mufan seems to put the Whitebeard pirates at a disadvantage. The reality may not be so. In any case, having a top-tier fighter to help is definitely a huge boon to the Whitebeard pirates. The probability of rescuing Ace will also increase significantly. And Mufan is such a top-tier powerhouse. Speaking of which, Whitebeard is also a bit surprised, because it's really rare to have a junior as young as Mufan with such strength. Even his son Fire Fist Ace is far inferior to Mufan. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have obtained Whitebeard the Pirate's a promise that is worth 1,000 gold. Reward, intermediate observation killing. Has been credited. At this time, the system rang, indicating that Mufan's mission had been completed, and after being confirmed by the system, Mufan also had a new judgment on the character of Whitebeard the Pirate. As a man with no background who eventually reached the pinnacle of pirates, Whitebeard the Pirate is undoubtedly worthy of trust and admiration. After obtaining the observation killing, Mufan clearly felt his own change. At this moment, if he wanted to, he could instantly completely suppress ordinary experts, such as rear admirals of the Navy, whose observation hockey would become completely ineffective, even when facing some top-tier powerhouses. The observation killing also has a miraculous effect. Mufan brat. At this time, Whitebeard also suddenly sensed Mufan's change. He seems to be even stronger. This brat is really a monster. Whitebeard, wait a moment. Before Mufan was about to leave the Moby Dick, he still intended to remind Whitebeard. After all, given Whitebeard's current physical condition, if he were stabbed by the pirate Squord again, it would surely make things worse. When he was observing Akainu before, he happened to see the latter approaching Squord. And at this moment, the pirate Squord was already waiting below the Moby Dick. He was probably waiting for Mufan to leave. Mufan had shown unparalleled speed in several of his previous moves, so Squord was probably afraid that he wouldn't succeed. Pay attention to what? Mufan brat. The 4 Emperor Whitebeard asked in confusion when he saw Mufan's hesitant look. Forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't pay attention. Mufan shook his head with a bitter smile. He almost forgot Whitebeard's character. He has unconditional trust in those sons. Then, it's better for him to take action himself. Whoosh. Before Mufan finished speaking, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in an instant. Whitebeard was puzzled and wanted to look around to see where Mufan had gone. Did he go to rescue Ace? But just in an instant, that is, the time it took for Whitebeard to turn his head, a flash of lightning, and Mufan reappeared in front of him. Holding a familiar figure in his hand. Squord? Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and then he looked at Mufan in confusion. The pirate Squord, this guy colluded with the Navy Admiral Akainu, betrayed you, and was going to sneak, attack, and stab you. Whitebeard, if you can't bear to do it, I can disable him for you first. Mufan threw the pirate Squord onto the ground and then asked. He originally wanted to directly kill Squord. But after all, they had just formed an alliance, so it was better to ask Whitebeard. However, even if Whitebeard didn't agree, Mufan would still disable Squord first. Therefore, before Whitebeard could react, Mufan drew Tianming and prepared to take action. However, at that moment, Mufan suddenly turned around and held the sword horizontally. A dazzling golden light came crashing in. Yo, this terrifying brat. Can't let you keep ruining things. Just as Mufan was about to disable the pirate Squord, the sneaky Kazara suddenly came out to cause trouble. He directly entangled Mufan and forcibly moved the battlefield into the air. Obviously, he intended to compete in speed. Coincidentally, Mufan also wanted to know the limit of his own speed. So he didn't avoid the battle. As for Whitebeard and the pirate Squord on the Moby Dick, It depends on what choices they both make. Besides, Mufan really doesn't quite understand Kizaru, this well-known slacker. Why does he seem a bit serious every time he faces him? Could it be that this guy's seriousness depends on the opponent's background? Double, standard slacker Kizaru. Yo, Mufan, how on earth did you recover and even become stronger than before? Did you eat a Logia devil fruit related to the lightning element? The Navy Admiral Kizaru used his flash-like speed to shuttle at high speed in the space around Mufan. And Mufan was not to be outdone. With the flickering of lightning, even Kizaru couldn't completely suppress him in terms of speed. This greatly surprised Kizaru, who was most famous for his speed. After all, not long ago, it was he, Akiji, and teacher Zephyr who went to hunt down Mufan. At that time, this guy was clearly hit by his full power Yada no Kagami. Could it be that he turned misfortune into a blessing? Really, how terrifying. Kizaru, cut the crap. I haven't forgotten the grudge from before. Mufan sneered. Sooner or later, he would return the Yada no Kagami that Kizaru had hit him with. But not now. After all, he had just mastered some of his lightning element abilities. Although his speed was already terrifying, it was still obviously a bit inferior compared to Kizaru the Flash MAN.AS for other abilities. He hadn't mastered them to the extent of being able to defeat a Navy Admiral. Moreover, Kizaru was clearly slacking off now. So Mufan didn't engage in a big fight. Instead, he was paying attention to the situation on the Moby Dick below. At this time, explosions were going off one after another on the battlefield. As the war gradually deepened, the blood of countless pirates and Navy soldiers had already dyed the ice. Cold battlefield blood, red, showing the true severity of the situation, with the war reaching this stage. The morale of both the Navy and the Whitebeard Grand Fleet was somewhat low, and at this moment, Whitebeard Edward Newgate and the pirate squad, who were left on the Moby Dick, finally started talking. Father, the pirate squad finally woke up completely at this time, because Mufan had directly hit him with the scabbard before, making him dizzy, and now he just woke up. This made the resentment in his heart even deeper. Who does that Mufan think he is? Father, you actually promised to give him half of the territory. Don't we have a share of the territory of the Whitebeard pirates? It seems that what the Navy Admiral Akina said is true. Squad, are you okay? Whitebeard turned around and looked at one of his sons. A hint of an indescribable emotion flashed in his vicissitudes. Filled-eyed Mufan said that Squad colluded with Akino, betrayed him, and even intended to attack him. This is impossible. He didn't believe it. Besides Teach, how could anyone in the Whitebeard pirates betray him? Whitebeard. Finally didn't die. I didn't see you just now. How's the situation at the bow? Although he didn't believe it, after being reminded by Mufan, Whitebeard was still somewhat on guard in his heart, and at this time, Squad's tone was clearly a bit off. After a fierce battle, the affiliated pirate groups have suffered heavy losses. We've lost a lot of brothers, Squad continued to say gloomily, with an obviously unnatural expression. Sengoku won't show mercy. He will deploy all the forces he can mobilize to deal with us. But with Mufan help, we'll be under much less pressure. Does father know the Navy's tactics well? The white-bearded turned his gaze towards the execution platform, his eyes fixed on Ace. The fire fist on the stage, with a glint in his eyes. Sengoku, Garp, Roger, we are old acquaintances. The Navy intends to encircle and suppress us, which suits my purpose well. I'm about to strike too. The young fellow Mufan will assist us. Let's charge forward and rescue Ace in one go. Yes, rescue Ace, the Fire Fist, in one go. The white-bearded Grand Fleet consists of 43 New World pirate crews. Each of us has received great kindness from the old man. For the sake of the white-bearded pirates, it would be a just cause even if we were to die in battle, right? At this moment, the tone of the pirate, the great whirlpool spider, became even more peculiar, and he drew the saber from his waist. The white-bearded glanced at Squad. How could he fail to understand the hidden meaning in Squad's words? And how could he not know at this moment that Mufan's reminder was right? However, there must be many people thinking this way now. To save Ace, so many lives would be sacrificed. There might even be those who thought that he was colluding with Sengoku to deal with them. Right? At this moment, a tinge of sadness flashed in the eyes of the pirate, the white-bearded. Squad, I'm sorry, but I understand. This is a battle for the family. The pirate, the white-bearded, will never abandon his family. Exactly because of this, everyone has followed you to this battlefield that's like hell. Am I right, old man? As long as you understand, you are all my family. At this moment, the world's strongest man smiled, then took 2 steps forward, intentionally from the great whirlpool spider. If the sons have doubts, then let him prove himself with actions once again. He is the pirate, the white-bearded. At this moment, after seeing the situation on the Moby Dick, Mufan smiled helplessly. As expected, This old man, the white, bearded, is really stubborn, but worthy of respect. Oh, it can't be stopped. He's about to be attacked by the son he trusts. How terrifying, the white, bearded, Kizaru, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Mufan, said with a tease. Ha ha ha, how do you know I can't stop it, Kizaru? Mufan sneered, the lewd smile of Kizaru. The Navy Admiral froze instantly. At this moment, on the Moby Dick, the pirate, the great whirlpool spider, had already rushed towards the white, bearded with his saber raised. Although Marco and a few other powerful members of the Whitebeard pirates noticed it immediately. The distance was too far, and they simply couldn't make it in time, only able to shout anxiously. But the white, bearded remained unmoved. Old man, I'm sorry. The pirate, the great whirlpool spider, had a gloomy face. At this moment, he had been deceived by Akainu's words, and his heart was filled with injustice and resentment, and at this moment, no one could stop him, even if that naval traitor named Mufan knew he had betrayed. So what, couldn't he still be stopped? Just as the pirate, the great whirlpool spider, was about to wildly stab the white, bearded in the back with his saber, beneath the feet of the great whirlpool spider. A green seed that had been waiting for a long time suddenly burst. In an instant, it grew rapidly into a giant tree that rivaled the Navy headquarters building. Divine technique wind, thunder, fire, with the world tree descends. The giant tree of the world shocked everyone present. Under Mufan's pre-arranged plan, the sneak attack of the pirate, the great whirlpool spider, was foiled on the spot, and the pirate, the white, bearded, was sent into the air above the battlefield by a huge branch of the world tree. He was now very close to the execution platform. Uncle White, bearded, charge. I, Mufan, will cover you. Navy headquarters, Marine Fort. When the huge world tree descended, the whole place was in shock. Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy, was so shocked that his eyes almost burst. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. But everything was happening for real. Akainu's scheme had failed. The world's strongest man, the white, bearded, not only hadn't been stabbed in a sneak attack, but instead, riding on the world tree. He had broken through the Navy's numerous defenses and reached the sky above the execution platform. Such a change. Even Sengoku, as the fleet admiral of the Navy, felt extremely shocked and even somewhat incredulous. Such a huge world tree suddenly appeared, instantly knocked the pirate, the great whirlpool spider, away, and then sent the white, bearded into the air. Such an ability, the white, bearded couldn't possibly possess it. Then, it must be Mufan. All of this was the doing of that guy, Mufan. But, what Mufan had shown before was the ability of the thunder element. Why could he also summon such a huge world tree to descend on Marineford? How much time had passed since the occurrence of the extremely evil incident? In this short period of time, what on earth had happened to that young fellow, Mufan, that his strength had become so formidable? Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy, looked at Mufan, who was at a stalemate with Kizaru. His eyes full of fear and regret. If Mufan were still in the Navy at this moment. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Sengoku deeply understood. From now on, Mufan would be a serious threat to the Navy headquarters and the world government. Besides Sengoku, among the Navy, Akainu, the Navy admiral, was the first to recover from the shock. His well-laid plan could have made the already old and sick white, bearded situation even worse. And he would ultimately surrender, but who could have expected that at the last moment it was actually ruined? Damn Mufan. How dare he oppose justice? He's courting death, at this moment, in the eyes of Akainu. The Navy admiral, there was obvious killing intent. He would surely kill those who dared to oppose justice, especially Mufan, this despised traitor of the Navy. Driven by intense anger, Akainu, the Navy admiral, finally made a move. He clenched his fists and aimed them at the sky, and countless huge magma fists bombarded into the air. Meteor volcano. A terrifying offensive like a volcanic eruption began. Countless huge magma fists fiercely chopped down above the huge world tree. Under the powerful power of the meteor volcano, the giant tree was quickly destroyed. However, Akainu didn't achieve his strategic goal. The pirate, the white, bearded, had already leaped down and charged towards the execution platform. The world's strongest man is coming. Everyone, stop the white, bearded from approaching the execution platform. At this moment, Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy, was greatly alarmed, because the white, bearded had already swung the Tsong Yun Xie and charged towards the execution platform. And the three Navy admirals were all a bit far from the execution platform, and Kizaru, who had the fastest speed, was actually held back by Mufan at this moment. That's right, held back. Kizaru, the Navy admiral with the ability of light, speed, couldn't return to support at this moment. Yo, Mufan, what kind of devil fruit did you eat? It's really terrifying. Kizaru, the Navy Admiral, had a somewhat distorted expression, sighing with a tone of shock mixed with teasing, because the ability shown by Mu Fan was really too terrifying. Even he was shocked by the thunder, like speed, rescuing the white, bearded at a critical moment with the world tree's descent. And just now, he had also felt the change in the wind around him, and it must have a great deal to do with Mu Fan. Gura, Ace, I'm here to save you. The three Navy admirals couldn't return to support. The white, bearded descended from the sky unimpeded. A powerful domineering aura surrounded the supreme greatsword Song Yunxie. The imposing manner of the world's strongest man was fully unleashed. At this moment, rescuing Ace, the Fire Fist, was within reach. The white, bearded no longer needed to hold back his strength. For him, being able to rescue Ace and get the vast majority of his crew safely away from the Navy headquarters was a victory. As for his own life and death, he had long since disregarded it, and Mu Fan's appearance undoubtedly saved him a lot of effort. If according to the normal process, for him to get close to the execution platform personally, he would surely be frantically obstructed by the Navy. At that time, even he might be trapped in a tight encirclement. Therefore, the white, bearded was quite clear, headed about his decision to ally with Mu Fan. That young fellow, Mu Fan, is really a terrifying but at the same time reliable guy. Old man, Ace, the Fire Fist, couldn't help shouting when he saw that his old man was about to land on the execution platform. But his mood was a bit complicated at the moment. On the one hand, of course he hoped to be rescued, but on the other hand, he was even more worried about his old man's safety. After all, his old man was old and had many old injuries. White, bearded, I will never allow you to rescue Ace, the Fire Fist. The fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha no longer intervened. He directly cast aside his justice cape. Golden light surged around his body. Facing the approaching Yonko Whitebeard, he had to personally join the battle. Boom, just as fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha was about to take action himself. An equally aged yet still burly figure sprang up from the ground, charging towards Yonko Whitebeard. Garp, old man. Sengoku stared at the scene before him in astonishment, yet also felt considerably more at ease. If Garp chose to intervene, he would save a great deal of effort, and Ace, the Fire Fist, was more shocked. One of the things he least desired to witness was Garp being conflicted over his execution. He was even more reluctant to see Garp, the old man, and Whitebeard, the old father, fighting because of him. After all, he just couldn't stand by idly. Whitebeard, if you want to rescue Ace, then defeat me. Garp, the Iron Fist, the hero of the Navy, had a gloomy expression at this moment. His iron fist was enshrouded in extremely powerful armament haki, lunging straight at Whitebeard's Murakumajiri. Humph, Garp. Whitebeard sneered, facing Garp. He couldn't help but exert a bit more strength. He knew something about the matter between Garp and Ace, and was aware of Garp's inner conflict at this moment. He wasn't surprised by Garp's choice either. After all, indeed, Garp was an old marine truly worthy of the name of justice. Boom, the confrontation between the hero of the Navy and Yonko Whitebeard directly caused a huge commotion in Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. The entire island was shaking precariously. Mu Fan, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This was the battle between Garp and Whitebeard, truly earth-shattering. Since Vice Admiral Garp had chosen to intervene, it was impossible for Whitebeard to rescue Ace, the Fire Fist, in one fell swoop. After all, there was still Sengoku of the Buddha watching closely. However, Mu Fan had never thought that Whitebeard could rescue the Fire Fist. This world's strongest man drew too much attention and would be fully blocked by the top-tier powerhouses of the Navy. And the one who truly had the best chance of rescuing Ace, the Fire Fist, was, of course, Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat. At this time, Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat, had quietly appeared on the battlefield accompanied by Buggy the Clown and others. Boom, the cannons roared, and the sounds of killing filled the air. With the entry of Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, into the battlefield, the Summit War had reached its true climax. Although Garp, the hero of the Navy, had intervened to temporarily hold off Whitebeard and dragged him to the frozen battlefield, the situation of the Navy was still not optimistic. The appearance of Monkey D. Luffy and others was unexpected to everyone. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha was extremely puzzled. According to his previous order, Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat, should have been imprisoned in a safe area of Marineford at this time. Could it be that the red-nosed pirate beside the Straw Hat was up to something? Stupid smoker. Not only did he bring Mu Fan back to Marineford, but he also brought this troublesome guy, Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat. Yes, now Sengoku already knew that Mu Fan was the sub-lieutenant who had come to the Navy headquarters with Smoker before. By associating the fact that Hancock, the Pirate Empress, had obediently withdrawn because of a word from the sub-lieutenant at that time, it was easy to draw a conclusion. However, It had to be said that kid Mu Fan was truly a rare monster in the history of the Navy. In the short time he had disappeared, not only had his strength soared, but he had even won over Hancock, the Pirate Empress. It should be known that as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even Sengoku recognized Hancock's strength. Moreover, there was the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom and the Kuja tribe as a dowry. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Mu Fan and Hancock, the Pirate Empress, could safely leave Marineford, it wouldn't be long before a powerful force led by Mu Fan would emerge on the Grand Line. Of course, these were all things to come. As the fleet admiral, given even the slightest chance, Sengoku would not allow Mu Fan and Hancock, the Pirate Empress, who was almost equivalent to defecting during the battle, to leave Marineford unscathed. And this was clearly not just Sengoku's thought. Because of Mu Fan's various actions after his appearance, Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, had been enraged to the extreme. In his opinion, Mu Fan was a disgrace to the Navy, once a member of justice. Now he was colluding with the pirate Whitebeard to deal with the Navy. Such a person must be eliminated. Thinking like this, Akainu looked at Mu Fan with murderous intent in his eyes. However, at this time, Mu Fan was still struggling with Kizaru, and just in terms of speed, Kizaru couldn't completely shake off Mu Fan's entanglement. This undoubtedly made Akainu even more wary and his murderous intent even stronger. He wondered what kind of devil fruit that kid Mu Fan had eaten to become so powerful in just a few days. If left unchecked, the consequences would be disastrous. After using Meteor Volcano to destroy the World Tree, Akainu then cleared a wave of surrounding pirates. Currently, the top-tier combatants of both the pirates and the Navy were engaged in battles. Akainu, here, had temporarily freed up his hands because of Garp's early intervention, and no division commander of the Whitebeard pirates had come to challenge him. Those guys probably knew who was easy to provoke and who wasn't. Soon, after scanning the battlefield, Akainu came up with an excellent tactic. He fixed his eyes on Hancock, the Pirate Empress, who was watching the show on the battlefield. If he wasn't mistaken, this Pirate Empress seemed to have a close relationship with Mu Fan. It seemed that Mu Fan had conquered this world's most beautiful woman. What world's most beautiful woman? In his eyes, Akainu, there were no women, only justice. Hancock, the Pirate Empress's actions, strictly speaking, had violated the duties of the 7 warlords of the SEA. It could even be said that she defected during the battle. After all, apart from her relationship with Mu Fan, this woman was also attacking both pirates and the Navy indiscriminately. Since that was the case, then he would first take down this world's most beautiful woman. As long as Mu Fan panicked, there would be an opportunity to completely capture him and maintain the dignity of justice. Having made up his mind, Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, began to make arrangements and gradually approached the location where Hancock, the Pirate Empress, was. This admiral who believed in absolute justice didn't know that he was on the wrong path. On the other side, since Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat, had appeared, Garp, the Iron Fist, the hero of the Navy, clearly no longer wanted to continue fighting Whitebeard. Akiji, the Admiral of the Navy, helplessly became the one to take over and was called by Garp to confront Whitebeard. Garp, it seems your grandson has escaped confinement. What are you going to do? Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha looked at Garp, who had returned to his side, and asked in a low voice. He could understand the degree of psychological entanglement his old comrade was experiencing at this moment. But there was no way. They were Marines. Boom. Errora. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Before Sengoku and Garp could exchange a few words, Whitebeard punched Akiji back. The huge spatial vibration even caused cracks to appear on the execution platform. At this time, in order to prevent Whitebeard from getting closer to the execution platform, Akiji could only bite the bullet and fight Whitebeard. But Whitebeard hadn't been caught off guard. He had been holding back before and not attacking. And after allying with Mu Fan, his pressure had decreased sharply. The descent of the World Tree had even increased his momentum. Therefore, Whitebeard was extremely powerful at this time. It was obvious that Akiji was struggling to deal with him alone. However, now Kizaru was held up by Mu Fan, and Akainu was at the other end of the battlefield. In the current situation, he could only hold on for now. Damn it, where is Sakazuki? Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha was also very frustrated when he saw this situation. Before the war started, even a quarter of an hour ago, he had never thought that Whitebeard could break through to here. There were numerous obstacles set up by the Navy on the battlefield to prevent the Whitebeard pirates, especially Whitebeard himself, from approaching the execution platform. Although the world's strongest man was already old, once he erupted, his combat power was still terrifying. It was precisely because of the giant tree conjured up by Mu Fan that directly sent Whitebeard above the execution stage, which led to the current situation. Mu Fan. Oh, Mu Fan. Fleet Admiral Buddha Sengoku gritted his teeth in his heart. Sengoku, leave this to me. Kazan needs your support. At this moment, the marine hero Garp suddenly said, Garp, you. Sengoku was obviously startled. But then a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Don't let me down. Thus, Fleet Admiral Buddha Sengoku personally entered the fray, joining forces with Admiral Akiji to confront Whitebeard. As for the execution stage, it was the responsibility of the marine hero Garp. At this moment, Garp looked at Luffy, who was charging through the battlefield and heading straight for the execution stage. His eyes were filled with indescribable conflict. Luffy, charge forward, come and defeat me, and rescue your brother, Ace. Mufon had been closely watching everything that happened on the execution stage. When he saw Sengoku enter the battle and Garp guarding the execution stage, he merely sighed and smiled. As expected, even Vice Admiral Garp couldn't bear to watch his grandson being executed. Oh, Mufon, your strength is truly terrifying now, but would you like to take a look over there? Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. At this moment, in the sky above the battlefield, thunder and light intertwined and flickered. In the struggle with Admiral Kizaru, Mufon was quickly grasping the speed advantage of his lightning elemental ability. Moreover, he discovered that although his understanding and mastery of the wind elemental ability were relatively shallow, if he used some wind elemental ability while moving at high speed with his lightning ability, it could not only increase his own speed but even slow down his opponent's speed. This was why, soon after obtaining the fruit ability, he was able to keep up with Admiral Kizaru in terms of speed. In Mufon's opinion, given time, once he developed all 7 elemental abilities to a certain extent, in terms of speed alone, he might not be inferior to Kizaru, or even surpass him. Of course, at this moment, Mufon no longer had the mood to think about these things, because under Kizaru's reminder, Mufon suddenly noticed that on the frozen battlefield, Hancock was in a critical situation. Admiral Akainu was approaching step by step, attacking the Pirate Empress with his powerful magma power. Although the Empress was not weak, she was clearly no match for Akainu. Firstly, in terms of pure strength, Akainu was already at the top of the sea. The Empress was not his opponent yet. Secondly, Akainu was obsessed with absolute justice and completely immune to the charms of women. The Empress's charm was almost like a withered rose in his eyes. Coupled with the fact that Akainu clearly intended to kill, every move he made was a deadly one. Therefore, the Empress's situation was extremely critical. When Mufon discovered this situation, he was naturally enraged on the spot. This red dog really lived up to his name. Truly despicable. How could Mufon not know what Akainu was up to? Clearly, he wanted to use the Pirate Empress to lure him over and then eliminate them both. Or he wanted to kill the Pirate Empress to throw him off balance. However, Akainu was incredibly overconfident. Now, with Whitebeard, Marco, and others, along with Luffy, there was a high chance that they would rescue Fire Fist Ace at any moment. And once Fire Fist Ace was successfully rescued, the Marines would be considered defeated. At this time, Akainu coming after Mufon showed that he regarded Mufon as a threat that should be eliminated even before Fire Fist Ace. Oh, you want to go and rescue her? Unfortunately, I have no intention of letting you go, Mufon. Just as Mufon was about to break away from the battle to rescue the Empress, a flash of golden light, and the sneaky Kizaru suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, only Kizaru's head was visible, and most of his body was still in the photon state. Clearly, he wanted to use his absolute speed to suppress Mufon and prevent him from going to rescue the Empress. Moreover, in Kizaru's view, although this kid Mufon had strange abilities and was very fast after transforming into lightning, in terms of absolute speed, he was still superior. If Mufon hadn't shown such great speed and even entangled him for so long, in this situation, he would have just slacked off. But now, he had to be serious. Otherwise, where would his reputation as the Glint Man go? Kizaru, you can't stop me. Get out of the way. Without the slightest hesitation, Mufon directly drew Tianming and pointed it at Kizaru. At the same time, a powerful domineering aura suddenly erupted. Oh, I'm so scared. Kizaru was hit by the powerful domineering aura and immediately raised his hands obediently, speaking in a sneaky manner. But even so, Kizaru had no intention of retreating. Mufon naturally knew that at this moment, Kizaru's Kinbunchika Haki was fully activated. As long as he made a move, this guy would definitely appear in front of him at the same time and keep pestering him. However, this couldn't stump Mufon now. Just as Admiral Kizaru decided to hold Mufon back for a while, a force similar to but completely opposite to domineering suddenly descended around Kizaru. At this moment, Admiral Kizaru's Kinbunchika Haki suddenly became unstable and was even completely suppressed for an instant. Although it was only for an instant, but Mufon had already disappeared from his sight. Only the continuous rumbling of thunder remained. The Marines have lost a true monster, Mufon. At this point, Kizaru didn't pursue anymore. He stayed in mid-air, and his eyes were filled with shock and sighed. He had foreseen that after this unprecedented war, the name Mufon would resound throughout the sea, and before long, a terrifying new force would emerge on the sea. Pirate Empress, you have violated the warlords of the sea treaty by openly colluding with the marine traitor Mufon. Be prepared to face death. At this moment, Admiral Akainu was approaching step by step, his magma fists continuously bombarding the Pirate Empress, and the Pirate Empress was clearly at a disadvantage, facing the extremely hot and highly destructive magma. Even the Empress could only keep dodging. After all, for the current Empress, she already had a beloved man, and naturally, she couldn't let the magma ruin her beauty. Otherwise, what if Mufon no longer liked her? This situation lasted for a while. Akainu finally seized the opportunity and prepared to severely wound the Pirate Empress in one go. If he could take the Pirate Empress's head with that kid Mufon's character, he would surely break down, right? Then, he could execute them both together and focus on dealing with the Whitebeard pirates. Boom, just as Akainu was planning his next move. He glanced upwards. A powerful slash accompanied by the rumbling of thunder came crashing down. Facing such an attack, Akainu found that he couldn't withstand it head on, because the slash contained extremely powerful domineering. If he resisted it directly, he would surely be injured. Getting injured at this time was clearly not a wise choice. So Akainu immediately retreated to dodge the attack. The moment the attack arrived, a young figure appeared in front of the Empress. "Are you okay, Hancock?" Mufon asked anxiously. "I'm fine." At this moment, the Pirate Empress's peerless face was full of shyness. Looking at Mufon's handsome face, her heart was pounding rapidly. She really wanted to leave this awful place and find a secluded place to have children with Mufon. "As long as you're okay. Step back. I'll deal with Red Dog." Mufon let out a sigh of relief and then said, "I'll fight by your side." "Step back, Hancock." "Okay, I know." After the Pirate Empress withdrew from the battle, Mufon finally faced Admiral Akainu directly. This was a scenario Mufon had once envisioned. However, at that time, the assumption was that he was still a Marine, challenging Akainu's absolute justice. "Mufon, a traitor to the Marines, are you ready?" Being called Red Dog to his face. Akainu was obviously a bit angry. He clenched his fists, ready to strike at any moment. "What do you mean, Red Dog?" The Navy, Marineford. When Mufon confronted the Navy Admiral Akainu, it immediately attracted the attention of numerous powerful figures on the battlefield. Although the central focus of the Summit War was still the battle between the 4 Emperor Whitebeard and the Navy Marshal Sengoku of the Buddha, yet, based on the strength Mufon had demonstrated, as well as his current identity and various actions in Marineford, in a sense, Mufon was of no less importance to the Navy than Ace the Fire Fist. If Mufon were to leave unscathed after this war, then the Navy's prestige and reputation on this sea would suffer a severe blow in the eyes of Akainu, who believed in absolute justice. Such a situation would be a great shame to the Navy and to justice. Therefore, all the high-ranking Navy officers knew that the battle between Admiral Akainu and Mufon would be a fight without holding back. As an Admiral of the Navy, Akainu was likely to do everything in his power to deal with Mufon. And as the one with the strongest destructive and attacking power among the 3 admirals of the Navy, even though Mufon had shown remarkable strength, he might not necessarily be a match for Akainu. For this reason, Momotu, the candidate for Navy Admiral, began to consciously approach the battle area. Although Mufon had shown a speed comparable to that of Kazu, Akainu couldn't possibly have no preparations. Moreover, given Mufon's character, he would definitely confront Akainu head on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taunted Akainu by calling him Red Dog. Besides, Momoto also officially started to consider her own stance, just not long ago. Before Mufon reached a cooperation intention with the 4 Emperor Whitebeard, Marshal Sengoku announced the order to hunt down Mufon. Undoubtedly, Sengoku himself had said that this was the highest order of the world government. Thus, it could be seen that the Navy was merely a tool in the hands of the world government, or even just a showpiece. In the current situation, from the Navy's perspective, they should try their best to appease Mufon, at least prevent him from cooperating with Whitebeard. This would definitely save a lot of Navy soldiers. But obviously, in the eyes of the world government and the Celestial Dragons, ordinary Navy soldiers were no different from those commoners, all to be enslaved and exploited. Such a world government and such a submissive Navy really made people feel uncomfortable. That's why Momota's heart wavered a little. Mufon, I won't waste words with you. After you die, I will personally carry your head and display it at Navy bases around the world. At this moment, Admiral Akainu of the Navy was enraged by Mufon, his anger surging. He had long regarded Mufon as a traitor to the Navy and a scoundrel of justice, now being repeatedly humiliated as Red Dog by Mufon. He was naturally extremely angry. With the strike, it was like a volcanic eruption. Intense magma formed a terrifying magma barrier within a 1-kilometer radius. Some unlucky pirates and even some Navy soldiers who happened to be affected by the magma barrier were instantly incinerated to ashes. Red Dog, you even kill the Navy? Mufan's expression turned cold that he knew that Akainu was ruthless and could resort to any means to complete his mission, but such behavior was really hard to accept. Their deaths would be worthwhile if they could eliminate you. After the war, I will naturally commend the fallen Navy soldiers. Mufan, await the arrival of death. Admiral Akainu of the Navy looked resolute. The magma prison was about to take shape. By then, Mufan's speed advantage could be restricted, preventing him from escaping quickly and forcing him to fight. And as long as it was ahead, on confrontation, Mufan was surely doomed. Commend your ass, Red Dog. Today I will correct your biased justice. At this time, Mufan was also full of anger, although he was no longer in the Navy and would never return in the future. Seeing Akainu's behavior of being indiscriminate between friend and foe, willing to sacrifice his subordinates and other innocent Navy soldiers to achieve his own goals, he still felt contempt. It's called absolute justice when put nicely. But in fact, it's just being a dog, so excited about justice. Where was Akainu when the celestial dragons were massacring the common people? Just a dog. Ding. The system detected the host's intense fighting spirit and a selection was triggered. Option 1. Act cautiously and escape before Admiral Akainu of the Navy finishes constructing the magma barrier, avoiding ahead, on confrontation with the Admiral with the strongest destructive power. Reward, Divine, Level Recovery Potion X 24 hours. Can ignore factors such as age, physical condition, and physical strength. Restore to peak combat power within 24 hours, and the peak combat power can be maintained for 24 hours. After the potion's effect ends, the physique will be slightly enhanced. Option 2. Fight passionately, complete a life and death duel with Admiral Akainu of the Navy and gain the upper hand in the battle. Shocking the entire Navy. Reward, 1.10 rounds after the host starts the battle with Akainu. The magma barrier will disappear automatically. 2. Skill. Voice of God transmits sound through observation hockey, which can directly reach the heart. And the shock and inspiring power of the words are super, doubled. Just as Mufan and Admiral Akainu of the Navy were in a stand-off, on the verge of a fierce battle. The system selection was triggered. Mufan quickly understood the two options and made a decision. It was simply impossible for him to avoid the battle, even temporarily. In this duel with Akainu, whoever backed down was a coward. Moreover, Akainu didn't deserve his retreat. Besides, in terms of rewards, although the divine level recovery potion was good, Mufan didn't need it now. He was in excellent condition at the moment, at his peak state. If the divine level recovery potion were given to Whitebeard, it would be of great use. A peak Whitebeard would surely give Marineford a fantastic memory. However, this didn't mean much to Mufan. He didn't want to see a Whitebeard who slaughtered all around. In comparison, the voice of God was much more useful. A voice that directly reached the heart, with super, doubled shock and inspiring power. At first glance, it was a God-level skill. Mufan could even take this opportunity to instigate a group of Navy soldiers and build his own power base. So Mufan decided on option 2 almost without hesitation, and at this time, the magma barrier had completely formed. Hancock, the Pirate Empress, and Lieutenant General Momota looked worriedly at the magma barrier, ready to rescue at any time. At this moment, the magma barrier blocked their sight. They could only detect the battle situation through sound and observation hockey. The area where Mufan and Akainu were located was filled with the heat and fire of the magma. Having become a magma hell, biased justice? Ha, Mufan. You're just a kid, yet you dare to comment on my justice? Admiral Akainu of the Navy laughed out of extreme anger. Then his gaze turned fierce. And he launched an attack instantly. Crimson Lotus Dog Bite. Stop talking about justice. Those who always talk about justice are often the truly dark ones. No, you're just a dog, at most, a lackey of the darkness. The battle between the Navy deserter and the Navy Admiral was about to break out. Facing Akainu's aggressive Crimson Lotus Dog Bite, Mufan put away his playful expression. He could mock Red Dog verbally. But being careless in the battle would be courting death. Even Mufan at this moment, when facing Akainu's attack, held his breath, tightly grasped his saber Tianming, and prepared to meet the challenge with his strongest stance. After all, Akainu's attack, in the original plot development, had directly blasted off half of the 4 Emperor Whitebeard's head. Among the 3 highest level combat forces of the Navy, the Admiral with the most destructive power. Regardless of whether Akainu was despicable or not, his strength was absolutely beyond doubt. Boom, of course. While being serious and wary, Mufan at this moment was not afraid of Akainu at all. Even for the powerful Crimson Lotus dog bite, Mu Fan didn't use any ability and only relied on his swordsmanship and haki to block it. This time, even Akainu was slightly surprised. He knew that Mu Fan's strength had greatly increased, as if he had obtained incredible abilities and even a speed beyond his reach. But he didn't expect that Mu Fan's raw strength had advanced to such a level, laying aside all prejudices and speaking impartially. If Mu Fan were still a member of the Navy at this moment, he would already rank among the top of the Navy's numerous powerful figures. Even, he would only be slightly inferior to the 2 veteran soldiers and on a par with the 3 admirals. In short, even Akainu, in his heart, has a bit more recognition for Mu Fan. Haki, swordsmanship, mysterious and powerful abilities. If he hadn't become a Navy traitor, I'm afraid that within no more than 2 years, the Navy would have welcomed the youngest admiral in its history. However, the more astonished and impressed one is, the stronger the killing intent in Akainu's heart towards Mu Fan becomes. After all, a Navy traitor with such formidable strength and extraordinary potential, if not eliminated at this time, in the future, he will surely become a great headache for the world government and the Navy. Thinking of this, Akainu strikes again. Another arm instantly transforms into surging magma, hurtling towards Mu Fan's head at a faster speed and with more ferocious force. Hellhound. At this moment, Tianming is entangled by Inu Kabuto Beniren. With Inu Kabuto Beniren in his right hand and Hellhound lunging at his head in his left hand, what a wolfish dog. Mu Fan can't help but mutter. At this time, the Hellhound has already pounced towards him, seemingly leaving him with only 2 choices: either abandon Tianming and quickly dodge, or use other means to resist the Hellhound and counterattack. Given Mu Fan's character, naturally, he won't abandon Tianming again. The last time was an accident. From now on, Tianming will never leave his hand, and Mu Fan even wants to find a devil fruit for Tianming to eat, so that this companion can completely possess an artifact spirit. Of course, that's something for later. Boom. The Hellhound attack of the Navy Admiral Akainu strikes Mu Fan's head without mercy. The magma immediately rushes out like a flood, surging wildly. Akainu is delighted to see this. Could it be that it's so easy to blow off that brat Mu Fan's head? That's not right. Leaving aside other things, Mu Fan, the youngest rear admiral of the Navy back then, truly fought his way up through countless life and death battles. His combat experience was praised even by teacher Zifa, who was even proud of him, now that he's even stronger. Could he be careless? Duong, of course, before Akainu could be astonished for too long. Besides the supreme, greatsword Tianming, another longsword has already come slashing, stabbing fiercely into his chest, although he had been using Rokushiki text during the battle. The sword still penetrated several millimeters, causing quite a bit of blood to flow. Damned fellow. The Navy Admiral Akainu quickly withdraws his hand and temporarily creates a safe distance, looking at Mu Fan in front of him with both doubt and a hint of fear. Now Akainu is somewhat puzzled. Saying that Mu Fan was directly blown off his head by him right at the start is indeed unrealistic, but saying that he took a direct hit from his Hellhound without getting injured and instead launched a powerful counter attack is even more unrealistic. Even if the fruit ability Mu Fan obtained was truly a Logia type and he could transform into lightning elements as they claimed, it would still be impossible for him to completely withstand his magma without getting the slightest injury. After all, his magma fruit is a superior, great existence among all the fruit abilities related to the fire element, especially with his near-perfect development of the fruit. Even if another Logia type ability user could transform into elements, it would still be impossible to completely resist his magma attack. But now Mu Fan doesn't seem to be in a state of being injured. His momentum and aura haven't weakened much. Soon, the magma generated by the Hellhound finally dissipates, and Akainu stares at Mu Fan in front of him in bewilderment. He really wants to see exactly how did this little brat Mu Fan manage to withstand his Hellhound without getting much injury. Behold, at this moment, Mu Fan's head is completely replaced by purplish, red flames. At this moment, the eyes of the Navy Admiral Akainu show even more shock, because, under his perception, that small amount of purplish red flames actually possess an extremely terrifying high temperature. Such a temperature, it even exceeds that of his magma. You know, his magma can even burn flames. Whoosh, the purplish red flames go out. Mu Fan also returns to his original appearance. At this time, his heart is beating a bit faster, because he had almost mobilized the maximum power to activate his fire element ability. Based on Mu Fan's superficial understanding of the flame fruit ability, he can only achieve partial elemental transformation for now. Of course, this time's flame elemental transformation, Mu Fan almost pushed his fire element ability to its current limit. Therefore, the flames are purplish red. and their temperature is even hard to match for magma. And seeing Akainu's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Mufan feels quite pleased. Is magma so great? Claimed to be a superior grade fruit to the flame fruit? Sorry, are flames of the same element, are of the highest grade. Mufan, what devil fruit on earth did you eat? Akainu is also a bit flustered at this moment. At his age, he has never been so astonished and puzzled as he is today. Since Mufan's appearance until now, how many abilities has this guy shown? A lightning ability that can even rival Kazuru in terms of speed, the world tree descending that foiled his plan and sent the 4 Emperor Whitebeard into the core battlefield. Obviously a wood element ability, and now a purplish red flame ability with a temperature even higher than magma. This brat, did he eat the ancestor of Logia, type devil fruits? Akainu doesn't have time to be overly astonished. Now, as the one known for the most powerful destructive power, he finally regards Mufan as a completely equal level opponent, because he knows that if he shows even the slightest bit of underestimation towards the young man in front of him, defeat will be beckoning to him. This is a pain that justice cannot bear. Oh, you want to know so much? Mufan sneers, raises his sword and steps forward. The first step, thunder rumbles. The second step, fierce flames surge. The third step, giant trees rise. The fourth step, the sword points at the red dog. Sorry, dog. You don't deserve to know. Mufan's domineering performance makes the Navy Admiral Akainu become completely serious. And his expression is filled with fear, with a few drops of cold sweat slipping from his forehead involuntarily. As the most iron-blooded existence among the Navy admirals, there aren't many beings on this sea that can make Akainu feel afraid. Before this, although Mufan had terrifying potential, it was ultimately just potential. Akainu didn't feel any fear towards him at all. But at this moment, he is truly a bit afraid, just from what Mufan has shown. He has at least 3 terrifying Logia-type abilities. Could this guy have eaten 3 devil fruits at once? That's simply impossible. And besides devil fruits, that guy also has excellent swordsmanship and extremely strong hockey. Therefore, although he has many questions in his heart, it doesn't prevent Akainu from feeling afraid. The goal of eliminating Mufan today has also wavered a bit. After all, the current Mufan has faintly exceeded the scope that he can handle at will. Damn it, Kazan and Borsalino. If these two hadn't neglected their duties and completely eliminated Mufan during the Celestial Dragon incident, how could there be so many troubles now? They even publicly claimed that the former Navy Rear Admiral Mufan was either dead or severely injured. Now it seems, the world government and the Navy headquarters have undoubtedly been slapped hard a few times. Their dignity has been thrown into the trench. If this war leads to the victory of the Whitebeard pirates due to Mufan's appearance, then it will be a huge disgrace to the name of justice. Mufan, no matter what kind of fortuitous encounters you've had, I won't let you go today. Justice cannot be humiliated. The Navy Admiral Akainu doesn't hesitate much. Both arms transform into surging magma again, rushing towards Mufan rapidly, and then there's a flash of lightning. Mufan's figure instantly disappears. His voice comes from behind Akainu. Stop boasting, Red Dog. If you're really that powerful, why waste words? Just kill me directly. Oh, so it's because you can't do it. Mufan sneers, and a thunder spear instantly condenses in his hand. Accompanied by purplish, red flames, the fire spear stabs towards Akainu's back hard with a loud boom. The powerful force explodes on Akainu's back. Although he can use elemental transformation to resist, he still feels the numbing sensation of lightning and the intense heat of the purplish, red flames. It has to be said that Mufan's growth rate is truly astonishing. Before the worst generation incident, Mufan's strength wasn't enough to confront a Navy Admiral head-on. At present, at least in these few rounds, Mufan still holds a certain advantage. On the contrary, Akainu, the fleet admiral, seems to be somewhat caught off guard and has suffered a great deal. What a pity. Mufan thought to himself with a tinge of regret as he saw that his attacks had not achieved significant results. If he could further master the abilities of the 7 elements at this moment, he would surely gain an overwhelming advantage in the confrontation with Akainu. He even had a speculation. Could the water element ability, when developed to a certain extent, be used to mobilize or even directly transform into seawater? If this were possible, in battles against devil fruit users, it would undoubtedly secure an absolute upper hand. However, Mufan reckoned that such a bug-like ability was unlikely to emerge. Otherwise, he would become the bane of most devil fruit users. Mufan, don't be too complacent. The fleet admirals of the Navy are not as simple as you think. My strength far exceeds your perception. Akainu, the fleet admiral of the Navy, turned around at this moment and faced Mu Fan directly once again. He had now realized that if he couldn't further constrict Mu Fan's maneuvering space, the latter would gain a huge advantage in this battle. After all, he didn't possess the extremely abnormal speed of Kizaru. It would undoubtedly be a difficult task to approach Mu Fan's speed. Therefore, he could only adopt a targeted tactic. Before Akainu's voice faded, his entire lower body transformed into rolling magma, which rapidly expanded and spread. Soon, within the magma barrier, the lava surged and instantly devoured the ground where Mu Fan was standing. Helplessly, Mu Fan could only use his lightning ability and the Rokushiki moon step to hover in mid-air temporarily. This time, Akainu, stepping on the magma, rose into the air, carrying endless lava, and rushed towards Mu Fan. This time, Akainu not only further utilized his devil fruit ability, but also employed powerful armament haki and observation haki. Evidently, he regarded Mu Fan as a formidable enemy. On the other hand, Mu Fan dared not be careless in the slightest. Although Akainu might be detestable, he was right about one thing. The strength of the fleet admirals of the Navy is no laughing matter. Especially Akainu, as the victor in the subsequent battle for the position of fleet admiral, having defeated his colleague Akiji, his strength is unfathomable. Relaxing one's vigilance just because of some advantages would undoubtedly be a suicidal act. However, Akainu wouldn't go all out from the start. There were still the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, and other powerful members of the Whitebeard pirates outside. Therefore, this was a golden opportunity for Mu Fan to seize the initiative. Completely eliminating Akainu right now was not realistic. Taking this chance to teach him a lesson and obtain the mission rewards was the real priority. There should be only 3 rounds left until the 10th round. Mu Fan intended to seize the moment when the magma barrier disappeared and gain an absolute advantage over Akainu in an instant. With this in mind, Mu Fan used the fire and lightning abilities to confront Akainu head-on, while secretly activating the wind, wood, and earth abilities, waiting for an opportunity. The battlefield Akainu chose happened to be on the ground. Otherwise, his magma would have melted the ice in an instant, and when Akainu gained a slight upper hand and was about to strike again, Mu Fan's counter-attack show began. At this moment, the ground in this area suddenly rose, and countless vines wrapped in purplish, red flames burst out, frantically lunging at Akainu. Akainu was shocked and wanted to retreat temporarily. But the wind around him suddenly changed in a strange way, forming a swirling tornado. This significantly affected his movement. In the Marineford battlefield, outside the lava barrier, Hancock, the Empress of the Sea, and Momotu, a top-tier beauty, were anxiously waiting. Powerful fluctuations of ability constantly emerged in their beautiful eyes. They were using observation haki to detect the situation inside the barrier. However, the commotion inside was so intense that they couldn't detect clearly. Hancock even couldn't help but want to rush into the lava regardless of her serious injuries to support Mu Fan several times. But every time she remembered Mu Fan's firm instructions, she could only continue waiting. There was no way. Just thinking of Mu Fan's voice made her feel a bit unsteady on her feet. Besides Momotu, the candidate for Fleet Admiral, and Hancock, the Empress of the Sea, many other pirates and marines were also paying attention to the situation in the lava barrier, so much so that few people noticed that Monkey D. Luffy had rushed near the execution platform. There was no way. The confrontation between Mu Fan, the former strongest rear admiral in the history of the Navy and now a naval trader, and Akainu, the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, was just too eye-catching. Of course, almost everyone was holding their breath for Mu Fan at this moment. After all, the one he was facing was Akainu, the most iron-fisted and cold-blooded among the 3 fleet admirals of the Navy. Finally, under the anticipation of all, at this moment, the lava barrier began to rapidly dissipate. Although no one knew the reason, but there was no time to worry about that. The top priority was to see the situation of the battle. In the battle between Akainu, the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, and Mu Fan, the naval trader, who could gain the upper hand. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates naturally hoped that Mu Fan could gain a certain upper hand. After all, this guy had demanded half of their territory in the New World as soon as he arrived, which even included Fish Man Island, the link between the first half of the Grand Line and the New World. If Mu Fan could gain an upper hand in the battle against Akainu, the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, it would surely boost the morale of the Whitebeard pirates further. However, this was just a beautiful wish of the Whitebeard pirates. Mu Fan had indeed demonstrated remarkable strength today. As soon as he arrived, he instantly defeated Mole, a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. Later, he had dueled with Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, and even their father. Whitebeard, the Yonko, without being at a disadvantage. However, Mihawk and Whitebeard were more in a testing phase with Mufan, especially Whitebeard, who was completely testing whether Mufan was qualified to cooperate with the Whitebeard pirates. There was no real head-on battle, and now Mufan was facing Akainu, the fleet admiral of the Navy, who had the strongest destructive power and offensive power among the 3 fleet admirals and was the most ruthless. Moreover, Mufan had been trapped within the magma barrier before, unable to fully utilize his speed advantage. So the probability of Mufan winning or gaining an advantage in the direct battle against Akainu, the fleet admiral of the Navy, was not high. The Navy's thoughts were not much different from those of the Whitebeard pirates. However, some of Mufan's former subordinates, or some Marines who had a good relationship with Mufan and approved of his ideas, couldn't help but have some expectations for Mufan in their hearts. Of course, it was just an expectation. Akainu, the fleet admiral, was a terrifying existence. Soon, the lava barrier, hundreds of meters high, gradually melted away completely. When the steaming heat gradually dissipated, the scene that appeared in the battlefield, it shocked the entire battlefield. Whether they were Marines or pirates, even Whitebeard and Sengoku, who were engaged in a fierce battle, were attracted. Obvious shock emerged in the eyes of these 2 top-tier powerhouses of the previous era. It was seen that a large amount of lava solidified and turned into rock, piling up into a mountain. At this moment, Akainu, the fleet admiral of the Navy, was actually bound by countless vines burning with purplish, red flames, hanging in the middle of the rock mountain like a mummy. In contrast, Mufan was hovering in the air, looking straight ahead. His famous sword was sheathed. He stood proudly, holding the hilt of Tianming in one hand. The contrast between the 2 sides was clear at a glance. At this moment, even Aokiji and Kizaru, the fleet admirals of the Navy, had an expression of disbelief in their eyes, especially Kizaru, who kept muttering, "This is too terrifying." Dings. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the reward. Divine voice. Mufan, charge forward and eliminate the fleet admiral in one go. In the very next moment, when the entire audience was astounded, within the Whitebeard pirates, there emerged roars urging Mufan to continue the attack. However, Mufan remained unmoved, and the pirate who had spoken to encourage him was immediately slain by Momotu, the candidate for Admiral of the Navy. Subsequently, Mufan nodded in greeting to Momotu regarding the current situation. Although he had shocked the whole place and accomplished his mission, things were by no means that simple. At a critical moment, he had utilized the powers of 5 elements, 3 types of haki, and Kinbunshaku / Only in this way was he able to trap Akainu all at once. But he could sense that Akainu hadn't been significantly affected. Akainu could even break through the confinement and rush out at any time. Since he didn't, it was evident that Akainu intended to play dirty. Unfortunately, Mufan was well versed in such tactics. He contemplated trying to absorb some of Akainu's life essence through vines, leveraging the power of the wood element, with the aim of achieving a situation where one's gain is another's loss. Regrettably, Mufan hadn't developed the wood element to a sufficient extent. The vines simply couldn't break through the defense of a top-tier powerhouse like Akainu, let alone absorb his life essence. Nevertheless, he had an even better idea. Since Akainu could endure, then let's see how long he could hold out. Fellow Marines, I am Mufan. What is the significance of this battle to you? Is it to solidify the rule of the world government? Or is it for the justice of the Navy, which is constantly restricted? Half a month ago, I'm sure you all know that I defected from the Navy. But you surely don't know the specific reasons. When Mufan held his breath and concentrated, his Kinbunshaku haki spread out. Suddenly, the voices of Mufan emerged in the hearts of countless Marines. This greatly astonished the Marines, who immediately turned their gazes towards Mufan. Seeing that the latter didn't open his mouth to speak, everyone was filled with great shock. This was a miracle at this time. Although some high-ranking generals like Sengoku, who were deliberately excluded by Mufan, detected something amiss, they didn't know exactly what was happening. And as astute as Sengoku was, seeing the strange expressions of most of the Marines on the field, while being held back by Whitebeard, he couldn't take effective countermeasures for a moment. He could only be certain that it must be that brat Mufan causing trouble again. A month ago, I rescued a group of refugees from a pirate gang in the New World. Among them was a kind-hearted little girl. Her father was an ordinary Marine who had died in battle. On that day, when I was undergoing special training at the headquarters, I suddenly received the tragic news. The daughter of that deceased Marine, that innocent girl, had escaped the plunder of the pirates but ultimately couldn't evade the clutches of the world noble, the Celestial Dragon. According to the report I received, That girl was brutally killed by the celestial dragon, her head chopped off alive. Therefore, I rushed over with Tianming in hand, killed the celestial dragon, and also chopped off his head. Since then, I became a defector of the Navy. Through the voice of God, Mu Fan's voice directly reached the depths of the hearts of the vast majority of Marines present, and the truth of the incident that had been covered up not long ago finally came to light. Most of the Marines present had strange expressions on their faces at this moment, with intense anger, elation, and pain in their eyes that in particular, the phrase "the daughter of the deceased Marine" resonated deeply with countless Marines. All the Marines present were elite ones, accustomed to battles and deaths. Hearing that the daughter of a deceased Marine was killed was like seeing their own daughters being harmed. Marines of Marineford. The justice of the Navy is constantly restricted. Marines are no different from the slaves of the world government. So, what is justice? I, Mu Fan, declare here at Marineford that I will be the enemy of the world government and the Navy headquarters. Claim the title of the King of the Sea and promote a new order. Fellow comrades, is there anyone willing to follow me? Welcome. Every word of Mu Fan reached the bottom of the Marines' hearts. In an instant, great chaos erupted among the Marines. At this moment, Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy, finally discovered the problem. In the next instant, Akainu also quickly broke through the confinement and charged towards Mu Fan. Marineford, the Navy headquarters. When Akainu, the admiral of the Navy, realized that something was wrong and broke through the vine confinement, it was clearly too late. At this very moment, Mu Fan stood in mid-air, with thunder light shining around him, as if he were a deity. And among the elite Marines on the entire battlefield, significant changes occurred. Shock, surprise, regret. All sorts of emotions appeared on the faces of a considerable number of Marines. The most terrifying thing was that some people openly shouted Mu Fan's name. This even included some high-ranking Marines such as Commodore and Rear Admiral. Such a scene, naturally, greatly shocked Akainu. He never expected that. He just wanted to play a trick on Mu Fan, but such an unexpected thing would happen. However, this was not the time to hesitate. The top priority was to suppress Mu Fan. The culprit, first, he couldn't be allowed to act recklessly any longer. Otherwise, the morale of the Navy would hit rock bottom. Therefore, as soon as Akainu emerged, he launched an attack like a volcanic eruption towards Mu Fan. And Mu Fan, of course, had long been mentally prepared. Akainu's attack, which was extremely destructive and intimidating, was blocked for an instant by a wall of purplish, red flames and then hit nothing. Boom! Akainu's attack failed, and he landed on the ground, smashing a huge pit into the ground. He looked up, in mid-air. Amidst the flickering thunder light, Mu Fan's figure reappeared in the original position. At this time, Mu Fan drew out the supreme, greatsword Tianming and seemed to be muttering to himself, "Damn it, what on earth is that guy up to? Borsellino, aren't you going to take action at a time like this?" Akainu, the admiral of the Navy, had an inexplicable sense of foreboding in his heart, because he noticed that some Marines around him seemed to have undergone an indescribable change. This made him very wary. But now Mu Fan was hovering in mid-air, and with his speed, he couldn't effectively strike Mu Fan in a short time, and the only one who could suppress Mu Fan in terms of speed. Kizaru. This moment, was actually watching the show. What a time this is. In fact, Akainu was a bit wrong about Kizaru this time. This moment, Kizaru wasn't being inactive but was listening intently to Mu Fan's lecture. That's right, Mu Fan deliberately transmitted his voice to Kizaru and Aokiji. Kizaru wasn't sure, but Aokiji was a good person, although it was highly unlikely to persuade Aokiji to leave the Navy during the Marineford War. At least a seed could be planted in Aokiji's heart. Building one's own power with the blood and bones of the Navy, this really shakes the foundation of the Navy. Mu Fan, what a terrifying kid. At this time, after listening to Mu Fan's lecture, Kizaru, the admiral of the Navy, couldn't help but exclaim sincerely. When he looked at Mu Fan, a deep sense of fear and admiration flashed in his eyes. He naturally heard Akainu's shout, but at this moment, he just wanted to slack off. Besides Kizaru, another admiral of the Navy, Aokiji Kazan, was also full of shock. One of the two admirals who had previously carried out the pursuit of Mu Fan. The defector of the Navy, Aokiji, did know something about the incident of Mu Fan killing the celestial dragon, but not completely. At least, he didn't know that the little girl killed by the celestial dragon was actually the daughter of a deceased Marine. The world government had covered it up so perfectly. It's really, at this moment, even though Aokiji believed in lazy justice, an unnamed fire still welled up in his heart, thinking of the tragedy of O'Hara back then. A sensitive nerve in his heart was clearly touched. Just as Mu Fan had said, if the Navy is like this, what is justice? Gura Gura, Sengoku. The biggest mistake you Navy and the world government have made is letting that brat Mufan defect from the Navy and failing to completely eliminate him. After this war, the Navy will never regain its former glory. Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, laughed heartily during his fierce battle with Garp, the fleet admiral of the Navy. In his old age, being able to see such an extraordinary junior as Mufan emerge was truly a gratifying thing. He had just heard Mufan's voice. It was truly words that cut to the heart. Extremely shocking. Judging by Sengoku's appearance, he should not be able to hear it. Otherwise, the old guy would surely go crazy. It can be foreseen that after this war, regardless of whether there are or how many elite Marines intend to follow Mufan, a seed will be planted in the hearts of all Marines. And if this war ends in defeat, the prestige and control of the world government and the Marine headquarters on the sea will surely be weakened. Mugate, what on earth has that brat Mufan done? The fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Marines looked anxious. Up to now, he still doesn't know what has happened, but from the changes in the entire group of Marines, it can be seen that it must be an extremely terrifying thing for the Marines. Guerrero Rara, the answer, you need to find it yourself. Now, get out of my way and let me rescue Ace. Whitebeard continued to laugh heartily, showing no respect to Sengoku at all. At this moment, facing Sengoku, who had transformed into a golden great Buddha. He even intensified his attacks. The power of the Gura Gura Nomi of the world's strongest man was unleashed, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble. Even Sengoku could only passively parry at this time and simply couldn't break free for a while. And another thing that worried him emerged at this moment. With the help of a group of pirates, the pirate Straw Hat Luffy was less than 30 meters away from the execution platform and was about to encounter the Marine hero Garp face to face. Seeing this scene, Sengoku could only sigh helplessly in his heart. Although he had prepared to take the final responsibility, if the Marines lost this war, he would still feel guilty. But what decision Garp would make? He really couldn't guess. Sengoku, that brat Mufan has shaken the foundation of the Marines. At this moment, Garp's voice came from behind. He knew that Garp must have also learned something, and for Garp to say such words, that brat Mufan must have done something earth-shattering. Garp, the Marines cannot lose this war. The fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Marines shouted in response. Since even Garp said that the foundation of the Marines had been shaken, then the Marines could not afford to lose this war. Garp should have enough awareness. Grandpa, get out of the way. I want to rescue Ace. At this moment, Straw Hat Luffy finally reached the final sprint stage. Rescuing Fire Fist Ace was only one step away, and standing in front of him was none other than his grandfather. But for Straw Hat Luffy, rescuing Ace was the most important thing right now. Damn it. At this time, the Admiral Akainu of the Marines also noticed the situation on the execution platform, and his expression immediately became even gloomier. Judging from the current situation, it was impossible for him to deal with Mufan in a short time. Since that was the case, Fire Fist Ace must never be rescued. Boom, Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, the unprecedented war was still going on, but since Mufan's propaganda reached the bottom of the hearts of all the Marines, the situation on the entire battlefield had changed completely. The elite Marines, who were originally evenly matched and still had some initiative on the battlefield, were now like a collapsing mountain. Their morale declined rapidly. And it was no exaggeration to describe it as a retreat and defeat. Just as the Admiral Khazar lamented, what Mufan did was undoubtedly to build his own power foundation with the blood and bones of the Marines. Among the 100,000 elite Marines, excluding those who had already died or been injured, more than 30,000 people spontaneously gathered towards the place where Mufan was. Among them was the unit that had once been directly under Mufan. The Marines of this unit had always regarded their Rear Admiral Mufan as a god. Now, after hearing Mufan's declaration, they naturally didn't hesitate at all. On the other hand, after Marco the Phoenix, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, discovered this situation, he immediately conveyed an order to all the divisions of the pirate group and the pirates of the Grand Fleet. Do not continue to fight against the Marines who obviously inclined towards Mufan. Mufan. What a terrifying guy. He actually created the embryonic form of a powerful force in just a few minutes that I hope we won't become enemies in the future. Looking at Mufan, who seemed to be a god descending, Marco's eyes flashed with a hint of solemnity. Facing this man who was much younger than him, even though he was the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, a veritable second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, he knew that at this moment, he might not be Mufan's opponent, not to mention in the future, the younger generation, including Ace, and the supernova pirates who caused a great stir on the sea some time ago, would probably only be suppressed in front of Mufan. Now that the two sides have formed an alliance, it's a win-win situation. But if there is a conflict in the future, Mufon will surely be their formidable enemy. Even from Mufon's performance and his audacity to demand half of the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, this guy will surely march into the New World. By then, the New World will surely be in turmoil. Even though they are the Whitebeard pirates with the old man in charge, they need to make early plans after this war. Marines, don't listen to Mufon's demoralizing words. For the sake of maintaining the justice of the Marines and for the original aspiration when you joined the Marines, please return to your posts and continue to fight, seeing that a large number of Marines had a rebellious intention and were gathering towards Mufon. A vice admiral who was loyal to the Marine headquarters and the world government shouted to stop them. The Marines present were all elites. As long as someone dared to stand up, there would surely be a chance to reverse the situation. The general trend is irreversible. Besides, you're just a mere vice admiral. Mufon had been observing the situation on the field, seeing a vice admiral of the Marines making a scene. He immediately sneered. Lightning magic, divine punishment, rumble. When Mufon thought about it, in the high sky, an extremely thick pillar of dark blue thunderbolt suddenly struck down on the ice cold battlefield. The place where the vice admiral was standing was instantly enveloped by thunder. It was like divine punishment. When the thunderbolt dissipated, only a huge ice pit was left, and that talkative vice admiral of the Marines had disappeared without a trace. This was just a small episode for Mufon. However, he couldn't let a vice admiral of the Marines ruin his big plan. Since he had decided to poach people directly from the Marines, he naturally had to succeed in one fell swoop. Moreover, the Marines who were qualified to participate in the Battle of Marineford were all elites. After the Battle of Marineford, a powerful force would instantly rise on the sea. A force belonging to Mufon. Of course, the Battle of Marineford was far from over. At least the Blackbeard pirates and the user of the face fruit hadn't appeared yet, right? Also, that Shilyu of the Rain, who boasted of his extraordinary swordsmanship, had said that when they met again, they would surely decide life and death. Mufon, I can't let you continue to act recklessly for the time being. Just as Mufon was standing in mid-air, guiding the Marines who came to join him, the Admiral Akiji of the Marines finally made a move. Although he was somewhat moved in his heart, Akiji was, after all, an admiral of the Marines. At this time, Kizaru was on the sidelines, and Akainu was sneaking towards the execution platform. If he didn't come out to deal with Mufon, the entire Marine headquarters might be wiped out by Mufon. Admiral Kazan, don't you consider it? I need your ability here. Mufon looked at Akiji quietly and asked. In fact, he had been waiting for Akiji to come, because after Akainu gave up dealing with him, the Marines had to send an admiral to hold him back. Kazara seemed to have started slacking off, and for Mufon, the one he most wanted to face was Akiji, because in this way, there would be an opportunity to make the seed in Akiji's heart take root and germinate further. If he could gain this admiral of the Marines in the future, it would undoubtedly be a great thing. At least, it would be super convenient to freeze things. As for Akainu going to the execution platform, Mufon didn't stop him. Nor did he want to. He only had a cooperative relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. Whether Fire Fist Ace could be rescued had nothing to do with him, and he had already helped the Whitebeard pirates a lot. Mufon, I am an old Marine. Confronted with Mufon's words, Akiji momentarily faltered. His mind incessantly replaying the harrowing scene of the Navy's daughter being brutally slain, the sense of justice within him wavered. Yet, he shook his head, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within. In this critical moment, he could not act in a manner detrimental to the Navy. It's all right. No rush. I understand. You are always welcome here. Mufon grinned widely. In the next instant, a flash of lightning erupted, following the likes of Kizaru and Akainu. Mufon once again engaged in fierce battle with the Navy Admiral Akiji. Meanwhile, at the execution platform, Old Man, Luffy, the pirate Fire Fist Ace cried out, tears streaming down his face, as at that moment, Garp and Straw Hat Luffy faced each other directly. Garp stood resolutely in Luffy's path, his expression fraught with inner turmoil. Grandpa, step aside. I must save Ace. At that moment, Straw Hat Luffy, in his Gear Second form, charged fearlessly towards his grandfather Garp. Despite having been beaten by him since childhood, he felt no fear now. Luffy, come on, the Navy hero Garp shouted, his gaze a tumultuous blend of hesitation and determination, memories of his childhood with Ace, as well as the humorous escapades shared between Ace and Luffy, flooded his mind. He was an old Navy man, yet he was also the grandfather of Ace and Luffy. Gum Gum Jet Pistol, a resounding boom echoed. The Navy fleet Admiral Sengoku was momentarily stunned. The Four Emperor's Whitebeard wore a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the Navy Admiral Akinu's expression darkened considerably, for the esteemed Navy hero, Iron Fist Garp, was unexpectedly sent flying by a single punch from Straw Hat Luffy, crashing down beneath the execution platform. Ace, I'm coming to rescue you. Just as the battle at Marineford reached its zenith, a Navy warship approached the harbor from the direction of Impel Down. Ha ha ha. We should arrive just in time. I hope old man still has a breath left. Ha ha ha. At that moment, on the periphery of Marineford, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach led his crew onto the battlefield. After swiftly dispatching several pirates from the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard, with wide eyes, laughed maniacally. After planning for so long and lying in wait for decades, it is finally time to reap the rewards. The new era is about to dawn. An era of great pirates belonging to me, Blackbeard. Wahahaha, Captain, let us hurry. I can't hold back the urge to fight. The Blackbeard Pirates champion, Shiryu of the Rain, raised his arms and laughed heartily, exuding an air of impending carnage. Should Mufon witness the bravado of Shiryu, he would undoubtedly mock him, thinking, clumsy yet eager to play. At this moment, the crew of the Blackbeard Pirates displayed expressions of arrogant confidence, including several notorious pirates just rescued from Impel Down. Only Shiryu of the Rain, with a cigar in his mouth and bandages wrapped around his left hand, appeared somewhat discontented. After joining the Blackbeard Pirates and causing chaos in Impel Down, he had sought traces of Mufon, but to no avail. The thought of being a swordsman, yet losing half of his left hand to some trash left Shiryu exceedingly displeased. Ha ha ha, Shiryu, don't be so angry. Trust me, you will encounter that guy again one day. When that time comes, just take him down. For now, come with me to do something big. Let us go. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach laughed arrogantly, as if everything lay within his grasp. Just as the Blackbeard Pirates landed, on the execution platform of Marineford, Straw Hat Luffy finally reached Fire Fist Ace. Gururara, Sengoku. Your navy is about to suffer a heavy blow. At this moment, Whitebeard Edward Newgate laughed heartily. This was one of the most exhilarating moments of his life. He had prepared himself to die at Marineford, but he never anticipated that the young rascal Mufon would display such terrifying prowess. Victory was within reach. Newgate, don't rejoice too soon. The honor of the navy will not be lost. Damn that rascal Mufon. The Navy fleet Admiral Sengoku was drenched in sweat. The current situation was beyond his expectations. However, it was not entirely his fault, was it? Who could have known that the rascal Mufon would prove to be so formidable? To say he single-handedly turned the tide of battle and influenced the entire war's course would not be an exaggeration. And Garp, that old fool, he truly meant it. It seems he would have to bear a significant burden after the battle. Ace, I'm coming to save you. At this moment, Straw Hat Luffy produced a key, intending to unlock the sea stone handcuffs binding Fire Fist Ace. However, in a tragic twist, a flash of golden light shattered the key into two pieces. Luffy, Fire Fist Ace exclaimed, concerned for Luffy's safety. Yet, the Navy Admiral Kizaru appeared to have no intention of pressing the attack further, at least not at that moment. As Straw Hat Luffy produced another replica key from MR.3 and swiftly inserted it into the handcuff lock. Another beam of golden light surged forth. Oh no, I can't allow you to proceed. The 8-span jewel. Admiral Kizaru seemed to have timed his attack perfectly. A torrent of light beams descended upon them, obliterating the entire execution platform into rubble. Smoke and dust enveloped the area. Strangely, however, the overwhelming barrage of light beams adeptly avoided both Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace, with only one or two striking Ace, which were effortlessly deflected by Ace, who was freed from the sea stone restraints. Damn it, as expected of Kizaru, truly a master of precision. Witnessing this scene, Mufon couldn't help but curse. That guy really targets the weak? One kick for each supernova, and he has been aiming for Zoro for half an hour. Ah, Mufon, you must not underestimate me in battle. Admiral Akiji seized the opportunity as Mufon's attention was diverted, unleashing a frigid blast. Ice Age Capsule. Kazan, don't be careless, that's not me. In the face of Akiji's onslaught, Mufon remained unperturbed, igniting the fire element instantly, enveloped in a swirl of crimson flames, effortlessly countering Akiji's Ice Age Capsule. Before Akiji could react, Mufon's counterattack commenced. In truth, he understood that although over 30,000 elite Marines had chosen to rally to his side, a significant portion was awed by his strength. The words Mufon spoke needed to be bolstered by formidable power. After all, his opponents were the world government and the Navy headquarters. Therefore, the stronger Mufon showcased his abilities, the more he could conquer these elite Marines. Had Mufon not achieved that spectacular moment of capturing Akainu, perhaps not so many Marines would have dared to step forth. Thus, in the ensuing battle, Mufon had to be even more formidable. Thunder rumbled, lightning crackled, billions of electric arcs surged forth, just as Admiral Akiji prepared to counter the thunder. The wind surrounding him abruptly shifted, forming a powerful vortex that restricted his movements. Subsequently, several thick emerald vines materialized out of thin air, ensnaring his limbs. This was entirely unexpected for Akiji. After all, Mufon had previously showcased multiple abilities to contend with Akainu within the molten lava barrier. Thus, Akiji found himself at a disadvantage. Though he quickly broke free, he appeared somewhat disheveled. How did this kid, who can take down a weasel in an instant, match Kazuru in speed, withstand Whitebeard's might, confront Akainu head-on, and twice outmaneuver Akiji, become so powerful? At that moment, the Navy Admiral candidate Tama couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too extraordinary, too terrifying." She observed Mufon's growth, recognizing his unparalleled talent and limitless potential. Yet, was this not astonishing? Could it be that after capturing the world's most beautiful woman, this kid's strength erupted? If it were the current Mufon, perhaps he could indeed realize those grandiose declarations, apart from Tama. The other Navy personnel shared similar thoughts. Just half a month ago, Mufon was merely a Navy major. Though formidable, he was still not comparable to the three top-tier combatants. At this moment, Mufon astonishingly faced off against three formidable generals without suffering defeat, and even gained the upper hand. Such a feat is undeniably exaggerated. Yet, all of this unfolded before their very eyes, leaving them no choice but to believe. It is easy to foresee that after today, the name Mufon will resonate across the seas. Ah, truly formidable, Akiji could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, on another front, Fire Fist Ace opened a fiery portal to escape the execution platform with Straw Hat Luffy. However, he was abruptly halted by Akainu. Infuriated by the significant blow to his pride inflicted by Mufon, Akainu unleashed a lethal strike. "If I cannot slay that little brat Mufon, can I not deal with you two pirates burdened by the sins of your lineage? Die." At the Marine headquarters, as Admiral Akainu charged forth with his terrifying magma assault, Ace was taken aback and swiftly shielded Luffy behind him. A brother protecting his younger sibling is a natural duty. At this moment, Ace had just escaped peril. He had witnessed the astonishing achievements of the similarly aged Mufon, especially the moment when Mufon clashed with Whitebeard, tearing the very sky apart. This sight ignited a fierce determination within the proud son of the Pirate King, an adopted son of Whitebeard. After all, he is the son of Whitebeard. Regardless of circumstances, he could not allow himself to be inferior to that man named Mufon. After all, he too possessed the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit. How could he not contend with an admiral? With the desire to avenge his father Whitebeard, his crew, and himself, Ace raised his fiery fist to confront Admiral Akainu. "Ace, no." Seeing this, the recently risen Marine hero, Carp, exclaimed in horror. While Ace was indeed strong, he was far from a match for Sakazuki. These two troublesome grandsons, seeking death, do they think they're who? At that moment, Admiral Akainu's face was filled with disdain. Did this Fire Fist truly believe he was comparable to the extraordinary Mufon? A mere young pirate daring to confront a Marine admiral head-on. And against him, Akainu. Against Ace, Akainu showed no restraint, unleashing a torrent of magma from his arm. The clash of searing flames and magma erupted, sending smoke and sparks flying. Meanwhile, Mufon observed the battlefield with a calm demeanor. Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, possessed undeniable talent. Yet his flaws were equally evident. Such a man, if unable to change or lacking guidance, would ultimately suffer dire consequences. Perhaps if he could survive the Marineford War, he might find the path to transformation. However, that depended on his own fortune. After all, given Ace's current strength and mastery of the flame fruit, it was insufficient against the magma user, Admiral Akainu. "Ah, my arm." As expected, the next moment, the battlefield echoed with Ace's agonizing howl. There he lay on the ground, his entire left forearm having been completely melted away, the intense pain causing him to scream in agony. As Mufon had predicted, the battle between fire and magma concluded with magma's victory. While Ace's rashness played a part, from Mufon's perspective, Ace's flames were indeed of mediocre quality, possibly due to not being fully developed. In any case, before the mastery of the fire element he possessed, he could only play the subordinate role. Ace, Whitebeard, witnessing Ace's injury at the hands of Akainu, was filled with alarm. Up to this point, neither Ace nor Straw Hat Luffy possessed the qualifications to contend with a top-tier powerhouse like Akainu. After all, not every young individual could be as monstrous as that little brat Mufon. And given Akainu's nature, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Ace and Luffy were in grave peril. "Newgate, I will risk everything to block you, wagering my honor as Fleet Admiral." At this moment, the fleet Admiral Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha. His voice booming. The situation for the Marines was precarious. That little brat Mufan had nearly single-handedly pushed the Marine forces to the brink of collapse. At this moment, as fleet admiral, he must step forward. At the very least, he needed to halt his old rival, the strongest man in the world. Damn Sengoku, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, coldly retorted. Sengoku was no weakling, and his physical condition was far superior to his own. Therefore, it would take time for him to surpass Sengoku and rescue Ace. Moreover, time was running out. The reckless price Ace paid on the battlefield would be forever etched in his memory. Thus, let us first eliminate you. Straw Hat. After severely wounding Fire Fist Ace, Admiral Akainu swiftly moved past him, launching a powerful attack, the Red Dog's Bite, towards Straw Hat Luffy. To a seasoned warrior like Akainu, Ace's strength was not insignificant. But executing him directly would likely require considerable effort. Furthermore, Akainu was haunted by the shadow Mufan cast over him, thus opting for a decisive strike. Regardless of Ace's choices, either Straw Hat or Fire Fist must perish. Of course, ultimately, all must die, including that detestable Mufan. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. Charging towards the execution platform, the exhausted Straw Hat Luffy, driven by desperation, prepared to confront Akainu head-on. Yet, the intense heat and overwhelming aura before him sealed off all avenues of escape. Luffy, Ace cried out in alarm, momentarily ignoring the pain of his severed arm, recklessly lunging towards Luffy. He finally realized how weak his strength was before a Marine Admiral. Luffy and he were still far inferior compared to that man named Mufan. With a thunderous roar, the scorching magma surged forth uncontrollably, crashing to the ground and eroding it into deep craters. As the smoke cleared, Admiral Akainu's expression twisted in utter disbelief. For his ultimate strike had been thwarted by an old man with white hair. This old man, no less, was the highly esteemed Marine hero, Iron Fist Carp. At this moment, Akainu's face was the picture of fury. What was this? Did it mean that only he was diligently working within the Marines, upholding justice? Even if others slacked off, now they dared to openly rebel? What the hell? Just as Akainu struggled to accept this, intending to coldly interrogate Carp, the latter spoke first. Hey, Sakazuki, why are you interrupting my execution of a pirate? As a vice admiral, I have no intention of stealing your glory as an admiral. At this moment, the Marine hero Iron Fist Carp was nonchalantly digging his nose, exuding an utterly indifferent demeanor. This scene left Akainu trembling with rage. Even Sengoku's body tensed. Old friend, you truly are something else. Gururururu. Who dares to touch my son? At this moment, the Yonko Whitebeard seized the opportunity, stepping in front of Fire Fist and Straw Hat with a thunderous crash. Old man, Ace, are you all right? Let Marco tend to your wounds shortly. Whitebeard glanced at Ace's severed arm, his gaze towards Akainu growing colder. Hey, Sakazuki, it's your turn now. Eliminate Whitebeard, and the next fleet admiral will be yours. Carp fanned the flames of chaos. Akainu could only respond with silence. At this moment, Mufan observed the changes on the battlefield near the execution platform and felt a twinge of pity for Akainu. Surely, the little red dog felt quite uncomfortable right now. Although the final outcome remained uncertain, with Whitebeard having arrived and Carp likely slacking off or even undermining the effort, the situation had already tilted in favor of Whitebeard. Of course, this was contingent upon the timely arrival of support from the Phoenix Marco and others. For now, Mufan had no time to concern himself with Whitebeard's side, because, after a long wait, an important character had finally made his entrance, the Blackbeard Pirates. Ha ha ha, I've finally arrived. World, tremble before the name of Blackbeard. At this very moment, upon the icy battleground, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach leads the Blackbeard Pirates in a sudden assault. Within the fray, aside from Mufan, neither side anticipated Blackbeard's appearance here. A rare glint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Yonko Whitebeard. After all, due to the treachery of Blackbeard, the pirate crew suffered significant losses. And even Ace nearly perished. At this moment, sensing several formidable presences, Blackbeard's sinister grin abruptly faded. His lips stiffened for a moment as he wiped his eyes and surveyed the battlefield once more. Then, the man who proclaimed he would usher in a new era bearing the name of Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, was taken aback. For the scene before him seemed entirely incongruous with his expectations, especially the condition of Whitebeard. How could he appear so unscathed? Under the overwhelming assault of the Navy, Whitebeard should have been gravely injured by now, right? And Fire Fist Ace, astonishingly, was still alive. Moreover, what was going on with the Navy? Why did it seem as if they were divided into two factions? Were they embroiled in infighting? Could it be that Navy hero Garp had turned traitor at such a critical moment? Impossible. Garp had devoted his life to the Navy. He would never choose to betray it now. Would he? What on earth was happening? Why did everything seem so distinctly unlike what he had envisioned? In a brief span, Blackbeard Marshal D.Teach's mind raced. Yet despite his utmost efforts, he could not discern the source of the problem. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon further contemplation. Since events had not unfolded as he had anticipated, he would resort to force to alter the course, if he lacked even this modicum of ambition. He would never have betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. Captain, someone approaches. Just as Blackbeard was attempting to forge an alliance with the Navy, the former warden of the underwater prison, Shiryu of the Rain, suddenly interjected. Immediately, a tall, youthful figure with an extraordinary aura materialized before the crew of the Blackbeard pirates. The surrounding Navy and pirates retreated several hundred meters upon witnessing Mufan's arrival. After all, they had been thoroughly intimidated by the spectacle Mufan had conjured. Fearful of being caught in the crossfire. This war is becoming increasingly intriguing. That man called Mufan is truly remarkable. He will surely make a grand display in the forthcoming era. At this moment, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, licked his lips in admiration. The battlefield grew ever more chaotic. However, for the strong, such turmoil was a boon. The more chaotic the war became, the more frenzied the next era would be. Especially with the naval defector known as Mufan. If possible, Da Flamingo even contemplated forming an alliance with Mufan. After all, as the Emperor of Dressrosa and a mediator of the underworld, Da Flamingo wielded immense resources and vast wealth. If Mufan sought to establish a formidable power, money would be indispensable. That man possessed unparalleled strength and extraordinary potential. He eagerly anticipated a clash with him. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, expressed similar sentiments. After witnessing Mufan's prowess, he became increasingly eager for their inevitable confrontation. The naval trader, Mufan, Shiryu of the Rain, a swordsman of formidable skill within the Blackbeard pirates, was the first to speak upon encountering Mufan. Although they had never directly engaged, Shiryu had heard much of Mufan's renown over the years spent in Impel Down, the youngest and most powerful rear admiral in Navy history. Oh, the naval trader who committed grave offenses? Is he truly formidable? Blackbeard Marshal D.Teach cast a sidelong glance at Mufan, his voice dripping with disdain. He sensed that Mufan was not here with benign intentions, yet he did not regard him as a threat. His current objective was the world's strongest man, the Yonko Whitebeard. Not weak, but killable. Shiryu examined his left hand and replied coldly, "Ever since half of my left hand was severed, my resentment has yet to find expression. If I could slay the one reputed to be the strongest rear admiral in history, perhaps it would quench my thirst for vengeance." Ha ha ha. No wonder you were the former warden of Impel Down. The great swordsman Shiryu? At this moment, Mufan chuckled. Who granted you such courage? It seems you truly fail to recognize me. But it matters not. You won't live much longer anyway. Shiryu, does your left hand still ache? Allow me to remind you of a few things, Mufan teased, his cold laughter echoing as he produced the CP0 mask he had previously used to conceal his identity. Upon seeing the mask, Shiryu's body visibly trembled. A surge of intense resentment erupted around him, his expression darkening to an extreme. So it is you, Mufan, you seek death. Shiryu could no longer contain his fury, drawing his famed blade, Raijin, and swiftly unleashing a powerful slash toward Mufan. This strike was infused with rage. After all, for a great swordsman, having half of his hand severed by an enemy was an immense disgrace. This grudge must be avenged. The adversary must die. The slash tore through the icy surface with tremendous momentum. However, just as the strike was mere meters from Mufan, a pink silhouette flashed forth, and with a single sweep of her uniquely long and beautiful leg, she sent the slash flying. I shall not allow you ruffians to approach Mufan. The world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, had missed Mufan so dearly that she sought any excuse to join the fray. While she issued threats to the Blackbeard pirates, she simultaneously stole shy glances at Mufan, her cheeks flushed with admiration. The man she had set her sights on was truly so handsome, so captivating, so strong. Wahahaha, is this the world's most beautiful woman? A formidable one at that. What a remarkable lady. Champion Bias could not help but exclaim upon witnessing Hancock's stunning beauty and alluring figure. Hearing this, Mufan shot a cold glare at Bias, committing his words to memory. The Pirate Empress, is it? No need to engage her just yet. Hey, while I know not why you choose to assist a naval traitor. Pirate Empress, step aside. We are not enemies at the moment. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard Marshal D.Teach chuckled sinisterly. Immediately after, Shiryu stepped forward once more, even discarding his cigar. Hancock, stay safe and retreat a bit, Mufan instructed Hancock. Then darted past her, once again confronting Shiryu. This time, my blade shall take your head. Mufon, tremble before my absolute strength. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford. At this very moment, when the former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu, faced Mufon. His threats echoed across the battlefield. Some Navy soldiers and pirates exchanged incredulous glances, as if they had heard something utterly unbelievable. Even some of the powerful figures on both sides, who sensed the situation through their observation hockey, were expressions of confusion. Moreover, the gazes of most powerful individuals soon filled with mockery and a sense of amusement. Oh, Shiryu, you truly have guts. What a terrifying fellow, Marine Admiral Kazara could not help but comment. Pursing his lips in disbelief, the other top-tier warriors observed Mufon and his companions with cold eyes. Whether from the Navy or the Whitebeard pirates, the Blackbeard pirates were enemies. And now that Shiryu had joined the Blackbeard pirates and provoked Mufon, he could hardly blame anyone else. As for the possibility of Shiryu defeating Mufon, don't be absurd. Even Admiral Akainu, who was nearly driven mad with hatred for Mufon, would never place his hopes on Shiryu. For these two were simply not on the same level anymore. After all, that kid, Mufon, was someone who even he found exceedingly difficult to handle. Hehehe, Shiryu, wrap this up quickly. He is merely a naval traitor. Kill him, and we have more pressing matters to attend to. At this moment, Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, sneered and urged that in fact, he had detected that the atmosphere around was somewhat strange, yet he didn't pay too much heed. Nor did he think that Shiryu of the Rain would be unable to defeat a mere naval traitor, although this man named Mufon was reputed as the strongest rear admiral in the history of the Navy and had committed extremely heinous acts. But after all, he was just a young man, seemingly even a bit younger than Ace, and his crew member, Shiryu of the Rain, was originally the warden of Impel Down, a being with super powerful swordsmanship. Wah! Go ahead, Shiryu, kill him, cut off his head. Apart from Blackbeard himself, the other crew members of the Blackbeard pirates were evidently also full of confidence in Shiryu of the Rain. Burgess, the champion, even waved his arms, shouting words of encouragement. But at this moment, when Mufon cast a glance over, Burgess instantly shut his mouth, for he felt a strong chill. Could it be that this young man, who evidently had an affair with the world's most beautiful woman, had some real strength? That was absolutely no match for Shiryu. Don't worry, it won't take long, Shiryu of the Rain sneered. His eyes were filled with an extremely icy chill when he looked at Mufon. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. In Shiryu's view, last time he was completely tricked by Mufon. Otherwise, he would definitely not have had half of his palm sliced off by the latter. This time, he would treat the first battle as the decisive one, and decide life and death with one strike. Soon, Shiryu of the Rain raised the famous sword Thunderstorm in his hand, which was entwined with powerful haki. The killing blow was ready to be launched. What a load of nonsense! Facing the self-confidence of Shiryu of the Rain and the entire Blackbeard pirates, Mufon curled his lips into a sneer, but didn't say much. Because the more arrogant the opponent was now, the more confused they would be later. Shiryu of the Rain simply didn't understand his current strength. He rushed up, going all out, intending to deliver a fatal blow with one strike. Little did he know that this exactly gave Mufon an opportunity for a counter, kill with one strike. The onomatopoeia for a humming sound, the famous sword Thunderstorm in Shiryu of the Rain's hand hummed on. Stop. The powerful slash was ready to be launched like thunder. What a powerful slash! He is a swordsman with remarkable swordsmanship. Unfortunately, the one he is facing is that man, somewhere on the battlefield. The world's greatest swordsman couldn't help but exclaim as he watched Shiryu of the Rain, who was now imposing. Throughout the entire sea, Shiryu of the Rain's swordsmanship was by no means weak, but unfortunately, this time he was facing Mufon, when fighting an opponent like Mufon, who possessed terrifying abilities. It was impossible for Shiryu to win. Whether he would be defeated sooner or later depended on how intelligent Shiryu was. At this moment, the gazes of all the top-tier powerhouses in the audience were focused on the area where Mufon was. In fact, ever since Mufon had fought several astonishing battles, he had already become the focus of the whole audience. Mufon, die. At this moment, Shiryu of the Rain finally swung an earth-shattering powerful slash. Boom! This slash had an extremely powerful momentum, with strands of thunder fluctuations mixed in. The range completely enveloped the position where Mufon was. Even many of the surrounding marines and pirates were severely affected. Just in terms of this one slash, its power had far exceeded the slash Mihawk had swung before. Of course, one was a normal attack, and the other was a special move. Wahahaha, he's either dead or seriously injured this time. Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, stared wide-eyed Iden laughed as he watched his subordinates' astonishing offensive. This time, he had gathered a group of extraordinary subordinates, as long as he could achieve his goal this time. It wouldn't be long before he, the Blackbeard, would surely have a place among the 4 emperors in the new world. Who, rest in peace. Dying under my thunderstorm can also be considered your honor. Mufon, at this moment, Shiryu of the Rain took a deep breath, trying to stabilize the somewhat disordered power in his body. As for Mufon, he didn't worry at all. If Mufon had reacted in advance or dodged, perhaps he might have had a glimmer of hope for survival. But just now, Mufon clearly didn't make any move and finally took his ultimate move head on. This scene seems somewhat familiar. Last time in Impel Down, Shiryu was tricked, and his left hand was unfortunately cut off. But this time, Shiryu didn't worry at all, because the slash just now was his most powerful strike, no matter who it was. If they took it head on, they would be either dead or seriously injured, let alone a mere young naval trader like Mufon. Even if he managed to survive by some fluke, he would surely end up in a critically injured and dying state. Finally, the dust and ice chips raised by the slash fell, and the position where Mufon had been before was once again exposed to everyone's eyes. And at this moment, Shiryu of the Rain, along with the entire Blackbeard pirates, were stunned, because the place where Mufon had stood before was now empty. There wasn't even a trace of blood. In the next instant, suddenly thunder rumbled. At this moment, Shiryu of the Rain's whole body tensed up all of a sudden. Boom! A powerful impact accompanied by electric arcs suddenly came from his back. This strike directly shattered his heart. Blood mixed with clots of blood spurted out from Shiryu's mouth. Shiryu of the Rain twisted his neck with difficulty. Behind him, in the dazzling blue thunder and electric arcs, stood that man, the man he thought was surely dead. Mufon, Shiryu, you've made the same mistake twice. If you don't die, who will? Mufon's sneer reached Shiryu's ears from behind, like the death knell of the Grim Reaper. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shiryu of the Rain felt his strength rapidly draining away and exclaimed in shock with great difficulty. And in the next instant, a famous sword with a red, gold color scheme pressed against his throat. It was his thunderstorm. Damn it, let go of my crew member. The onomatopoeia for cutting and blood, spurting sounds. When the famous sword thunderstorm tore at Shiryu's throat, blood spurted out instantly. At this moment, apart from the crew members of the Blackbeard pirates, even many of the powerhouses who were watching the show in other places were shocked again. Everyone knew that Shiryu of the Rain's choice to provoke Mufon was definitely a mistake. And it was highly likely that Shiryu was no match for Mufon. But being no match and being instantly killed were completely different concepts. Shiryu of the Rain, no matter how bad, was also a great swordsman with super, strong strength. He was also a powerful being second only to Magellan, the Poison Man, in the entire Impel Down system, without exaggeration, compared with Shiryu of the Rain, Vice Admiral Mole, who was instantly killed by Mufon at the beginning and whose life or death was unknown. Was much weaker in strength, the powerhouses could still accept Mufon instantly killing Vice Admiral Mole, but instantly killing Shiryu of the Rain was just too terrifying. For a moment, Mufon's fierce image was enhanced once again in the hearts of these people. The 30,000 elite Marines who had sided with Mufon all had fanatical expressions on their faces, as if they had seen the invincible domineering of their future commander-in-chief. Only those few top-tier powerhouses knew that Shiryu of the Rain had died because of the information gap. When Shiryu thought that Mufon was no match for him, his fate was already sealed. Although Mufon instantly killing Shiryu was shocking, it was still within the realm of reason. After all, Mufon's current strength was too powerful. Just as thunder, like speed alone, was enough to make Shiryu pay a heavy price. What's more, Shiryu had no clear understanding of Mufon's current strength, and Mufon's strong performance this time made Pikayuan, who was slacking off in the distance, say, "Can speed be used like this? What a terrifying kid." And when Marshal D.Teach, the Blackbeard, reacted, Shiryu's blood had already splattered all over the ice surface. Bang! Before the Blackbeard could take action, Mufon threw Shiryu of the Rain, whose eyes had lost their luster, over. Wahahaha, it seems I underestimated you, the naval traitor, Mufon. The Blackbeard didn't catch Shiryu's body, but directly threw it to Dakyu, the crew member behind him. He himself sneered and looked at Mufon, but his laughter clearly contained both insidiousness and anger. However, Mufon didn't pay any attention to the Blackbeard, because at this moment, the system just rang. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing Shiryu of the Rain during the Battle of Marineford. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Great Swordsman. Level 3, Sword Style Swordsmanship. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 3 tasks within 48 hours and triggering a hidden reward. Obtain the reward. Eternal Smart Compass, transferable Demon's Blessing x 0.5. Half of the Demon's Blessing. When completed, this Demon's Blessing can be added to oneself or transferred to a partner, upon hearing the system prompt sound. Mu Fan didn't pay too much attention. The Great Swordsman, level 3, sword-style swordsmanship was dispensable to him, because he himself was a great swordsman and once proficient in one thing. He could easily master others. Moreover, Mu Fan always felt that the 3 sword style was a bit flashy. However, it was better than nothing. Just after seizing Shiryu's thunderstorm, Mu Fan then possessed 3 famous swords. As for the hidden rewards, Mu Fan was rather satisfied. This system was still somewhat useful. Leaving aside the eternal intelligent pointer, which was convenient for future voyages, the second hidden reward, the transferable Demon's Blessing, was even better. Besides being able to consume a second devil fruit himself, imagine if he could create a cadre team with double fruit or even triple fruit abilities. Wouldn't that be extremely cool? Of course, these were all pleasant surprises for Mu Fan. The most important thing was still the immediate matter, especially his own strength. Once Mu Fan had the power to be invincible in the sea, any other matter would not count. At that time, he could even take the Empress to sleep on the bed of him, the leader of the Celestial Dragons. Hey, Mu Fan, I have a proposal. How about cooperating with me or joining my pirate crew to reach the peak of the new era together? Hee. After a brief burst of anger, Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, quickly calmed down. For him, the most important thing now was to achieve the set goal, and Mu Fan had the strength to instantly kill Shiryu. Although there were some other objective factors, his strength was undeniable. Therefore, there was no need to offend a powerful enemy like Mu Fan for a dead person. Otherwise, the already bad situation would only deteriorate further. And if he could win Mu Fan over, it would be an even better thing for him. After all, he had defected before the battle while being a warlord of the sea, and the Navy might not continue to cooperate with him. Damn it, why wasn't Whitebeard beaten to the brink of death? Why wasn't the Whitebeard pirates completely suppressed by the Navy? This was simply unreasonable. Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, thought hysterically to himself. Ding. An invitation from the pirate Blackbeard has been detected. And a choice is triggered. Choice 1. Embrace the darkness, accept the pirate Blackbeard's invitation, and join the Blackbeard pirates. Reward: an enhanced Gatling gun that spits blue fire. Its power can penetrate ordinary iron blocks, and it becomes even more powerful when empowered with armament hockey. Choice 2. Ignore Blackbeard's invitation and randomly kill another member of the Blackbeard pirates. Reward: perfect level recovery potion x 24 hours. It can restore peak combat power in any state, with a duration of 24 hours. Just as Blackbeard extended the invitation to Mu Fan, the system was triggered. Mu Fan didn't even glance at it. No matter what the rewards were, he would never join the Blackbeard pirates, or rather, he wouldn't join any pirate crew or force. After making a declaration using the voice of God, it was destined that he, Mu Fan, was a force in his own right. Hee, what do you think, Mu Fan? How's your consideration? Blackbeard said with a sinister smile. At this moment, the other party showed no expression, and besides, he wasn't familiar with Mu Fan, so he couldn't guess what the latter was thinking. Rumble, however, Mu Fan didn't keep Blackbeard waiting for too long. In the astonished and wary eyes of Blackbeard, the deep, blue thunder arcs flashed. Mu Fan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already descended above the head of Burgess, the champion of the Blackbeard pirates. Burgess, be careful at this moment. Blackbeard was horrified. He didn't expect Mu Fan to attack without a word. What's more, he didn't expect that this guy's speed had reached such a terrifying level. With such speed, perhaps only Admiral Kizaru of the Navy could outdo him in the entire sea. But Mu Fan was clearly an enemy of the Navy. Why didn't Kizaru take action against him? Blackbeard's warning was ultimately too late. Just before Mu Fan descended above Burgess' head, several vines appeared out of thin air and entangled the latter's body. And before the other members of the Blackbeard pirates could come to the rescue, Tian Ming was unsheathed, and a flash of black sword light passed. The powerful slash completely split the ice surface in this area. Joseph Burgess, you actually dare to covet the Pirate Empress with your capabilities? A huge explosion resounded from the ice battlefield. At this moment, including Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, all members of the Blackbeard pirates were wide-eyed, their expressions filled with shock and endless anger, because within just a few minutes, their Blackbeard pirates had actually lost 2 crew members in a row. First, Shiryu of the Rain was killed. Now, the champion Burgess was powerfully blasted to death by Mu Fan with thunder, without even having a chance to resist. For a moment, Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, felt an intense hatred towards Mu Fan, perhaps no less than that towards Admiral Akainu, Originally, the situation of the war was quite different from what he had speculated. Now, without taking any action, he had already lost 2 crew members. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Blackbeard. I have no grudges against you, yet you killed 2 of my companions. We've got a feud now. Mu Fan, the Navy deserter, Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, had a face as gloomy as water. His eyes looking at Mu Fan were full of hatred. Got a feud? Ha ha ha. Blackbeard, your ambition is indeed great. But right now, your strength doesn't match your ambition. Mu Fan sneered. At this time, Blackbeard, who hadn't yet obtained the Gura Gura no Mi ability of Whitebeard, dared to be so arrogant, rumble without further words, after killing the champion Burgess. Mu Fan directly threw a thunder spear towards Blackbeard. Hee, as expected of a Logia devil fruit user. You're so arrogant. Unfortunately, in front of me, all abilities are nothing. A mere thunder, in the face of darkness, can only submit. Dark water. At this moment, Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, laughed maniacally. Facing Mu Fan's thunderous offensive, Blackbeard was not panicked at all. A swirl of darkness suddenly appeared in his hand. Like a black hole, it easily blocked and dissipated the powerful thunder spear. See, this is my ability. Mu Fan, your ability is no match for my darkness. Blackbeard laughed. He now thought he had figured out Mu Fan's ability. Of course, he also knew that with Mu Fan's speed, with his current strength, it was hard to even touch Mu Fan, let alone defeat him. And according to Shilyu, this guy named Mu Fan seemed to be quite proficient in swordsmanship. In short, as long as he could intimidate Mu Fan and make him not dare to continue to be an enemy of his Blackbeard pirates, that would be enough. As for today's grudge, he would surely avenge it in the future. At this moment, the powerful performance of Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, made the remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates feel much more at ease. It seemed that they hadn't chosen the wrong captain. The ability of darkness was indeed powerful and strange. A mere darkness dares to compete with the man I, the Empress, have fallen in love with? What a trash. Seeing Blackbeard's arrogant appearance, Hancock, the world, renowned most beautiful Pirate Empress not far away, couldn't help but. Her peerless face was full of contempt for Blackbeard and his pirate crew. Does this guy named Blackbeard think that Mu Fan has reached where he is today only by relying on his devil fruit ability? He's so ignorant. Although Hancock didn't know when Mu Fan had obtained such a powerful and miraculous devil fruit ability. She knew one thing. Even before obtaining the fruit ability, Mu Fan was already a top-notch powerhouse. In her opinion, Mu Fan's strength was already strong and unbeatable before. Moreover, she believed that Mu Fan's thunder would surely break through the darkness. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward. Perfect. Level recovery potion x 24 hours has been credited. Due to the system prompt, Mu Fan didn't immediately respond to the harsh words Blackbeard had uttered. The 24-hour effective recovery potion had been stored in the system space that Mu Fan was considering how to use it to achieve the maximum effect. Are you finally scared? Then step aside. This time, I'm in a good mood, so I'll spare your life for now. At this moment, Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, saw that Mu Fan didn't respond to him directly. He immediately thought that Mu Fan wasn't afraid that his ability would be restrained by darkness. So he took the opportunity to end the situation, trying to save some face without continuing to entangle with Mu Fan. However, Mu Fan still didn't respond to Blackbeard's arrogant words, because his principle in battle is that fighting is just fighting. And one should try not to say too much nonsense. The more one talks, the more mistakes one may make. Of course, except for the power of persuasion, rumble. Just as Blackbeard thought that Mu Fan was intimidated and would surely choose to take a step back and stop entangling with them, an extremely thick thunder dragon suddenly crashed down from the sky. Without any warning, Blackbeard was horrified and quickly activated dark water with both hands. It really took him a lot of effort to block the thunder dragon. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Damn it, since that's the case, then I'll kill him. Blackbeard, who had in his heart, became serious and no longer had a smiling face. After all, the enemy he was facing was indeed a well-deserved powerhouse. That blue thunder ability was also extremely terrifying. He had to concentrate to utilize the advantage of darkness to defeat Mu Fan, and after victory, he must torture the opponent to vent his hatred. With this mindset, a strange dark mist emerged around Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard. Like a dark ocean current, it surrounded and protected his body. Come on, Mu Fan. Let you know the power of darkness. The next moment, Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, quickly flashed and took the initiative to rush towards the position where Mu Fan was. He needed to touch Mu Fan's body. Only in this way could he completely seal the latter's thunder ability. Otherwise, if Mu Fan used his speed to delay time, when the Whitebeard pirates had time to spare, they would be in trouble. So he had to take the initiative. However, what made Blackbeard feel strange was that achieving his goal was unexpectedly smooth. Mufan didn't even move. Except for a few harmless flying finger guns, there was no other blocking behavior. Marshal D.Teach, the pirate Blackbeard, easily advanced to the side of Mufan and grabbed Mufan's left arm. Although he had doubts in his heart at this moment, Blackbeard couldn't care less. He raised the other fist high, and the attack wrapped with powerful armament hockey slammed towards Mufan's face. At this moment, Blackbeard seemed to have seen the scene of Mufan being punched away by him. After all, in his opinion, unable to use the Logia Devil Fruit ability and unable to draw his sword at such a close distance. Facing a guy even younger than Ace, the Fire Fist, he would surely win. Bang. However, an accident still happened. Under the disbelieving gaze of Marshal D.Teach, the Blackbeard, the fist wrapped with armament hockey was easily blocked by Mufan with one hand. Next, Blackbeard wanted to use observation hockey to predict Mufan's next move, but he was shocked to find that the observation hockey failed. Boom boom boom. On the battlefield, a series of cracking sounds rang out. In just a few seconds, Marshal D.Teach, the Blackbeard, endured inhumane beatings. Iron fists wrapped with powerful armament hockey, powerful 6-style finger guns, Rankyaku, and various other physical attacks almost made Blackbeard die of pain. And when Mufan was about to draw a Tianming, Marshal D.Teach, the Blackbeard, was horrified. He, who had already vomited 3 liters of blood, forced himself to regain consciousness. Finally, in the instant before Mufan drew the sword, sizzle, Blackbeard directly forcefully tore off his left arm. Cut off one's own arm to survive. Hey, Poison Q, Lafitte, what are you waiting for? Come and save me, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. After cutting off his arm to survive, Marshal D.Teach, the Blackbeard, quickly retreated and shouted at the crew members not far away. Fortunately, he was smart, witted, and left an enhanced version of Dark Water on Mufan, which was enough to make Mufan unable to use his thunder ability for a few seconds. These few seconds were enough for him to survive. However, it really hurts like hell. What kind of monster is this Mufan exactly? Besides that terrifying fruit ability, how could he also possess such powerful hockey and physical skills? Especially the ability that can suppress his observation hockey. How could such a terrifying young man appear on this sea? Could it be that the development of the Battle of Marineford to the current situation also has a great relationship with this Mufan? At this time, the thoughts of the pirate Blackbeard were very chaotic. Fortunately, Lafitte, the demon sheriff, and others rescued him in time, and they were not pursued by the opponent. Finally, he could take a breath. But the broken left arm could not be restored. Damn it. Does it hurt? Blackbeard? Mufan sneered as he looked at Blackbeard's appearance. Although he couldn't kill Blackbeard in one fell swoop just now, there was no way. In fact, Mufan quite admired the ruthless determination of Blackbeard to cut off his arm to survive. Setting aside other factors, the pirate Blackbeard could also be regarded as a powerhouse. Captain, this guy is too strong. Let's go up together. At this time, Lafitte, the demon sheriff of the Blackbeard pirates, suggested. The strength shown by Mufan was really a bit too exaggerated. Although it seemed that both Shiryu and Captain Blackbeard lost a bit due to carelessness, but it was undeniable that this naval trader named Mufan was really strong. There's no other way now. Captain Blackbeard, Pizarro, the king of bad governance, also suggested. However, this fierce pirate who had just been rescued from impelled down by Blackbeard was still clearly in a bad mood. The current situation was completely different from what Blackbeard had said. If he didn't still recognize Blackbeard's ability, he would definitely turn around and leave now. The other members of the Blackbeard pirates were also on high alert at this time, surrounding Mufan. Obviously, they wanted to outnumber him. What a bunch of shameless guys. They want to outnumber Mufan. I won't agree. At this moment, a figure with a hot body flashed and appeared beside Mufan. On the peerless, beautiful face of Boa Hancock, the Pirate Empress, there was full of anger. Although outnumbering the opponent might not really pose a threat to Mufan, how could she watch the man she loved be besieged? She wanted to protect the man she loved and her passionate love. Hancock. Mufan glanced at the Empress, and there was a bit of warmth in his heart. After this battle, he must treat this world-class beauty well and make her feel deeply rooted happiness. The Shichibukai of the sea, the Pirate Empress, Blackbeard Marshal D.Teach, enduring intense pain, coldly stared at the Empress and said he was quite shocked at the moment. In fact, it wasn't just him. The other members of the Blackbeard pirates were also deeply astonished. After all, they were unaware of Mufan's astonishing feats of consecutively battling the 4 Emperor Whitebeard and the 3 admirals of the Navy before. Merely the strength demonstrated just now, combined with conquering the world's most beautiful woman, was sufficient to astound them. Of course, if Blackbeard and the others knew of Mu Fan's previous deeds at this time, they would surely be even more shocked. And from the perspective of the members of the Blackbeard pirates at this moment, although Mu Fan, together with a warlord of the sea, already had terrifying power, their Blackbeard pirates were not weak either, and the chances of victory seemingly were quite high. Therefore, the members of the Blackbeard pirates still remained full of fighting spirit. Anyway, their Blackbeard pirates were, to some extent, a force in their own right, and Mu Fan was all alone. Even with the addition of the Pirate Empress, there were only 2 people, although it's not always true that more people mean more power. Having more people was ultimately an advantage. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, was strong enough, wasn't he? But he was just a lone ranger and had to cooperate with the Navy headquarters to become a warlord of the sea in order to avoid disputes and live a carefree life. However, this mentality of the crew members of the Blackbeard pirates didn't last long, because, not long after the Pirate Empress appeared and uttered harsh words, in the surrounding battlefield, a circle of dark and dense elite Navy soldiers suddenly gathered. Judging by visual estimate, there were at least more than 20,000 of them. Although a single Marine might not be strong, the formation formed by more than 20,000 elite Navy soldiers was still quite intimidating. After all, these were all the elite among the world's naval forces, and the Blackbeard pirates didn't know yet that actually these Marines were no longer Marines. They had shed the just of the Navy and become a brand new force. At this moment, 2 of Mu Fan's capable subordinates, Cassie and Kai, stood at the forefront of the team. After completing the tasks assigned by Mu Fan, they heard Mu Fan's call in their hearts. So they returned to the battlefield and were responsible for gathering the Marines who had defected to Mu Fan. And when they discovered that nearly 30,000 Marines had defected to Mu Fan, both Kai and Cassie could hardly conceal the excitement in their hearts. It took a lot of time to reorganize all the defecting Marines. Fortunately, the senior generals of the Navy were focused on the core battlefield. Therefore, this part of the Marines who defected to Mu Fan didn't suffer targeted attacks from the Navy side. All troops are assembled. Please give instructions, Commander-in-Chief. In the battlefield, Cassie held his breath and shouted with all his might at this moment. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach was stunned upon hearing this. Wasn't the Navy Marshal Sengoku the Buddha fighting Whitebeard on the other side? Who were these Marines calling Commander-in-Chief here? Please give the combat order, Commander Mu Fan. Cassie's voice came again. Around 10,000 plus Marines shouted in unison. Commander Mu Fan. Blackbeard. Incirc 83D at this moment, including Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, all members of the Blackbeard pirates were shocked. They wanted to bully the few with the many, and this Mu Fan. Where on earth did he come from? Was this, in the Navy headquarters, splitting and rebelling the Navy? At this moment, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach also forgot the pain in his body. His mouth opened and closed. And while being shocked, his mind quickly pondered the next plan. This Mu Fan had committed extremely evil deeds and was wanted by the world government and the Navy headquarters. That is to say, Mu Fan would definitely not cooperate with the Navy to deal with Whitebeard. Then Mu Fan might cooperate with the Whitebeard pirates to deal with the Navy. The current war situation was evidence of this. Coupled with the more than 10,000 Marines who defected during the battle, the Navy Marshal Sengoku, the Buddha, and Admiral Akainu and others must hate Mu Fan deeply now, since that's the case. Sengoku, Akainu. You Navy guys, you don't want the Navy to become the laughingstock of the world from now on, do you? At this moment, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, who was almost cornered, shouted with all his might. Having lurked for decades, he originally thought that today he could successfully reap the fruits without any accidents. But who would have thought that this Mu Fan would suddenly appear? This guy had completely disrupted all of his Blackbeard's plans. He had even lost 2 powerful subordinates in succession. Now, even his own safety was severely threatened. The only thing to do now was to temporarily ally with the Navy. After all, half a day ago, he was still a warlord of the sea. Due to this war, the world government should not have had time to announce his removal from the warlords of the SEA.I in this way. If the Navy needed his strength, it might ally with him. And as it turned out, Blackbeard seemed to have gambled right. Before his words had completely faded, a huge golden Buddha figure crashed down, stirring up a shower of ice shards. It was none other than the Navy Marshal, Sengoku, the Buddha. Sengoku, the Navy needs my strength, right? I can ally with the Navy to deal with Whitebeard and this guy named Mu Fan. How about it? A good deal. Huh? Thinking that his words had taken effect, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach shouted towards Sengoku, the Buddha, who had just arrived with a serious expression. Alas, unfortunately, what the Navy Marshal Sengoku, the Buddha, responded to Blackbeard with was a shockwave of terrifying power. Boom, boom, boom. Sengoku, the Buddha's powerful attack directly enveloped the entire Blackbeard pirates. The extremely powerful force made Blackbeard and the others vomit blood and retreat continuously. And finally, they were directly blasted out of this area. The Navy doesn't need to cooperate with a guy like you. The Navy Marshal Sengoku, the Buddha, said seriously to a warlord of the sea. The pirate Blackbeard deserted in battle and even broke into impel down that if the Navy chose to cooperate with such a guy, that would truly be a disgrace to justice. Move fan. Now, I'll give you another chance to choose. After temporarily repelling the Blackbeard pirates, the Navy Marshal Sengoku, the Buddha, finally turned his attention to Move fan. The reason why he let Sakazuki replace him to deal with Whitebeard and left the core battlefield to come here was precisely for Move fan. The commotion Move fan had caused now was simply too great. He had even directly incited more than 30,000 elite Marines to defect. This was a huge disgrace to both the world government and the Navy headquarters. For the Navy, it was an even heavier blow. He learned about Move fan's previous declaration from a vice admiral of the Navy. This kid was, without a doubt, building his power with the blood and bones of the Navy. It had to be said that seeing Move fan again, his performance was astonishing. Sengoku couldn't help but imagine if Move fan hadn't killed a celestial dragon and hadn't been labeled as a traitor of the Navy. Then the situation of the Navy now would surely be countless times better than it is now, right? That old guy Whitebeard couldn't have been so arrogant as he is now, right? But everything was just speculation. The reality was that Move fan, the Navy traitor who had committed extremely evil deeds, was the mortal enemy of the world government and the Navy. Just now, the world government conveyed the latest order. At all costs, execute Port Ace and Move fan, and deprive the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock of her status as a warlord of the sea and list Amazon Lily as a pirate country to be destroyed first. As the Navy Marshal, Sengoku, the Buddha, would not go against the order of the world government, but he wanted to give Move fan another chance if Move fan was sensible. Move fan, surrender, don't be so obsessed. Associating with pirates is not the path you should choose. If you wake up and persuade those Marines influenced by you to return to the Navy's side, perhaps Sengoku and Zephyr might still be able to give you a hand. In the state of the golden body Buddha, Sengoku, the Buddha, radiated golden light all over his body and looked at Move fan seriously, persuading him. Ding, the admonition of the Navy Marshal Sengoku, the Buddha, has been detected. A choice has been triggered. Option 1. The return of the Navy prodigal son. Agree to the admonition of Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha as per Sengoku's request. Have the Navy soldiers who have defected to the host return to the Navy camp. Reward, Zoan dog fruit, mythical Zoan type, celestial wolf form. Potential consequences, positive. The host helps the Navy defeat the Whitebeard pirates, gains the understanding of the Navy headquarters, and has a chance to return to the Navy after a few years of revival and impel down. Negative, the host helps the Navy in battle, loses the support of the people, faces doubts about his reputation, and may be discarded by the world government. Option 2. The heroic spirit of ruling the seas and becoming an emperor. Sternly reject Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha's proposal, and completely break away from the Navy, indicating the determination to defeat the Navy, overthrow the world government, and implement a new order after establishing a new force. Reward, the ultimate move of the wood element ability. Top transformed Buddha, secret art. One of the ultimate moves of the wood element ability, it can summon a 1,000-armed giant Buddha with extremely powerful power. However, it consumes a great deal of physical and mental strength, and the host should use it with caution at the present stage. The appearance of Sengoku and the triggering of this system were actually beyond Move fan's anticipation, because he thought Sengoku had already understood his determination. Since he has defected from the Navy and established his own force, how could he possibly go back to work for the Celestial Dragons? There is no need to make a choice, because no reward can change Move fan's original thoughts. Of course, the ultimate move of the wood element ability, Top Transformed Buddha, is really quite good if he could really obtain such a terrifying move as Top Transformed Buddha. It would be his most powerful move at present. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I reject your proposal. I don't need to make a choice. In fact, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? The moment the Navy, following the orders of the world government, defined me as a traitor to the Navy, I had no more connection with the Navy. The justice of the Navy is constantly restricted by the world government and the Celestial Dragons. You, the Admiral and the Admirals, who possess extraordinary strength, also blindly obey the world government. The Celestial Dragons have done all kinds of evil, and the Navy is one of the accomplices. Today, here in Marineford, I, Mu Fan, officially declare that from now on, I and all my companions who walk with me will fight against the world government to the end. If the Navy wants to be our enemy, then let's fight. A new era requires a new order, and we will determine this new order. Mu Fan's voice resounded throughout Marineford. The whole place was shocked again. After these words, quite a few Navy soldiers were deeply inspired and defected to Mu Fan's command. And this time, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha completely gave up hope. He raised his hand high, ready to deal with the traitors personally. Then, Mu Fan, accept your execution. Sengoku of the Buddha roared, and a shockwave in his palm that could distort the air was ready to be launched. At the same time, Admiral Akiji and Admiral Kazuru, who had been secretly ordered by Sengoku in advance, suddenly charged towards Mu Fan simultaneously, facing the attack of the Fleet Admiral and two admirals. Mu Fan sneered, with an extremely fanatical expression. Then come on, top transformed Buddha. On the battlefield, when Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha, along with Admiral Akiji and Admiral Kazuru, jointly charged towards Mu Fan, the entire Marineford boiled over again. The vast majority of people on the Navy side were extremely excited. If the Admiral and the Admirals could kill Mu Fan, it would greatly boost the morale of the Navy, although it might seem a bit disgraceful on the surface. At this time, they couldn't care less. Moreover, judging from the terrifying strength Mu Fan had displayed before, it was a helpless move for the Admiral and the two Admirals to take action together. After all, none of the three Admirals could defeat Mu Fan alone. Compared with the Navy side, the soldiers who had defected to Mu Fan's command at this time were obviously a bit nervous. Although their commander had extraordinary strength, the opponents were after all the Fleet Admiral and two Admirals. In case Mu Fan was defeated or even executed on the spot, then all the talk of ruling the seas and becoming an emperor and the new order would be nothing but illusions. By then, the situation of these people would be extremely embarrassing. They recognized Mu Fan's ideas and admired his strength, but all of this was premised on Mu Fan's existence. Therefore, these soldiers were very nervous at this time. They even wanted to support Mu Fan immediately, but with their strength, they simply couldn't make it in time. Even the Pirate Empress and Vice Admiral Momotori, the two women, were extremely nervous at this time, but they obviously didn't have enough time to support Mu Fan. Boom, although Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha was the closest to Mu Fan's position. It was Admiral Kazara who attacked Mu Fan first. A flash kick directly blasted a deep pit in the ice surface, and Sengoku's shockwave followed closely. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful force set off a trail of broken ice. Just when everyone thought that Mu Fan would at least be injured under the siege of the Fleet Admiral and two Admirals, in the sky full of ice dust, blue thunder light kept flashing. With gorgeous green energy mixed in, Kazan, Borsellino, attack together and kill Mu Fan. It concerns the future justice of the world and the honor of the Navy. Go all out. At this moment, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha in the state of the Golden Buddha shouted words like a declaration. After Mu Fan instigated more than 30,000 elite Navy soldiers to defect, the morale of the Navy was on the verge of collapse. And Ace, the Fire Fist, had also been rescued. If the situation continued to develop like this, the Navy would surely lose this war. Therefore, at this critical moment, as the Fleet Admiral, he had to step forward. However, just when Sengoku of the Buddha was full of confidence, believing that this time the three of them attacking together could at least seriously wound that brat Mu Fan, a sudden change occurred when Admiral Kazuru transformed into a beam of light and was about to follow Sengoku's order to continue attacking Mu Fan. The entire Marineford island suddenly shook violently. The degree of shock was even stronger than the one caused by Whitebeard before. It was as if some terrifying monster was awakening. Yo, what a terrifying aura, Admiral Kazara said with a distorted expression. The next moment, he transformed into a beam of light and charged towards the place where Mu Fan was, and Sengoku and Akiji followed closely behind. Mu Fan's strength is very strong, and his speed can even rival that of Kazuru. The three of them had to take action simultaneously to ensure that Mu Fan could be seriously injured directly. Boom, 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 just when Admiral Kazara was crossing the sky, ready to release the Yada mirror. The vibration of the entire island became even more intense. The next moment, the ice shattered. A terrifying being that blotted out the sky and covered the earth appeared above Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. The huge shadow it cast was even much larger than that of Little Oz before. It was clearly the size of a small island, and this being was made entirely of green trees, wearing a thunder armor, and on the thunder were burning terrifying purplish-red flames. When the ice, dust, and clouds were dispersed, its true appearance was finally revealed. It was a giant Buddha that was wearing a thunder armor burning with purplish-red flames and had countless huge wooden hands on its back. When Mufan summoned the top transformed Buddha, everyone on the scene, Imsuk 3D at this time, aside from many pirates and navy soldiers, all the top powerhouses, including Whitebeard, the Four Emperor, and Garp, the naval hero, were also shocked by the top transformed Buddha, because that thousand-armed giant Buddha wearing thunder and fire exuded a destructive aura. Its momentum was extremely powerful. Compared with this giant Buddha, Sengoku's golden Buddha was simply insignificant. Like a younger brother. Damn it, stop this guy. At this time, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha was completely stunned. What on earth had happened to that brat Mufan, facing this giant Buddha in front of him? He even felt a trace of fear. What exactly had happened to make Mufan become so powerful? And why did he have to come up with this giant Buddha? Didn't he, Sengoku of the Buddha, have any dignity? We can only go forward. One must be cautious now. That fellow, Mufan, is truly terrifying to this moment. The Navy Admirals Akiji and Kizaru also have solemn expressions, facing the great Buddha with such a fearsome aura. Even though they are Navy Admirals, they dare not be negligent in the slightest. And when Sengoku and the other two launched another attack, thousands of meters above the sky, Mufan stood on the head of the on top of the Buddha transformation. Panting heavily, he looked at the situation below, a cold smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. In order to exert the strongest power, he directly applied the double buffs of thunder and fire to the on top of the Buddha transformation. Although this directly exhausted all his physical strength, how should one describe this feeling? 2 words. Refreshing. Go. Thunder Flame Bankai Fist. When Mufan launched the attack, the great Buddha that enveloped half of the island launched a fierce attack. Thousands upon thousands of huge Buddha hands entwined with thunder and fire bombarded down like overwhelming force. At this moment, Marineford was like the arrival of the end of the world. Under the attack of the extremely terrifying huge Buddha hands, even Sengoku the Buddha and the 2 Navy Admirals were engulfed in the endless powerful offensive. Even though the Navy Admiral Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, he could only keep dodging and didn't dare to resist head-on. Boom, boom, boom. After a round of attacks by the thousands of huge hands, the once magnificent Navy headquarters Marineford instantly turned into a wasteland. All the buildings and facilities of the Navy were completely destroyed. The scene was extremely tragic. After achieving his goal, Mufan quickly canceled the on top of the Buddha transformation. This move consumed too much energy. With his current physique, if he persisted any longer, he might damage his body. Of course, the key point is that his strategic objective had already been achieved. This time, the world would be shocked by him. When the great Buddha disappeared and Mufan returned to the ground, everyone present cast various glances at him. Some were shocked, some were frightened, some were admiring, and some were adoring. At this moment, in the peerless, beautiful eyes of Boa Hancock, the world's most beautiful woman and the Pirate Empress, was filled with the domineering figure of Mufan. This moment, she felt as if she was bathed in the tempestuous rain of love. Because the man she fell in love with was Mufan. At this moment, my lord, I really want to marry you right now. Boa Hancock, the Pirate Empress, couldn't hide the excitement in her heart and directly flashed to Mufan's side. Don't be hasty. The war isn't over yet, Mufan replied, looking extremely exhausted. The Pirate Empress nodded obediently. The next moment, her peerless face became serious, and she stood sideways to protect Mufan. Mufan seemed to be in a very bad state now. Presumably, that previous move had consumed too much of his strength. Then, from now on, she would protect Mufan. Mufan. When the on top of the Buddha transformation disappeared and Mufan reappeared, more than 30,000 elite sailors who had defected to Mufan's command shouted their commander's name in unison. At this moment, Mufan's status was completely established in their hearts. Even quite a few elite sailors who hadn't been affected by the previous declaration quietly joined Mufan's side. There was no way. Mufan's performance was just too powerful. Coupled with his previous powerful propaganda, it was really appealing. As one side grew stronger, the other weakened. The Navy's formation and morale were on the verge of collapse. In addition, the 3, including Sengoku the Buddha, the Navy Marshal who had fought against Mufan before, were now standing in the distance, covered in scars. In order to avoid the attack of the thousands of Buddha hands. They had really struggled, and when they saw the situation in Marineford, Sengoku the Buddha, the Navy Marshal, was obviously stunned for a moment. Ignoring the wounds on his body, his mouth opened wide. The Navy headquarters had disappeared. The Navy headquarters that had once symbolized justice, The place where he and Garp and other old sailors had worked for most of their lives had completely disappeared. There was only an island in ruins and sailors with extremely low morale left. Why? How could this war have developed like this? Not only Sengoku, but other senior Navy officers also had expressions of astonishment at this time. And Akainu, the Navy admiral, even directly gave up his entanglement with Whitebeard. Akainu looked at the tragic situation of the Navy headquarters and the disintegrating Navy camp. He suddenly thought that the two pirates who had inherited the evil bloodline, Ace the Fire Fist and Luffy the Straw Hat, didn't seem so detestable. In comparison, the blow and humiliation that Mufon had brought to the Navy and justice today had far exceeded those of Gold. Roger, the Pirate King in the past, and Monkey D. Dragon. In the history of the Navy, there had never been such a disastrous defeat as today. If Mufon couldn't be buried here, from now on, the Navy would become a laughingstock and justice would become an empty talk. This was something that he, Akainu, absolutely could not tolerate. Gula la la, that brat Mufon is really astonishing. The Navy has really lost a great deal this time, in stark contrast to the state of the Navy. The Yonko Whitebeard was in a very good mood at this moment. Before launching this war, he had actually prepared for the worst. Even when reaching an agreement with Mufon, he didn't hold much hope. After all, the Navy's strength was still very strong. But who could have known that the brat Mufon alone had actually caused such great damage to the Navy? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Mufon had single-handedly reversed the war. Therefore, even though Whitebeard was known as the world's strongest man, he was very glad that he had reached an agreement with Mufon before. Mufon has exhausted his physical strength. All Navy members, join me in killing Mufon to restore the dignity of justice. At this time, Akainu, the Navy admiral who had been observing for a while, suddenly shouted loudly. The next moment, his figure shot out directly, charging towards Mufon. Even Whitebeard didn't react in time. Not good. Ace, go and meet up with your brother and Marco and the others. I'll go and support that brat Mufon. Whitebeard also noticed at this time that Mufon did seem to be somewhat exhausted. He turned back and gave Ace an instruction, then picked up Song Yun Chia and set out to chase after Akainu. And Ace the Fire Fist had just recovered from the shock. That guy named Mufon seemed to be even younger than him. How could he possess such powerful strength? Ha ha ha. Ace, are you surprised by Mufon's strength? That guy is the young sailor I've ever seen with the strongest talent and aptitude. If it hadn't been for that celestial dragon incident, he would have been a nightmare for all pirates. What a pity. Garp the Fist, the Navy hero, sighed on the other side. Although he said so, his heart was actually very complicated. After all, Mufon becoming a Navy traitor had also indirectly saved the lives of his two grandsons. But at the same time, Mufon had also become a mortal enemy of the Navy and the world government, just as Akainu, the Navy admiral, took the lead in attacking Mufon again at the edge of the icy battlefield. Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard pirate with a broken arm, led his seriously injured crew members and quietly slipped away. With their current state, staying here was of no use. They could only look for opportunities to seize what they wanted in the future. Hee. Mufon, you'd better not die here. In the future, I will definitely kill you myself. Before leaving, Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, glanced resentfully in the direction where Mufon was. The grudge of today will surely be repaid in the future. The premise was that Mufon could survive the Navy's crazy counter-attack. After all, that guy Mufon's current state didn't look good. In the center of the battlefield, the Pirate Empress was on high alert. Her perfect delicate body was in a battle stance, tightly protecting Mufon behind her. Now that Mufon was in a poor state and Akainu, the Navy admiral, had launched a killing attack, she would definitely not let Mufon get hurt. Hancock. Mufon looked at the perfect back of the Pirate Empress, a proud smile curving his lips. Although it couldn't be said that he and the Pirate Empress had developed feelings over time. There was still plenty of time ahead. Whoosh, just as Akainu, the admiral of the Navy, led several vice-admirals and launched a lava offensive to attack, a mature and sexy figure suddenly arrived and also stood in front of Mufon. It was Momotu, the candidate for Admiral of the Navy. Aunt Momotu? Seeing this scene, Mufon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Although the sight of these two peerless beauties risking their lives to protect him was rather pleasant. This was no small matter for Aunt Momotu. Arriving here at this time and not attacking Mufon was tantamount to betraying the Navy. As a candidate for Admiral, Momotu should not defect during the war. At this moment, Mufon was deeply touched. He knew that Aunt Momotu must have made a great determination. However, how could he bear to let these two women risk their lives to protect him? After all, Aunt Momotu was an elder he respected and the kindest person to him in the Navy, and Hancock was even his woman. Mufon is really a formidable guy to be so valued by these two women. Borsellino, the Admiral of the Navy, muttered as he looked at the scene not far away. In fact, he could cooperate with Akainu or even attack Mufan directly before Akainu, but for some reason, he just didn't want to now. He even had a sense of foreboding. This kid Mufan was not simple. The workload for today was already quite heavy, and how much was his daily salary? Better let Akainu do it. Momotu, Pirate Empress, get out of the way. My target is Mufan. At Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. At this moment, Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, looked extremely angry and launched a terrifying lava offensive towards the direction where Mufan was. The reason he shouted for Momotu and the Pirate Empress to get out of the way was naturally not out of any sentiment for beauty in his eyes. In order to complete the mission and restore the glory of justice, anyone was expendable. This included Momotu, the candidate for Admiral of the Navy. Since Momotu dared to run to protect Mufan at this time, it was no different from betraying the Navy for a traitor to justice. Akainu would naturally not hesitate at all. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not say a word and directly blast Momotu and the Pirate Empress to death. But now, the reason he took the trouble was actually to provoke Mufan and increase the probability of directly attacking Mufan. Momotu and the Pirate Empress were not ordinary people. If these two women fought to the death to protect Mufan, it would not be easy for him to kill Mufan while he was weak. So, he wanted to provoke Mufan. Although his relationship with Mufan had always been mediocre, he knew that Mufan was a young man with a strong personality. Logically speaking, he would never let a woman risk her life to block harm for him. Moreover, one of these two women was Aunt Momotu, who cared for him attentively, and the other was the world's most beautiful woman who deeply loved him. Therefore, Akainu deliberately spoke to provoke Mufan and make him leave the protection of Momotu and the Pirate Empress on his own. In this way, he would have the best chance to seriously injure or even eliminate Mufan, and as long as Mufan was dealt with, the morale of the Navy would surely be restored. And the war would turn for the better. Mufan, before Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, finished speaking, the development of the matter seemed to be exactly what Akainu had hoped for. Amid the surprise and extreme worry of the Pirate Empress and Momotu, Mufan suddenly passed them and, in a fatigued state, confronted Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, on his own. At this moment, the beautiful eyes of the Pirate Empress and Momotu were completely filled with panic. Although they knew that Mufan was afraid that they would get hurt, given Mufan's current state, if he faced Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, alone, he was likely to be in great danger. Almost immediately, the Pirate Empress and Momotu quickly moved forward to support Mufan, but they were temporarily stopped by several vigilant vice admirals of the Navy. Mufan, you really fell for it. Although I don't want to admit it, you are indeed the most talented young naval officer I've ever seen. Unfortunately, you chose to oppose justice. From the moment you made that choice, the outcome was already determined. Prepare yourself, traitor. At this moment, Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, looked excited. Mufan had indeed left the protection of Momotu and the other woman. After all, he was still young. If he had just rested for a while to regain some strength. With his lightning-like speed, he could have the ability to protect himself again. But instead, he chose to court death. This was a god. Given merit. He, Akainu, would naturally wash away the shame of justice and completely eliminate Mufan. The greatest scourge in the history of the Navy. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming lava giant fists came with Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy. The sky, filling firelight, completely enveloped this area. This time, the Pirate Empress and Momotu, the candidate for Admiral of the Navy, were blocked. The soldiers belonging to Mufan couldn't come to support in time. Even Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, couldn't stop Akainu's attack before it landed. And Mufan, who was surrounded by the terrifying lava, although there were thunder arcs flickering on his body at this moment, looked extremely weak, as if he couldn't even transform into thunder and dodge. At this moment, it seemed that everyone present thought Mufan was going to be in trouble. After all, Mufan had fought against many top-notch experts one after another before, and summoned a giant Buddha with his own power to destroy the entire Navy headquarters. With such continuous battles, his physical strength must have been greatly exhausted, and being targeted by Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, at this time, he was likely to be in great danger. Go ahead, Sakazuki, do your best to restore the glory of the Navy. At this time, Sengoku, the tattered, clothed fleet admiral of the Navy, couldn't help but roar. Once, he had high hopes for this young man, Mufan, but now, Mufan had divided the Navy and even destroyed the Navy headquarters, trampling the justice of the Navy under his feet. From that moment on, the young man named Mufan had become a complete enemy of the Navy. This kid is still too young after all. Garp, the naval hero known as Iron Fist, looked at the situation on the distant battlefield with a dazed expression. The young man who had caused a great stir in the Navy headquarters and was destined to shock the world was now at the end of his rope. After continuously fighting against top-tier powerhouses and using a devastating offensive to destroy the Navy headquarters, even he at his peak would be exhausted. Fan's situation at this time definitely couldn't be any better. Being targeted by Akainu with all his might at this time, he was likely to be in great danger. With everyone's attention attracted, the attack of Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, finally arrived. Lava surged from Akainu's hands, and above his head was the extremely terrifying meteor volcano. From any perspective, Akainu was going for the kill this time. However, what made Akainu a little puzzled was Fan's strange behavior, facing such a dangerous situation. This kid actually looked normal, and there was even a hint of a smile on his lips. But this guy Fan was clearly so exhausted that he couldn't even transform into thunder and escape. Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, didn't think much more. At this time, he and Fan were already very close. What he needed to do next was to completely eliminate this young man who even made him feel a little scared. Boom, boom, boom. The extremely powerful lava attack smashed down like the end of the world. Fan's figure was enveloped by dozens of terrifying lava giant fists. For a moment, the ice layer shattered, and lava flew everywhere. And Akainu quickly shuttled through the lava, ready to find Fan, who was most likely already injured, and kill him in one go. But what made Akainu feel something was wrong was that he didn't find even the slightest trace of Fan. Given Fan's current state, he shouldn't have been able to dodge his small-scale meteor volcano coverage. Could it be that this young fellow, Fan, is up to something strange? Just as Akainu was filled with doubts, suddenly, thunder exploded. With a deafening rumble, in the next instant, a thunderous figure abruptly emerged half a foot in front of Akainu. It was none other than Fan. At this moment, Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, was greatly astonished, because at this time, Fan's condition and aura showed not the slightest sign of exhaustion. Instead, he seemed to be in an even more exhilarating state than when he was battling Akainu earlier. Damn it! Even though Akainu was overly self-assured, he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Since Fan was not truly weak, everything must have been feigned, and this meant that Fan had already made preparations to deal with him. While he himself was completely unaware, it meant that, at this very moment, the hunter had become the prey. With a series of rumblings, at this moment, just as everyone thought Fan was in grave danger. And the Pirate Empress, in a frenzy, even disabled two vice admirals of the Navy. An extremely terrifying thunderous roar suddenly came from the sea of magma. In the sky above Marineford, more than a dozen thick thunderbolts, like huge dragons, ferociously struck down into the sea of magma. The scene was extremely spectacular. At this time, everyone suddenly realized that things were not that simple. Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, was even more astounded. He was right. All of this was a pretense by Fan. Right after using the top transformation Buddha, Fan had swallowed a perfect recovery potion, temporarily restoring his peak strength, and everything that followed was just an act. Unexpectedly, Akainu was indeed so overconfident. The moment Fan appeared in front of Akainu knew that retreating was the stupidest thing to do, so he directly launched an attack towards Fan. But in the end, he still fell into the trap. His two attacks, Cerberus and Inferno Dogbite, were both ineffective. While easily dodging them, a purplish-red flame directly climbed onto his body, and ever since eating the magma fruit, Akainu felt a burning sensation for the first time. That's right. It was simply unbelievable. Magma was actually being burned. Although it wasn't very painful, it still made Akainu extremely annoyed. How could magma be burned and feel pain? Didn't he have any pride left? Imsirk 4JI3D, but Akainu didn't dare to hesitate. The most urgent thing now was to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, if he was hit by a series of combined attacks from the opponent, his situation would be dire. Unfortunately, before Akainu could take any effective action, Fan's attacks came one after another. First, vines entwined with flames and armament hockey trapped Akainu. That's right. As the strongest captain in the history of the Navy. With a decade of experience in battles, Fan had long been accustomed to constantly strengthening himself through his own abilities. In a short period of time, during the process of using the top transformation Buddha, he had further comprehended and developed his wood element ability that he could even entangle armament hockey on the vines created by his wood element ability, maximizing the damage to Logia fruit users. Sure enough, the vines entwined with armament hockey had a slightly more obvious effect on Akainu. Although it could only trap Akainu for an extremely short time, In a battle between masters, even the shortest moment was of crucial importance. And in the following time, it was Fan's solo show. Streams of extremely thick thunderbolts, reaching tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of volts, rained down from the sky as if they were free, accurately striking Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy. Even with Akainu's great strength, he couldn't completely avoid getting injured. Soon, he was covered in wounds, and even his justice-themed cape was torn to pieces by the thunder. To Fan's delight, perhaps due to the decline in his condition from enduring too many thunder strikes, a tiny wooden thorn on the vine entwined around Akainu actually pierced into Akainu's body and began to absorb the latter's powerful life energy to nourish Fan. This unexpected pleasant surprise gave Fan a bold idea. That was to kill Akainu in one fell swoop. After all, there was no need to think too much. After this war, regardless of the situation of the Navy, Akainu would regard him as a mortal enemy and might even lose his rationality and target him. Therefore, if there was an opportunity, Fan would definitely not hesitate. But Akainu was, after all, an admiral of the Navy and one of the top-tier powerhouses on this sea. He quickly noticed something was wrong. Forcibly enduring the bombardment of the sky thunder, he forcefully pulled out the wooden thorn that had pierced into his muscle. Magma surged in Akainu's eyes when the last thunderbolt struck down. Akainu had completely broken free from the vines and dodged the thunder. At this time, the sea of magma had completely dissipated. Fan and Akainu once again appeared in the public eye. Seeing that Fan was safe and sound, the Pirate Empress, Momotu, and those who were worried about Fan finally let out a sigh of relief. In Circo 3D, the Empress was both delighted and shy to find that Fan was unharmed. The next moment, everyone on the battlefield, who had seen the situation clearly, was stunned. That's right. They were completely dumbfounded. The Admiral of the Navy, Akainu, who had been full of momentum and extremely powerful, now had his justice-themed cape torn and his body covered in wounds. Looking extremely embarrassed, in contrast, Fan was relaxed and at ease, and not even a single thread of his clothes was damaged. Coupled with that confident smile, the difference was immediately apparent, although they didn't know exactly what had happened. The fact was cleared: Fan was in excellent condition, and Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, had once again fallen into a disadvantage on the surface, and this was already the second time. Fan. The name of Fan once again resounded over Marineford. This moment, the name of Fan had become the absolute belief in the hearts of those soldiers who decided to follow him. Sakazuki, at this time, Sengoku, the fleet Admiral of the Navy, was also wide-eyed with fury. He couldn't understand. In fact, not only him, but also top-tier powerhouses on the battlefield, including Garp, couldn't understand how things had developed to this extent. What on earth had Fan become? All that he had done was truly shocking. Ever since Fan appeared in Marineford with his true identity, he had instantly defeated Wusu, forced Mihawk back, clashed with Whitebeard's Haki, competed with Kizuru in speed, fought Akainu without being defeated, played tricks on Akiji twice, and then escaped unscathed from the siege of the fleet, Admiral and 2 admirals, and summoned the top-transformation Buddha to completely destroy the Navy headquarters. Any one of these achievements, taken alone, was enough to shock the world. And just as everyone thought Fan should be exhausted after successive battles, Fan made another astonishing counter-attack that shocked the entire audience, once again suppressing Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy. To be honest, by now, even a powerhouse like Sengoku, the fleet Admiral of the Navy, could only stare blankly, unable to calm down for a long time, because everyone knew that they had witnessed the rise of an absolute powerhouse. In the next great era, the name of Fan would surely reign supreme over the sea. And on the Navy's side, it seemed that they were already unable to stop Fan's rise. The current situation was that Fan had 30,000 elite sailors who had pledged their allegiance. And in addition, there was Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and the Whitebeard Grand Fleet in the New World. It would be good enough if the severely damaged Navy could prevent the situation from deteriorating further. Trying to stop Fan? Unless the world government sent troops immediately, but it was simply too late. Of course, some people didn't think so. Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy who had been suppressed by Fan twice, was now on the verge of rage. He was not convinced if he hadn't fallen into a trap just now, he would never have been in such a sorry state. Fan, the culprit of all this, definitely could not be forgiven. However, just as Akainu was about to strike again to annihilate Fan, suddenly, he felt an extremely powerful figure emerge behind him. Cold sweat instantly trickled down his profile. Fan, looking at the scene across from him, couldn't help but watch the miserable Akainu with schadenfreude. Gururara, little brat Mufan, I'm a bit late, but you, kid, are quite unexpected indeed, came the voice of Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man in the Four Emperor Whitebeard, from behind Akainu.at Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort, when the Marine Admiral Akainu realized the tall figure that had appeared behind him. This one of the Marine's top combat powers suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. If Akainu could attribute the 2 times he suffered setbacks at the hands of Mufan to carelessness, now there was undoubtedly a chill in his heart, because behind him was the world's strongest man. The Four Emperor Whitebeard. Without much hesitation, the moment Whitebeard arrived, a punch powerful enough to shatter space was directed towards Akainu's lower back. The extremely powerful force instantly shattered the atmosphere. Even the powerful Marine Admiral Akainu spat out a large mouthful of blood. With this punch, Whitebeard directly sent Akainu flying high into the air. Akainu, who had just been severely hit, was simply unable to make any emergency moves. After reaching the highest point, he began to fall rapidly. At this moment, Akainu's expression was one of great panic, for he knew that an even more powerful attack awaited him below. However, all he could do now was to defend with all his might. Although Whitebeard's power was terrifying, it would probably not be that easy to seriously wound him in one strike. Hey, Akainu, are you alright? Just as Akainu activated his haki, concentrating his power on his chest and abdomen for defense against Whitebeard's second heavy blow below. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. The next instant, a flash of lightning appeared. During Akainu's rapid descent, Mufan, accompanied by rumbling wind and thunder, emerged like a god, looking coldly at Akainu. That look was like looking at a dead person. Such a good opportunity was extremely rare. Although Mufan already possessed power comparable to that of a Marine Admiral, he had after all taken some advantage of surprise. After all, no one would have known that he actually possessed 7 elemental abilities. And once this advantage was understood and grasped by the Marine headquarters and the world government, it would no longer be so easy for him to engage in combat with top-tier powerhouses like Marine Admirals. Of course, Mufan would continue to become stronger. One day, he would surely be able to defeat a Marine Admiral head-on with his raw strength, but this would surely require time. Akainu was undoubtedly a true powerhouse and would stop at nothing for the so-called absolute justice. Such an enemy, Mufan did not want to leave alive. If he hesitated today, Akainu might become a rather big trouble in the future. So, since Whitebeard had just made a move, this was the chance. In an extremely short time, wind and thunder surged around Mufan, and flames flew about. When the supreme grade greatsword, Tianming, was unsheathed, a powerful haki surged out, coiling around the perfect blade. At this moment, even the powerful Akainu felt a creeping sense of horror, because he actually felt a crisis of death. This kid Mufan was going to deliver a killing blow. Just half a month ago, he was just a Marine rear Admiral brat. Now, he was actually posing a threat of death to him. Despite the myriad of shock in his heart, Akainu did not dare to hesitate at this time, for Mufan's intentions were already very clear. Before he landed, break through his defenses, caused significant damage to him. And finally, with the powerful strength of the Four Emperor Whitebeard, deliver a finishing blow. It was no exaggeration to say that if Mufan really achieved his strategic goal, then under the successive heavy blows of the 2 powerhouses, Akainu would be either dead or seriously injured. By then, not to mention reversing this war, whether he could even continue to fight would be a problem. Therefore, at this time, besides shock and panic, Akainu had to make a choice in an instant. 1. Sword style, wind, thunder, fire, god, slaying drawl in mid, air, wind and thunder gathered, and flames burned. Several powerful forces were added to Tianming, and the blade began to hum. A super, powerful slash burst out the moment Mufan swung his sword. In an instant, the sky changed color, and the power of wind and thunder rolled, facing such a powerful slash. Akainu's cold sweat poured out. At this time, he could no longer care about anything else and used all his strength to dodge that super, powerful slash, because he was in mid-air and had just been hammered by Whitebeard. Although Akainu had used almost all his tricks, he still could not completely dodge Mufan's god, slaying drawl schwa. The powerful slash, like a rainbow piercing the sun, flashed by with infinite might and disappeared into the highest sky. An arm wrapped in a red sleeve flew out at this moment. After Akainu had destroyed half of Fire Fist Ace's arm, he himself had an arm cut off. After losing an arm, Akainu endured the intense pain and, taking advantage of the air current carried by the slash, tried his best to change the direction of his fall, attempting to avoid the Four Emperor Whitebeard, who was eyeing him from below. But unfortunately, After his figure shifted horizontally for dozens of meters, lightning exploded. Mu Fan's figure once again appeared diagonally above him, and Tianming was ready to strike. Mu Fan. The Marine Admiral Akainu roared with his eyes wide open. At this moment, he was truly a bit intimidated by this young man in front of him. Abnormal. Absolutely abnormal. 1. Sword style, wind, thunder, fire, god, slaying draw. Mu Fan clearly didn't want to waste any words with Akainu. The god-slaying draw was ready to strike again, and this time, Akainu definitely wouldn't be able to dodge, when Whitebeard on the ground delivered another heavy blow, even if Akainu didn't die. This red dog would be unable to stand up for the rest of his life. This wasn't Mu Fan being too ruthless. If the situation were reversed and Akainu had the chance to kill him, Akainu would undoubtedly do the same thing, perhaps even more brutally and resolutely, just as Mu Fan's attack burst out, ready to cooperate with Whitebeard to kill the Marine Admiral Akainu in one go. A beam of light that was extremely fast suddenly appeared. The speed was so fast that it even made Mu Fan pause slightly. This guy Borsellino, if he didn't slack off, his strength was definitely unfathomable. This time, Mu Fan didn't even notice Borsellino's speed at all. Indeed, Borsellino, this sneaky flash man who had developed his devil fruit ability for decades, when he really got serious, was still a notch faster than him in terms of speed. Pengyo, Sakazuki, you look so that you've even lost an arm. With a flash kick, Borsellino stopped Mu Fan when the god-slaying draw was about to hit Akainu, saving Akainu at the critical moment. Borsellino, you're really getting in the way. At this moment, Mu Fan sneered. This Borsellino was really infuriating that he didn't act when he should, but did when he shouldn't. Thinking about it, he hadn't offended Borsellino either. Why did he stop slacking off when it came to him? But it didn't matter. The feud had already been formed. There would be plenty of time to settle it in the future. He wanted to see just how much strength Borsellino had been hiding. At this time, Akainu was about to land. Mu Fan, who was blocked by Borsellino, did not continue to pursue. Anyway, Whitebeard was down there waiting for Akainu. What a terrifying power, Mu Fan. You really surprised me this time. Hey, Sakazuki, don't die at the hands of Whitebeard. Remember to give me half of this year's salary. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Marine Ford, which had already turned into a wasteland, shook violently again. It was seen that the Marine Admiral Akainu, who had had an arm cut off by Mu Fan in mid-air, was about to land when he was hit with another heavy blow by the Emperor Whitebeard. This blow caused the ground to crack and the plates to collapse. The Emperor Whitebeard's attack directly triggered a powerful earthquake. After all, that Akainu fellow had maimed half of Fire Fist Ace's arm. For Whitebeard, this was naturally an intolerable matter. Hence, with this powerful punch, he held back very little across the entire battlefield, when Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, embarrassingly fell into the ruptured crevice of the ground. At this moment, whether it was the Navy side, or Mu Fan's troops and the pirate side, even all the warlords of the sea felt a great shock once again. Akainu, who symbolized one of the Navy's highest combat capabilities, had actually been forcefully severed an arm by Mu Fan. Although with the help of Whitebeard, being able to achieve this was sufficient to prove Mu Fan's extraordinary strength. After all, the arm of a dignified admiral of the Navy was not so easily severed. Especially for someone like Akainu, a top-tier powerhouse with an extremely powerful devil fruit ability. What a man of terrifying strength. It seems that the future seas will be quite exciting. At this moment, Dracul Mihawk, the warlord of the sea, couldn't help but exclaim once again. As the world's greatest swordsman, his perception of swordsmanship was particularly acute, the stream of slashes that Mu Fan had just unleashed. Even he couldn't help but admire, just based on the power and will of that single slash. This man named Mu Fan had the potential to become the supreme great swordsman in the future. At the same time, apart from his extraordinary swordsmanship, Mu Fan also possessed various other formidable abilities, whether it was the three-colored hockey, physical arts, or the extremely mysterious devil fruit ability. They had all reached the super, first-rate level in the sea. At such an age, with such strength, he was even more terrifying than Shanks back then. Since Shanks lost his arm, he had never dueled with him again. Perhaps the promised battle with Mu Fan in the future would be even more exhilarating. While the entire audience was shocked by Akainu's miserable state, Sengoku the Buddha was as anxious as a grasshopper on a hot pan. The current situation was extremely unfavorable to the Navy, especially after Akainu was severely beaten by Whitebeard and Mu Fan. Although the Navy's foundation still remained, the outcome of this war was uncertain. Garp. At this time, we can't let Marineford be completely overrun by pirates. Even if the Navy headquarters is left in ruins, as long as we Navy are here, Justice will not disappear. You understand? Garp, prepare yourself. The following war is no longer about executing Fire Fist Ace. Sengoku the Buddha came to Garp's side, looking at his old comrade with a very complicated expression. Although the current situation of the Navy had no direct connection with Garp, now that things had come to this. Whether it was him, Garp, or Kazan and the others, they couldn't escape responsibility. Ah, I know, Sengoku, that if Whitebeard and that brat Mufan don't let it go, we'll have to fight desperately. Garp, the hero of the Navy, also had a deep look in his eyes at this time. He shed the justice cape of the Navy Vice Admiral, rolled up his sleeves, revealing his still muscular arms, and stood side by side with Sengoku the Buddha. When it really came to this point, no one could stay out of it. From the start of the war until now, since Mufan had lured away more than 30,000 naval soldiers, the Navy had been at a disadvantage. But this didn't mean that the Navy would suffer a crushing defeat and never recover. After all, apart from the Navy headquarters, the Navy also had numerous branch bases and many forces that did not participate in the Summit War. Of course, those forces were out of reach at the moment. Repelling the invading enemies was the top priority now, and even based on the current power comparison, the Navy was not necessarily at a disadvantage. Especially after Garp the Fist, the hero of the Navy, decided to seriously participate in the war. Kizaru, come with me. What's so great about being an admiral? You only get a few tens of thousands of berries a day. What are you risking your life for? At the same time, in the sky, Mufan also noticed that the momentum of the Navy side had changed somewhat after Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp entered the battlefield together. The naval soldiers on the field clearly had a more unyielding and fear, less of death momentum. If the war continued like this, it was hard to say who would win or lose. After all, on this side, only he and Whitebeard could hold their ground. The others, like Marco, were somewhat inferior when facing powerhouses at the level of Navy admirals, and for him, the gains from this war were already substantial enough. Next, the key was how to lead Hancock and the more than 30,000 subordinates he had gathered to retreat unscathed. However, before breaking away from the battle with Kizaru, Mufan suddenly wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with Kizaru. Kizaru, I'll give you 10 times your salary. What do you think? Consider it. While fighting, Mufan continued to entice. Yo, what a generous offer. Kizaru pursed his lips, pretending to be very surprised at 100 times the salary. Paid daily, and a 1 billion berry joining bonus. Imcirc 3D. Upon hearing the offer of 100 times the salary, Kizaru was stunned for a moment. Kizaru, as Mufan, since your offer was made. Kizaru, the Admiral of the Navy, was clearly taken aback, because this offer was indeed quite tempting. After all, in this world, not having strength might not matter, but not having berries was a real problem, especially for those with justice in their hearts. They couldn't just burn, kill, and loot like pirates, could they? So Mufan's offer was really astonishing. Even Kizaru couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But that was all, setting aside everything else. Kizaru could almost be certain that the brat in front of him must be talking big. Because based on his understanding of Mufan, the latter would never engage in burning, killing, and looting. And even if he did, how much could he rob? As for Mufan's own financial resources, stop joking. In 10 years as a Navy, the berries Mufan could save were less than what an Admiral of the Navy could earn in a year. Even if the Pirate Empress Hancock went crazy and gave the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom to Mufan, it still wouldn't be enough to pay Kizaru 100 times his salary. That brat Mufan can really brag. If you don't speak, you'll never have another chance. Mufan sneered. Anyway, he had given the opportunity. He hoped Kizaru wouldn't regret it in the future. With a rumble, before the words fell, Mufan threw a thunder spear to hold Kizaru in check. Then, with a flash of his figure, he returned to the battlefield. At this time, Sengoku the Buddha and Garp the Fist, this pair of old comrades, in arms, had jointly joined the battlefield. He needed to discuss a strategy with Whitebeard. At the same time. On the edge of the frozen battlefield of Marineford, a huge commotion suddenly occurred among the two warring sides, the naval soldiers and the pirates of the Whitebeard Grand Fleet who were engaged in battle here. Because another pirate crew landed on Marineford here, its overbearing might far exceeded that of the Blackbeard pirates who had fled in embarrassment before, and similar to the Blackbeard pirates, after this pirate crew from the New World landed, they were also stunned. The current situation was completely different from what they had expected. 4 for Emperors. 4 for Emperors. Another 4 Emperor has appeared at the Navy headquarters, Marineford. At the edge of the battlefield, when the red-haired pirates, a crew of the 4 Emperors, appeared. As the extremely shocked shouts of the naval soldiers spread across the battlefield, the attention of the entire audience was immediately drawn. After all, This was an existence on par with the Whitebeard pirates, the four emperors of the New World. And at this time, the Navy side was particularly shocked and worried. Because of Mu Fan's incredible performance, the current situation of the Navy side was extremely grim. Even though Garp, the hero of the Navy, and Sengoku the Buddha, the Admiral of the Navy, had both entered the battlefield, it could only prevent the situation from deteriorating further. But if at this time, another four-emperor crew became an enemy of the Navy, there was no doubt that the Navy would definitely suffer a fatal blow. Shanks, the red-haired four-emperor, has finally appeared at this moment. Mu Fan watched from afar the group of Shanks, one of the four emperors, and let out a sigh. He had been thinking that with such a significant change in the Battle of Marineford, whether Shanks would still show up. Now it seems that neither Shanks nor Marshal D. Teach, the previous Blackbeard, could have anticipated that the situation of the Battle of Marineford would turn out to be like this. However, it makes sense. Before this war, how could those great pirates such as the four emperors and the seven warlords of the sea have imagined that a young man who was just a rear admiral of the Navy a month and a half ago could, with his own strength, stir up the entire Battle of Marineford? Gurara, what is this brat Shanks doing here? After giving Akainu a good beating, Whitebeard was in a rather good mood. This time, fighting side by side with Mu Fan actually made him find the feeling of his peak period. For him, Whitebeard, it was a great victory. He even couldn't help but want to take Mu Fan as his son now. But he also understood that a brat like Mu Fan would definitely not join any force. Presumably, before long, a super powerful force would emerge in the sea in the name of Mu Fan. He was looking forward to it. As for Shanks, that guy probably came to mediate. Arrogant brat. When all the pirates and Navy soldiers on the scene were shocked by the appearance of the red-haired pirates led by the four Emperor Shanks, the person involved, Shanks, was also a bit stunned at this moment. Because everything in front of him was somewhat unreasonable. The Navy, with numerous top-tier combat powers and a solid foundation, had actually had its entire Marine headquarters destroyed. Did Whitebeard do it? Just relying on the strength of the Whitebeard pirates and the aged and wounded Whitebeard himself. Yo, boss, it seems your judgment was a bit off. Lucky Rowe, a cadre of the red-haired pirates, took a bite of a large piece of meat and remarked I don't know what has occurred. Shanks, the four emperor, also let out a bitter laugh at this moment, but in the next instant, his expression became serious. But it doesn't matter, we are here to end the war. After the appearance of the red-haired pirates led by the four Emperor Shanks, the war obviously underwent some changes. Both the Navy soldiers and the pirates were watching. After all, this war had lasted for a long time, and both sides had suffered heavy casualties. This time, the appearance of the red-haired pirates would undoubtedly become a decisive force. Therefore, both the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates were watching, trying to figure out the purpose of the red-haired pirates. Brat Shanks, what are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Whitebeard, the four emperor, looked at Shanks who had arrived at the core battlefield, squinted his eyes, and said coldly, he didn't know what Shanks' purpose was for coming here, but most likely he wasn't here to cause trouble. Ah, Whitebeard, it seems my worry was unnecessary. I really didn't expect this war to end up like this. Was it you who destroyed the Marine headquarters? Shanks asked Whitebeard as soon as he came up. Obviously, he didn't think that just the strength of the Whitebeard pirates could reduce the Navy to such a sorry state, and along the way, he was surprised to find that there seemed to be a split within the Navy. Nearly half of the elite Navy soldiers no longer seemed to belong to the Navy camp. This discovery really shocked Shanks. If it was somewhat possible that Whitebeard, old but still strong, saved Port Gasti Ace and destroyed the Marine headquarters, splitting nearly half of the Navy and directly weakening the Navy's power was something Whitebeard absolutely couldn't do. There must be something else going on here. Mihawk, where are you going? Just as Shanks and Whitebeard started talking, a vice admiral of the Navy suddenly asked loudly, Shanks is here. The war is about to end, and this time I only promised to fight Whitebeard. The four emperor. There is no clause in the agreement to fight Shanks that it's time to withdraw. At this moment, Mihawk put away the supreme, great swords, Yuru. Then he turned around and directly left the Navy's camp. Before leaving Marineford, the world's #1 swordsman specifically came to the place where Mu Fan was. Mu Fan, don't forget our promised battle. You can come to Karigana Island to find me at any time. I hope your swordsmanship will be even stronger by then. Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, stared at Mu Fan with a pair of sharp yellow eyes, with a hint of fanaticism hidden in his gaze. In fact, he wanted to fight Mu Fan right now, but obviously, the timing wasn't right. Karigana Island? Okay, by then. My sword will make you feel afraid. Mihawk, Fan was slightly taken aback after hearing Mihawk's words, then nodded in response. Karigana Island. If I remember correctly, Rorano Azaro of the Straw Hat Pirates and Perona, the Ghost Princess, are both on that island. Perona, the Ghost Princess, Imsuk 3D the Dark Lolita. She's a person with a strange ability. After getting Fan's affirmative answer, the world's #1 swordsman Mihawk then turned around and left, leaving only a sharp glance. He decided that he must teach Fan a good lesson in swordsmanship at that time. This young man is really arrogant enough. A sword that can make him feel afraid. Such a sword has not yet appeared in this sea. Is that the man, since he can get such a high evaluation from you? It seems he's an extraordinary guy. At this moment, after hearing Whitebeard highly praise Fan, Shanks turned his gaze towards Fan. He happened to see the scene of Mihawk talking to Fan. Thus, Shanks couldn't help but pay more attention to Fan. Although Whitebeard didn't say it explicitly, it could be heard that this young man, once known as the strongest rear admiral in the history of the Navy, must have had an important impact on the war, coupled with Mihawk's behavior. You know, that guy Mihawk wouldn't talk too much to an ordinary person. Gururara, Shanks, so what on earth are you here for? I'm here to end this war. Marineford, the Marine headquarters. At this moment, this island, which once symbolized the justice of the Navy, had become devastated because of an unprecedented war. There were dead and wounded Navy soldiers and pirates everywhere. Blood had soaked the icy battlefield. When Shanks' words spread throughout the entire battlefield, the atmosphere between the two warring sides in the battlefield suddenly froze. After a long period of intense fighting, both the Navy soldiers and the ordinary pirates were already physically and mentally exhausted. But they knew that it wasn't them who could decide whether the war ended or not. War, for the bottom-level soldiers, was a huge meat grinder. Whitebeard, Fleet, Admiral Sengoku, I hope both of you can give me some face. In this war, continuing to fight will only result in more meaningless deaths and injuries. At this moment, Shanks, the Emperor, had a cold gaze. Although he said he wanted face, the meaning was obvious. If anyone didn't give him face, he would join hands with the other side to destroy you. Upon the utterance of these words, whether it be the formidable Whitebeard of the Four Emperors or the esteemed Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Marines, the highest commanders of both warring factions simultaneously fell into a profound silence. Red-haired Shanks articulated a valid point. The impending conflict would prove futile for either side. At this moment, Mukfin observed the scene before him and could not help but chuckle softly. The Four Emperors' red-haired Shanks truly lived up to his reputation as a face fruit user. The timing for such considerations was indeed impeccable. At this juncture, neither the ordinary sailors nor the pirates of Whitebeard's fleet harbored any desire to continue the battle. For both Sengoku and Whitebeard, persisting in combat would undoubtedly yield counterproductive results. Even though the high-ranking naval officers, including Sengoku, felt a sense of dissatisfaction regarding the war's outcome, the absence of support from the world government made it abundantly clear that they could not retain the Whitebeard pirates and Mukfin. Thus, temporarily concluding this conflict to preserve their strength and bide their time for a future reckoning was the most prudent choice. Whitebeard, Mukfin, you must vacate Marineford at once, or else the Navy shall pursue you relentlessly. As anticipated, after a brief moment of internal conflict, Fleet Admiral Sengoku chose to grant Red-haired the courtesy he sought. Gwaha, red-haired brat, I can give you that courtesy. However, you seem to have forgotten one individual. The conflict does not involve merely two parties, but three. Should Mukfin wish to continue fighting, the Whitebeard pirates will accompany him to the bitter end. The Four Emperors. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his aged gaze firm and resolute. Currently, he and Mukfin stood as allies. And as allies, they were bound to advance and retreat together. Whether they would become adversaries in the future was of little consequence. What mattered was adhering to the current agreement. Three warring factions. At this moment, red-haired Shanks appeared taken aback by Whitebeard's words and promptly shifted his gaze toward Mukfin. At that moment, Mukfin stood with one hand gripping the hilt of his sword, exuding an extraordinary aura. Flanking Mukfin were two strikingly powerful women. One was the warlord of the sea, the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, and the other, the Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Behind these three stood a disciplined formation of elite sailors, far surpassing the morale of the other naval forces. In that instant, even Red-haired felt a tremor of shock. That it seemed he had underestimated the man named Mukfin. Clearly, Mukfin had single-handedly fractured the Navy and dramatically altered the course of the war. Such a man, and yet the Navy allowed him to become a so-called naval traitor. Greetings, Mukfin. Do you still wish to prolong the war? Soon, red-haired Shanks directed his gaze toward Mukfin, earnestly inquiring. Ding. the system detects that the four Emperor's red-haired Shanks is seeking face. Triggering options. Option 1. Reject the proposal of four Emperor's red-haired Shanks, refusing him face, and continue the war in a decisive battle against the Navy. Reward. Perfect level Navy 6 forms. Option 2. Agree to the proposal of four Emperor's red-haired Shanks, granting him face, and promptly lead the majority of troops away from Marineford. Reward. 1 SSS-class warship. Just as Red-Haired began to inquire of Mukfin, the system was activated. Mukfin paid little heed to it. He bore no deep-seated animosity toward the Navy. Once he achieved his objectives, there was no need to prolong the conflict. Moreover, time was of the essence. He aimed to safely escort the 30,000 elite sailors who had pledged allegiance to him, thereby establishing his own power. Thus, there was no necessity to engage in a protracted struggle with the Navy. As for Red-Haired's face, it mattered little to him. However, acquiring an SSS-class warship would certainly be advantageous, though he wondered just how formidable such a vessel would be. Yet it is time for the war to come to an end. At this moment, Mukfin's voice resonated throughout Marineford. Coincidentally, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, seemingly heralding the conclusion of the conflict. Amidst the ruins, the severely injured Admiral Akainu, who had only just managed to crawl out from the crevices of the earth, finally succumbed to unconsciousness before losing awareness. The maimed Akainu muttered Mukfin's name. Mukfin, you may leave, but the 30,000 sailors cannot accompany you. Just when everyone believed the war had reached its conclusion, Fleet Admiral Sengoku suddenly stepped forward and spoke. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense once more, even causing Red-Haired to furrow his brow. However, Sengoku had evidently made up his mind, transforming into a radiant golden Buddha, his gaze fixed intently on Mukfin. After all, allowing Mukfin to take away those 30,000 elite sailors would deliver a devastating blow to the Navy, the repercussions of which would far outweigh their losses on this battlefield. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, if you wish to continue the war, just say so. Are you asking me to abandon these 30,000 companions who have followed me and leave them for the world government's judgment and execution? Do you truly believe that is feasible at this moment? Mukfin's demeanor shifted. He had anticipated that the Navy would not easily relinquish the 30,000 elite sailors who had allied with him. Yet today, he was resolute in his determination to take them with him. For if those 30,000 remained, their fate would undoubtedly be tragic. I can assure you, I hold no malice toward these sailors. Sengoku persisted, his resolve unyielding. The atmosphere grew increasingly strained. Do not be absurd, Sengoku. Hold no malice. Are you truly the master of the world government? Mukfin's tone grew more intense, igniting the spirits of the 30,000 elite sailors behind him. Undoubtedly, this was the essence of true leadership. Sailors of the Navy, should anyone attempt to obstruct our path, let them try. In that moment, Mukfin ceased to indulge in further dialogue. An electric arc crackled around him, and wind surged. As he brought his hands together, Marineford once again trembled violently. Sengoku, if you wish to see Marineford utterly obliterated, then let us see you try to stop me. At that instant, as Mukfin clasped his hands together, the already battered Marine headquarters, Marineford, experienced a tremendous upheaval once more. The fear that had been instilled by the earlier manifestation of the Buddha returned to haunt the hearts of the naval forces. After all, the recent events were still vividly etched in their memories. That colossal Buddha, enveloped in lightning and blazing with crimson flames, had dealt a cataclysmic blow to the Marine headquarters. Even the combined might of the Fleet Admiral and 2 admirals had failed to halt that heavenly Buddha's advance. It is no exaggeration to assert that while Fleet Admiral Sengoku's golden Buddha was indeed imposing and awe-inspiring, it could not hope to compare with the celestial Buddha summoned by Mukfin. At least in terms of sheer impact, they existed on entirely different planes. Thus, when the strange tremors returned, the entire naval faction became engulfed in panic. Should they suffer another such terrifying blow, Marineford might very well sink. Moreover, if Mukfin were to target them, the ordinary sailors, how many would survive? Even though the assembly consisted of the Navy's elite, not every individual possessed the strength of a vice admiral at this moment. The burden fell heavily upon Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Damn it, this brat Mukfin, is his body made of iron? Cold sweat ran down Sengoku's aged face. At this juncture, he could not help but lament what had transpired. What had happened to that boy Mukfin? In such a brief period, his strength had soared to such terrifying heights. Though strength alone was remarkable, did he not tire? Sengoku had initially assumed that Mukfin was merely putting on a brave front. Considering the boy had engaged in intense combat for an extended duration against top-tier adversaries, surely, even with exceptional stamina, he should have been exhausted by now. However, it seemed he had gravely misjudged Mukfin's endurance. What an incredibly formidable opponent, this boy Mukfin. If Mu Fan were still in the Navy, how wonderful that would be. Sengoku, there's no other way. If we let Mu Fan use that move again, even if Marineford doesn't disappear from the map, we will suffer heavy casualties. Garp punched a pirate flying. Looking at Mu Fan, who was ready to strike across the way, he then reminded his old comrade Sengoku beside him. In fact, top tier powerhouses at the level of an admiral of the Navy don't have to worry too much about the giant Buddha that Mu Fan summons to attack. Protecting themselves isn't difficult, but how many people in the entire Navy possess the strength of an admiral? Moreover, the attacks from that giant Buddha aren't just one, but tens of thousands. Trying to block them one by one is almost an impossible task. What a terrifying aura, that man. At this moment, Shanks, the red-haired, one of the four emperors, looked at the tense situation between the two sides, and then turned his gaze to Mu Fan. He felt a powerful force brewing. Could it be that the Navy was truly destroyed by Mu Fan single-handedly? Then there's no choice. All the responsibilities will be borne by me. After a short period of tangled thinking, Sengoku, the admiral of the Navy, finally made up his mind. He stepped forward and shouted loudly at Mu Fan, "Stop! Take those guys who follow you and leave Marineford immediately." Even though there was 1,000 unwillingness in his heart, Sengoku ultimately backed down. In fact, it wasn't entirely out of fear of Mu Fan's move. Just as Garp said, the Navy had already been severely damaged in this war. If the remaining Marines suffered further casualties, or even if Marineford was completely sunk, that would be the most unacceptable thing. As the Admiral of the Navy, he naturally couldn't let death spread further. Phew. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, then I, Mu Fan, will give you two-face today. Besides, all you Marines. I've never wanted to fight the Navy to the death. If one day the Navy can come to its senses and no longer be manipulated by the world government and the celestial dragons, perhaps we can become partners again. The tense situation came to an abrupt end. After leaving these two sentences, Mu Fan turned around and left without hesitation. In fact, he didn't really intend to take action in the first place. The top, transforming Buddha move consumes a lot of physical strength. Now that there is no recovery potion, if he overdraws his strength again, it will be dangerous next. Ding. Warm reminder, please don't look down on the system too much. Host. Although the host is very powerful in himself, everything produced by the system is of top-notch quality. The real use of the 24-hour perfect recovery potion is that it can keep the host in a peak state within 24 hours without any consumption. Hearing the system's reminder, Mu Fan was slightly stunned, and no wonder he didn't feel any consumption. And it seems this system is quite proud, but after all, it's just an assistant. Although he knew that he wouldn't have any combat consumption now. Mu Fan didn't plan to continue the battle either. The war is over. As for the remaining effects of the potion, they also have other uses. If he remembered correctly, Mu Fan still had an upcoming big battle with the world's most beautiful woman. The remaining effects of the potion could be used to fire continuously for a certain period of time. Great. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of shocking the world in the Summit War. After system detection, the host's infamous reputation is spreading across the world at a geometric rate. Reward. Zoan Devil Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Kuanping Form, an infinitely large system space. Great. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of giving Shanks face and leading the large army to leave Marineford as soon as possible. Reward. SSS, Class Battleship, the Zoan Devil Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Kuanping Form, and the SSS, Class Navy Battleship have been stored in the system space. Great. As the system's reminder sounds continued to ring, even Mu Fan couldn't help but feel extremely delighted at this moment. After all, these are all super, precious rewards. All right, I admit, you're still a bit useful, system, Mu Fan replied to the system in his heart. This was the first time he took the initiative to communicate with the system. System, Mu Fan. Huh. System. Thank you for the compliment. Host. When Mu Fan turned around and left. More than 30,000 elite soldiers who left the Navy set off neatly, following Mu Fan's footsteps, and marched mightily towards the edge of the port. There, Kashi and Kai had specially prepared several top-tier Navy battleships in advance. Mu Fan, as the commander, walked side by side with Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, and Shanks. This scene made the Navy generals grind their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do except watch. However, coming alone and leaving with thousands of troops under his command, and all 30,000 of his troops were former Navy elites, this scene was truly too shocking. It could be foreseen that from this moment on, the name of Mu Fan would resound throughout the sea. Soon, a brand new force would also rise rapidly, as the Whitebeard pirates, the red-haired pirates, and the troops belonging to Mu Fan boarded the ships one after another. The Navy watched as the three forces slowly left the Navy Marine Fort. Thus, the Summit War came to an end. On the Grand Line, in the waters outside the Gate of Justice of the former Enies Lobby. At this time, 8 top-tier Navy battleships passed through the waters of the former Enies Lobby one by one. The battleships were arranged in sequence, with a magnificent momentum out on the leading Navy battleship. Mu Fan stood alone, holding the handle of the Destiny blade with one hand, facing the wind, after confirming that the world government and the Navy didn't take any other actions and they left the waters of Enies Lobby smoothly. Mu Fan finally felt completely at ease. The Navy probably wouldn't have the energy to cause trouble in a short time, but this didn't mean the world government would be the same. After all, Mu Fan had caused too much of a stir this time. After the Summit War ended, coupled with the extremely evil incident of killing a celestial dragon before and Mu Fan's astonishing achievements in the Summit War, it was highly likely that these events would spread throughout the world quickly, and this undoubtedly meant whipping the world government and slapping the celestial dragons in the face. Therefore, the world government would definitely not let it go. 2 hours ago, when Mu Fan was parting ways with Whitebeard, the latter once again invited him to go directly to the New World and said that they could form a strategic alliance with the Whitebeard pirates to resist the subsequent retaliation from the world government and the Navy. However, Mu Fan firmly refused. If he and the Whitebeard pirates formed an alliance in the New World, there was no doubt that it would arouse the joint hostility of all major forces in the New World. The world government and the Navy would definitely not allow such a situation to happen. Moreover, he also had his own development plan. When he entered the New World, his first move would be to take over the agreed upon territory from the Whitebeard pirates. This included Fish Man Island, where the ancient weapon Poseidon was located. Naturally, Whitebeard didn't renege on his promise and finally just said he was waiting for Mu Fan in the New World. As for Shanks, the red-haired, one of the 4 emperors, Mu Fan didn't have much communication with him this time. But as one of the 4 emperors, Shanks indeed had extremely powerful strength. If it was a life and death battle, Mu Fan might not be Shanks' opponent now. After getting settled, further developing the abilities of the Devil Fruit would be of utmost importance. In addition, for the foundation of the force, there were already soldiers, 30,000 Navy elites, but there were still far from enough cadres. If Mu Fan wanted to oppose the world government, he must have a super strong cadre team. People like Hawkeye, Akiji, Enel, and a series of other powerhouses should be tried to recruit. Otherwise, the Revolutionary Army is already very powerful, yet they still have to hide in the dark, dealing with small countries one by one. Not daring to confront the world government and the Navy head on. Of course, all these were things to be considered later. The most urgent thing now was to settle down. Xiao Fan. Just as Mu Fan was standing facing the wind, thinking about his next plan, a mature and intellectual voice came, accompanied by the sound of high-heeled shoes. Aunt Tautu. Upon noticing the approaching figure, Mu Fan immediately turned around and smiled. As for Aunt Tautu, there was nothing much to say. This was the world of pirates, and she was one of the people who treated Mu Fan the best. Someone he regarded as family. During the Battle of Marineford, Aunt Tau almost unhesitatingly betrayed the Navy to protect him. Even after the war ended, she refused the earnest entreaties of Sengoku and Garp, resolutely choosing to follow him and leave Marineford. Although he displayed extraordinary prowess during the Battle of Marineford, so much so that it could be said he single-handedly turned the tide of the battle. But don't forget that after the Battle of Marineford, the Navy's greatest enemy had always been the Whitebeard pirates. Even though he possessed remarkable personal strength, at least for now, he was still no match for the Navy with its profound foundation. Given that the world government and the Navy were bound to be in an unending feud with him, Aunt Tautu's choice was in itself an expression of her deep affection. Ha ha ha, you rascal. When I first saw you, you were just a little kid. Now, you've become a truly remarkable man. At this moment, Tautu, still wearing the cloak of a vice admiral of the Navy, her beautiful eyes moving gracefully, was sizing up Mu Fan, whose figure was tall and straight, and whose presence was extraordinary. Her expression was filled with both gratification and shock. Mu Fan's performance during the Battle of Marineford had truly astonished her. It couldn't help but remind her that 10 years ago, she was merely a highly decorated Navy major. At that time, Mu Fan was just an unremarkable Navy handyman, doing the cumbersome logistical work every day. Yet in all his free time, he would desperately train his physical skills and swordsmanship. She observed him for many days and was finally touched by that resolute little boy. Not only did she personally teach him swordsmanship, but she also recommended him to the Navy Academy, making him one of Teacher Zifa's most pride-worthy disciples. But who could have imagined that after graduating from the Navy Academy, in just 3 years, Mu Fan had reached his current status? Mu Fan's performance at Marineford today was in no way inferior to that of an admiral of the Navy, and she, Tautu, was naturally overjoyed. As for betraying the Navy, there was nothing to be done. The choice had been made. From now on, she would do her best to assist Mu Fan in promoting a new order and ascending to the pinnacle of the world. It's all thanks to Aunt Tautu's excellent teaching, he. Facing Tautu, Mu Fan smiled with a rare show of modesty. After all, this was the recognition from an elder, and he was rather pleased. What are you going to do next? If you want to survive under the targeting of the world government and the Navy headquarters, the current strength is not enough. I plan to return to the branch base first and bring out all my troops. After a brief reminiscence, Tautu brought up the matter at hand. As a former candidate for Admiral of the Navy, she was well aware of the power the Navy and the world government possessed. Therefore, if Mu Fan wanted to create a force that could survive under threats and even contend with the world government, he had to achieve maximum development in the shortest possible time. And she had been managing the branch base she was affiliated with for many years and had a solid foundation, which could be used to support Mu Fan. Return to the branch base? No, Aunt Tautu, it's too dangerous. Given the current situation, there's no need to take risks. Mu Fan frowned upon hearing this and shook his head. The current situation was tense. The Navy had suffered a great defeat and would surely be more vigilant. He couldn't let Aunt Tautu put herself in danger. Don't worry, I'll be fine. What do you think of your aunt as some weakling? In the end, Mu Fan couldn't stop Tautu, after leaving behind a Viver card and a Den Mushi. The latter led 1,000 soldiers and set sail back to the New World. But as Tautu said, she was no weakling, and nothing should go wrong. She'll be fine, Mu Fan. Like myself, she's strong. However, I love you even more deeply than she does. Ah, this tempestuous love. After Tautu left, the world renowned beauty who had been secretly observing for a long time made a magnificent appearance. The peerless beauty in a cheongsam walked gracefully towards Mu Fan. Her blushing face seemed as if she was about to faint at any moment. There was no helping it. Every time she saw Mu Fan, her legs would go weak. Ha, Aunt Tautu is an elder. While you are my woman, you can't be compared. Hancock. Mu Fan smiled as he sized up the peerless beauty in front of him. His heart, however, was already surging with excitement. Come on, let's go in and resume our unfinished battle. The sea breeze was gentle, and the blue waves were gently rippling. The sky was gradually darkening. The setting sun shone on the deck of the battleship, casting a warm and comfortable shade of yellow. Mu Fan gave the order for his troops to rest. After the unprecedentedly fierce battle of Marineford, all the soldiers needed to rest. Of course, Mu Fan didn't. After instructing Kai and Cassie to be on guard, he led the world renowned beauty back into the cabin. Mu Fan, I'm a little scared. IMG SRC-03D, I'm scared at this moment. The peerless beauty's face